Oh my God, my date turned out to be my high school teacher. I am Johnson, 22 years old, and I just graduated from college. Normally, people of my age should enjoy the sweetness of love, but I have no interest in this kind of thing. Unfortunately, my mother didn't care about all this. She arranged a blind date for me and forced me to agree. I thought this was just a boring meeting, but I never expected that. My blind date turned out to be my high school Chinese teacher, Lily. Us met unexpectedly in a coffee shop, and the atmosphere was awkward and subtle. Lily smiled and asked me, "Student Johnson, why are you here?" Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comments section. I will update the next part. Johnson, don't just stay at home and play games during the holidays. You're already 22, it's time to find a partner. Johnson had just sat down and turned on the computer when his mother's urging voice came from downstairs like thunder, and her voice could be heard in every corner of the house. Mom, don't be so impatient. You didn't allow me to date you when I was a student, but now you're asking me to date you after I graduate. Am I a stud or a cow? The mother responded bluntly. No matter what kind of horse you are, the one who can win back the pony girl is a good horse. Johnson was speechless. He just graduated from college and works as a front-end developer. He earns 12,000 yuan a month, plus a year-end bonus, so he has a stable job. His daily life is very simple. Go to work, eat, work overtime, sleep, and the only entertainment is playing games. He's been alone for 22 years. Looking for a partner? He doesn't want to. He secretly made up his mind that he would never look for a partner, even if he jumped off the 15th floor. However, his mother started to look through his closet and ordered him to change his clothes. "You're going out today. Change your clothes, get ready, and hurry up." Johnson looked at her impatiently. "Mom, you're taking me to a street where I can't buy anything again. I won't go." But the mother shoved the clothes into his hands without hesitation and said, "Blind date. I found one for you. I've asked the girl to meet me at a coffee shop. Just go." Johnson was stunned, with the word impossible written all over his face. However, he was forced to change his clothes, wearing a denim jacket and black trousers, muttering to himself, "My mother's aesthetic taste seems to be stuck in the last century. The private room has been booked. It's in A16, my mother said. The other party is a high school Chinese teacher, very beautiful. I thought to myself that she should not be as good as my Chinese teacher in my senior year of high school." Recalling this, the Chinese teacher at that time was a dignified old man who always wore a Zhongshan suit and looked elegant and energetic. Later, he fell ill and was hospitalized, so he was replaced by a young female teacher. At that time, Teacher Lily had short hair that reached her shoulders and was full of energy. She always had a stern face in class, but she was a very nice person in private. She wears round-frame glasses and has deep eyes. When she talks to students, her eyes are always focused and full of warmth. Johnson's Chinese grades were not good, and he was often called to the office. Every time he chatted with Teacher Lily, he would unconsciously stare into her eyes. Gradually, her face was deeply engraved in his mind. Teacher Lily has always been a good teacher in his mind. She helped him a lot in his senior year. Johnson has always been grateful to her, although he hasn't seen her for a long time. "Johnson, why are you here?" A familiar voice came from behind. Johnson turned around and was stunned. Teacher Lily. He didn't expect to run into her on the street. Teacher Lily was wearing a khaki windbreaker and a white long skirt, revealing her slender calves and white boots, and she was carrying a small brown leather bag. She put on makeup, had rosy lips, and a youthful look, completely unlike the teacher who used to have a stern face in class. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes, and then she looked Johnson up and down. "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in school?" Johnson smiled and said, "Teacher Lily, I have already graduated. I have finished my 4 years of college and just found a job." He rubbed his hands in a somewhat flattering manner and approached gently. "Teacher Lily, are you going to meet your boyfriend?" Lily smiled and tapped Johnson's forehead. "Bah, no. I'm just going to meet someone. What about you? You're dressed so handsomely. Are you going on a date?" Johnson sighed. "No way. I don't have a boyfriend. I just made an appointment with a few classmates today." He didn't mention the blind date directly. After all, that was a bit awkward. Lily smiled softly. "It's nice to get together with classmates. So where are you going?" Johnson pointed ahead. "Left Bank Cafe." Lily was stunned. "What a coincidence. I want to go there too. Why don't we go together?" A thought flashed through Johnson's mind, but he quickly pushed it aside. Impossible. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? The two walked in the autumn breeze, while chatting about their recent situation. Johnson asked her from time to time how her work was going and whether she was busy. Lily told him that she was not too tired, but she was indeed busy, especially on weekends when she had to write lesson plans. She seemed relaxed, but she still did not forget to smile at Johnson. As you walk into the coffee shop, a warm aroma hits you in the face, and soothing music plays softly in the background. Lily smiled and walked towards Johnson, reaching out to help him straighten his collar. You've graduated now, so you still need to pay attention to your clothes when you meet girls. Her movements were gentle and natural. Johnson was a little stunned and suddenly felt something strange in his heart. Before he could say anything, the front desk clerk came over and said, "Hello, are you traveling together?" Lily smiled and waved her hand. "No, we're in A16. She turned to Johnson. "What about you?" Johnson was stunned, with a very complicated expression on his face. At that moment, it seemed as if all the dramas of life flashed through his mind. He swallowed and said, "I am A16 too." Lily was stunned, as if the world had stopped at that moment. She stood there with surprise and a hint of confusion in her eyes. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Lily finally reacted, "Huh? You're A16 too? What a coincidence." She realized everything at once, a hint of shock flashing across her eyes. "Did Aunt Wong introduce you here?" Johnson nodded, his mood becoming more complicated. "Yes, almost." At this time, the waiter had already begun to guide them into the private room, still with a polite smile on his face. The two followed silently and entered the quiet, small private room. Lily's face was obviously red, and Johnson sat down, clenched his hands, and was in a state of confusion. Although he had a premonition, he still couldn't calm down when facing the reality at this moment. "Teacher Lily, are you here for a blind date too?" Johnson finally mustered up the courage to ask. Lily nodded silently. "So Johnson, you too?" Johnson smiled bitterly. "Yes, it seems that we are really destined to be together." The two of them were speechless, and the air was filled with awkwardness and an indescribable atmosphere. The blind date turned out to be his former high school Chinese teacher. Lily was about to collapse. She covered her face and put her fingers under her glasses, completely ignoring her carefully applied makeup. "I was supposed to be resting at home on the weekend, enjoying a lazy sleep and planning to write some lesson plans, but I never expected that my mother would force me to go on a blind date. You are 27, almost 30. Find a boyfriend quickly. Women's blooming period is short." Lily sighed. She didn't feel old. She just liked a quiet life. She likes to grow flowers. The balcony at home is decorated with colorful flowers, which makes it picturesque and brings endless satisfaction to her life. Although people sometimes say that her life is like that of a retired person, she enjoys it. Today was supposed to be a relaxing day for her, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the beginning of a blind date. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her confused mood, and said to herself, "Okay, I can't collapse. I have to deal with this first. Well, let me think about the wording first." Lily whispered with mixed feelings. Johnson understood what he meant, smiled, and tried to make the atmosphere relaxed. "How about Teacher Lily? Why don't you take a look at what you want to drink first?" He held the menu, trying to diffuse the awkward situation. Lily's eyes were blurry. Her mind had long drifted away. Her eyes followed Johnson's fingers wandering on the menu, but she had no interest. Johnson called softly several times. "Teacher Lily, this is good. Do you want to try it?" This brought Lily back from her thoughts. She clasped her hands and said softly, "I'd like a banana milkshake, thank you." The waiter quickly brought the drinks and small desserts. Banana milkshake, caramel latte, and 2 small cakes. Johnson specifically ordered dessert because he knew Lily loved these little sweet treats. He had caught her sneaking snacks in the office before. The two of them sipped their drinks silently, and the atmosphere remained silent. Johnson broke the silence. "Teacher, I didn't expect it to be you. You don't have a boyfriend yet." Lily's face suddenly changed. Her eyes flickered, and she glared at him unhappily. "You don't have a girlfriend either?" "It's not that I don't have a girlfriend. It's that I don't want to have one." After she responded calmly, she suddenly turned the topic back to Johnson. "Why don't you have a girlfriend after entering college? You were my most trusted student back then. Although you were a little naughty, you never had a relationship." Johnson felt a little uncomfortable and covered his chest and said, "We are all single. Teacher, can you please stop hurting each other? I'm just studying hard and don't have time for a relationship." He said it with confidence, as if he had really devoted himself to studying in high school. Lily heard this. She immediately smiled, folded her hands on the table, and looked at him sharply. Are you really studying hard? You always lose points for your classical Chinese translation, and you always go off topic when writing essays and fill in the blanks in poems. You lose all the points here. Johnson was sweating profusely and immediately interrupted her. Teacher Lily, can we not go to high school? I was wrong. How come you remember it so clearly? Lily smiled slightly. You were the first batch of students I taught, so of course you remember it clearly. You don't know how much pressure I was under at the time. I taught the senior year right from the start, and I couldn't sleep, well, every day. Johnson suddenly stood up and moved closer to Lily. Teacher, you have worked hard. Let me give you a back massage. As he said that, he really started to massage her back, completely disregarding the current occasion. Lily looked at him, feeling helpless. She couldn't express her anger, so she could only roll her eyes helplessly. Johnson, his hand, gently fell on Lily's back, feeling her soft shoulders, and he couldn't help feeling a little confused. He suddenly thought of something inappropriate, and his mind was full of random thoughts. What am I doing? Even Ling Hu Chong can marry Ren Yingying. How can I have such random thoughts in such an occasion? He quickly shook his head and threw away this inappropriate thought. Today is just a formality. There's no need to take it seriously. Lily didn't seem to notice his abnormality and relaxed. You are so eloquent. If you had worked harder in college, wouldn't you have been able to get girls? She looked at him with a slight smile and felt that Johnson's actions were somewhat friendly. Johnson continued to rub her back. Oh, Teacher Lily, you are so beautiful, but you don't have a boyfriend. What a pity. I am here today to ruin your happiness. Lily chuckled and lowered her head. How can I? I didn't want to find one, but my family urged me to do so. As for you, how about I recommend a junior girl to you? She is also a student of mine. She thought about it seriously. She's a sophomore this year, younger than you, so she might be suitable. However, I don't know if she has a boyfriend. Lily didn't take today seriously at all. Instead, she thought it would be a good idea to introduce. Johnson is someone, after all, they're all locals. Johnson's heart sank. You schoolgirl likes me? So you just follow the procedures. I was the same. Alas, I was not allowed to date in high school. I studied computer science in college, and all the girls were already taken. Lily turned her head, and when she heard him say this, her voice suddenly became a little higher. You kid, you want to fall in love? The reason why we didn't allow you to date in high school was for your own good. Being a programmer is pretty good, the job is stable, and the salary is good. Johnson shrugged. Times have changed now. No one likes the little bald guy who works hard. He laughed at himself. Lily was silent for a while, feeling a little hesitant. Maybe the times have really changed. I don't understand the world of students. She suddenly sat up straight, smiled, and said to him, Come on, if you have any troubles, the teacher will help you. Johnson was just saying it casually, but Lily looked so serious with her eyebrows furrowed, like an upside-down 8. She patted her chest and said, I'm a teacher, and it's my duty to listen to my students. Anyway, I don't have any rest today, and it's not convenient to go back. She muttered in a low voice, obviously trying to avoid going home to face her mother's nagging. Johnson sighed and tried to help her find a way out. Teacher Lily, why don't you move out? You've been working for so long. Lily was obviously a little dissatisfied. Teachers don't make money. How can you pick on other people's pain points? You really don't know how to chat. Johnson smiled. I was thinking about the teacher. It's so free to live alone. Lily smiled bitterly after hearing this. And after thinking about it, it seemed to make sense, but I don't make much money a month. I've been working for so long, and all I do is eat and drink. I don't have much savings if I save money. Johnson nodded silently. You've been working for so long, you really should have some space of your own. But that's how life is. Usually, the greatest entertainment is to sleep and have sweet dreams. Lily suddenly changed the subject. Did you join any clubs in college? Johnson curled his lips and said, No, the club is a symbol of bureaucracy. I won't go to sports events. If you don't join any clubs, then your college life will be wasted, right? I like playing games. I'm not interested in other clubs. It will be too monotonous if you don't join any clubs. Young people should exercise more and have fun. Teacher Lily, do you exercise regularly? Johnson asked suddenly. Lily replied angrily. I have to run exercises with the students at 6:30 every morning. At my age, I don't have time to rest. Johnson smiled helplessly and patted her shoulder. Teacher Lily, you've worked so hard. That's right, running with students every day makes me feel like I can run into a grave. Lily smiled bitterly. When Johnson's hand fell on her shoulder, she felt a strange touch. Her shoulders were soft yet firm, and it seemed to move his heart. No, this is not right. Today was just a formal blind date. Why am I thinking about this again? Johnson struggled internally. Lily didn't seem to notice his change, and said with a smile, "But since you've accompanied me on this trip today, this is a good opportunity." She suddenly suggested, "Our school is planning an autumn outing to go hiking. Do you want to go with us? Please help me promote it and talk about college life." Johnson saw her serious look and was a little afraid to refuse. "The teacher called me. Of course I would respond to your request. I could do anything for you." Johnson smiled slyly, as if he had changed his appearance. "Okay, then it's settled. I'll send you a message when the time comes. You must come." Lily smiled and seemed to be in a more relaxed mood. The two talked about college life. Johnson excitedly recounted some embarrassing things that happened in college, which made Lily laugh. It was past 4 in the afternoon when Lily finally picked up her bag and said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." Johnson followed her happily and took out his phone when he arrived at the front desk. A 16 checkout. But Lily stretched out her hand to block his screen and said with a smile, "There's no reason for me to let you treat me." She took out her phone. There were some tiny cracks on the screen. There was a cup of coffee printed on the phone case, which brought a hint of fun. This is also a symbol of the spirit of working people, Lily thought. The waiter smiled and said, "The total is 96. Please scan the code to pay." Johnson was so quick that he paid almost instantly, before Lily even had time to react. It doesn't make sense to ask the teacher to pay. Besides, if Mom knew I asked you to treat me today, she would definitely scold me when she gets home. Lily felt a little warm and was moved when she saw her students doing this. She put away her phone and said with a smile, "I'm taking advantage of the students today." The waiter listened to the conversation between the two and laughed inwardly. He saw a lot of melons every day, but today's melon was really interesting. Lily sent Johnson to the gate of the community, casually pulling her small bag, and whispered, "Participate in more activities. Today's blind date. Just treat it as bad luck." Johnson nodded and smiled. "Actually, I think meeting teacher Lily is really the luckiest thing in 8 lifetimes." Lily was slightly stunned, then glared at him. "You little brat, you're talking nonsense." Johnson pretended to be serious and said, "To be honest, teacher Lily has always been beautiful." Lily was stunned, her face flushed, and she couldn't help but pat Johnson on the back. "How dare you make fun of the teacher? Go home now." Johnson smiled and ran away. "Teacher is more beautiful than Shi Shi and Jiao Chan. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I'm going back. Goodbye, teacher." He ran away, leaving Lily standing there, her face still red. She shook the small bag in her hand and whispered to herself, "Really?" Lily walked into the house leisurely, carrying her bag. She took off her shoes, dropped her bag on the dining table, and laid down on the sofa. The pressure and temperament on her body disappeared instantly, and she looked particularly relaxed. Her mother came out of the kitchen, holding a spatula in her hand. "You're back so early? Is work going well?" she asked. "Broken down." Lily answered without looking back, exhausted. Lily's mother stopped and asked, "What happened? Are you in trouble?" "That's my former student." Lily was a little helpless. "He's 22 now, and I'm 27, Mom." Lily's mother smiled. "It's only 5 years old. It's not a big deal." Lily rolled her eyes. "Mom, could you please stop worrying about this? I don't need a blind date." As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang. It was a message from Johnson. "Teacher, have you arrived home? I'm waiting here. Why haven't you replied yet?" Lily looked at it and felt a little relieved. "We're here. Don't worry. Just have a good rest." Lily's mother took a look at the phone and immediately came over. "Who sent it? Look, he still cares about you. It looks like there's hope." "Mom, that's just the student's concern. It's nothing special." Lily didn't care. On the other side, Johnson was facing his mother's nagging at home. "You came back without inviting anyone to dinner today?" said the mother dissatisfiedly. "Do I dare? He's my high school Chinese teacher." Johnson responded as he reluctantly returned to his room, closed the door, and prepared to continue sleeping in. However, the mother did not give up. "You really don't want to get married? I found another one for you today." Johnson rubbed his eyes. "Is it illegal for me not to get married or what? Can't you just let me have a good sleep over the weekend?" But his mother was already making plans of her own. She opened the curtains to let the bright sunlight shine into the room, forcing Johnson to get up. "Stop it. I'm gonna go take a look and go through the motions." Johnson sighed, changed his clothes, and prepared to go out. At the coffee shop, Johnson sat in a booth by the window and wondered if he had been socializing too much. As the sun shone through the glass onto the tabletop, He couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Just as he was hesitating, the door opened, and it was Lily standing at the door. Johnson was stunned. "Teacher Lily?" He was incredulous. Lily also seemed a little surprised. "Why is it you?" The two people's eyes met, and the atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. "Why are you here too?" Johnson scratched his head awkwardly. Lily smiled softly. "My mother suddenly kicked me out. Let me drink some water first." She picked up the cup on the table and took a sip of water, looking a little tired. Johnson took out his phone and started to check the truth of the matter. He immediately received a message. "Sorry, there are several couples today. Both girls have the last name Chen. One is Wan Xin and the other is Wan Yu. We made a mistake." The two of them listened to the external voice and were silent for a moment. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. "There are so many things I want to complain about. This scene is really outrageous. How can it be so unprofessional? This speed is so fast that it is jaw-dropping. How could they fall in love so quickly? Shouldn't a life decision as important as falling in love be carefully considered?" Johnson looked at the time. It was only 10 minutes after 2. 10 minutes was enough time to get to know the other person deeply. At least he would know the other person's favorite food, colors, clothing styles, favorite games, favorite sports, favorite novels, and hated habits, behaviors, and stars. There is also a superficial exchange of whether you're interested in divination, astrology, and MBTI. Then gradually go deeper and achieve the exchange of deep inner worlds, become friends first, and then consider whether it can develop into a lover. But friends always say that it is because of this idea that Johnson has never been able to find a partner. Johnson doesn't care. He is just like a primitive man with old-fashioned ideas. Look, his favorite star is still Suzuki Hanami from last century. My God, she is so beautiful when she smiles. Johnson took out the menu again and asked, "Teacher Lily, what would you like to drink? Now that things have come to this, let's order first." For some reason, I always feel that this scene is familiar. Lily raised her hand to support her forehead, full of confusion. How could this happen? Her reaction was exactly the same as last time, and she said, "Then I want a banana milkshake." Johnson asked, "Teacher Lily doesn't seem to like coffee." Lily stuck out her tongue playfully and said, "It's too bitter. I'm not used to it. I'm just an old man." Johnson looked at Lily's playful behavior and thought, the teacher is so cute. But then he reminded himself that she is his teacher. But the teacher is really cute. Oops, what am I thinking about? Johnson scanned the code to place his order and ordered himself a cup of osmanthus coffee tea latte, purely because he was curious about the name. Soon, 2 drinks and 2 small cakes were served. Johnson took a sip of coffee, which was much sweeter than expected because it was full of sugar. He couldn't help but ask, "So, teacher, are you really looking for a partner?" Lily looked bitter, shook her head, and said helplessly, "Not at all." Johnson asked cautiously, "Then, teacher, why are you out on a blind date again?" Lily took a deep breath and said with emotion, "When you reach my age, you will understand. Whether you like it or not, you will be driven out." She propped her face up with her hands and continued to complain, "My former classmates are all married, and they attend weddings every day with gifts. I really don't understand what the benefit of getting married is. Is it just to eat more at the wedding banquet and eat back the money for the gifts?" Johnson quickly waved his hands and complained, "Teacher, you can't eat this back unless your boyfriend is a big eater." Johnson is very sharp when it comes to complaining. Lily scratched her hair in annoyance, not caring that she was in front of the students, and looked very mad. She asked back, "What about you?" Johnson replied helplessly, "I was also driven out. My weekends." The two of them lay on the table, helpless. Especially Lily. She ate the matcha cake with a small fork, crying silently, and sighed, "I finally got a day off, but it's all gone." Johnson felt the same way. The school implemented a big and small week system, with only 1 day off per week and only 1 day off per month. High school teachers are really hardworking. The working hours are much longer than those of ordinary people. Being a class teacher is even more miserable. What's more, it is Lily's first time as a class teacher. It's like being roasted on a fire. Johnson suddenly had an idea and suggested, "Teacher, how about we go to the movies?" Lily was stunned for a moment and looked up. Johnson continued, "You have nothing to do this afternoon, and the person you're dating is already attracted to you. So why not go watch a movie?" Lily suddenly recalled the scene of going to the movies with her students. She felt inexplicably weird and wondered if she should refuse. At this time, Johnson had already taken out his cell phone and was searching on the table. He asked, "Teacher Lily, take a look. What do you think of this movie?" Johnson Chose is a historical film that tells the story of a genius scientist during World War II, which has been very popular recently. Lily thought for a moment. She had been planning to watch this movie. On the one hand, it was because she was interested in current affairs, and on the other hand, she had always been interested in historical works. So it was a good choice. Johnson urged, "Teacher Lily, it's my treat. Let's go." Lily remembered that Johnson had just spent money yesterday and felt bad. She said firmly, "Fine, but I'll treat you this time, Johnson. Don't compete with the teacher. It will be embarrassing if people knew that I took advantage of the students." She quickly took out her phone, selected the show, and said, "It's settled, the 3 o'clock show, just in time for us to go there after we finish eating." Lily thought to herself, it's just a historical movie with students, not a bloody romance movie. There is nothing to worry about, and she is at peace with herself. Glancing at Johnson's innocent and generous eyes, I felt that he probably didn't think much about it. He just met me by chance and wanted to kill time. However, after sitting down in the cinema, Lily regretted her decision. The cinema space was more private than she had imagined. Looking back, she seemed to have never watched a movie with a boy alone. The first time was with her own student. What was going on? She blamed her mother and the matchmaker. She sat down in her seat with a heavy heart. Johnson didn't have as complicated a mind as Lily. He just thought that if he went home, he would definitely not be able to escape his mother's nagging, so he might as well take a walk outside before going back. The lights in the theater dimmed, and the screen lit up. In Johnson's peripheral vision, Teacher Lily's long eyelashes trembled slightly, just twice. The light fell on the edge of her round-frame glasses and reflected on her beautiful eyes, as if shining through a carefully polished gem. The distance between the two people was shortened physically. When they leaned slightly to the side to talk, their elbows would touch each other. As the lights went out, the atmosphere in the theater seemed to become more charming. Teacher Lily's hairstyle today is different from yesterday. Her hair is tied up. Johnson knows that when Teacher Lily finds it troublesome or is busy with work, she will tie her hair like this, which is much more convenient. But when sitting next to her, I could see her slender neck and a few playful short strands of hair. Johnson felt a little nervous for no apparent reason. His usual carefree appearance was now only on the surface. He was in a state of panic, which was completely different from the nervousness during the exam. His hand became stiff, and he didn't know where to put them. At this moment, he realized more and more clearly that Teacher Lily is an extremely beautiful person, and besides being a teacher, she has a different kind of charm. Could it be that the atmosphere is affected, like the suspension bridge effect, where two people who meet on a suspension bridge will have their heartbeats speed up and then mistakenly think that it is a heartbeat? Lily seemed to notice Johnson's gaze, turned around, and happened to meet his eyes. She asked softly, "What's wrong?" Johnson felt guilty instantly. Could it be that he didn't wipe his mouth clean after eating the matcha cake? He turned his head in panic and said repeatedly, "Nothing, nothing." Lily saw his hasty turn of head. She paused for a moment, and her heartbeat inexplicably quickened. She quickly turned her head and looked at the screen. What was going on at the moment? This strange atmosphere was really hard to understand. The sound of the movie gradually drowned out the surrounding environment, and as the plot progressed, the two people occasionally communicated in low voices. Does watching a movie with your teacher feel a bit like attending class? No, I really like this kind of film that seems calm, but is actually turbulent. Core, you've graduated, there's no need to be a student anymore. Just chat casually. Well, the core of the story is the relationship between people. There are also movies that feature one person as the main character. I feel like it's also a story between people, but it's expressed through one person's isolation. Johnson's words were somewhat philosophical. Lily smiled. Where did you learn that from? Of course I learned it from you. Johnson smiled even sweeter, and it was obvious that the filming went very smoothly. Lily sighed helplessly. You really know how to flatter. Johnson blinked. But teacher, Zhao Gao is not a good person. You don't want me to compete with him, do you? Lily smiled. History says he also had a daughter. As the movie progresses, the two people are immersed in the conversation, and the atmosphere around them becomes subtle. Lily and Johnson seem to have subtly changed. She used to be on top, the teacher of her students, and Johnson looked up to her. Now, the scales seem to be more balanced. Johnson didn't expect to watch a movie with Teacher Lily, nor did he expect that the two of them would chat so easily. Lily also began to notice this. No matter what she said, Johnson could always pick up the thread, and the atmosphere became more intimate. However, suddenly, an unexpected sex scene appeared on the movie screen. Although it was well concealed, The plot hint was self-evident. Lily's face instantly turned red, the air froze, and both of them stopped talking. Some slight exclamations were heard in the cinema. Lily's fingertips trembled slightly. Her mind was in a mess, and she wished she could disappear immediately. The embarrassment of this moment is even more frustrating than watching inappropriate programs at home with your parents. Johnson was also stunned for a moment, but he remained calm and tried to ease the embarrassment in a calm tone. European and American movies are like this. Teacher, you haven't seen enough. Although he tried to break the silence, Lily still did not respond and just lowered her head and watched the movie silently. The rest of the movie seemed to last exceptionally long, and by the end of the movie, Lily still hadn't recovered from that moment of embarrassment. When the movie ended and the lights came on, Johnson came back to his senses and felt a dazzling light. Although the movie was shocking, Johnson's mind was half on Lily. Let's go. Lily patted his arm, breaking the silence. Johnson immediately regained his smile. Teacher, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll treat you. Lily reached out and tapped his forehead. Go home. We'll have dinner at my house tonight. It won't waste your money. She suddenly felt an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart, thinking that if the two of them continued, things might get out of control. But she remained rational. Although Johnson's invitation seemed to be well-intentioned, she felt the quietly growing affection. You're so sorry? Lily laughed softly. Stop making such useless gestures. Aren't you happy that the teacher is helping you save money? Johnson was speechless for a moment, knowing that nothing he could say would change her mind. Lily finished speaking. She picked up her bag and walked towards her car. Johnson looked at her back with a bit of disappointment, and mixed emotions surged in his heart. When leaving, Lily looked back and saw that Johnson had disappeared from her sight. She suddenly smiled and continued walking towards home. The next day, as soon as Johnson entered the office, he met his best friend David. David was a typical playboy, and Johnson knew something was up as soon as he saw him. Did teacher Lily go on a blind date yesterday? David asked with a proud look on his face. Johnson's heart tightened, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. David came closer. I heard she's dressed up beautifully. I really want to see what her blind date is like. Johnson's heart skipped a beat, and he felt something was wrong, but he didn't dare to ask more questions and could only pretend not to care. Johnson stared at David, as if he could see through him. What? Gossip? David like a dead fish, making the other person feel creepy. David finally couldn't stand the strange look and muttered, If you don't want to give it to me, then I'll share this gossip with you for free. As he spoke, he quickly took out his phone and swiped his finger across the screen. There are photos in the group, but unfortunately there are only backs of the men, and we don't know who the man is. David opened the group chat, turned his phone screen toward Johnson, and urged, Take a look. Johnson looked at the photo, which was so blurry that it looked like it was taken with a rusty iron door handle. He instantly felt relieved, but he still asked knowingly, How can you tell it's teacher Lily? Who is the man? Johnson, the man involved, complained his heart. Who is so gossipy? Teacher Lily is not a celebrity. Why is there someone acting as a paparazzi? Can everyone put their minds back on studying? Johnson pretended to be calm, complained to himself, and opened Teams to check the messages. As expected, most of the messages were company news that had nothing to do with him. The only useful one was the meeting notice at 10:30 a.m. He cursed in his heart. Another meeting. After more than 2 months in the job, Johnson is no longer a rookie in the workplace. He has gradually adapted to the company's pace. His daily work basically consists of meetings, coding, and occasional training, such as oral training. After all, the company often interacts with foreign-funded enterprises. In meetings, foreigners speak English that is difficult to understand. That accent is more troublesome than curry-flavored English. David shrugged helplessly and said, How would I know who the man is? I'm not a know-it-all. By the way, I heard there will be a class reunion soon, and they will invite high school teachers. Will you come? Johnson has never been keen on class reunions, as he always feels that meeting up again is awkward. Let my fond memories of my high school classmates stay at the moment of graduation, he said. David insisted, patting Johnson on the shoulder. It seems that teacher Lily will be here too. Come on, this is a great opportunity to gossip. Let's go together. Johnson was groaning inwardly, thinking, You're having fun, but the protagonist of your fun is right in front of you. He quickly made an excuse. No, my mom has been... Just as he was about to say that his mom arranged a blind date, he suddenly realized that this was not exposing himself. He swallowed the words back. David asked curiously, Were you planning? Johnson rolled his eyes, looked up at the ceiling, and made up a lie. I'm planning to make sausages. David curled his lips in disbelief. Making sausages in October? Do you think I'm stupid? Well, if you don't want to go, forget it. David always felt that Johnson was acting strange these days. He was distracted when playing games, so he couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Johnson quickly waved him away. "Go away, I'm fine." Johnson was bored at work, staring at the screen, occasionally moving his fingers. Front-end development work is not difficult. It mainly involves meeting customer needs. He can handle the work of many programs, mobile terminals and web terminals, and asks seniors for advice when he encounters a problem. Johnson is sweet-talking and knows how to handle things. He always has snacks in his drawer and a small stool hidden in the mezzanine, and he is very popular in the office. David left. A little girl with a ponytail, wearing a khaki long skirt, a white shirt, and a plaid sleeveless sweater came over. Her name is James, an office colleague. She has an oval face and looks like a delicate white fox in the snow. The teardrop mole at the corner of her right eye adds a bit of charm to her. She often makes witty remarks in a serious manner. James and Johnson are both recent graduates. They quickly became familiar with each other after joining the company and even went to an amusement park together. James skillfully pulled out a small stool from the mezzanine and sat down next to Johnson, his head level with the armrest. Johnson looked around and reminded him, "You're slacking off again. Aren't you afraid of being caught by the boss?" James' tone was as cold as the surface of a lake in winter. "I'm here to discuss something with you. Do you have any snacks?" Johnson pointed to the drawer. "Yes, take them yourself." James was not polite. He opened the drawer and took out a Fujiya lollipop. He tore open the package and put it in his mouth. He said, "You really have everything here. I won't eat your food for nothing. I'll give you this." She took out a card from her bag and placed it mysteriously on Johnson's desk. Johnson widened his eyes and said warily, "I'm a serious person. Don't give me strange cards. I don't do anything illegal, and I resist things that have no emotional basis." James rolled his eyes at him and said speechlessly, "Who asked you about this? What are you thinking? This is a shopping voucher for the dessert shop." Johnson picked up the card, which read, "Allele, with this coupon, you can choose any small cake in our store." He had bought cakes from this store before, and although the cakes were small, they were made with solid ingredients and tasted great. Johnson put the card in his trouser pocket and thanked him. James gave a thumbs up and said, "You're welcome. Use it to buy a cake for your good sister." Johnson was puzzled. "Where's my good sister?" James tilted his head, his hair falling naturally. "Didn't you go on a date this weekend?" Johnson's face flashed with surprise. "Huh? Who said that?" James bit his lollipop and said confidently, "I guessed. Women's intuition. You didn't play games for 2 days, so I guess you went on a date. It was written on your face." Johnson's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he exaggerated. "Are you kidding me? How can this be written on the face? Was it written with a brush or a ballpoint pen?" James chuckled. "It was written with women's shower gel." Johnson complained, "Why does this sound so weird?" James smiled, patted his butt, and stood up. "Just let your imagination run wild. Pay attention to your image in the office. It's really interesting to chat with you. I'll come to see you later." She put away the small stool and put it back on the mezzanine, then trotted back to her workstation as if she had completed a daily task. Johnson was full of doubts, not understanding what was so interesting about himself. He just thought that women were too scary. How could they guess this? It was just watching a movie with Teacher Lily. How could it be considered a date? Johnson looked at himself in the small mirror on the table, and the only thing in the mirror was his lifeless face at work. The autumn rain always lasts for a long time. In just 1 week, it has already rained several times. On Thursday night, Johnson sat at home. The rain fell outside the window, hitting the iron shed and leaves, making a pattering sound. The window was open, and the cool breeze blew into the room with the autumn air. Johnson actually likes rain, as long as it doesn't rain suddenly when he's commuting to work. This kind of rain sound is especially suitable for opening a quiet game, slowly mining, building your own cabin, or making a cup of hot coffee and reading a cozy novel. Of course, this is just an enjoyment when staying at home. For those who are still at work, sudden rain is a bit troublesome. At Anqing No. 7 Middle School, the senior high school teaching building was brightly lit. In the office, Lily was marking test papers. She turned the red pen in her hand, glanced out the window, and then looked at the white cloth shoes on her feet. Her heart skipped a beat, and she said to herself, "It's over." Lily always felt that her walking posture was a little peculiar. Whenever it rains, your shoes will get soaked, especially on the roads paved with square red and green bricks. It is simply a depth charge. If you step on it carelessly, mud and water will splash up instantly, just like a modern military landmine. I don't know which evil guy laid it. She silently took out her cell phone and checked the time. It was already 9:30, and the students still had half an hour before get out of class was over, so she would have to wait until then to go home. Lily quietly posted a status on her space, "When it rains, it pours." She also posted a picture with the words, "I will really wither," a bright red background, a bent flower, and a glittering special effect, giving it a retro feel. When posting, she deliberately chose to make it invisible to colleagues and students' parents, blocking leaders, colleagues, and students' parents. In fact, it might not matter if she didn't block them, as there were not many colleagues in her space, and WeChat Moments was the hardest hit area, where basically nothing could be posted. If she distributed something, her colleagues would come to inquire about it the next day, and the students' parents would ask about her well-being when they saw it. She felt that it was unnecessary, and it was nothing more than occasional grumbling and complaining. Sometimes when she really can't hold back and wants to talk, she'll post a status update visible only to herself or complain to her former besties. But my best friend is married and has children. Every time I look for her, it's either the baby is crying again, I'm going to feed the baby, or oh my God, let me show you my baby, his hands are so small. Or even my child can call me mommy now. When he grows up, let him recognize you as his godmother. And in the end, it always turns into, when are you going to find a partner? There is a single section chief in my husband's department who is 30 years old, young, and promising. Let me introduce him to you. The topic would always turn to helping her find a partner. Lily was too resistant to this kind of thing. When it came to this, she felt that the word age was too hurtful. No matter how she avoided it, the cold number reminded her that she had reached this age. Maybe I shouldn't be so anxious. People often say on the internet that you shouldn't be anxious about time and should live naturally. Just as she was thinking, Lily saw a figure flash past the window. It was her student, who quickly walked into the office. She quickly put the phone back on the table. The student trotted over, holding the 3 years of college entrance examination, 5 years of simulation, and asked, "Teacher, I have a few small questions to ask you." Lily took the thick book and read it carefully, not noticing that a message just popped up on her phone. On the other side, Johnson was looking at his phone, and several messages popped up one after another. "Dude, hurry up and go online to find the nether fortress in hell to farm blaze rods to make potions." Johnson thought for a moment and replied, "You guys fight first. I'm not feeling well. I'm going to sleep." The brothers immediately sent a few contemptuous emojis. "Don't rush, buddy. Rushing so late is not good for your health. Why don't you come with us to find a blaze rod?" David and James in the group. James's words were even more outrageous. "Let me watch and see." On the internet, everyone speaks casually. James usually has this female gangster tone, and under her beautiful appearance, she hides the heart of a nerd. Johnson complained helplessly, "You are simply sick. I really feel uncomfortable, and I'm going to sleep." Then he received a short response, "Stand still." Johnson walked out of the bedroom and saw his mother watching TV in the living room. "Where's my dad?" he asked. His mother replied, "He's asleep." Johnson picked up his father's car keys from the table. "Then I'm going out for a while." His mother looked at him suspiciously. "You're going out in the rain?" Johnson said, "Oh, I'm hungry. Go buy something. I'm leaving with the car. Do you want something to eat? I'll bring it to you." Mom said, "You're losing weight." Johnson thought to himself, I don't understand why a person in his 40s would keep saying he wants to lose weight, but he didn't dare say it out loud. He casually put on a black coat and walked into the parking lot. He pressed the key unlock button, and a white Corolla's headlights came on, illuminating the dim underground parking lot with orange light. This car was bought by his family when he was in junior high school. It has been 10 years now. Usually, his father doesn't drive it, so he drives it himself, which is convenient for living at home. Johnson got into the car, turned on the Bluetooth speaker to play some music, and drove towards Anqing No. 7 Middle School. He was very familiar with this road and could drive it with his eyes closed. After driving for about 10 minutes, Johnson saw a traffic jam ahead from afar. He slapped his head and forgot about it. He opened the car window and looked around. The lights of the Alil dessert shop on the corner were still on. Johnson reached into his trouser pocket and took out the coupon James had given him. He simply parked the car in front of the dessert shop, got out, and walked in. The shop was much warmer, and the air was filled with the earthy aroma of peanut roots. The clerk saw him come in and asked with a smile, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Johnson handed over the coupon. Is this still valid? The clerk took it and checked it. Sure, we only have the matcha flavor left. Which one do you want? There were 2 small matcha-flavored cakes under the transparent counter. Johnson took out his phone again. Take both. I'll buy another one. Please pack it up. The clerk skillfully took out the cake, put it in a green and white bag, and handed it to him. Johnson scanned the code to pay. A small cake cost 18 yuan, which was really not cheap. He carried the cake back to the car. The low beam of the car was on. The rain splashed in the light, and the wipers swayed left and right, as if following the rhythm of the car's stereo. It was exactly 10 o'clock, and he planned to wait a while before leaving. He didn't know what he was waiting for. Why did he suddenly come out? He thought that maybe teacher Lily was working overtime, or she might have gone home, and maybe she didn't need his help at all. But since he was out to buy a cake, it wouldn't matter if he waited a little longer. At 10:05, day students swarmed out of the school gate, and the streets became lively instantly. Students enthusiastically discussed the day's lessons and interesting things, and some talked about academics and small fantasies. Johnson stayed in the car, looking out the window quietly. Another 5 minutes passed, and there were fewer people outside. Johnson felt that he might have waited in vain, thinking that there would be no one outside at this time, but he still decided to wait a little longer. At 10:25, Johnson checked his phone and looked out the window. There was only drizzle, and the drugstore on the corner was alone with its lights on in the rainy night. At 10:30, Johnson was about to start the car when a beautiful figure holding a white umbrella came into view. Johnson immediately rolled down the window and shouted, "Teacher Lily." Lily was in a hurry to get to her destination. If she was late, she might miss the last subway at 11 o'clock. It would take some time to walk to the subway station. She was holding an umbrella when she suddenly heard a familiar voice and thought she had misheard it. When she looked up, her eyes lit up instantly. "Johnson, why are you here?" Johnson shook the paper bag containing the small cake in his hand. "I came out to buy food." "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you, Teacher Lily here." Lily also thought it was a coincidence. "It's true, what a coincidence." Johnson pointed to the car door. "Teacher Lily, please get in the car. I'll take you home." Lily folded her umbrella and swiftly sat in the passenger seat. She couldn't help but sigh. "Wow, I'm so lucky. It seems that God is still taking care of me." After that, she gently closed the car door. "Is this your car?" She looked at Johnson, who was standing beside her. Johnson put the small cake in the back seat to make room for Lily and explained with a smile. "How can it be possible? It's my father's car, an antique, and it's been 10 years. Teacher Lily, do you like listening to music? What kind of music do you like?" Lily was a little shy and whispered, "I like to listen to some old songs. I guess you're not interested." As she said that, she folded up the umbrella and placed it between her feet. Johnson shook the phone and said quickly, "I like to listen to it. I love old songs very much. What kind of songs do you like? How old? It won't be classical piano ones, right?" Lily smoothed the ends of her hair, which were a little wet, and explained, "No, the classical piano is too old. It's a Cantonese song from the last century like Best Loser. Have you heard it?" Johnson responded excitedly, "You must have heard it. Who doesn't know Eason Chan's songs?" As he spoke, his fingers skillfully searched on NetEase cloud music, and a melancholy melody instantly flowed in the car. On a rainy day, he was driving, listening to music, and there was a beautiful girl beside him. Although the girl was his teacher, Johnson did not dare to have any improper thoughts, but the atmosphere was still romantic. Johnson released the handbrake and reminded, "Teacher, remember to fasten your seatbelt." Lily fastened it as she was told. The safety belt passed from her shoulders across her chest to her left hip, outlining her graceful figure. Johnson got a glimpse of it and shuddered. He secretly despised himself. Bah, how could I have such thoughts about my teacher? He quickly looked straight ahead and concentrated on driving. Lily seemed to remember something, sat up straight, and suddenly asked, "Is it okay for me to sit in the front passenger seat? Does your family have a rule that outsiders are not allowed to sit in the front passenger seat? How about I sit in the back? But it doesn't seem appropriate to sit in the back either." Johnson started the car and said with a smile, "How could it be possible? My dad is almost 50. How can he cheat on me?" Lily was amused. "If you make up stories about your dad like this, he will beat you up if he knows about it, right?" Johnson looked ahead, the white low-beam headlights illuminating the road ahead in the drizzle. Because of the long wait, there were few vehicles nearby, and there was only an endless stretch of road. "I was beaten since I was a child, so my skin is thick and tough. It doesn't hurt when he hits me now. The two started chatting about this. Does it really not hurt? Your butt is covered with calluses, right? Yes, teacher. Have you seen my fair princess? It's like Xiao Yanzi, who is beaten with a stick every day, and she became experienced after being beaten so many times. Do you still watch my fair princess? You don't look like someone born in the 2000s, but more like someone from the same generation as me. It's not a generation difference. We're just a few years apart. My mom likes to watch it, so I watch it too. It's not a generation difference. What you were talking about are all old things. Really? Then teacher Lily, who has seen these. I'm also an old hand. Lily immediately understood the hidden meaning of Johnson's words and interrupted him. She muttered in her heart, "This kid really has bad intentions." Johnson said quickly, "I didn't say that. The teacher is young and beautiful, not an old thing." Lily said, "Puh, don't tell the teacher if you're trying to coax a little girl." The playlist automatically switched, and the melody of Long Time No See sounded. The rain continued to hit the window glass, making a dull sound. Lily looked to the right, and the rain gathered into thin lines on the glass and slowly slid down. The street lights receded one by one, illuminating her profile. At that moment, the glass reflected Johnson's serious driving. Lily subconsciously reached out to touch the glass and felt a chill on her fingertips. She couldn't help but sneeze. Johnson heard it, glanced at it, and stretched out his right hand to the air conditioning button. "Oh, teacher, did you catch a cold? I'll turn on the air conditioner right away." "It's only autumn. How come you're cold?" He added, "There's toilet paper in the front layer." While muttering to himself, his hands moved swiftly, and he quickly turned on the hot air conditioner. Lily glared at him, opened the compartment, and blew her nose with a tissue. "Alas, as I get older, my body becomes weaker." Johnson suggested, "Drink some hot tea, teacher." I saw that Teacher Zhang and the others were making tea. Mr. Zhang was my former math teacher. He became an outstanding young man in his 30s. He often wore black clothes and held a thermos cup to make tea. Lily stuffed the used paper in her pocket. Teacher Zhang is now Director Zhang. He is young and promising. "I don't like tea. I find it bitter." Johnson was stunned. "So impressive. When will you be promoted? What do you think of Teacher Zhang? Is he still single?" Lily waved her hands quickly. "Don't try to matchmake the teacher. You know Teacher Zhang's temper. I don't want to have an office romance." Johnson thought about it and felt that Teacher Zhang's temper was indeed a bit scary. The two chatted all the way. The journey was not long, about 2 subway stops away, which was just the time for 2 songs. Soon, Johnson sent Lily to Lichuan Home Community. Johnson had been here before. That time, a few classmates said they were going to visit their teacher, and he came along, which scared Lily. Based on his vague memory, he asked, "Is it Unit 2, Building 3? Lily nodded yes. The car stopped in front of the apartment building. Lily thanked him. "Thanks, without you today, the teacher will definitely get her shoes wet again." She reached out to open the car door, but Johnson quickly stopped her. "Wait a minute." Lily turned around and met Johnson's gaze and was startled. "What's wrong?" At this time, the ambient lights in the car lit up, and the warm yellow light sprinkled down, accompanied by lingering Cantonese songs, just like a scene from a low-cost romance drama. A car is a private space, even more so than a coffee shop. A coffee shop has a thin curtain that can be opened with a hand. When the car door is locked, the two people are very close, with a distance of only 30 centimeters between the front seats, creating an ambiguous atmosphere. The whole world was isolated outside by the car door. Wind, rain, and scorching sun had nothing to do with this small world. There were only Johnson and Lily inside. Lily suddenly became nervous. She saw Johnson slowly stretching out his right hand, as if he was coming towards her. Instantly, Lily's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. "Johnson, what does he want to do?" "She is his teacher." Johnson's right hand suddenly turned, and he reached toward the back row and grabbed the green and white paper bag. "Teacher, I bought a small cake. How about taking it home to try?" His face was still playful. Lily breathed a sigh of relief, and a blush crept up her cheeks. "Ah, thank you." Johnson handed the small paper bag to her and said with a smile, "Teacher likes matcha flavor. There is matcha cake in it." Lily wanted to refuse, but Johnson stuffed the cake in her hands and kept saying, "Teacher is tired from work. Eat something to replenish your body." Lily responded with a yes and quickly said, "Ah, thank you. You wait for me a moment." She opened the car door, picked up the umbrella at her feet, and hurried into the corridor without opening it, leaving Johnson with a confused look on his face. Lily hurried her steps, as if to cover up her blushing face. After entering the elevator, she stretched out her stiff fingers and pressed the button for the fourth floor. Her home is at 403, and the elevator quickly reached the fourth floor. After the door opened, Lily held the cake in one hand and searched for the key in her small purse with the other. It took her a while to find it, but her hand slipped and the key fell to the ground with a click. The sound-controlled light in the corridor lit up. Lily was secretly annoyed. Why am I so panicky? Actually, she was very happy that Johnson sent her off tonight. But at the end, she always felt that the atmosphere became subtle. Maybe she was overthinking and just imagining things. After all, Johnson didn't do anything inappropriate. Lily's cheeks were hot, and she squatted down to pick up the key and open the door. Only the small light in the kitchen was on. It seemed that her parents had gone to bed. When she came back late, her parents would always leave a light on, fearing that she would find herself in the dark. Lily put the small bag on the table and rummaged through the boxes in the living room. She found a small bag with beautiful packaging. The words flower tea were written on it, and the pattern was artistic and fresh. She took the bag, picked up the key on the table, and went downstairs. The car was still parked there. Lily breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Johnson, who was looking around with a confused face. For some reason, looking at his stupid look, Lily smiled. Lily walked into the rain, leaned against the car door, and said, "Thank you for picking me up. Take this back and drink it. It's easy to catch a cold in the autumn. Drink some scented tea to warm your body. Be good, you're welcome." Her tone was gentle, but the word "be good" was full of murderous power to anyone who heard it, but Lily herself didn't realize it. Johnson was stunned for a moment and saw the misty rain falling on Lily's hair and quickly stood up to take it. "Thank you, Teacher Lily. Please don't stand in the rain." "Oh, my luck is something I have accumulated in 8 lifetimes. Teacher, please go back soon." Lily watched Johnson take it, listened to his exaggerated words, smiled again, turned around, and ran into the corridor, her white cloth shoes splashing water in the rain. Lily stood in the corridor and turned to wave at Johnson. "I'm going upstairs. Go back and be careful. Drive slowly. Send me a message when you arrive." She was full of worries. Driving so late at night always made people feel uneasy. Johnson shouted out the window, "Don't worry, Teacher Lily, goodbye." After saying that, he looked at Lily again and slowly started the car. Lily stood at the entrance of the corridor, hiding from the rain, and watched the car disappear into the rainy night. She went upstairs with peace of mind until she could no longer see the car and kept saying to herself, "I just care about my students, and my students just care about me." Lily turned on her phone and saw several messages. "If you have space, please like and leave a message, and if you care, please ask." One of the messages was from Johnson and was posted at 21:35. "Teacher Lily, is it raining and you didn't bring an umbrella? I'm nearby and can give you a ride." Lily stared at her phone and suddenly realized that there was no such thing as a coincidence. It turned out that Johnson had been waiting. She felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Her heartbeat accelerated, but she couldn't express it in words. She touched her head and warned herself not to think too much. Forget it, she would ask him later. At 11 p.m., Johnson returned home and the lights were still on. He changed in his slippers while carrying a small cake and asked, "Mom, you're still awake?" Joe's mother replied, "I'm watching TV. Why did you take so long to buy something?" Johnson said, "Oh, it's hard to buy small cakes when it rains. You can try some." Then he put the extra small cakes in the living room and said, "I've tried it. It tastes good and fresh." Joe's mother waved her hand. "It's 11 o'clock. I'm on a diet." Johnson said, "If you want to lose weight, it's okay to eat one more bite. 2 bites are also okay, and 3 bites won't make you fat. Only when you are full can you have the energy to lose weight." It was a very unreasonable and confident statement. Jomar rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are the only one who can talk. Forget it, try it." Johnson is really good at fooling people. His friends often say that it would be a waste of talent if he didn't do sales. He can make the dead alive with his mouth. If it were the Warring States period, Su Qin and Zhang, he would have to stand aside. Of course, this statement is a bit exaggerated. Johnson returned to the room and took out his mobile phone before he remembered to reply to Lily's message. He sent a message, "Teacher, I'm home." Lily replied quickly, "That's good. Go to bed early. You still have to go to work tomorrow." "So have you been waiting there all day?" Lily was filled with worry. If Johnson was waiting for her, for some reason, she was worried, mixed with other emotions. Johnson replied, "No, I bought some stuff and thought since I'm at school, I'd ask the teacher if I need any help." Lily typed, But I didn't reply you. If I didn't reply and you kept waiting, that would be bad. Johnson made a small emoji, looking up with sweat on his face. How could that be? I'm not stupid. I won't wait forever. Anyway, I won't get wet in the car. Playing with my phone is also waiting. If I wait, I'll help the teacher. If I don't wait, I'll leave after a while. Lily felt that this was the case, but she was confused. She scratched her head, wondering what was going on. Her fingers moved nervously and happily on the table. Well, thank you anyway, and go to bed early. Johnson sent a dog salute emoji and then sent good night. Lily looked at the dog, smiled, and also replied, good night. The next day, Johnson was sitting in his office when David approached him mysteriously and asked, what did you do last night? Johnson looked puzzled and said, what did I do? David pointed at him and said, that's too much. You said last night that you were not feeling well and would not come to play games. But at 11:30, I saw you playing 2077 online on Steam. Johnson had an awkward expression, as if he had said good night to his partner, but met him again in the canyon. He couldn't sleep yesterday, so he went online to do some quests and walk around Night City. But he didn't expect to be caught. David covered his chest with a look of grief. You are not right. You are really not right recently. Johnson immediately retorted, what's wrong with me? I'm normal. His voice was full of confidence. David looked Johnson up and down, left and right, with a look that seemed to see through him. You must be hiding something from me. Johnson looked determined and swore, absolutely not. But David would not give up. David approached like a detective dog, first sniffing around Johnson's neck, then sniffing his clothes, looking extremely strange. Johnson looked disgusted and pouted. Brother, what are you doing? Don't be like that, it's disgusting. David looked serious and said, I'm smelling your clothes to see if you have any perfume, the kind that women use, like the scent of cedar and papyrus. People with fiery personalities would use rose-scented perfume. Johnson was speechless and replied coldly, you are crazy. David, however, looked sharp and said loudly, I guessed it right. You are broken. Johnson was too lazy to pay attention to this funny guy, and he just said he twice in response. David said seriously, people do laugh when they are speechless. David supported his forehead with his hands and began to brag. With my many years of emotional experience. Johnson interrupted mercilessly. What about your experience of being a scumbag? In Johnson's eyes, what David was doing was not a relationship. He got together with a beautiful girl yesterday and broke up with her today due to emotional discord. No one would believe it. David shrugged and tried to defend himself. Don't say that. It's something we both agreed on. So how can it be called scumbag? Come on, I'll teach you a few tricks. Johnson looked contemptuous and said coldly, you say it. David's expression changed instantly, pointing at Johnson and shouting, you are really up to something. I told you a lesson, but you actually listened. Normally, you would have refuted me. Johnson remained calm, leaned back in his chair, and turned around, mocking, I want to see what comes out of your dog's mouth. Ivory, you're like a peacock looking for a mate. You have to show off your feathers. If you're not allowed to show them, you will feel suffocated. David touched his chin and asked in confusion, why do you feel so aggressive today? Johnson clicked the mouse, opened the email as usual, and asked back, are you aggressive? This is how he and David usually get along. If they don't attack each other, they always feel like something is missing. David put his arm around Johnson's shoulders and said mysteriously, let me tell you, there are 3 main points to chasing a girl. He held up 3 fingers and said, quick, accurate, and ruthless. It takes only a short time for a man and a woman to develop feelings for each other. You have to accurately understand the woman's preferences and dare to take her to a hotel. Johnson cast a contemptuous look at her again and said disdainfully, you are in love? It's obviously for the lower body, so cheap. David patted Johnson on the shoulder and said shamelessly, let's be honest, if a girl scolds me like this, I'll feel good. But what I said is not wrong. Johnson waved his hands impatiently, as if to shoo away a fly. Because of people like you, no one is into pure love anymore in society. I'm a pure love warrior. I'll kill them all with one shot. Go away. Just as David, the fly, was driven away, the little bee James came. If David is like a fly, then James is like a little bee. He flapped his wings, trotted to Johnson's side, pulled out a small stool from the mezzanine, and sat down. James opened Johnson's drawer with familiarity, took out a bag of konjac, and ate it without hesitation. Johnson said helplessly, why do you all like to come to me? James looked up at him and said with a smile, It's fun to talk to you. Johnson looked around and said cautiously, Hey, it's my money that's confiscated if I get caught. James slurped the konjac into his mouth and said nonchalantly, Luckily, it wasn't mine. Don't worry, I checked when I came here, and the leaders were all in a meeting. I came here to ask you a question. Johnson said while typing the code, Go ahead. James asked curiously, Is the cake delicious? Johnson didn't eat it, but lied. It's delicious. Thank you very much. James glanced at him and didn't realize he was lying. James continued, By the way, they're going to play script killing tomorrow. Do you want to come? Johnson thought about it and said, No, I'm tired at work, and playing a game like script killing is not relaxing at all. James finished eating the konjac, wiped his mouth, and asked, You don't like playing script killing games? Johnson nodded. It's about the same. I feel that werewolf and script killing games are both very tiring. James leaned on the edge of the table and said with some regret, I think so too, but it feels a lot less interesting without you. What are you doing tomorrow? Johnson had already agreed to go on the fall outing with his teacher, but he made up a story. Oh, my family is making sausages, and I have to help. James clapped his hands excitedly when he heard it. Then how about I go to your house to help? Johnson froze for a moment. James glanced at him quickly, as if he saw through his lie. He smiled and said, I was just kidding. It's awkward to go to someone else's house all of a sudden. Why do you seem a little nervous? Johnson was speechless for a moment and quickly said, No. James stood up, patted Johnson on the shoulder, and said, When the sausages are ready, give me some a try. After that, he put away the stool, turned around, and left. Johnson let out a long sigh. In his opinion, James was the most difficult to deal with because of his eccentric little fox. He really didn't know what was going on in her head. If he had known, he would have just told her that he had an appointment tomorrow. But for some reason, he always felt an inexplicable force in his heart that made it difficult for him to say it out loud. I'm going on an autumn outing with my high school Chinese teacher tomorrow. She's so pretty. Johnson muttered to himself. There's nothing wrong between me and my teacher. Why should I be so nervous? Johnson was busy working, but he was thinking about what to wear tomorrow. He picked up his phone, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message. Teacher Lily, do you need me to prepare anything for tomorrow? Lily replied quickly. Well, just prepare the people. Johnson couldn't help but smile, thinking that Teacher Lily's words were really interesting. It was like she was old but still trying hard to cater to the young people's sense of humor. She was pretending to be humorous, which was quite cute. There are many kinds of cuteness. One is that people find their behavior cute because it is different from usual. Another is that people of the opposite sex find each other cute because they are good friends. And another is that people find small animals cute because they are moved by their cuteness. Teacher Lily belongs to the first kind. Her special behavior makes her personality cute. Johnson also asked about the time and place to make sure it was correct. Saturday morning at 6:30, the alarm rang. Johnson opened his eyes drowsily and reached out to turn off the alarm. At 6:45, the alarm rang again. Johnson looked at the time and turned it off again. At 7 o'clock, the alarm rang again. Johnson climbed out of bed tiredly. Johnson yawned and slowly got up from the bed. For those who wake up early, setting 3 alarms is not to prevent oversleeping, but to give yourself another nap. Every time you do this, it seems that you can sleep 5 minutes longer, even though you know that this is just self-consolation. Johnson hurriedly dressed and washed up, not expecting that he had become an early bird. After graduation, he never thought that he would have to get up so early one day, and he didn't understand why he had to be as busy as a high school student on Saturday morning. Normally, students should be allowed to sleep in before going on the autumn outing. Arriving at Anqing No. 7 Middle School, Johnson quickly ate 2 fried dough sticks to fill his stomach. He didn't expect that the owner of the fried dough stick shop was actually his former boss. In a blink of an eye, he saw a familiar figure, Lily. She was wearing sports-style clothes today, black and white contrasting sports pants with a white underwear, looking energetic, with her hair tied into a ponytail, showing a lively, girlish feeling. Good morning. You're dressed nicely today, Johnson said with a smile. Lily smiled back and said jokingly, Flatterer. No way. The teacher looks so beautiful even in sportswear. Johnson quickly retorted with a bright smile. Oh, is this how the day starts? Lily shook her head helplessly, then asked, Have you had breakfast? Yunson nodded. Iotta. I came here after I ate. How about you, teacher? I ate it. I get up at 6 every day, Lily said, revealing a bit of fatigue in her words. Do you feel it's hard to get up early today? Johnson shook his head. It's not hard. The school is beautiful again. Did they start decorating it as soon as we graduated? Lily smiled and said, I don't think so. Maybe you've gotten used to it. She handed him a backpack and said, This bag is very important. Please carry it for me. Johnson took the bag and thought about what was in it. Could it be important information? The two walked side by side to the playground. The golden sunlight sprinkled on the playground. Johnson's eyes could not help but fall on the ancient camphor tree, and his thoughts gradually drifted away. Back here, everything seemed to become familiar, and those memories came flooding back like a tide. What's wrong? Are you missing it? Lily asked softly. A little bit. Johnson replied calmly, with a hint of emotion in his eyes. Although he was reluctant to go back to high school, those days with his classmates and the scene on the playground were still deeply engraved in his heart. No matter how many years have passed, those memories have become beautiful fragments, like golden light, embedded in his memory. Teacher will take you through the review today. Lily smiled, as if she had already planned it. Autumn outing? You mean hiking? Johnson asked in surprise. Lily nodded. Yes, hiking. Johnson sighed helplessly and complained in his heart. He originally thought that the autumn outing would be a relaxing activity, but it turned out to be mountain climbing, which was really too much for him. Lily and another teacher, Lou, who was in his 50s, led the team. The students surrounded Johnson and couldn't help asking questions curiously. How old are you? Do you have a girlfriend? Why don't seniors majoring in computer science have bald heads? These questions made Johnson laugh, but soon the students lost interest in him and continued to talk about their own things. Lily looked at Johnson's weak appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you so weak now? Didn't you exercise much in college? I slept until noon every day in college and lived a more comfortable life than a pig, Johnson answered half-jokingly. Lily was amused. Her expression softened, her smile as warm as the spring breeze. Then you have to exercise more, she pointed at her backpack, or let me carry the bag. Johnson smiled and shook his head. It's okay. I recover very quickly. If I stand still, my health will recover by 25 points per second. How much health do you have now? Lily asked with a smile. Full health. Johnson patted his chest with a mischievous look in his eyes. Soon, everyone finally reached the top of the mountain. Johnson felt his feet were a little sore and thought about exercising more in the future. Just as he was about to take a break, Lily slowed down her pace, obviously struggling. Johnson smiled slightly, walked forward, and stretched out his hand. Teacher, do you want a hand? Lily looked up and saw Johnson extending his hand. She couldn't help but smile. Okay, thank you for your help, senior. Johnson's smug look seemed to be mocking Lily's inability to do the job. After all, Lily was very confident at first, but as they walked, she became silent, obviously exhausted. Lily stood on the steps, with her hands in a palm-shaped position, slowly lowering them from the height in front of her, taking deep breaths. Her cheeks flushed, and after taking deep breaths to no avail, she used her right hand like a small fan to fan herself nonstop. Johnson's hand was still hanging in the air. Lily glared at him, and without thinking, she grabbed it with her left hand. During this grab, the two people's minds quietly changed subtly. Johnson thought to himself that the teacher's hands were much softer than he had imagined. The small palm and slender fingers rested on his own, soft and boneless. At this moment, he understood the meaning of hands as soft as catkins and skin as white as cream. Looking back on the past 20 years, Johnson felt that he had rarely touched hands with girls. The most memorable thing was when the school organized a stage play in the second year of junior high school. The class was rehearsing Cinderella, and he played the role of passersby, B, C, and D. His duty was to dance to the music with the dancers in the dance scene. At that time, everyone was in junior high school, and they were shy. They would be booed if the opposite sex held hands. Only Johnson was thick-skinned. When his classmates approached him, he agreed immediately and even asked for a bag of spicy noodles as an appearance fee. During the rehearsal, he held the hand of a classmate of the opposite sex for the first time, and the little girl's hand was weak and powerless. But now, holding Teacher Lily's hand, he had the same feeling. Teacher Lily, your hands are so small. Johnson's heartbeat quickened. He complained to himself in his heart. Don't be like a pure boy who has never seen the world and gets excited just by holding hands. It's too useless. Johnson pretended to be calm and expressionless, as if he was really just helping the teacher as a crutch. He even joked, the teacher still has to rely on me. As he spoke, he led Lily and slowly walked up step by step. Lily followed Johnson, looked at the student's back, and said obediently. Johnson stood 2 steps in front of her, just the right distance, within reach, neither awkward nor too close. Lily looked up at Johnson. His back was broader than she had imagined, and he looked solid and reliable. In the past, she always thought that she needed to take care of her students, but now she realized that they had already grown up. She touched the calluses on Johnson's palms, and her fingers moved unconsciously, rubbing gently. This subtle movement was naturally transmitted to Johnson. Johnson's throat rolled, and his heart was like beating a small drum, dang, 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 sounding nonstop. He took a deep breath and calmed down, thinking that the teacher might have lost her grip and her hand slipped. With this in mind, he gently placed his thumb on the back of Lily's hand and held her hand. Their hands fit together, but because of the difference between men and women, there was a vague sense of distance. They walked up the mountain hand in silence. The mountain was quiet. Time seemed to slow down. Black-faced cuckoos chirped in the trees. The autumn wind blew through the woods. The leaves swayed. Everything was beautiful beyond words. Lily's mind was in a state of confusion. A hot current crawled from her neck to her cheeks, burning her severely. She recalled the scene when Johnson came to pick her up on a rainy day, how this talkative student turned out to be so reliable at the critical moment. He's a good kid. Lily kept emphasizing the word kid in her mind, reminding herself not to let her imagination run wild, even though Johnson was already 22 years old. After reaching the last step, the two men let go of their holding hands at the same time and breathed a sigh of relief. Lily patted the backpack on Johnson's back and said, "I didn't expect my student to be so capable. He has much better physical strength than the teacher." Her tone was calm, as if everything was normal. Johnson immediately returned to his fawning look. "Of course, Teacher Lily, my physical strength has declined a little after work, but my foundation is still there. Teacher Lily, you really should exercise more." It seemed as if the hand-holding just now was just an ordinary act of students helping their teachers. The students who reached the top of the mountain had already laid out their things and were gathering in groups of 3 or 5, eating or playing cards. Johnson saw that it was a paper version of Three Kingdoms Kill. He couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. He remembered that he also loved to play the game in the past. At that time, he used Huang Yueying and played it to perfection. But now the descriptions of the general skills are too long, and playing the game is like doing reading comprehension. As a front-end developer, he couldn't help but complain in his heart that the manufacturer should do subtraction. The students were immersed in the joy of the autumn outing, forgetting their studies. Of course, there were also some students reading in the corner. Chemistry teacher Lou waved his hand and said, "Young people, when you go out to play, just relax and stop reading books." Every teacher has said this. Lily walked around among the students, chatted with everyone for a few words, counted the number of people, and only felt relieved after making sure that everyone was present. After all, when taking students out to play, the biggest fear is that they will get lost. Teenagers are full of energy and can do all kinds of naughty things. She specifically reminded the students not to climb trees, not to go to dangerous places, not to walk too far, and to contact the teacher if anything happened. After doing this, Lily looked back at the small pavilion in the corner where Johnson was sitting. She walked over with a smile and asked, "Are you hungry?" Johnson pulled his collar to cool down and said, "A little bit, teacher. There seems to be fried noodles for sale on this mountain. I'll go buy some." As he was about to get up, Lily quickly reached out to stop him. "Don't worry. Check what's in your bag." Johnson was full of curiosity, wondering what was in the bag he was carrying all the way. Lily's face instantly showed a hint of pride, and she even tiptoed and swayed back and forth, looking very proud. This was the lunch she had prepared at 6 in the morning, specially for 2 people. That was why she told Johnson yesterday that he didn't need to bring anything and could just come directly. Lily has been an adult for a long time, so cooking is no problem for her, and she thinks she is quite good at it. Her friends all praise her for her traditional housekeeping, but she's a little skeptical about this. After all, she has no plans to get married, and it is enough for her to show off her cooking skills to her friends on weekdays. Johnson moved the bag in front of him and was about to open it, but he saw a glimmer of expectation in Lily's eyes. He suddenly panicked and asked hurriedly, "Teacher, is this a prank prop? The kind that pinches my hand when I stretch out my hand?" Lily pouted with dissatisfaction on her face when she heard it. "Do you think I'm the same as you? How is that possible? Do you know the story of Su Shi and Foyan? How could Johnson not know this?" He had heard this story so many times. Su Shi and Foyan were meditating and chatting in the forest and they talked about what each other looked like in their eyes. Sushir saw that Foyin was fat, so he said he looked like cow dung, but Foyin said Sushir looked like Buddha. Sushir went home and told Su Xiaomei about it. Su Xiaomei pointed out that what the heart thinks, the eyes see. Foyin had Buddha in his heart, so he saw Sushir as Buddha, and Sushir had cow dung in his heart, so he saw Foyin as cow dung. Of course, it is doubtful whether Su Xiaomei existed in history, and it is difficult to tell whether this story is true or not, so just treat it as an interesting story. Johnson grinned and said, "Teacher, you are calling me cow dung, I'm just worried." Thinking about it, he really was judging others by his own standards. It was the teacher's smile that made him flustered. Lily snorted coldly and ignored him, obviously a little angry. This student actually suspected that the lunch she had carefully prepared was a prank. She was not a child anymore, so who would play that trick? Johnson put the bag on his lap and unzipped it. He reached into the dark opening and touched something hard and cold. He rubbed it and took it out. It turned out to be a double-layered iron lunchbox. Lily stretched out her hand to take it and said, "This is mine. Yours is inside." Johnson stupidly put the lunchbox in Lily's hand. His mind was confused for a moment. What do you mean? It's not that he really didn't understand, but he subconsciously felt that it was unlikely that Lily prepared lunch specially for him. Lily shook her head and said, "Student, I got up at 6 in the morning to cook. You rarely do hard work today, so I'll reward you and save you lunch money. It's such a waste to eat out." Then he sat down next to Johnson and said, "Let me taste the teacher's cooking." As he said this, he put the lunchbox aside and opened it. Lily made ordinary home-cooked dishes, such as kung pao chicken, tomato potato beef brisket, and 3 fresh soup. She put the soup in one box and the rice and vegetables in another. Her own portion was not much, only about half, but Johnson's was full. Johnson took out the lunchbox, looked at the tightly packed rice, and said with shaking hands, "Teacher Lily, this dish looks great, but is the quantity too much?" Lily naturally took out chopsticks from the bag in front of Johnson and said, "Is it a lot? You're still growing at your age. It is good for your health to eat more. It's just one bowl, so it's not too much." Johnson kept shouting in his heart that he was wrong. He was already 22 years old and had long passed the stage of growth. Eating more would only lead to horizontal growth. He was no longer a high school student, but if he said this out loud, it would be a betrayal of Lily's kindness, so he could only swallow it back. Lily saw that Johnson was still carrying the bag, so she reached out to help him take it off. She touched his shoulder with her fingers and said, "Okay, put this aside. Why are you so dull today? Did you not sleep well last night? Or were you too excited before the autumn outing and couldn't sleep all night?" Johnson said several times in a row, "No, I haven't had time to do it yet." At this moment, Johnson's heart began to be in turmoil, and he recalled the classic answer he had seen on Jihu before about the beauty trap. The false beauty trap is to flirt with others, while the real beauty trap is when the former white moonlight suddenly pats you on the back and says, "Hey, why are you still as dumb as before?" Johnson yelled in his heart, "Teacher, I was very smart in high school, not dumb." Lily's unintentional action made Johnson's mind drift, and his usual jumping up and down energy was restrained. Johnson quickly explained, "I was just thinking that I had to save face for the teacher today, so I was thinking about the speech all night." He tried to change the subject away from himself. Lily took off her bag and casually placed it at her feet. She handed a pair of chopsticks to Johnson. "Preparing for the meal? I don't believe it. Now, stop talking nonsense and eat. Let's see if I can stop your mouth." Johnson took the chopsticks and ate quietly. He never talked while eating, nor did he look at his phone. He just concentrated on the taste of the food. As the saying goes, he is not good at anything, but he is the best at showing off. Besides, this is a meal made by the teacher himself. Most people don't have this opportunity. It would be a waste if you don't taste it properly. The food was still hot. The kung pao chicken tasted great, and the beef brisket was soft and melted in the mouth. Although the taste was light, Johnson was never picky about food. The 3 fresh soup was filled with mushrooms and fish balls. The teacher's cooking skills were simply amazing. Lily ate in small bites, watching Johnson out of the corner of her eye. She was worried that it might not suit his taste, but she was relieved to see him eating seriously. Just like that, more than 10 minutes passed in silence. Lily put away the lunchbox, put it back in her bag, and asked, "How does it taste?" Johnson said without hesitation, "It tastes great." Lily was amused. Johnson's words sounded very much like LV Zichiao's advertisement in Love Apartment, so he said, "Perfunctory." Johnson quickly said, "How could that be? It's really delicious." I didn't lie to the teacher. Only dogs would lie. Really, really, really. Johnson nodded repeatedly. Lily smiled, naturally reached out her hand, patted his head gently, touched his hair with her palm, and said, "Okay, I'll do it for you next time if there's a chance." Johnson was slapped on the head twice, and he was even more confused. He kept shouting in his mind, "Teacher, I'm not a child anymore." But somehow, the sentence, "I want to be Miss Makima's dog," popped up in his mind. Johnson couldn't help complaining to himself, "Watch less weird things." Gradually, more and more people gathered in the pavilion, and a group of students gathered around and started chatting lively. "Senior, what major did you study in college?" a student asked curiously. Johnson responded with a smile. "Computer science is the full name of computer science and technology. Everyone jokingly calls it moving bricks." Lily continued, "I have a cousin who is also studying this major." Johnson was surprised. "Really?" Lily nodded in confirmation. "I'll ask her later. She also works here, but I forgot which company she works for." The students asked another question. "Is college fun?" Johnson recalled, when there were no DDLs, homework, or sports meets, it was still fun. The students were puzzled and asked, "Why wasn't the sports meet fun?" Johnson explained helplessly, "Because I was forced to sit in the stands and watch the sports meeting. In high school, everyone looked forward to the sports meet so that they could have fun. But college is different. There are more things to do, not just staying in the dormitory playing with the shovel. After all, that is for class. One shovel for a class, two shovels, and then back to the dormitory. College life is really lazy." The student continued to ask, "What do you mean by sitting in the stands?" Johnson spread his hands. "I just sat there and had to watch others participate in the sports meeting." Lily touched Johnson's waist lightly with her elbow and reminded him, "Don't tell my students these bad things. Say something good." He was asked to do the publicity, but he only said negative things. Where was the prepared speech? Johnson quickly perked up and said, "Oh, you can date freely in college." The students' eyes lit up instantly, and like paparazzi smelling gossip, they asked, "Have you ever dated?" Johnson covered his face and pretended to be sad. "Your question really hurts me." The students burst into laughter, and the atmosphere inside and outside the pavilion was full of joy. Johnson then joked to himself, "It's not that I can't talk about it. It's that I don't want to talk about it." He then started to talk about, "Do you know the common sorting algorithms?" At this time, a crisp voice sounded at the edge of the pavilion, like lightning breaking through the sky. Senior Zhou will not talk to Chun. "Is the teacher interesting?" The speaker was the short-haired girl Lu Sijia, with a sly voice. In an instant, the noise in the room stopped abruptly. Lily was eating melon seeds, enjoying a rare break, when she was suddenly called out at such a sharp angle. She immediately started coughing. Her face flushed, and she called out the student's name. "Lu Sijia, what are you asking your senior?" Students love to watch the fun, and when the gossip fire spreads to their teacher, they are even more excited. For a moment, the surroundings are like monkeys calling, surrounding Johnson and Lily. Johnson knows in his heart that he asked this question several years ago. People who are not in love like to match others up. He covered his mouth with his hands, lowered his voice, and pretended to say to Lily behind his back, "Don't you know what kind of temper your teacher has? I wouldn't dare to do that, even if I were brave enough." Another burst of laughter suddenly rang out around them. Lily glared at Johnson and thought to herself, "What's my temper? Do I have a bad temper? It's only natural that I should be strict in front of students." But the students' curiosity cannot be easily satisfied, and they continue to ask, "What type do you like, senior?" This question, I really can't think of it for the moment. Older or younger? Older. So you like mature sisters? That's not the case. I like people with more stable personalities. It's just that I can't accept the kind of unreasonable behavior from the other party, right? Well, how should I put it? It's troublesome just thinking about it, even though dating itself is troublesome. What about the teacher? Do you prefer someone older or younger? Older or younger? What do you mean? To put it simply, it's someone older or younger than me. Let me think. It depends on the person, but I can't seem to accept people younger than me. It always feels weird. Both. Johnson and Lily were asked about their ideal type, and Lily's answer instantly quieted the scene. Lily tilted her head and thought carefully before answering. She could hardly imagine herself in a relationship, let alone with someone younger than her. Although she had heard that young men were popular, she was not interested in them. She even thought it was not okay. It was too strange. She felt uncomfortable no matter how she thought about it. There was a heavy sigh in the room. One of the students felt sorry for the situation and said, "The teacher is a traditionalist. You have a hard time, senior." After saying that, the students walked away to do their own things. Only Johnson and Lily were left in the pavilion. Lily felt relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief, her face still a little red, like the afterglow of the sunset, lingering for a long time. "Johnson, they're just making trouble for fun. Don't take it seriously." Johnson immediately smiled, and his expression changed easily, as if he was wearing a mask. "Of course, I have also experienced such a period. I am thick-skinned, so this is nothing. I didn't expect the teacher to be older." Lily finally understood what her senior meant, and secretly sighed that she was out of touch with the times. "No, it's just that if I want to get married, it always feels weird to marry someone younger than me." Johnson asked tentatively, "Then how many years younger can you accept, teacher? If you think the other person is not bad." Lily twirled her chin with her fingers, thinking 1 or 2 years old, maybe 1 or 2 years old is still considered the same age, and the experience is similar. "If it's more, I can't accept it. Why are you asking this suddenly?" Johnson stood up and said, "I see that the teacher has no date yet. If you meet someone suitable, please recommend her to the teacher. Then I will be considered a matchmaker, and the teacher will have to give me a red envelope." It was clearly a normal conversation, but Lily felt something was wrong, as if she had said something she shouldn't have said, or shouldn't have said it that way. She felt a sense of irritability in her heart, like a cat scratching her chest. Lily looked at Johnson's back, thinking that it must be the student's teasing that made her feel so irritated. She responded to Johnson's words, "You're dreaming. Your teacher won't get married. If you can really be a matchmaker, I'll give you a big red envelope." "Okay?" Johnson asked, "How big is the red envelope? Is it true or not?" Lily thought for a moment and said, "Well, 6,000, which is about my monthly salary." Then she stretched out her right hand and hooked her little finger in the air. "It's a deal, shall we? But isn't this a bit childish? It seems that this is not popular nowadays. It might be childish for high school students, but it's just right for adults." Johnson was stunned for a moment and suddenly thought that teacher Lily was quite cute. He stretched out his right hand and hooked his little finger on it. "It's a deal." The two hooked fingers swayed in the air, as if saying hooked and hung for 100 years, no change allowed, and also as if whispering, "You and I promise to be together for 100 years. Whoever dies at the age of 97, we will wait for each other under the Manhwa Bridge for 3 years." A thought flashed through Lily's mind. If I die at the age of 97, won't I have to wait for 8 years? Johnson has been thinking for a few days about whether he really wants to be teacher Lily's dog. In fact, this is not something I really thought about. It's just a casual thought. But if you remove those unreliable thoughts and look at it from a practical point of view, this relationship seems a bit tempting. After all, every time teacher Lily reached out her hand, she would take it silently and put it on her hand obediently. Occasionally, she would gently ask if you were hungry and hand you food. The warmth that gently caresses your head, with her white and slender thighs stretched out so casually, you can even lean against her, with your head quietly close to her arms, feeling the slight fragrance on her body. Every time you get close to her, Johnson's mood becomes relaxed and happy, just like a little animal having fun. And teacher Lily will laugh softly with a gentle voice, telling you not to rely on her too much. At that moment, it seemed as if Johnson had entered a dream that was not quite real. Perhaps, if he could really choose to be an unrestrained and free animal, it would be more comfortable than the troubles of a mortal. At this moment, Johnson's thoughts were interrupted by David, who suddenly appeared. David leaned on her shoulders and was obviously a little surprised. "So you went to work on Saturday?" Johnson woke up from that unrealistic fantasy and turned to look at him. "If I were your section chief, I would fire you first." Her tone was very helpless. David didn't care and raised his eyebrows, as if he didn't think the threat had any deterrent power. "It's a pity that you are not the section chief. If you can work hard for a few years and fight for it, maybe I will be proud of you." His tone was somewhat relaxed, as if everything could be easily controlled. Johnson sneered, "I can also say go buy a lottery ticket tonight and win $5 million tomorrow. What do you think?" She looked at David, laughing at the fantasy of talking about the future in her heart. "You can become a section chief after several years of hard work. Are you a genius? Or do you have powerful connections behind you?" Johnson speculated secretly. Anyway, she was too lazy to think about such things seriously. At this moment, David's phone suddenly rang. He looked down and then at Johnson. "You attended the event on Saturday? You actually went to school?" Johnson was stunned. How did David know that? She looked at the phone in David's hand and found a photo on it. In the photo, a boy was standing in the crowd with a silly smile on his face. He looked a little out of place with the energetic students around him. Johnson's heart sank, and he half covered his face. "This is my classmate. Can you believe it?" David patted Johnson on the shoulder and said jokingly, "Good fellow, you actually did something so earth-shattering and hid it from me." Johnson felt helpless. "How is it possible? Are you a spy or a detective? How do you know everything?" David smiled smugly. "How do I know? Maybe I'm just unlucky lately and can sense what color pants you're wearing." He looked at Johnson with a grin, obviously teasing her. Johnson was a little angry. "Don't be so superstitious. This is a modern society." But David continued to tease boredly. "You definitely don't want people to know that you're going to school. You don't like school, and you don't have any old relationships, so you must find this embarrassing, right?" Johnson hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Yes, that's it. He didn't have the energy to deny anything anymore. David didn't seem to miss this opportunity and immediately said, "Maybe you're going to have a date on Saturday?" Johnson helplessly corrected, "Autumn outing, autumn outing." David nodded. "I can testify that there are no dates except for students and teachers. I thought you were going on a date just now." However, James interrupted, "No, I think you must be having an affair with the teacher." She pointed at Lily. "She looks young and beautiful. Isn't she your teacher?" David laughed even more brazenly. "That was our former Chinese teacher. It's absolutely impossible. It's impossible in every way." Johnson felt a little helpless. This group of people could always make an ordinary matter so complicated. David seems to have an unusual memory of Lily's temper. He had been scolded by Lily countless times in high school, and every time he felt like he had angered the devil of hell. Lily looks gentle when she is angry. She is like a thunderbolt. David's expression became serious when he said this. "You don't know how terrible teacher Lily is." Back then, David was not only scolded in math class for being naughty, but even his English teacher couldn't help but complain about him behind his back. "This kid hasn't even finished his homework. Go to me and explain." But Lily was different. When faced with his mischief, she always kept silent and just watched him standing next to her until he fully realized his mistake and admitted it. If Johnson really has any intentions towards teacher Lily, I think the world is over. David shook his head and sighed. It was obvious that he had a deep respect for Lily. James ate his Star Cup and blinked his eyes, looking quite curious. "Is it really that scary?" "She looks very gentle." Her tone was a bit joking, as if she wanted to defend Lily. "Of course, it is not ruled out that some teachers are really scary. When I was in elementary school, there was a teacher who beat people with a broom and even broke the broom." James shared her experience very seriously. David's eyes widened. "Isn't this too scary?" "Yes, but based on my intuition as a woman, I feel that there must be something wrong with Johnson." A cunning light flashed in James' eyes. David patted Johnson on the shoulder and looked experienced. "Based on my years of experience, there is no problem with Johnson. The only problem is teacher Lily." His tone was full of confidence that he had won. James suddenly stood up and said seriously, "Okay, let's make a bet. The loser will treat the three of us to a meal." Johnson was stunned. "Wait a minute, 3 of you?" He obviously didn't understand how it became a threesome. James smiled and said, "Me, Johnson, and Johnson's girlfriend." David didn't hesitate at all and responded directly, "No problem. If you lose, you treat the 3 of us." Johnson was full of black lines on his head. Hey, why are you guys betting on me like this? Did you ask for my opinion? Besides teacher Lily, there is also teacher Lou. Teacher Lou will be sad if you say this." The conversation between the two was so chaotic that Johnson couldn't react, but he couldn't help feeling guilty. David turned to look at Johnson and suddenly looked at him with a teasing look. "Do you have improper thoughts about teacher Lou?" Johnson's face instantly turned awkward. "How do you know?" "Don't be so observant. It's scary." David gave him a meaningful look. "Dude, don't be so nervous. I've seen your girlfriend's daily life, and I know some of your little secrets." James was listening happily and suddenly said, "By the way, Johnson, it's my birthday on Saturday. Do you want to come and play?" Johnson looked confused. "Where are we going to play?" James leaned close to Johnson's ear and whispered, "Come to my house." There was a hint of teasing in her tone, and Johnson couldn't help but complain in his heart. Little vixen. Although there was no malice, James's cold and clear temperament was indeed impossible to ignore. Johnson shrank back and shook his head. No, I feel a little scared." David interrupted unhappily. "Wait, You two are flirting in front of me like this. You really don't take me seriously, do you? James, why did you only call Johnson and not me? I'm a little sad. James tilted his head with a hint of smile on his lips. Don't you have a girlfriend? I was afraid that your girlfriend would be jealous, so I didn't dare to call you. David was stunned for a moment, then fought back. Didn't you also say that Johnson has a girlfriend? Then what is the boundary between men and women? James nodded and responded, yeah, but he didn't admit it, so he's still single. The boundary between men and women doesn't exist anymore. David's mind suddenly started to work, and the situation became clear to him. Master, if Johnson doesn't go, it means he has something to hide. If he doesn't have a partner, then there is no reason for him to reject an invitation from a beautiful girl. If he doesn't go, wouldn't that mean he's not manly enough? Fuck, that killed the game. David gave James a thumbs up. I admire you. James smiled and adjusted his hair. Thank you, Johnson. Are you making sausages on Saturday? Johnson's expression became even more helpless. Go, go, go. Oh, of course I'll go. But isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to invite me alone like this? Even if you are assured, I'm still a little worried. James raised his chin. You actually have any improper thoughts about me? There was a hint of mischief in her voice. Johnson clenched his fists, still keeping that gentle smile on his face. It's obviously the way you said it, and the content you said that were problematic. No wonder I thought it was wrong. James joked, don't worry, I'll ask my cousin come along. Let's contact each other on Saturday. After saying that, she jumped away, leaving Johnson and David there. Johnson looked helpless and chased David away like a fly. Go away. Go back to work. David turned and left, muttering, really? You don't even give me a bit of face. That night, Lily returned home and lay on the bed exhausted. She had no mood to change clothes and just lay there looking at her phone. Suddenly, her eyes stopped at the word Johnson, and her heart could not help but fluctuate a little. The conversation that day ended with Lily and Johnson's contact on Saturday. After sending the students back to school, the two said goodbye again. Johnson sent a simple, I'm home, with a greeting, is the teacher home? I'm worried about the teacher's safety, and finally a naughty emoticon. Lily looked at her phone, couldn't help but smile, and casually replied, I'm home. She knew in her heart that she was just showing a little more concern for this student, but she felt that this was too brief and seemed a little cold, so she added, did you have fun today? Johnson quickly replied, happy. I'm sure I'll be happy to have teacher Lily around. She smiled and shook her head. Although she knew it was flattery, she still felt a little warm. Go to bed early. She replied simply. Johnson finally sent good night, and the conversation came to an abrupt end, staying at that simple point. Lily looked at her phone and suddenly smiled unconsciously, then pressed the screen and let out a long sigh. She didn't understand why she felt inexplicably relaxed and happy when chatting with a student. Sometimes, chatting with someone and exchanging feelings and stories can make people feel warm. She recalled the day when she and Johnson were chatting and telling jokes in the pavilion in the mountains. The breeze was filled with the scent of osmanthus, and everything seemed so quiet and beautiful. A complex emotion suddenly arose in her heart. There was a sour taste on the tip of her tongue, and there was some unspeakable melancholy in her heart. She grabbed the pillow and hugged it tightly, as if to vent her emotions. She tossed and turned, feeling more and more depressed, and finally lay down, looking up at the dark ceiling. Friends always said that she was slow in love, and Lily knew it herself. She once received a love letter from a boy, but it was only then that she realized that the boy actually liked her. When she finally understood, the boy had already let it go, asking for nothing, with only a relieved expression. She was a little helpless. Recalling those moments of youth, she felt a little embarrassed and speechless. At the age of 27, she had experienced several relationships, but she always felt that she never really knew how to like someone. She even began to doubt whether she had really experienced the kind of emotion that made her heart beat faster. Johnson's name popped up in her mind. Her face turned slightly red, and she sat up straight involuntarily. She immediately realized what she was thinking. No, that's impossible. She was a little embarrassed and annoyed, and hurried to hide her feelings. It's just that I've been in contact with him more recently, and I'm worried that he might have strange ideas. She grabbed the pillow and slammed it twice, as if blaming herself. Was there really something wrong with her? She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Although she's already 27 years old, she still likes to hug something to sleep occasionally. Although her mother always laughs at her for being like a child, she doesn't care. She thinks that even at the age of 40, she may still have this habit. Anyway, It's just a part of life. She rubbed her messy hair. The headband had loosened, and her hair was in a mess, covering her eyes. She looked out the window and suddenly felt confused. Why did she have such thoughts? Was it because of loneliness or something else? Just as she was in self-doubt, her phone suddenly rang, pulling her out of her thoughts. She looked down and saw a message from her cousin. "Cousin, it's my birthday on Saturday. Do you want to come over? I'll treat you to dinner." Lily thought for a moment and replied, "I have classes this Saturday, so I probably won't be able to come." "Happy birthday, baby." She almost forgot her cousin's birthday. Her busy work made her lose attention to some details in life. She felt a little guilty and thought about what gift to give. Her cousin seemed to like playing games very much, so she might as well give her a game card. She focused her thoughts back on the chat box, but saw a message from her cousin. "It's okay. I don't think I have classes on Saturday night. I can have dinner with you." Lily thought about it and decided that she would be out of school at 5:30 p.m. on Saturday, so she should be able to find time to go there. Her cousin sent another message. "I just called a friend. Let's have dinner together then." She replied, "Okay, baby." Her cousin is a pretty girl. After getting to know her, she likes to call her baby. Lily also got used to it and felt it was very natural. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. Should I ask Johnson? After all, he plays games a lot and might have some suggestions. She was stunned. Why would I think of asking him? There's no reason. She blamed herself for a moment, picked up her phone, and clicked on Johnson's chat box. She hesitated and typed, "Johnson, are you asleep?" Johnson replied in seconds. "No, what's wrong, teacher? Do you need my help?" "I will definitely help you." She was a little stunned. She didn't expect him to reply so quickly. Her face turned slightly red and she coughed lightly. "Teacher wants to ask you a question." Johnson immediately replied, "Teacher, I know everything. Just ask." Lily was about to respond when she suddenly heard her mother's voice coming from outside the door. "Is it okay for you to lie on the bed without taking a shower or changing clothes? Go take a shower." Lily was startled and sat up straight in a hurry, and the phone flew out of her hand. Chapter 19. Just saying something to make the teacher happy. Lily's mother slapped the wall with her right hand, turned on the wall light with the coldness of a man in black, and stared at her daughter with her hands on her hips like a landlady. Lily was already in a state of half-guilt in her heart and was trying to convince herself, but she was frightened out of her wits and turned around and shouted loudly, "Mom!" With a shout, the voice-controlled lights in the corridor lit up from bottom to top. Lily's mother covered her ears. "Oh my God, the neighbors are all asleep, and they will sue me for disturbing the public. Your mother is 49 and almost 50, and she doesn't want to be ruined at this age." Lily muttered softly, "Who told you not to knock when entering the door? I've told you so many times to knock when entering the door, but you just wouldn't listen." Lily's mother said, "Hey, this is my home. I can knock on the door if I want to, and I cannot knock on the door if I don't want to." Lily finally got her phone back. "Then I will move out tomorrow. After I've been away for a while, you'll start to say, 'Oh, my dear daughter, come back soon. Mommy has made delicious food for you.'" Lily's mother waved. "Go away. You are so shameless. You're already old, and your students will be scared to see you like this." Lily said, "They can't see." Lily looked at her phone, and her voice gradually faded away. God knows when the light video call was opened. She is now holding the phone on her thighs, staring at Johnson's face. Johnson grinned, showing his neat big teeth, with an awkward yet polite smile like the fake sophistication in Tom and Jerry. Lily felt like the sky was falling and it shattered like glass. "Johnson saw Lily S. inviting you to a video call a minute ago." Although he was confused, thinking that the teacher was from the last century, he couldn't say that. It was a bit too rude to say that. Teachers as 2,000 years ago. As a person who is slightly older than me, the teacher may maintain the communication method of the older generation, thinking that typing is too troublesome and it is better to make a phone call. Since I'm already making a phone call, why not start a video call? So even though Johnson was confused, he still picked up the phone. When he answered the phone, all he heard was darkness and Teacher Lily's powerful scream, which pierced his eardrums. Then the screen shook and showed the teacher's face. From this angle, it's like lying on the teacher's lap and looking into the teacher's eyes. Teacher Lily was still beautiful in the camera, but her face was obviously confused and at a loss, and the teacher was not wearing glasses, which added a touch of the sloppy beauty of a messy beauty. But Lily doesn't think so. She silently closed her cell phone, turned it over, and placed it on her thighs. Then she looked at her mother, her face full of despair and sadness, her eyes dull, and she pointed at the door with a trembling hand, motioning her mother to go out and close the door. Lily's mother couldn't figure out the situation and left a comment. Take a shower before going to bed. Don't learn from your dad. After she said that, she went out, of course, closing the door, but as usual, she only opened it a little bit, leaving a gap. Lily crawled over on the bed, stretched out her hand, and closed the door. Lily took a deep breath, sat back on the bed, leaned her back against the bed, hugged the pillow in her arms, and picked up the phone. Johnson was still there, giving the camera that awkward but polite smile, as if frozen in time. Lily held the ends of her hair with her right hand and twisted them around, speaking in a low voice. Did you hear everything just now? Johnson shook his head. Lily breathed a sigh of relief. Johnson said, I'm deaf. He pointed to the headphones he was wearing. Lily shouted in her heart. This was clearly heard. Lily whispered as she dug her toes in the bedsheet while feeling somewhat guilty. I'm sorry, that was an accident. Your teacher Lily is not usually like this. You know that your teacher Lily is usually dignified and steady. Will anyone really believe this explanation? Lily felt ashamed and her face and ears were burning. She asked, concerned about Johnson, Are your ears okay? Johnson rubbed his ears. Honestly, it kind of hurts. Lily panicked. What should I do? I heard that this may damage my ears. Do you want to go to the hospital? The teacher will reimburse you. Johnson found that Lily was more nervous than he thought. Johnson said, as if he suddenly thought of something. Teacher, I heard that speaking softly is good for the ears. It's like a massage and has a therapeutic effect. Lily thought, what is this? Why does it feel like her students are lying to her? But Lily felt guilty, so she tried to do it anyway. She fumbled around and found her wired headphones and plugged them into the Type-C port. Who deleted the 3.5 millimeters headphone jack? Lily muttered, what an inconvenience. She put the wheat to her lips, changed to a softer tone, and asked in a low voice, Is that so? Can you hear me? How does it sound? Johnson listened to the gentle voice coming from the headphones and tried hard not to let his expression change. It really feels like Teacher Lily is speaking softly in my ear. My ears and heart are itching. Help me. The teacher is too cute. Johnson couldn't help but think so. Johnson controlled the muscles on his face and tried his best to avoid any strange changes and exclaimed in praise. Yes, that's right. The teacher's voice is so nice. I am healed. Lily's voice is very gentle, just like the big sister next door. She doesn't pretend to be deep. When she speaks, it's like a spring breeze blowing on your face, gently pressing your ears. Lily was a little happy to hear Johnson's praise, but she felt that this boy was not sincere and was just talking nonsense, so she said something resentful. What's nice to hear? Aren't you scared by the teacher's voice? Shouldn't it cause you psychological trauma? She still spoke softly, trying to lower her voice. It was as if she was back in her student days, when two students sitting in the back row of the classroom were communicating secretly for fear of being discovered by the teacher. There was an invisible sense of excitement. Johnson also pulled my closer and lowered his voice. How could that be? I never get tired of hearing the teacher's voice, so why would I be afraid of it? It's like a healing potion. If I'm seriously injured, I'll be completely healed just by listening to the teacher's voice. Johnson has a deep, magnetic voice. Actually, he has a good appearance, and if he dresses up properly, he can be pulled out to act as a presentable figure. However, he is always unruly. He has no posture when standing or sitting, and his mouth seems to be rented. It would be a waste if he doesn't say a few words, just like a comedian. But at this time, his voice seems particularly attractive. Lily laughed softly. That's nothing, really. You only know how to say something to make the teacher happy. Chapter 20. Good night to you too. Her laughter echoed around Johnson's ears. Lily got back to the point. Actually, I have a question for you. Johnson said twice. Teacher, you were just asking casually. Are you having any emotional problems? I will give you some advice. Although I have no experience, I am very experienced in giving advice to others. Lily spit quietly. No, what are you thinking about? Lily said, It's my cousin. My cousin. She really likes games, just like you. How do you say it? Heavy what? Johnson answered. A heavy gamer? Lily hummed twice. Yes, I don't go out on weekends or holidays. I don't seem to have many friends. I play games at home every day. Johnson clutched his chest. Teacher Lily, your words are a bit hurtful. Don't say that. It's not that we don't have friends. It's just that our friends are all online. Compared to making friends in real life, everyone prefers chatting online. Lily hesitated, feeling that Johnson was bluffing her. What good is that? Johnson said, to have fun, you don't need any benefits to play games. You just want to play. Although you can find a lot of reasons, you don't need any reasons in essence. Johnson thought the teacher was relatively traditional. Even if I tell you that it's good for cultural communication and brain activity, you won't believe me, right? Lily hesitated. Well, I still believe it. Now it was Johnson's turn to be stunned. Lily said, it's different now than it was before. You don't think teachers are the kind of people who don't understand. Although I don't play games, when I communicate with students, I have to understand what they like and why they like it. And I have to trust them. Johnson pointed at himself. Does it mean that the teacher trusts me? Lily looked at Johnson on the screen and nodded. Johnson scratched his head. It was over. Sincerity was the killer move. He kept all his witty remarks to himself and thought for a long time, but he couldn't utter a word. The key is that Lili's voice has been gently surrounding my ears, which is a bit bewitching and hard to stand. Johnson changed the subject. Teacher, what happened to your cousin? The two of them started talking about the main topic. It's her birthday, so I want to buy her something. Should I buy her a skin in the game? It depends on what game she likes to play. What about the budget? What is the teacher's budget? A few $100s is fine, right? What skin can she buy for a few $100? Teacher, just ask her if she wants Baldur's Gate 3, then download a little black box to place an order. She's guaranteed to like it. What is that? I'll send you a diagram of the detailed process. Teacher. Johnson thought he couldn't explain it clearly for the time being, and he was also afraid that the teacher might have downloaded something like Steam Manager, which would be bad. Lily nodded, thinking that the problem was solved. Great, that's it for now. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. I'm going to take a shower too. Johnson swallowed back the rant he was about to say. Why do I feel that the teacher's closing remarks are quite similar to those of 10 years ago? When talking to girls, if they don't want to talk anymore, they will repeat the same few sentences over and over again. My mother called me to eat. I'm going to take a shower. I go to sleep. Although the above 3 points may not be true, Lily really needs to take a shower. It is already 11 o'clock, and she has to go to class tomorrow. So today is equivalent to staying up late. Johnson said, Teacher, go to bed early. Good night, teacher. Lily originally planned to hang up the phone directly, but she felt it was not a good idea. After thinking about it, she whispered softly into my, Good night to you too. This time the call was hung up. Johnson looked at the message on the screen that read, Call ended. The call lasted 12 minutes and 15 seconds. Johnson rubbed his forehead gently. The teacher is really too cute. The next day, Johnson sat at his workstation. James ate chocolate beside him, and she tore open the wrapper and stuffed the slab into her mouth like a hamster chewing from head to tail. Johnson looked at James and wondered if she wouldn't get tired of eating chocolate like this. And how did she manage to eat it every day without gaining weight? James noticed Johnson staring at him. He hesitated for a moment, then took out a new pack from his shirt pocket. His eyes revealed reluctance, and finally he waved his hand firmly and handed it to Johnson. Johnson read her psychological changes and said, That's not what I want, and if you're so conflicted, don't give it to me. Johnson took it without hesitation. What do you want for your birthday? After James chewed the chocolate, he looked up at the ceiling. Anything is fine. I don't want anything in particular. Johnson took out his cell phone and opened the black box. I'll buy you a game. Didn't you tell me what you wanted before? James took a bite of chocolate. Yeah, Arkham Knight, but I already bought it. Johnson asked, Is this game fun? James said, Big breasts. Johnson was silent. It seems that you're not going there to fight, but to appreciate handsome men, just like Captain America's, but is very perky. Johnson scolded. It's really depressing. James became excited and seemed dissatisfied with what Johnson said. Why are you so attracted to it? Don't you guys like girls with big breasts and long legs when you play games? You'll always be interested in those girls, right? Naked thighs and breasts that are so low that they're about to be exposed. Johnson responds to ever-changing circumstances with constancy. Really? I'm not that kind of person. James looked at Johnson with disdain. Are you into mature women or Lolita? Johnson was very dissatisfied with this choice. Why can't I be both? Isn't it good to like everything? James chuckled. The worst of the worst. Johnson didn't plan to discuss the Windows system with James in detail. Then what other game is there? Baldur's Gate. I have. 2077. Cleared. Let me see your game list. Damn, Hitman. The games you play are so hardcore. Thank you. Then I'll buy according to your wish list. Okay. I am so grateful, and I have no way to repay you. I will treat you to dinner. At your house. Yeah, I made it myself. Is this true? It's not murder, right? It's a bit disrespectful. Don't look at me like this. What? Don't think I can cook, but you can order takeout. James gave himself a thumbs up expressionlessly. Johnson looked at her speechlessly. James finished the chocolate and threw the wrapper into the trash can. I am kidding. Just wait for dinner. It's 5 in the afternoon. Don't forget. Johnson nodded. Saturday. Johnson took a taxi to Fujian Community. He felt that the place looked familiar. After thinking about it, it seemed that his teacher lived in the community on the next street, so it was quite close. Johnson went upstairs and knocked on the door. Then there was the distinct sound of footsteps, and the door opened. James was wearing a pair of light-colored jeans today and a slim-fitting long-sleeved shirt, which outlined her slender waist and hips. She opened the door and snorted at Johnson. Come in first. Find a place to sit first. There will be others coming in later. By the way, watch your step. James added. Chapter 21, Making Up for One's Mistakes. But she said this a little late. Johnson walked inside but was tripped and stumbled. He waved his hands in the air like a fluttering butterfly and fluttered for a long time before he stood firm. James gave a thumbs up. Not bad. I forgot to mention that there was a small problem with the door we bought. The threshold is a little higher than others. It's easy to trip if you're not careful. Johnson looked up. This kind of thing should have been said at the beginning. Are you sure your family isn't hinting at anything? When my son-in-law comes and sees the high threshold, he'll understand that this is not a place I should set foot on. It's such an important matter. Isn't it a bit too late to talk about it after I come in? Fortunately, I have a good balance. James rubbed his head. I don't have many friends, and my house doesn't have many guests, so I forgot about it. You know, people like us usually don't have friends come into our house. Johnson reached out and interrupted James. Stop talking about it. It hurts my heart. I got shot in the knee when you were talking about yourself. James pulled a lollipop out of his bag and placed it in Johnson's hand. Eat something first. I'm going to be busy. You can play by yourself. Johnson looked around James' home. Her home is very spacious, with neat large tiles on the floor. As soon as you enter the door, you can see a TV hanging on the opposite wall, with an 8K label on the upper right corner. Wow, 8K. From the layout of the room to the decoration of the house, it all shows a kind of petty bourgeois style, and it can be seen that the family must be quite wealthy. Johnson stepped on the doorway carpet. That, James said. No need to take off your shoes, just come in and close the door. Thank you. There was water, or maybe starch, on her left hand, and I didn't know what she was doing. Johnson stepped onto the shiny, clean floor of James's house with a guilty feeling, and watched James lick his lips, and then went into the kitchen next door. He poked his head inside curiously. What are you doing? James' left hand clawed at the air. Make fried shrimp. In front of her were several bowls filled with starch, egg liquid, and peeled shrimps. She was mixing the ingredients in a serious manner, as if she was mixing cement. Her hands moved so fast that the starch liquid almost splashed onto the ground. Sister, that's a kitchen, not a construction site. Is your hand a cement mixer? Johnson wanted to ask if this was really a good way to make fried shrimp, but looking at James's full concentration, seriousness, and full firepower, he really couldn't judge other people's cooking methods. Especially since I don't cook. After all, I'm here to eat and drink for free, so I can't ask for too much. Johnson leaned against the kitchen door. Who else will come? James said. No one. Johnson turned his head. I'm going back. James turned and glared at him. My cousin, I'm speechless. Are you so scared to be in the same room with me? Johnson bit into a lollipop. No, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I still understand this principle. James hummed softly, and it sounded like he was laughing. You've kept yourself clean. No wonder you don't have a partner. Johnson was anxious. It's not that I don't have it. I just don't want to find it. Why do these words sound so familiar, as if I have heard a teacher say them before? James is still stirring at high speed. It just so happens that my cousin often says the same thing, saying that it's not that she doesn't have a partner, she just doesn't want to. But in fact, she is so slow that she still has no partner. Every word you say attacks the idea that there are other people like me besides me. How old is your cousin? He's almost 30, I think. I think he's 4 or 5 years older than me, but I can't remember for sure. Is she really your cousin? It sounds like you two don't know each other well. You played a lot when you were a kid, but you played less when you grew up. But even if I asked you about your cousin's birthdays, you wouldn't remember them, right? James said this, and Johnson thought it made some sense. He really couldn't remember it. He couldn't remember David's birthday either. At best he knew it was every summer vacation. So every year he would ask him if his birthday was coming soon and then give him a game. Johnson is constructing what she calls her cousin based on what James says. Johnson said, "By the way, if your cousin comes, how should I call her?" James suddenly turned around and looked at Johnson with a sly smile. She didn't say anything, but that sly smile was on her face, as if her plan had succeeded. Johnson's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. At this time, the doorbell rang. James raised the bowl high, his hands moving nonstop. "Please open the door." "Thank you." The doorbell rang twice, and the sound was clear throughout the house. Johnson didn't know what James was up to and couldn't understand the little girl's thinking. Was it some kind of prank? Johnson reached the door, opened it, and saw a familiar face. Teacher Lily. Teacher Lily was also stunned for a moment. Johnson closed the door. There was a hurried knock on the door. Johnson opened the door and saw Teacher Lily's face again. Johnson unhappily. "You actually locked your teacher out. That's too much." Lily gasped. She had just come here jogging, fearing that she would be late, but she did not expect to see her own students as soon as she arrived and be turned away by them. Johnson said, "I thought I was hallucinating. Teacher, please come this way." He now understood why James had that malicious smile. This guy. Lily took a deep breath, took a step forward, and walked inside. Johnson then remembered. "Teacher Lily, be careful." But before he could finish his words, Lily staggered and let out an ouch. She fell forward. She had been walking fast, her calves were weak, and she had no strength at all. She didn't even have the strength to steady herself. Johnson didn't think twice, just instinctively reached out to pick up Lily. Lily closed her eyes reflexively and thought she was going to fall to the ground, but the next second, she fell into a warm and thick embrace. The broad, strong chest rises and falls gently, making people feel safe and even smelling a pleasant fragrance. She slowly opened her eyes, her vision blurry, and saw a black sweater. Lily looked up and met Johnson's eyes. He smiled and said to Lily, "Oh, luckily I reacted quickly. Teacher, I have made up for my mistake, right? How is it? Did you not fall?" Johnson held up Lily's body with both hands to prevent her from falling. Lily's legs were still soft, and she helplessly rested on Johnson's body, leaning completely on him. Her face had already turned red. It was unclear whether it was due to her hurried pace, her current predicament, or some other reason. Lily spoke slowly, her voice sounding a little delicate due to her momentary panic. "Thanks." Chapter 22. Play poker. Loser chooses truth or dare. Johnson now held Lily's arm with one hand and his other hand around Lily's waist. Lily was wearing a white turtleneck sweater inside and a red jacket outside. The warmth of the sweater touched Johnson's hand. The soft fabric and Lily's body temperature were transmitted to the palm of his hand through a layer of clothes, making his left hand feel hot. Johnson helped Lily to her feet and didn't let go until she was firmly on her feet. Lily fixed her hair and wanted to say something else. She lowered her head and looked at the ground. She thought she was too careless. She was so old and almost fell down. It was the students who helped her up. Both men looked down at the ground. Johnson felt his palms were still hot, like a branding iron. Was Teacher Lily's temperature so high? Or was it because she was wearing a sweater that her temperature was higher? Also, the teacher's waist is too thin. Although I didn't hold her with my hand, I could still feel the teacher's slender waist. If he grabbed his brother David's waist, his hand would be like grabbing slippery and thick pork, and he couldn't hold it at all. But holding Teacher Lily's waist, it was very easy. My fingers touched Lily's back, and my thumb touched her lower abdomen. It was just like that, more slender than I had imagined. No, don't let your mind wander. Think about something and say something. It's just a little physical contact, don't panic. Lily was also thinking about what to say at this time. She looked up, meeting Johnson's gaze, and they both spoke at the same time. They both decided to let the other speak first. "You go first." After the two said this in unison, their voices gradually died down, becoming even more awkward. Lily's neck even became hot. "What am I doing here with students? Why is it so hot? I should have known not to wear this turtleneck sweater." In fact, Lily's turtleneck sweater is mainly for dressing purpose. It is not too thick. In the transition period from autumn to winter, this thin turtleneck sweater looks fashionable and beautiful. Although Lily considers herself old, she still loves beauty. She doesn't mind being dirty at school, but she has to dress up well when she goes out. Occasionally, I also want to hear others compliment me by saying things like, "Wow, where did you buy this dress? It's so beautiful," or "Your skirt is so eye-catching." People don't hate being praised. Johnson thought for a moment and played the Quaqua deck. "Wow, Teacher Lily, you look so beautiful today." Lily held her forehead with her hand. Okay, let me take back what I just said. I am not happy at all when being praised by my own students. Of course, I may be a little happy, but listening to this guy's insincere and casual words that are not sincere at all, I naturally am not that proud. But it must be said that Johnson's insincere words were good at easing the atmosphere. Lily rarely looked Johnson up and down. You look very handsome today. Did you dress up so much to attend Shiwehue's birthday? She obviously just wanted to imitate Johnson and tease him back, but she felt that there seemed to be some ambiguity in her words. I always feel that this kind of words are something a jealous woman would say, but of course, she and Johnson are just teacher and student, so there is absolutely no question of jealousy. Johnson grabbed the hem of his shirt. Really? The teacher praised me. I'm so happy. I've never been praised like this in school. Lily found that she couldn't win the argument with Johnson, so she stretched out her finger and touched Johnson's forehead again, out of habit, as she always did. But when the fingers fell, Lily's mood was different from usual. At this time, James poked his head out of the kitchen. Stop standing at the door and chatting. Why don't you sit on the sofa and chat? Sister Chun, you don't need to take off your shoes. Just come in. Lily turned and looked at Shiwehue, running towards her. Hey, happy birthday, baby, what are you busy with? Johnson tilted his head in confusion. Baby. It turns out that teacher Lily also calls people baby sometimes. It seems like I have seen another side of her. James ran over like a chick seeing its mother, pushed Johnson aside, hugged Lily, and snuggled into her arms. James shrank back and rubbed his head against Lily's shoulder. Sister Chun, it's been a long time since we last met. I'm making fried shrimps. They're delicious. Wait until tonight to taste my cooking skills. Lily asked at this time, where are your uncle and aunt? James said, they are both very busy. Forget about them. I'm going to use the kitchen today. Lily also knew that her uncle and aunt both worked in companies, and sometimes they came back very late after working overtime. The two beautiful girls stuck together, leaving Johnson standing there. Johnson didn't know who to envy for a moment. It was a pleasing sight to see a beautiful girl hugging him. There's just one problem. So, James, you're teacher Lily's cousin. Johnson gritted his teeth. Lily also reacted at this time. By the way, I didn't expect that you two actually work in the same company. Really? Why didn't you tell me earlier? James looked at Johnson with a smile in his eyes. I didn't expect that either. What a coincidence. Johnson was not surprised that the world was really small, because they were all from the same place, so he had experienced this many times of meeting familiar faces wherever he went. It is not uncommon for an elementary school classmate to be the child of a high school teacher, or for David's ex-girlfriend to be his classmate in junior high school cram school. Surprisingly, this woman James clearly knew about it, but kept silent about it, and was deliberately playing tricks on him here. It's true that we should always be on guard against others. But to be honest, after James really said that, Johnson observed carefully and found that their eyebrows and earlobes were somewhat similar. The eyebrows were thin, and the earlobes were like small, glutinous rice balls, exuding a warm luster and feeling very good to pinch. James hugged Lily and said it without hesitation. Sister Chun, Johnson is looking at you with obscene eyes. The blush on Lily's face had not yet faded, and she grabbed James' clothes and said, Don't talk nonsense. I'm going to tear your mouth apart. She reached out and tickled James, and he chuckled. The two of them playing together seemed quite beautiful. James cooked dinner himself and made a few side dishes, which, together with her fried shrimp, tasted really good, Johnson had to admit. After dinner, the three of them felt a little hot, so they put their coats aside. At this time, James took out his playing cards. Let's play a game. Lily echoed. Okay, how do we play? James said, play poker, but the loser has to accept the punishment. She blinked. The punishment of choosing between two options in the game of truth or dare. Chapter 23. Lily loses the first game. Johnson realized that James was definitely prepared. What is the point of celebrating a birthday? Why are we all having a meal together in peace? It's all for this little game. Johnson said, Why don't you call David for this party game? James waved the playing cards in the air. It's no fun to call him that. People like him who have no sense of shame are just like fish in water when they are called. Even I would feel at a disadvantage. Johnson made a ha sound. I am very ashamed. James pinched his face with his hands. How should I put it? Be thick-skinned, but I think it would definitely be fun to call you. Lily waved her hand. Why don't you guys play it? This kind of game for young people is definitely not suitable for me. I don't understand how to play it. Lily used evasive rhetoric. Sometimes students would invite her to play games with them during sports meets or spring outings, and Lily would use this rhetoric. In short, The students will express their understanding. But James doesn't buy it. James lowered his head, about to cry, and suddenly a faint crying sound was heard in the room. Woo-woo. James clasped his hands in front of his chest, looking extremely pitiful. I have lived alone since I can remember. When I was a child, I was always alone at home. Every morning, when my parents went out, I would ask, when will mom and dad play with me? Mom and dad patted my head and said, Shue, be good. We will play with you when mom and dad come back from work. At that time, I stood on the balcony, looking at my father's back as he left, wondering when he would come back. I waited and waited until nighttime, but my parents still hadn't come back. So I just lay on the floor and fell asleep. It was like this in elementary school, middle school, and high school. I had been alone since I was young, so I had no friends and didn't know how to make friends. But I always hoped that someone could play with me. Today is my 22nd birthday. Can't even a simple birthday wish like this be fulfilled? Woo-woo. As she spoke, she really started to cry. Tears kept falling down, and she wiped them back and forth with her hands. Johnson and Lily were both stunned. Johnson quickly reached out. I'll play with you. I'll play with you, okay. James immediately wiped away his tears, put on a smile as bright as a sunny day, and slammed the deck of cards on the table with a bang, causing the table to tremble twice. She was full of vigor. No one is allowed to leave this house until they have had enough fun today. Johnson and Lily were both surprised at how quickly James changed his attitude. Horrible woman. Lily knew she couldn't escape, so she spoke carefully. How do we play? I'm not very good at playing games. Also, isn't truth or dare too extreme? Should we play something more relaxing? James had already drawn the cards and was shuffling them like Chow Yun-Fat in God of Gamblers. The deck of cards was winding like a dragon in her hands. Johnson stood up anxiously. Are you kidding me? You have few friends? Aren't you too skilled? Even the God of Gamblers has to learn from you. James shrugged. I usually practice this way alone. Okay, let's start now. James dealt cards to 3 people, 8 cards each. Boasting. Do you know how to play it? Johnson naturally knew that this game was a common party game that emphasized a psychological game. But Lily obviously didn't know and asked in confusion. What is that? I only know Dedizu. James briefly explained the rules of the game to Lily. Each player has 8 cards in his hand. Player A can cover up and play any card in his hand, and announce the cards he played and the number of cards he played, such as 3 S6S. The number cannot be false, but the points can be false. At this time, the next player, player B, can choose to follow the card, give up, or question. He can follow any number of cards, but the declared points must be the same, which may not be true. For example, 2 SIXS can be true or false. Giving up means a buy, and questioning means not believing what player A says is true, so you question player A. If the question is successful, player A fails, and the cards played by several players in this round are taken back. If the question is unsuccessful, player B fails, and the cards played by several players in this round are taken back. Whoever finishes last loses. James was explaining the rules. It was like reading a programming question, which reminded Johnson of the NOI questions he had done. If this thing worked, maybe he could make a programming game. Damn it, don't think about work when you're having fun. Damn occupational disease. Johnson shook his head. Lily seemed to understand, so they played 2 simple games to familiarize themselves with the rules. After Lily played 2 games, she quickly figured out how to play the game. The situation on the field also became tense. James spoke calmly. She had a few random cards in her hand, and she just threw out an A, an AK, and said casually, 2 kings. Johnson sat opposite James, staring at her intently, trying to get something out of her eyes. He felt that there was something wrong, but he didn't intend to question her. Lily didn't have a single K in her hand. She placed her hand on a 3. With trembling fingers, she pinched out the 3, placed it on the table, and said with her back straightened, Follow a king. Johnson said immediately, I question it. Lily turned her head quickly, her face full of shock, and let out a cry of surprise. Huh? Why? Johnson met Teacher Lily's gaze. Is there any need to ask why? Teacher Lily, you exude the air of a liar. Every little move you make is so suspicious. Lily said hurriedly, What I'm playing is real. If you doubt it, you have to pick these cards back. Lily put on an expression that said, I'm doing this for your own good. Why don't you think about it carefully and think twice before you act? Johnson was calm and aloof. I question it. Lily pursed her lips, looking a little pitiful, and just stared at Johnson. Johnson put his hand up to block her gaze. It was so dazzling. Teacher Lily, please stop acting cute at this time. How can you look so adorable? Johnson said. Teacher Lily, please open it. Lily turned over the 3 in disappointment, put the other cards back, and took a look. Ah, you kid her a lie too. You guys are so despicable. Johnson played it cool. This is a tactic, teacher. Johnson knocked out a 2, a 5, and a 6, and shouted naturally. 3 nines. In his hand, he held 2 nines and a joker. James stared at Johnson. There are 4 nines, and you play 3. You have a trick. Lily also felt that something was fishy, but when she saw Johnson's calm face, she felt that this was real. Ah, how annoying, such a scheming game. James threw a 9. Follow 1. Lily carefully threw out a 6. Me too, follow 1. Johnson again held down 3 cards. 3 nines. The field became quiet. James made a tisk sound. How shameless. But now she was even more afraid to gamble. In other words, being cowardly. I give up. Lily stared at Johnson. I question it. The cards were turned over, revealing 2 nines and a substitute joker, which meant that Lily was wrong in her questioning. Lily burst into tears. Wow, what a crappy game. Lily lost the first game without a doubt. Johnson asked gloatingly, Ms. Lily, do you choose truth or dare? Chapter 24, Why do some people keep losing? There were 2 piles of cards on the table, stacked neatly. The red one is truth or dare, and the blue one is truth or dare. Lily looked at the pile of cards left in her hand and sighed. Tell me the truth. Lily was still afraid of drawing some strange cards in the dare, but as for truth or truth, no matter how honest she was, there was nothing she could avoid. 2 hands, eager to watch the fun, stretched out from the side. Please. Lily looked at the 2 of them and helplessly drew a red card and placed it on the table. When was your first love? Lily answered at the speed of light. No. What a lousy card. It hurts my heart. James looked incredulous. What? Sister Chun, you've never been in a relationship in your life. Is that true? Lily turned to look at James, her mouth pouting enough to lift a water bottle, looking a little pitiful. Really? She explained. You see, many people are single from birth, right? Even though they read some romance comics and novels, they don't have a partner. This is very common. James's hand was clenched into a fist and placed at his mouth, looking as if he were deep in thought and reasoning. No, it's understandable that you haven't had a relationship before graduating from college. There were people like that around me in college, but Sister Chun... Lily knew what she wanted to say and answered silently. 27. I know I'm 27. It's because I've graduated that I'm even less likely to date. Johnson then interrupted the conversation between the 2. I read a little psychology article the other day called Habitual Singleness. Teacher Lily, maybe that's the case. Lily placed the cards on the table. What's the meaning? Johnson said, because I've been single for a long time, I've developed a habit. It's hard for me to accept another person in my life. It's like inertia, especially after so many years. It's even harder to change. Lily heard this. She stood there like she was petrified, and then broke into pieces with a snap. It seemed as if these words meant that she would never be able to fall in love in this life. Although I don't have such an idea. Lily glared at Johnson. Continue next round. A new round of the game begins, and a new loser is still Lily. Lily looked at the pile of cards in her hand. Is this game too difficult to play? Every time Johnson and James said they had 3 identical cards, she was very suspicious but didn't dare to question it. But then they would throw out 3 more cards, and the cards would be dealt very quickly, and the key was that it looked very real. Lily still has 15 cards in her hand, and there are only 54 cards in a deck. Lily placed the cards on the table pitifully, with a droopy look on her face. It's the truth. Lily drew a new card. If the person you like lies next to you, what would you do to that person? Lily looked at the card. How would I know such a thing? James made a cross over his chest. No, that's a wrong answer. Sister Chun, please imagine the scene. It's late at night, and an orange bedside lamp lights up the room. Okay, the person you like falls asleep next to you. What are you going to do now? Lily felt embarrassed just listening to James' description. It was too detailed. Lily covered her face with the cards. Let me think. I would probably read an ebook next to him, and then gently put my hand on the front of his hair, touching his short hair, which is a bit prickly, and I would accidentally wake him up, and he would hug me in a daze and lean into my arms, and I would lend him my thigh as a pillow. Lily realized later that she had described it in too much detail, and her face turned red, her voice weak and shrill. James was like an emoticon. His eyes popped out, and his heart followed as he screamed. Her face was full of expressions like, great, this is what I wanted to hear, and this is also great. James gave a thumbs up, satisfied. Johnson, who was listening nearby, felt a little excited. Was this really something he could listen to? He felt that this game was gradually heading in a dangerous and uncontrollable direction. James said, Sister Chun is very proactive in relationships. Lily asked, a little confused. What's the meaning? James raised his finger and took out a pair of semicircular frame glasses without prescription from somewhere and put them on his head, just like Detective Conan. The glasses reflected white light. Because in Sister Chin's fantasy, you hold that person in your arms, which means that you are subconsciously the more mature party in the relationship. If you were younger, you would probably want to curl up in that person's arms and hold him tightly, right? To be relied upon, to rely upon. Regarding the two relationships, it has to be said that James' analysis does make sense. Lily realized something and suddenly started to defend herself. Well, maybe it's because of my age that I would think this way unconsciously, huh? After all, I have never been in a relationship. I have no experience at all, so don't take it seriously. Lily laughed, but she was already feeling a little nervous. James grabbed his glasses and lifted them up. The white light reflected from the glasses shone into Lily's heart, as if he wanted to see through Lily. Lily put the drawn cards aside. Okay, let's go to the next round. I must win one. Lily said this. Lily lost the third round. These two are such good at lying, so dark. This world is doomed. Are kids nowadays so smart? Lily didn't understand. Whether she questioned or not, she would lose everything in the end. Moreover, she would be exposed as soon as she told a lie. Who invented this game? Lily chooses truth. Do you have any weird habits? Well, sometimes when I walk, I step on the bricks on the ground and step on the center of the bricks. As long as I don't step on the line, I will tell myself in my heart that today will definitely be a lucky day. Sister Chun, you are so cute. What if you cross the line? Well, I would say that feudal superstitions can't be taken seriously. Round 4. To tell you the truth. What's your favorite movie? Why do you like it? Pride and Prejudice? This question is surprisingly normal. The conversation between Elizabeth and Darcy in The Rain really touched me. The misunderstandings between the two due to their different social status. The words that hurt each other when they clearly loved each other. And the eyes that looked at each other's lips when they quarreled. That kind of love is very touching. Lily talked about these things almost nonstop, and she was in a rare mood to recommend the movie to the two of them. The male lead is the type that becomes more handsome the more you watch him, and the female lead is also very beautiful. Sometimes language cannot express one's feelings and thoughts, which is also what I like about this movie. Johnson felt the fanaticism of being a fan at Lily, just like when he kept recommending the game to others. However, even with Lily's enthusiasm, she couldn't win the game. Lily let out an angry cry. Big Adventure. Chapter 25, Great Adventure. Lily, who was constantly asked the truth, was getting a little irritable. The key point was, how could she win the game? Johnson has already started to think whether he should back off a little. Is it not a good idea to bully teacher Lily like this? But when he saw teacher Lily getting humiliated, he unexpectedly thought the teacher was so cute. This is still the first kind of cuteness. Lily felt that if she continued asking, everything about her would be dug out. When will I win once? James held out his hands respectfully, pointing to the pile of blue cards. Please. Lily placed her fingers on the pile of blue cards with a nervous mood, thinking that there wouldn't be any particularly embarrassing cards. Lily closed her eyes, pulled out a card. Choose a person of the opposite sex present and lean on his or her shoulder for 30 seconds. James took a look. It's a party game. So usually no matter who you choose, it can prove that there's something fishy going on between the two of you. In fact, the first choice is more exciting than the intimate contact later, but now, Sister Chun, you can only choose Johnson. Lily held the card and looked at Johnson with her neck turned stiffly. Wait, now I'm supposed to lean on Johnson as shoulder? Still 30 seconds. This is too terrible. There was a hint of tremor in Lily's voice. Can I choose the truth? I was wrong. I shouldn't have chosen the big adventure. I was just a little curious, but ended up getting into trouble. James crossed his arms. No, I can't regret it. It's just a shoulder leaning. It's nothing. This level can't even be considered ambiguous. Lily was stunned for a moment. What? Are young people nowadays so unrestrained? This level is not even considered ambiguous. Then what level is considered ambiguous? Lily expressed her incomprehension at this time. Thinking about her era, no, it can't be said to be an era, It makes her seem like an older generation, but the traditional education philosophy she received, no matter how you look at it, this kind of intimacy is a bit too much. Even brothers and sisters would not do such a thing. Johnson said, "Wait, I have an objection. This is equivalent to me also being punished. So I am the one being punished." Although the scene looks good, Johnson could see that Lily seemed a little embarrassed. Although it is fun to see the teacher being humiliated, it is not good to tease the teacher excessively. James wiped away tears. "When I was little, I always wanted my parents to play with me, but..." Johnson pointed his hand at her. "That's enough. How did this person manage to switch so seamlessly?" He really could cry when he wanted to. It would be a waste if such a person didn't become an actor. Or you can go on some variety show where you pursue your dreams, and during the interview session, after singing a song, start playing the sympathy card. It's classic but effective. Lily softened her heart. "It's okay. Since it's a game, you should have fun. If it's just this level, I have no problem. How about you, Johnson?" Lily said this, pretending to be calm, and lifted her hair with her fingers to reveal her right ear. Johnson sat down. "Teacher Lily, you dote on her too much." "Well, if that's the case, I have no problem with that." Since Lily said so, Johnson naturally had no problem with it. Lily brought a stool and sat next to Johnson and whispered something. Then, "I'm sorry." Johnson sat up straight. Lily's body was also stiff. It was unclear whether she was affected by the atmosphere or if she was not opposed to the matter itself. If you think about it carefully, this should be absolutely not allowed. Johnson is his student, but he also feels that his students have already graduated. Since they're just playing games, he cannot spoil their fun. Lily always felt that the boundary between herself and her students became blurred. She didn't know what was allowed and what was not allowed. The straight line meandered and broke at this moment, making it impossible for her to make a judgment. While she was thinking, she had already rested her head on Johnson's shoulder. James was right opposite her. Lily was too embarrassed to meet his gaze and didn't know where to look. She could only stare at the edge of the table in front of her, with her own legs and Johnson's legs in her peripheral vision. Because of the position, his legs were pressed together, leaning toward Johnson, his knees pressed against his thighs. So long, Lily thought. Johnson is tall and has long legs. Normally, she always felt that the students were so small that they had to hide behind her. But at times like this, Lily would once again realize that Johnson was not a boy. Of course, if he was called a man, it would always feel a bit weird. Johnson felt Lily's body center of gravity coming towards him, and the ends of her hair touched his cheeks and neck, making him feel a little itchy. The teacher's arm touched his arm, and even through several layers of clothes, he could feel the softness of teacher Lily's body. Her cheeks, shoulders, arms, and thighs were all against his body. Johnson couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this time. It was impossible not to be nervous. Lily's hair in his peripheral vision. The last time they were in the cinema, they had never been so close. This distance made Johnson's heart beat faster. He looked at James opposite him. James was looking at Johnson with playful eyes at this time. It was self-evident what was written in his eyes. Probably similar to, "You don't want me to tell XX about your XX, do you? Why does it sound so strange, like a wife being forced, but how come I am a wife?" Johnson glared back nonchalantly, and their eyes sparked and lightning in the air, colliding fiercely, just like Sun Wukong and Vegeta using Kamehameha and Gallic Cannon to fight each other. The confrontation was fruitless, and a weak voice interrupted the eye contact between the two. Is that 30 seconds? Lily felt like she was reaching her limit. The sound of her heartbeat became clearer and clearer, almost pounding out of her chest. It's okay. She thought so. James finally reacted. I forgot to keep track of the time, but it's almost time." Lily moved away from Johnson's shoulder, picked up the stool, and quickly slipped back to her seat like a thief. Next one. Johnson didn't expect that Lily would get a little carried away. "Still want to play?" In this round, Johnson lost. A smile finally appeared on Lily's face. "Okay." She finally realized the fun of this game. "Choose quickly." Johnson chose the red card. "It's the truth." Johnson drew the card and placed it on the table. "Have you ever developed feelings for anyone, and are you guys together?" Chapter 26, First Encounter. Two pairs of gossipy eyes stared at Johnson, with excitement shining in their eyes. Even Lily was eager to eat gossip at this time. Her burning eyes were like those of a Hong Kong reporter who saw a popular star and a strange person walking into a hotel, and she had already prepared the news article in her head. Johnson was startled by the looks from both men and scratched his head. "Yes, if you're just saying I like you, but we're not together. James stood up, and half of his body fell on the table. Who was it? When did it happen? Johnson tossed the card into the discard pile. The question didn't say who it was, but it was a long time ago. James stared at Johnson. This cunning guy is so picky with words. A long time ago. How long was it? You can always tell. Johnson thought for a moment. Well, it's not something that can't be said. For years ago, right? Lily's gossiping heart was originally like a raging fire, but for some reason, a complex emotion surged over her, like a rushing tide that drowned the firewood. But she quickly came to her senses. Wait, wasn't that before college? Could it be that Zhang Yutong? Zhang Yutong was Johnson's study committee member in high school. She was usually quiet and gentle, but she didn't seem to have many friends. Johnson, however, got along well with her, because the girl secretly likes to read all kinds of romance novels, and she always has a copy of Fireworks tucked in her desk. The novels contain all kinds of plots, from amnesia, car accidents, overbearing CEOs to the crematorium of chasing his wife. Johnson was her desk, made in her freshman year of high school, and he covered for her, so the two became familiar with each other. Johnson waved his hand. No, teacher, you really did doubt me back then, didn't you? We had a serious revolutionary friendship. Lily's investigation was fruitless, and she looked certain. That's Ye Yuding. This girl was the daughter of a coal boss. She was pretty and slender, but she was harsh with her words. She and Johnson often quarreled and argued a lot. Johnson knew that Lily thought they were a pair of bickering lovers. Johnson said, "No, they're not classmates in our class. Teacher, please stop guessing." James said, "Oh, she's a junior from another school, right? So why aren't they together?" Johnson shrugged. Isn't it normal to have a crush on someone? Just because you like someone doesn't necessarily mean you'll be happy with that person. It's impossible. It's impossible. Aren't relationships the most illogical? There's one thing many people learn as they grow up, and that is secret love. She was a phoenix on a tree. He was the apple of his eye. And her own words were just a messy piece of paper, folded into 4 pieces and placed under the short leg of the dining table in the room. At this time, I always have the thought that the other person and I are not from the same world. Looking up at the moon at night is like a high-chested white peacock, but it is 180,000 meters away from the other person. James gritted his teeth. Damn it, that's not straightforward at all. If you're a man, you should charge forward instead of hanging your head here. Johnson countered. I'm not depressed. Isn't it true that not everyone regards love as the primary goal of life? And you have to say that it's not that serious. You just think the other person is really nice and beautiful or something like that. James stood up again, hands on his hips. Have you confessed your feelings? Are you relieved if you didn't? Johnson looked at her helplessly. I'm telling you, confession of love should be based on the emotional foundation between both parties. If the other party doesn't like you, he will just feel embarrassed and devastated. James shook his head. Won't. Johnson gives an example. What about David calling you to confess his love for you? James opened his mouth. He must be sick. Johnson spread his hands. Right. James was silent. James sat down and felt that what Johnson said made some sense. A few more rounds of cards followed. James lost the game and was asked if he had someone he liked during the truth or truth contest. James decisively said no. Johnson lost the game and was asked what his favorite novel was. Johnson said Ready Player One. James questioned if that wasn't a movie, and Johnson said that there was an original novel. The original work is also well worth reading, full of elements of early adventure fantasy and games. Lily lost 3 games. Her favorite food is Cantonese barbecued pork rice, which looks great and tastes delicious. Her dislike for mosquitoes is summer mosquitoes, and she hopes they will become extinct. Finally, she pinched her nose with her hand, turned around 3 times, and said to Johnson, "It's pretty cute." After a few rounds, it was getting late, so the 3 of them took a group photo and then went home. Lily returned home and lay on the bed, unable to figure it out. It turns out that Johnson, looking like that, can also develop a crush on girls. But it's true. After all, everyone falls in love for the first time when they are in school. This kind of thing is normal. But who did Johnson have a crush on at that time? Not at all. Lily looked at the dark ceiling, thinking hard. All that came to her mind were the scenes of herself as a teacher that year. Being a teacher is different from being a student. Standing in different positions, the scenes she sees are naturally different. At that time, I was standing on the podium, holding the test paper and handouts, explaining the questions seriously. Most of the students had their eyes on the test paper on the table, and only a small number of students would raise their heads and look at themselves intently. Johnson is one of them. Although I'm not very serious usually, I still listen to the class seriously when it is time to do so. She also knew the reason why students didn't look up in class. Most students nowadays were afraid of being called on to answer questions, which was different from her past. She didn't know if it was because of the times or because her lectures were too boring, so Lily even felt a little frustrated. However, she can understand that senior year of high school is very hard. Students have a casual attitude towards Chinese. Compared with the less certain reading comprehension and classical Chinese translation, students are more willing to spend time on other subjects. In subjects like biology and chemistry, hard study in a short period of time can pay off, which is directly reflected in the scores. But I'm not good at Chinese. Although there are some tips for answering questions in Chinese, even if these tips are passed on, it is still difficult to improve the scores in Chinese. In other words, the effort and reward are not proportional. In today's world, where only scores matter, Lily also knows that she cannot force students to learn Chinese. She can only encourage them to work harder. Lily vaguely remembered that when she first took over, the first student she scolded seemed to be Johnson. Of course, it wasn't a good impression, but it was the test paper with only 88 points. She felt dizzy when she was holding the test paper. Johnson, come to my office after class. Chapter 27, Favorability. Johnson stood in the office with his head down. His sight was on Lily's pair of sneakers. It has been a month since school started, and he has also had a preliminary understanding of Lily, a young, beautiful, and good teacher. Lily looked at the report card again and couldn't believe it. Chinese isn't as good as physics. How'd you do it? Chinese got 88 points, and physics got 104 points, which is 16 points higher than Chinese. Johnson said, "Oh," and hesitantly said with his head down, "I got a multiple choice question wrong. I should have chosen for the last question. I was wrong." Lily's voice rose a few notches. "Who asked you what was wrong with physics? This brat is still trying to be clever. It really pissed me off." Lily took Johnson's test paper and looked at it from left to right. Can this be deducted? Can this be wrong? I can't imagine how I couldn't get a perfect score in Chinese. As a candidate, this score is obviously the result of not putting my heart into it. Lily adjusted her glasses and looked at Johnson's test paper. From beginning to end, even the composition was a mess. She sighed and glanced at Johnson. He stood quite straight and did not look like a slacker. His grades in other subjects were also okay, but his Chinese was the only thing wrong with him. There must be something wrong with his thinking. She put down the paper. "Let's not talk about grades for now. Raise your head and look at me." So Johnson raised his head and looked at Lily. Her eyes were a beautiful amber color, so clear that all the light in the world passed through them. She had two thin black eyebrows, which changed shape very flexibly when she was angry. Johnson and Lily looked at each other. He stood straight, not knowing where to put his hands, and a feeling of helplessness surrounded him. Teacher Lily is a really nice person. Johnson couldn't help but think. He defended himself again. "Teacher, I've always been like this in Chinese." Lily said, "That's the problem. Do you think you can't learn Chinese well?" Johnson scratched his head. "Not really." Lily looked at him and said seriously, "You can improve your grades. As long as you put in the effort, there will be rewards." Johnson had heard similar words many times to the point of being a little bored. People have been promoting lectures since junior high school, driving students to the podium like driving cattle and horses, and asking them to make loud declarations. He said something like, "I will work hard and study very hard." To be honest, Johnson couldn't stand it at that time. The people who promoted the lectures made money from this and acted like crazy. He couldn't help but feel that there must be something wrong with this world. Lily pulled out a stool from the side. "Well, sit down and talk to the teacher first." Johnson was flattered. "Oh, no." Lily slapped the stool. "Sit down when I tell you to." Johnson sat down obediently, and Lily took out the test papers. "Well, first tell me what you were thinking when you were doing this question." Johnson remembers that he spent a lot of time that day expressing all his thoughts. It was not so much that he could not understand the type of question, but more that he could not understand the meaning of the person who set the question. Finally, Lily gave him a smile. "The teacher believes in you. You will definitely improve next time." It was a cloudy day, but when she smiled, it seemed as if the whole world cleared up and the golden sunlight fell warmly on Johnson. Why do I think of such a thing at this time? Johnson lay in bed, memories of that time surfacing in his mind. He jumped up and sat cross-legged on the bed, like an old monk in a temple in meditation. Truth or dare is undoubtedly a dangerous game. It is difficult to explain something like liking someone. He can't even say that he feels that he has liked anyone, but it is true that there may have been a moment when he had a good impression of someone. Or maybe you just thought that person was so beautiful at that moment. The slender hand held a red ballpoint pen, writing on the roll of paper with a rustling sound. Only the side profile could be seen, with light dancing on the frame of the glasses and the eyelashes gently swaying up and down. That moment was very beautiful. Absolutely not. It is absolutely impossible. And being like that is too disgusting. Even at this time, I just thought the teacher was so beautiful. Students cannot develop a fondness for their teachers, and Johnson knew this well. What's more, there are friends around me who are teachers. Even if they were handsome and dashing when they were young, they would still look as ugly as possible without makeup during class. If they knew that a student had different feelings for them, they would have only one thought: the sky is falling, and start worrying about your job. Johnson rubbed his hair, walked into the bathroom, and splashed cold water on his face. The cold water stung his face, making his head much clearer, and the things he had let go of gradually became clear to him. Lily would walk hurriedly in the corridor holding documents, tell funny jokes in class, cheer up students before exams, write Meng Jiaos after passing the imperial examination on the blackboard, or recite sentences from Chao Shua Chin's Lin Jiangxi and Wulin. The filthiness of the past is not worth boasting about, but today my unbridled thoughts have no limits. The horse gallops in the spring breeze, and I can see all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. The voices ups and downs, and each voice is sharp. It was strange that even though 4 years had passed, those verses and the names of the poems gradually became clearer in his mind. Every word in Lily's tone gradually became clear in Johnson's mind. At that time, Johnson was 18 years old and she was 23 years old. Johnson was still a child in front of her. Going back in time, when Lily first entered college, she was 18 years old and Johnson was only 13 years old, just a junior high school student. To her, Johnson was a younger kid. Time is such an incredible thing. Sometimes I hate it. Why not let myself show up earlier so that I won't miss the mountain flowers blooming in spring? But time seems to erase everything. As they grow older, the age gap between them gradually becomes smaller. Now, Johnson is 22 and Lily is 27. Johnson suddenly had a feeling that he and Lily seemed closer. After graduation, Johnson went to Lily's home and presented his teacher with a bouquet of flowers. The flowers were full, firm, and bright. At that time, Lily showed a proud expression on her face. My students are so nice to me. Johnson was 18 years old. He let go of everything and thought that it was fine as it was. He would not cause trouble to his teacher, and it was enough as long as he made his teacher proud. He is the student, and she is the teacher. Johnson wagged his tail, as fawning and glib as ever. Of course, I'm afraid teacher Lily won't be able to find a student as good as me in the future. The room was packed with other people, and everyone burst into laughter. Johnson mixed in the crowd, laughing with everyone. In his peripheral vision, he saw Lily's gentle face. Yes, that's all. Johnson propped himself up on the sink with both hands, looking at himself in the mirror. His bangs were wet and stuck to his forehead. He looked a little embarrassed. What? Doesn't this mean you haven't let it go at all? Chapter 28, Moving. Time passes faster than I imagined. Ever since the last Truth or Dare game, Johnson and Lily have had less and less contact, or rather, it's been difficult for them to have any contact at all. After November, winter basically begins and the days gradually turn colder. Johnson also feels cold and starts to put on down jackets. James sat next to Johnson, took out a baked sweet potato from somewhere, and started eating it silently. Johnson looked at her helplessly. No, you were eating roasted sweet potatoes right next to me. Isn't that a bit too much? They actually deducted 200 yuan from me last month. Last month, I was caught by my supervisor for chatting, and 200 yuan disappeared. I worked for nothing for half a day. And where did I get this steaming sweet potato? I can't even find a stall selling sweet potatoes now. James' eyes wandered. I treated you to dinner, and I was also fined, so don't be so fussy about it. Johnson didn't particularly care. He just wanted to remind James. James patted his chest again. I made sure that no one came to your place to eat today, and I wanted to chat with you. Johnson tapped away at his keyboard. What are you talking about? You just chat about things every day. How can you have so much to chat about? James bit into a sweet potato. Why do I feel like you were saying something weird? It sounds so obscene. Hey, you actually said such things to a virgin girl. Johnson was silent for a moment. You are the one with the problem. I've been saying everything is normal. What you see is too weird. Because your mind is full of dirty jokes, everything you see is like a dirty joke. Let's talk about Su Sure and Foyne again. James snorted and said nothing. That's not what I came to say. Johnson asked. So what did you come to say? James is rarely serious. Well, I feel like you've been feeling down lately. So I'm asking if anything happened to you. Johnson didn't feel any low pressure. I'm not the same as before. James shook his head. Don't try to fool my instincts. By the way, what do you think of my cousin? Johnson found that James's offensive moves had no pre-swing. He was talking about frogs and goldfish in the last second, and the next second he started a cosmic war and his face pierced through the sky. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I just remembered. Just a good teacher, a very, very good teacher. That's it. Nothing else? What do you want to know? Johnson said this. James' eyes looked at him like a fox's eyes. That day, the person you mentioned having a crush on, I was wondering, could it be my cousin? James lay there. It's actually quite normal. When you're in school, some students will admire their teachers, whether they're boys or girls. Maybe girls have more, or maybe girls' admiration is more unrestrained. She counted on her fingers. You see, there are many works like this, such as Angel's Love, Teacher, Can I Like You? Have you seen it? Johnson shook his head. I haven't seen any. James was dumbfounded. Wow, you haven't seen this. How tasteless. James criticized Johnson. It's such a classic work, it's really good to watch. It makes me want to fall in love. I twisted like a maggot in my bed in the middle of the night. Johnson was helpless. Could you please not use such a graphic but disgusting metaphor? Although I haven't seen it, I know from a name that it's a forbidden love story where a female student develops a crush on a male teacher, right? James nodded vigorously. Johnson said, and its selling point is the uncle-like teacher, right? 34 years old, very handsome, with messy hair and a sloppy look. There are always girls who like uncle-like teachers, right? Then he has to be a teacher from the science department because science has a sense of mystery. But in fact, most people who do physics research will go from being handsome to being bald, a representative figure being Planck. James nodded vigorously. Don't you understand this very well? Johnson had only heard of it. How should I put it? Even if it's a joke, you can't say it. It won't be good if teacher Lily knows about it. People who are older actually have to endure more of this kind of thing. This is true no matter where you are. As students, you may have some unknown emotions in your heart, and you may even be troubled by these emotions that you are experiencing for the first time. But in fact, as a member of society, teachers have to consider more complicated things. Because they are older than the other party, they will feel troubled. At the same time, they also have to take care of the other party's feelings and worry about whether the other party will be hurt. James' mouth curled up slightly, agreeing with Johnson's point of view. It seems so, but you are a member of society now. Brother, there is nothing to worry about. James said was not wrong. If it was 4 years ago, he would probably receive a somewhat embarrassed smile. But what if it was 4 years later? Will things be different now, for years later? The teacher's hand that he once held, the moments when the teacher leaned on his shoulder, the moments when his heart beat faster, the moments when he thought the teacher was so beautiful, are like rolls of film from a retro camera, hanging on lines in his own darkroom, neatly displayed. For years have passed. Is the heart-pounding moment still the same as before? I can't say that I like her, but I definitely know that I have different feelings. James had already slipped away, leaving Johnson there. Johnson thought about it and sent a message to Lily. Teacher Lily, are you busy recently? Maybe no matter what, I should try to be like an ordinary person and invite Teacher Lily out to play. Amusement parks, aquariums, cinemas, and the like. Johnson was a little nervous, taking deep breaths, inhaling, exhaling, inhaling, exhaling. He repeated this cycle over and over again, and when he had completed 120 cycles, he received news from Lily. What's wrong? Do you have any questions for the teacher? I'm sorry, I'm a bit busy lately. Johnson said, oh, and for some reason he was not so nervous anymore. I see. Is it because of the recent exams, the midterms? Lily replied, no, well, I tried to apply for a single-person staff dormitory next to the school, and it was approved, so I should move out and live on my own. I will be busy moving this Saturday. Is there anything I can help you with? Johnson was stunned for a moment. He never expected this to be the reason. Lily actually made up her mind recently. How to say it? After all, I am 27 years old. It is very convenient to live at home, and I am happy to eat home-cooked meals, but I always feel that I am overly dependent on my family. Sometimes it is not very convenient to work at home at night. Whether it's from the perspective of work or life, It's always better to move out and live alone, and you can go home at ordinary times. For many reasons, Lily decided to move out. Of course, the main reason is the recent pressure. Johnson looked at his phone, a little surprised, and quickly sent a message. Then I'll help the teacher move. Chapter 29, the teacher will massage your shoulders. Johnson said this, and the matter was settled. Lily didn't know why she didn't refuse. Maybe Johnson was too enthusiastic and she had no time to refuse. Or maybe she really needed help. After all, she had some unpleasant experiences with her family in the past 2 days. A gentle smile appeared on her face, and after reading Johnson's message, her anxious and irritable heart felt a little relieved. Friday night. Johnson is discussing with Lily what to move tomorrow. Lily was sorting her clothes in the room with the phone tucked on her shoulder. Well, let me think about it. Actually, there's nothing to take. I've already looked at the room. The bed and the table are there. It's mainly clothes and other things. Johnson also held the phone. Yeah, sheets and stuff are also needed. By the way, did Teacher Zhang also live in the staff dormitory before? I remember that dormitory didn't have an elevator. Lily let out a heavy sigh. How can there be an elevator? After all, this is a very old house. But the third floor is fine. There's actually nothing there. My sheets, clothes, and my laptop and tablet. Lily thought about it carefully. There are also daily necessities, toothpaste, and so on. Actually, one box is enough for me. Johnson said him twice. It's okay. I'll drive over. You can bring more, so it's more convenient. Rice, oil, wine, etc. Lily chuckled. How could that be? Do you think your teacher can spare time to cook? And you brought some wine. You must be drinking a lot, right? Don't drink too much. Johnson shook his head. I'm talking about wine for seasoning. It can be used to cook fish or remove fishy smells. I don't usually drink. Lily obviously didn't believe it. Don't you drink? You will drink when you have dinner with your classmates. Although the teacher doesn't encourage drinking, you can't avoid it when you have a party. Johnson said, Teacher, times have changed now. You can drink whatever you want at a party. No one urges you to drink. But if I have a meal with you, I am happy to drink. Lily smiled softly. Really? That's good. If you drink too much, your brain will become stupid. Her tone was as gentle as always. That's all. Let me see. How about 3 p.m. tomorrow afternoon? Are you free? I think I'd better call a Lalamove. The snapping sound coming from Johnson's side sounded like he was patting his own chest. Of course there is. Johnson said it with absolute certainty. Lily whispered into the phone. Thank you then. The teacher will treat you to dinner tomorrow night. I'm gonna hang up now. I'll send you a photo of what I packed later. Johnson said, The next day, at 2:50 p.m., Johnson drove his car to Lily's house again. Although this was not his first time here, his mood was different from before. Johnson looked through the car window at the dark corridor during the day, feeling quite nervous. After realizing his change in mentality, it seemed that something was indeed different. Lily sent a message. Would you like to come up first? Johnson then opened the car door, pressed the elevator button skillfully, and went to the 4th floor. Lily's door was open. Johnson knocked on the door, and Lily's voice came. Just come in. No need to take off your shoes. Johnson stepped into Lily's house. Lily seemed to have just finished her work and walked out of the kitchen. She was wearing a khaki knitted skirt and a white off-shoulder sweater. This one was different from the previous one, as it was more casual and also more sexy. Johnson saw Lily coming out wearing that sweater. He was even stunned for a moment. Teacher, do you have such fashionable clothes? In fact, only the left shoulder is exposed, but it makes her look more charming than usual. Plus, it's not cold today, and the sun is shining brightly, so it's actually quite suitable. Lily grabbed the plaid coat next to her and put it on. Wait for me. Sit on the sofa for a while. I'll check if there's anything. Lily was going to move were placed in the living room, including an evacuated vacuum bag, which should be filled with quilts such as cotton wool and a suitcase. In the end, they decided to take an electric frying pan and 2 pots of flowers that Lily loved. It feels similar to living in a university dormitory. Johnson sat on the sofa somewhat awkwardly. How did the teacher suddenly make up his mind? I thought he would stay at home for the rest of his life. Lily was walking when she suddenly turned around and glared at Johnson. What do you mean by shutting yourself in for life? Your teacher is not that kind of person. She handed over a cup of brewed tea and placed it in front of Johnson. Have a drink first. I'll have to trouble you with the hard labor later. You can only make up for it in the evening. She handed over the cup of tea with a smile. Johnson took it and felt that Teacher Lily was becoming more and more dazzling. Johnson raised his eyes, met Lily's gaze, took it, said thank you, then looked down at the cup, watching the tea leaves tumbling inside. The images in the memory became clearer. In recent days, those things kept surging in her mind, those images of people looking at her from the side. It seemed that many of the memories in the bubble were of Lily's profile, the moments when the sun fell on her soft, lively cheeks. Come to think of it, I don't have the courage to look her in the face. Sometimes it is like this when you yearn for someone. You think of many things and have many expectations, but the moment your eyes meet, you swallow all those words and expectations back. It takes a lot of courage to even look that person in the eyes, so the images that come to your mind at the end are mostly of me secretly looking at her from the side. There are only a few moments when I can look that person in the eye under other pretexts, gazing into those eyes, as if reaching out my hand and trying hard to touch the other person's soul. The moving process was easier than expected. There weren't a lot of stuff, and it wasn't heavy either, so the two of them easily moved it into the staff dormitory. The staff dormitory is a single room of about 30 square meters, which is more than enough for one person. On the left side of the door is the sink and cooking area, and on the right side is the bathroom. Walking inside is a large bed and a wardrobe, and there is also a small balcony with 2 pots of flowers that Lily loves, snow lilies and begonias. Opposite the bed is a desk. Next to the bed is a round carpet, a small coffee table, and a small sofa. After the school was renovated, the room even exudes a petty bourgeois style. Lily took off her coat and hung it on the hanger. Johnson sat on the low sofa against the wall next to the bed to rest. The sofa was very small and narrow, and could probably only accommodate 2 people. Lily held the phone and spoke to Johnson. "Squeeze in." She sat down next to Johnson, their arms touching. Lily handed the phone to Johnson. "Take a look and see what you want to eat tonight. The teacher will treat you. The teacher will accompany you no matter what you eat tonight. Thank you for coming to help today." She looked at Johnson. "How are you? Are you a little too tired? By the way, turn over a little and let the teacher massage your shoulders for you." Chapter 30, Do you want to drink with the teacher? Johnson was stunned for a moment, still holding Lily's phone, a little overwhelmed. "No, it's okay. Although it was hard work, it was actually quite easy. There wasn't much stuff, and it was just on the 3rd floor. I moved it up in several trips." As if unable to resist Johnson, Lily placed her hands on his shoulders and gently pushed on the side of his body, turning him around. Lily's gentle voice fell into Johnson's ears. "Teacher, let me reward you. It must be very hard for you to carry so many things upstairs." "Okay, it's okay." Her voice was light, but it penetrated into Johnson's heart, making Johnson feel uneasy. Lily's fingers fell on Johnson's shoulders, slender and soft, as if she were Johnson's sister, although Johnson had no sister. Lily said as she massaged Johnson's shoulders. "I've done this for Shiwahue before, so it's okay." Lily felt that this was nothing. It was just a shoulder massage. She actually quite liked taking care of people, so she thought massaging her students' shoulders was a very interesting thing. Johnson's heart began to become complicated. Teacher Lily was just this kind of person. She herself didn't even notice how easy it was for her to manipulate others. She was just expressing her tenderness, but it made Johnson feel his face getting hot. He pretended to be calm and looked at his phone. "Just anything to eat will be fine. Generally speaking, it's better to eat in a new house after moving, if you can cook." Lily thought about it and felt that what Johnson said made sense. The pot was there, but firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea were missing. A good cook cannot cook without rice. Johnson said suddenly, "If the teacher finds it troublesome, why don't I help you cook? Or we can have hot pot, where we just cook something randomly." Hot pot is so wonderful. Hot pot is festive and the most suitable food for moving. It is slurping, fragrant, and warm. Eating hot pot on such a day is such a wonderful thing. Lily thought this was a good idea. She placed her fingers on Johnson's shoulders and continued to rub them. Johnson's inner nerd thoughts began to become unsettled again. "I'm so happy that the teacher is massaging my shoulders. If I am too happy, I will definitely be punished." Johnson actually had never imagined that he could be so close to Lily. He even felt that he and Lily were not from the same world. When he looked at Lily, it was more like looking at an idol on the stage from afar. Dazzling, eye-catching, and gently shining its light on everyone in the audience. And now, the teacher was actually massaging his shoulders without any concern. Just this degree alone made him so happy that he felt that all his luck for the next few days had been used up. Damn, steamed goose heart with 4 vegetarian dishes. Lily suddenly thought this was a good idea. "Okay, let's go buy some groceries later." Johnson asked, "Aren't you going now?" Lily said, "I'll help you pinch it again." As she said this, Johnson just said, and all his previous eloquence was completely useless. The brain is sometimes so useless. It can talk a lot of nonsense and chatter nonstop, but once something beyond one's imagination happens, or in front of someone, it's like a computer crash. Especially in recent days, Johnson's brain has been in a semi-stop state. I want to see her, but I'm also worried about seeing her. This tangled and complicated feeling has always lingered in Johnson's heart. Lily just felt that Johnson's shoulders were stronger than she had imagined. It turned out that boys, no matter what, had to be stronger physically. She slid her fingers down Johnson's shoulders and over his back. Johnson was wearing thin clothes, a thin black long-sleeved shirt underneath. Through the thin layer of cloth, he could clearly feel Lily's fingers sliding on his back. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Johnson was upset. Lily's curiosity drove her fingers all the way to Johnson's waist. She didn't notice that there was anything inappropriate about her actions at the moment, but she just thought that it was indeed very hard. Especially the shoulder blade area, the waist seemed different from her own, tighter, and she poked it gently. Johnson uttered a, "huh," and turned his head. "Teacher." Lily then realized that her action was a bit inappropriate and coughed awkwardly. "Well, I didn't mean to do that." She changed the subject. "Let's go shopping. By the way, the teacher likes to eat potatoes. What do you like to eat?" Lily clumsily changed the subject, her eyes wandering all over the place. What did I just do to the students? Lily wanted to cover her face, wondering if her behavior was a little bit wrong or not very good. Johnson discovered that teacher Lily actually had a very childish side. In fact, everyone has a side that is different from their usual self. The guy who looks cold on the surface is actually just not good at communication. The person who handles everything maturely may also drink and cry in private. Socializing is nothing more than the collision of masks. Johnson reluctantly returned the phone to Lily and stood up. "Teacher." Lily sat very straight, feeling guilty, but now it seemed like the opposite, a bit like a student who was being scolded, looking up at Johnson, thinking that he might scold her. But Johnson didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and spoke. "I like to eat lasagna." I'm speechless. Why is the teacher so cute? Johnson had a second lovely idea. Supermarket. Shrimp dumplings, egg rolls, lasagna, crispy sausage, potatoes, lotus root slices, kelp, fragrant tofu. Johnson and Lily were choosing what they were going to eat in the hot pot area. Lily also bought some seasonings, bowls, and chopsticks. Johnson pushed a cart through the brightly lit shelves. Why do I feel that this is no different from my ideal married life? When I was newly married, the couple pushed a cart to buy things in the supermarket. Shopping in the supermarket is good. It has a sense of life and is very interesting. Lily took a bag of potato flour from the side and put it into the cart. "Can I take these things?" Johnson wondered. "Yeah, no problem. I'll eat anything." "How is this different from married life?" "Oh, stop imagining. You are so disgusting." Johnson had such a thought. She would severely condemn herself. If the teacher knew, she would definitely feel that she was a very bad student. Look at teachers with eyes other than the way students look at teachers. Lily seemed very happy and kept walking among the shelves. "What would you like to drink tonight?" She walked to the wine area, pondered for a moment, picked up the can of peach-colored sparkling wine next to her, and held it high next to her lively and bright face. "How about it? Do you want to drink this with the teacher?" Chapter 31, What Happens When You Get Drunk. The hot pot was bubbling and boiling. A pot of bright red oil. The aroma spreads throughout the house. Johnson and Lily sat cross-legged in front of the small table. The desk was against the wall, and there were no extra stools, so they put the pot on the small round table. Fortunately, there was a clean carpet, so they had a place to sit. Lily added things into the pot skillfully. "Do you want an apron?" Johnson was a little surprised. "And an apron?" Lily nodded. "Yes, I'll look for it." Johnson said, "No need, teacher. This is fine." Johnson reached out to stop Lily, and Lily just stood up and sat back down. Oh well. The two of them ate hot pot and drank sparkling wine. Lily bought a whole box, which was 6 cans. Johnson took a look and saw that the sparkling wine was written in incomprehensible Spanish, like some magic spell. The only thing he could understand on the pink label was the 7.5-degree mark. It's not high, but it's higher than beer. Johnson took a sip, and the overall smell was sweet, but there was an obvious taste of alcohol, which made him a little worried. "Can teacher Lily drink?" Lily also took a sip of the wine and tasted it. "Well, I think it should be fine. I drank a little when I was in college, but it's okay after I get to work. I can use the excuse that I can't drink." She put the drink down, and a smile appeared on her face. "Why?" Are you worried that the teacher will drink too much and become a crazy drunkard? Don't worry. The teacher is a good drinker and will never drink to the point of passing out. Johnson felt more relieved. At least there wouldn't be an embarrassing situation where teacher Lily got drunk and couldn't handle it. He once had a classmate who drank a bottle of Rio and went crazy on the mountain. That was Rio as light as water, and Johnson found it hard to imagine anyone getting drunk from it. The two of them were chatting while eating hot pot. The new home seemed more lively. Lily's face was flushed, and it was unclear whether it was because of the hot pot or the alcohol. Is teacher Lily busy with work recently? Well, it's the same as always. By the way, I asked my students before. What student? You forgot what I told you before. I'm introducing you to my sophomore student. She's a girl studying liberal arts, majoring in ancient Chinese, and she also likes to play games. What kind of profession is this that doesn't make money? Hey kid, I was kind enough to introduce you, but you still despised it. No, I don't mind. It's just what my mouth said. Really? This girl is very pretty and gentle. You can add her as a friend. No need, teacher. What? I didn't expect you to be so materialistic. Although materialism is not a bad thing at all, but that's not the reason. Teacher, what's the reason? I don't want to be in a relationship, but we have to talk about it. You're already this age. Well, isn't the teacher alone? If I could find someone like you, I might date you. Why? What are the good qualities of the teacher? Well, she has a good personality and is pretty, so she has advantages everywhere. I'm just pretending in front of the students. My temper is worse than you can imagine in private. Really? Yes, really. That makes it more fun. Why didn't I see this rebellious spirit in you before? No, just like the teacher said, I sometimes pretend to be something else in front of the teacher. Really? Real? What about now? You feel very unnatural in front of the teacher, right? I felt this way before, too, feeling restrained. That's not the case. What is it? It's cooked. Eat it quickly. The conversation between the two people unfolded, and there seemed to be some temptations in between. Although they didn't say it explicitly, the two people communicated more than what appeared on the surface. Lily held up the can of sparkling wine and winked at Johnson. Cheers! Johnson held the sparkling wine in his hand, clinked it with Lily's, and nodded. Cheers! Johnson downed the glass of bubbly, swallowing his nerves along with it. After 2 cans of wine, Lily was already a little drunk. Lily got drunk. She suddenly became more talkative. I'm really angry. Lily placed the can of wine on the table, her voice rising several pitches in indignation. Every day at home, they keep urging me. What's the point of urging me? Really, if you don't want to find a partner, then don't. Why do people want to get married? It's not convenient at all. Lily's tone became somewhat indignant, completely different from her usual gentle expression. Johnson was completely stunned. He didn't expect teacher Lily to have such a side. He asked cautiously, so teacher Lily actually came out because her family was pressuring her to get married. Lily pursed her lips, looking pitiful as if she was trying hard not to let her tears fall. Finally, Lily lost her temper, lay on the table, and said somewhat frustratedly, Yeah, I really can't stay at home any longer. Johnson understood instantly. No wonder teacher Lily was living well at home, but suddenly had to move, and why I didn't see teacher Lily's parents today when she moved. This sounds really pitiful. Johnson even felt sympathy. Lily had already taken off her coat and draped it over the bed, leaving only the white off-the-shoulder sweater on. She lay there with her hair falling on the edge of the table. Yeah, don't be like the teacher. When you get to this age, even if you're not anxious, your family will be. You're still young, so it's okay. Johnson comforted Lily. Teacher, don't worry about your age. You will still be beautiful even when you are 30. Lily felt dizzy. She was already feeling a little depressed today, so she wanted to drink a lot. After drinking, she felt better. Her fingers groped on the ground and found a new can. She opened the pull ring. Bubbles rolled and made a hissing sound. Lily took the can of wine and began to gulp it down. Johnson looked at Lily like this and suddenly felt a little worried. Are you really okay, teacher? You're already drunk. You should drink less. The one thing a drunk person is bound to say is, I'm not drunk. Lily said this, her face and ears turning red. I'm not drunk. It's no use being pretty when you're 30. She rested her chin on her hands. But I guess we really won't be able to get married then. Johnson said, How could that be? There must be someone who wants to marry the teacher. Lily held her face and gave Johnson a gentle smile that was no different from the usual one. No, where would such a person come from? You won't be happy if you marry someone like me. Johnson's heart was beating fast. He felt like he could say something, or should say something at this moment. Johnson took a sip of wine and gently placed the can of wine on the table. If I could marry my teacher, I would definitely say, wow, I am so happy. Chapter 32, Stupid Student. The hot pot was still boiling, bubbling with oil, and the fish balls, fragrant tofu, and potatoes inside were all vying to float to the surface. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of the hot pot. Johnson reached out and turned the induction cooker from high heat to low heat. Now, even the sound of the oil bubbles was quieter. Lily supported her face with her left hand, showing a gentle expression, and her amber eyes looked at Johnson quietly. Johnson might have thought it would be better to back off and use a joke to get away with it. But unusually, he said nothing and waited for Lily's answer. Lily patted the carpet on her right gently, making two soft patting sounds, as if signaling Johnson to sit over. Johnson shifted on the carpet until he was next to Lily. During this tense moment, Johnson's heart was surprisingly calm, as if he was waiting for a parliamentary session. He stood in front of a small stage, surrounded by people in circles, just waiting to be judged. Lily reached out her hand and placed it on Johnson's head while he was puzzled. The small, soft hand gently touched Johnson's hair. "Thank you for comforting the teacher." She still smiled, perhaps because of the alcohol. She looked a little sleepy. Johnson's sight was blocked by the arm moving back and forth, and in his peripheral vision, he saw the bright silver earring on Lily's right ear, sparkling under the white chandelier above her head. Although there was no confession, it felt like I was rejected in a tactful way. Or maybe this is actually a rejection, but the teacher's way of rejection is more gentle. At times like this, people will always have all kinds of complex thoughts and analyze them from beginning to end. Lily spoke. She began to lie down on the table. "Teacher, I'm a little sleepy." Johnson could feel sad. His mood quickly turned into shock. "Teacher Lily, you're not going to sleep, are you? That's how much you drank. 3 listens? Didn't you say you can drink? This doesn't even qualify as being able to drink. And it's not good to fall asleep like this. You'll get splashed with oil. More importantly, are you sleeping like this when I'm still beside you? Are you too confident in me?" While Johnson was daydreaming, Lily had already started to lie there completely motionless. "Anyway, it's better to go to bed." Johnson shouted something under his breath. "Teacher Lily." Lily groggily responded a few times, awake, but with no obvious sign of getting up. Johnson was quite helpless and whispered to the teacher as if he was coaxing a child. "Teacher, can I help you to the bed?" Lily hummed twice, apparently agreeing. Johnson always felt like something was wrong. He first turned off the fire, then unplugged it, put the electric frying pan in the sink beside him, and then Johnson lifted up one of Lily's arms. "Teacher, I'm going to help you get to the bed, okay?" He wondered if he was taking advantage of someone's misfortune, but he didn't do anything. How could that be considered taking advantage of someone's misfortune when he was just helping the teacher to sleep? Johnson helped Lily up and put her limp body on his shoulders. He supported her and placed her on the bed. He grabbed Lily's ankles and helped her put her lower body, which she couldn't move, on the bed. Then Johnson coaxed her a few more times, and Lily obediently turned over twice and lay in the middle of the bed. Johnson then covered her with a quilt with a helpless, yet doting smile on his face. In fact, everyone has times when they want to act like a spoiled child or when they feel vulnerable. But when they grow up, they don't know who to act like a spoiled child with. They're unable to tell their parents, and their friends around them may not fully understand them. Johnson can understand the teacher's situation very well. Lily lying on the bed, her hair messy on the pillow, her lips crystal clear and tender. As long as he stretched out his hand, he could touch the teacher's face. Johnson was ashamed of himself for having such an idea. What the hell are you thinking? Just touch the face. TSK, the worst of scum actually has such thoughts. Johnson immediately turned around, punched the air, and then calmed down. This kind of thing, even if you might really regret it later, you just can't do it. Although it won't be noticed by anyone, and the teacher is not on guard at all. Maybe he won't really blame you even if he knows, but once you do it, your nature as a human being will be shaken. Johnson, his head began to heat up and struggle on its own. After a while, he sighed again. What on earth am I doing? Like a fool. How does the saying go? Secret love is a person's chaos and confusion. It probably appeared in the 2000s. Martian words were engraved on the walls and tables. At that time, everyone liked these quotations that sounded particularly non-mainstream and sad. But if you think about it carefully, it's the same thing. In fact, the other party may not have thought anything, but you will overinterpret small action and engage in a battle of offense and defense with you. Johnson cleaned up the remaining wine and hot pot. He was very skilled at this, mainly because of that bastard David. David always howled loudly in the middle of the night, and like the irritated husky, he would fall asleep after howling, leaving me sober to clean up the wine glasses. Living in this world, sober people always have a more miserable life. Johnson packed his things. He wondered whether he should go back or stay here, but he was really worried, so he turned off the lights in the house, leaving only the bathroom light on, sat on the edge of the sofa, clasped his arms, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. The night was quiet. The heat from the hot pot lingered in the room. The faint smell of alcohol had not yet dissipated. The dim light from the bathroom illuminated Johnson's profile. When he was quiet, his face looked particularly calm and reassuring. Lily woke up in the middle of the night. She had a rare good sleep without any dreams. Because the recent pressure is indeed greater than she imagined. This is what teaching is like. It doesn't make much money and it's very tiring. Once you get started, it's like falling into an endless abyss. Of course, she is mentally prepared. But when it comes to actually dealing with it, it's inevitable that you'll feel overwhelmed. Students are at an age when they are worried. In addition to studying, they will also have various kinds of confusion. The intertwined internal and external pressures make them feel a little tired. Lily opened her eyes blearily and looked at the strange room. Where's this? Oh, I moved. She recalled what had happened and could smell the faint smell of alcohol and hot pot from her collar. The smell awoke her memory. Oh, we drank and ate hot pot with Johnson, and then Lily couldn't remember what happened next, and her relaxed brows gradually frowned. Johnson? Lily immediately sat up, looked around, and looked at Johnson, who was curled up in the corner of the sofa. Her heart suddenly relaxed, and she smiled unconsciously, looking at the cleaned room and the disposed wine jars. How could she not understand what had happened? She threw back the covers, got out of bed, stepped onto the carpet, and walked over to Johnson. She unconsciously reached out and brushed Johnson's hair. This student of mine is really a stupid student. Chapter 33, The Teacher's Sheets Smell Good. Maybe I shouldn't think too much. Lily felt so, but every time Johnson touched the soft spot in her heart, she felt a little at a loss. If you treat students' kindness as some other kind of emotion, you would be too self-righteous. Lily touched Johnson's hair, which was softer than she had imagined, but it looked very hard at ordinary times. It was really magical. When his hair was parted, his broad, bright forehead was revealed, and he looked strong and reliable. Lily leaned over and looked at Johnson quietly, her mind gradually becoming active. Johnson seemed to be awakened by Lily's actions. Johnson opened his eyes and met Lily's gaze. Lily's hand was still on Johnson's hair, frozen there, looking a little awkward. Lily was almost sober by now. She quietly withdrew her fingers, pretended nothing had happened, and said something. Are you awake? Can you not wake up? You are messing with others like this. Lily silently blamed herself in her heart. Johnson yawned, looking around with confusion on his face. What time is it now? He rubbed his eyes. Teacher, are you sober? Lily took her cell phone from the side and opened it to take a look. It's 3 in the morning, and I'm sober now. Thank you. I wasn't very drunk last night, was I? I didn't say anything weird, did I? Lily felt that she was asking the question even though she knew the answer. She couldn't even remember when she got drunk yesterday. Her drinking behavior was too bad, and she still needed students to take care of her. Shameful. I clearly said that you have a good drinking habit. So how come you fell asleep like this? Johnson shook his head. No. Teacher Lily, after you drank 3 cans, you said you were very sleepy and fell asleep right away. But Teacher Lily, you lay on the table, and I helped you lie on the bed and fell asleep. Lily was dumbfounded. Is this what I am like when I am drunk? You actually need students to help you get into bed. Lily, you are so useless. Johnson stretched. Teacher, since you are awake, I will go back first. I have packed all the things. He pointed inside the house, where there were tidied cooking pots, wine cans in plastic bags, and garbage. Lily was stunned for a moment. Are you going back? Johnson looked confused. Shouldn't I go back? Teacher Lily saying? I don't understand. Lily's tone showed worry. But it's so late. How are you going to go back? It's so late. 3 in the morning. Can we still go back? Johnson straightened his clothes. It's okay. There's a night train at this time. Lily became even more worried. On a night bus, there won't be any drivers who commit robberies in the middle of the night and drive to strange places, or there won't be any strange women in white sitting in the back seat. Lily remembered an urban legend she had read before. Johnson waved his hands quickly. That was something that only happened more than a decade ago. Could it be that the teacher often heard such stories when he was a child. And those female ghost stories are not scary anymore. In today's society, people are more tolerant of female ghosts. It's already so high that when I see the slit-mouthed woman open her mouth, I will say it's a good opportunity. Although people's XP is free, some people really should see a doctor. Lily was puzzled. Is that so? There were indeed stories about poor public security in the past. People were not allowed to go out in the middle of the night and had to be careful of pickpockets. In recent years, public security has improved a lot. Johnson had turned around and walked out the door with a big smile on his face. Then I will go back first, teacher. Good night, teacher. Lily looked at his back, and suddenly a wonderful feeling surged in her heart. He's going back. Of course, after all, there are not many extra rooms here. But even so, my student took care of me and even slept with me on the sofa for half the night. If I let him go back like this, I would definitely feel uneasy. More than that, a strange, uneasy feeling had come over her. Johnson had already walked to the door and put his hand on the door handle. The next second, he was about to push the door open and leave. At least I can't be so heartless. Don't let him go back. Lily took a step forward and called out, Johnson. Johnson listened to the teacher's voice, turned around, and looked back at Lily. What's wrong, teacher? Is there anything else? Lily was too embarrassed to look him in the eye, and instead looked at the neatly arranged wine bottles in the corner. How about we sleep here tonight? Johnson froze there, shock clearly written on his face, his mouth open, not knowing what to say for a moment. Lily could naturally imagine what Johnson was surprised about, and felt that there was certainly some ambiguity in her words. She kept telling herself in her heart, I'm already an old, yellow-faced woman. I'm already an old, yellow-faced woman. She recalled that when she was in elementary school, she went to her teacher's house. The teacher was very gentle and generous. She liked to go to the teacher's house on weekends. After graduation, when she went to visit the teacher again, the teacher would gently ask if she wanted to stay overnight. Lily embarked on the path of teaching. The teacher's face at that time is still clear enough for us to recall. At this time, she tried hard to imitate the teacher's expression, making her face look as kind as possible. Johnson visibly froze. No, teacher, Lily said. Okay, it's okay. If you go back now, it will disturb your family, right? Staying for one night will help the teacher increase his popularity. Lily felt that what she said seemed a little strange, but she didn't know what was right and what she should say at the moment. There was a red line somewhere in her heart, and she was standing next to that red line. That was a red line that could not be crossed, and she took half a step and stepped on that red line. Lily smiled at Johnson. You've already stayed here for half the night. Come on, lend a hand and help the teacher make the bed. Lily began to dig through the pile, not giving Johnson a chance to refuse. Johnson took a deep breath, did not refuse again, and spoke as if his mood had changed. Thank you, teacher. I've never stayed at someone else's house before, so I'm a little excited. Lily looked at Johnson, smiling as usual, and felt relieved and at ease. Lily first spread the wide mat on the ground, then took out the thick quilt and covered it on top. Johnson obediently put his hand beside her. The two of them quickly built a simple bed that was thick and warm. Johnson prepared to drill in without hesitation. Then I'll sleep on this one. Lily patted his shoulder. You go sleep on the bed, and the teacher will sleep below. Johnson said immediately, How can this be possible? Lily didn't allow him to refuse and pushed Johnson to the bed. Johnson suddenly felt like his wife was being arranged for him. And more importantly, Lily's tone and actions made it too late for him to refuse. Johnson sat down on the edge of the bed. Is it really possible? Why do you feel like you're being bullied? Lily said with a smile. Of course, okay, go and get some rest. As she said this, she huddled under the quilt on the ground. You can't ask the teacher to help you take off your shoes. You're not a child anymore. Johnson remained silent. Teacher, do you know that I am not a child anymore? Johnson huddled under the covers. Teacher's bed sheet. So delicious. Chapter 34, This is not a date. Johnson still had strange thoughts in his head, and he slept in the bed that teacher Lily had just slept in. Hey. It was as if a little sun was blooming on his face, shining brightly. Damn it. Stop laughing like a pervert, it's disgusting. Johnson tried very hard to control his facial muscles so that they would not move up and down randomly, and tried his best to imitate the stern expressions of the men in black or the Terminator, implying that he was a professional and would not laugh no matter what happened. The body temperature still remains inside the quilt, which is warmer than I imagined. Johnson was already satisfied just by sleeping in the same bed that his teacher had slept in. In fact, there is nothing to ask for and no extravagant expectations. Unrequited love is a very stupid thing. Instead of asking for something, you will be happier when you ask for it from the other person and give it to him, her. He had been thinking about what had happened in recent days, wondering what he should do, or just charge forward like a front-line troop in a battle, bravely trying to create a breakthrough. When others are watching, they always tell that person to go for it. After all, it is none of their business. Whether they're just watching for fun or genuinely trying to give advice, they feel that once they go for it, there will be an ending, no matter whether that ending is good or bad. Only when things happen to you will you think twice, take a step forward, and then take it back. Lily didn't know what Johnson was thinking. She was just reflecting on herself. She wondered if what she was doing was right. Teachers are elders and superiors to students. Most students have a natural respect or obedience for teachers. Adults have more social experience, and students are almost like a blank sheet of paper in front of them. Perhaps we should not underestimate children. They understand a lot, have seen a lot, and know a lot. But there are always times when they don't know how to deal with the situation. So the relationship between teachers and students is criticized and condemned by society. Although Johnson is no longer a child, he was once a student. Lily lay there, thinking that maybe she had done something wrong, or maybe everything she had done before was completely wrong. Even if it was just a game, she shouldn't have leaned on Johnson's shoulder. Maybe it was the influence of the atmosphere, or maybe it was some other reason, but I did that at the time, and I shouldn't have done that. She was a little annoyed. Lily thought of some other characters, Lu Sun and Su Guangping, Shun Kongwen and Zhang Zhaohe, Yu Qiuyu and Ma Lan, but she was not them. She was Lily, just Lily. She is Johnson's teacher. Johnson was her student. Lily's mood was even more complicated, as if a hemp rope was twisting around her heart. Was she too dependent on Johnson? Lily couldn't help but think so. After she sobered up, her thoughts became more complicated, and she began to wonder why she had such thoughts. She heard a rustling sound nearby and looked up, only to see Johnson sticking his head out, with his usual sunny, reassuring smile on his face. "Teacher, can't you sleep?" Lily didn't know why, but when she saw that smile, the chaotic thoughts and pressure in her mind suddenly disappeared. Johnson asked quietly, "I heard the teacher flipping over and over from the beginning. Is the teacher worried about something?" Lily then realized that she would indeed make such movements when she was thinking, lying on the bed in different positions and being able to roll from the head of the bed to the foot of the bed. No. Johnson squirmed his entire body and moved to the edge of the bed, like a snail extending its tentacles from its shell. Work pressure and life pressure are common problems for modern people. It is normal for teachers to have it too. Sometimes they need a way to vent. Johnson thought Lily was still in a state of being drunk. Lily asked, "For example?" Johnson propped up his head. "Well, how about going out to play?" "Oh, tomorrow? No. Today is Sunday, right?" "Teacher, do you want to go out to play?" Lily thought about it. "Where are we going to play?" Johnson didn't hesitate. "Amusement park." Lily looked at him helplessly. "You want to go, right?" The teacher is not very interested in these things. Johnson proposed a second solution. Aquarium. The aquarium is great, so gentle and romantic. Johnson also had some little thoughts in mind, and his heart began to beat restlessly. Lily asked, looking at Johnson, "Is the aquarium fun?" She had heard of some friends going to the aquarium on a date, but she herself was not very interested in it. After all, it was not really a date. Johnson nodded. "There are fish, especially big ones." Lily chuckled. "There are fish in the river, too." Johnson said, "The fish in the river can't perform." Lily thought about it. "Well, I won't go. The school will be decorating the classroom later. They need to get some potted plants and stuff. I have to think about what to do when I wake up." Johnson understood. "Then, teacher, do you want to go to the flower, bird, fish, and insect market?" Lily thought this was a good idea. "I didn't expect that." "Okay, I can go and have a look." Lily said this, and her mood became happier. Johnson volunteered. "Then I'll go with the teacher." Lily's heartbeat quickened a bit at this moment. When she met Johnson's eyes, the air stopped flowing. Lily placed her hand over her heart. "Why do I feel nervous at a time like this?" Even someone as slow-witted as Lily could sense something else. Could it really be? But it's not a good idea to think like this. But what should I do if that really happens? Lily hummed, pulling her head back under the sheets. "Then I'll leave it to you." Johnson turned away. "Yay. It is better not to prohibit it. It is not allowed to be prohibited. No nesting dolls allowed." Weekday. Johnson went back to take a shower first. After all, he had not been home all night, so he had to go home first. His family always let him do whatever he wanted no matter what he did, as long as he was alive. He might just spend a night surfing the internet or staying overnight at a classmate's house. Similarly, Lily packed up her things and took a shower. She felt the water pouring down from the faucet, covering her entire body from her head. Her wet hair lay on the back of her head, making her thoughts wander. Lily changed into a long-sleeved vintage denim skirt and did some makeup in front of the mirror. Her overall image was similar to her favorite actress Keira Knightley, with some literary beauty of the English rose. However, in comparison, Lilia's facial lines were softer, which made this beauty carry a kind of gentleness. She chatted with her friend, and after her friend learned about her schedule for the day, she said something quietly. "Are you going on a date with a student?" Lily held the phone, indignant, and quickly defended herself. "This isn't a date." Chapter 35, Cross-Channel Communication. Lily and her best friend Luo Jiaying, who already has a 2-year-old child. "It's just a date." "No, I just went to the flower, bird, fish, and insect market to buy some things in order to decorate the class and complete the task assigned by the leader." "With a boy? Just the two of you?" "Former student. So you like this? No wonder you were not interested in anything I introduced to you. So that's how it is." "No. Really? I remember that many of the things you complained to me about before were related to him." "Is there?" "Yeah. How about I go look up the message records for you?" "Goodbye, alas. I don't know." "I don't know what that means." "That's right. I've been feeling a little complicated lately. How should I put it? I don't know if I like him or not. I've never liked anyone before. To be more precise, it's like I've noticed him." "Did you notice that?" "Well, sometimes I think about things, and when I think about things, I think of this person. It seems that something is sprouting in my heart, but I don't think that kind of thing should be considered love, and I am his teacher." "Oh my God, so innocent." Question mark. "I only had this thought when I was in junior high school. I didn't expect that you would have the same thoughts as I did when you were 27. Damn, my girlish heart. Can you please talk properly?" "You idiot. It's no use pretending to be tough and swearing. Really, I only had such thoughts when I was just in love. Now I'm a mother. Alas, time is unforgiving. My nose is bleeding. That's enough. It's because you got married too early. I noticed. TSK, TSK. It's even more embarrassing than just saying you like me. I can't stand it. Deleted and blocked. Don't be like that. Okay, I know you came to consult me, and I can also help you with some advice. So what are you worried about now?" "I don't know either. I'll give a gift when I get married." "What did you come up with?" "Cheering for you, baby." "Goodbye, baby. I'm leaving now." After asking for no results, Lily sent an angry emoticon and planned to pretend that she had not seen Luo Jiaying's message for the whole day and left in anger. Noticed, liked, and loved are 3 words for Lily. At least these are words that absolutely cannot be mixed together, but it is not known where the boundary between these 3 words is. She walked into the subway station. But what does Johnson think? Isn't it unfair to him to always order his students around? The yellow lights of the subway flickered and the door slowly opened. Lily had taken this subway many times, observing the people around her and imagining their lives. Young people carrying backpacks, affectionate couples holding hands, or elderly couples. People establish different connections with each other and pass by each other in the subway, and everyone has some thoughts buried in their hearts. And now these thoughts are almost drowning her. Not a date, not a date, not a date. Lily got out of the subway. She saw Johnson standing there. He was neatly dressed in a white coat, a gray crew-neck sweater, and simple jeans. Together, he looked refreshing and handsome. If he didn't use that face to play tricks and just stood there, I have to say he would be a very good clothes hanger. Lily's eyes swept Johnson from head to toe as he stood there. Isn't this a date? How is this different from dating? Lily's mind was even more confused, with all sorts of thoughts intertwined at this moment. She supported her forehead with her left hand and held the small bag in her right hand. Lily, don't think too much about it. It's very embarrassing. But you leaned on his shoulder that day, and he helped you, and he even stayed over last night. Lily, think carefully about where the line is between you and your students. You're totally screwed. You're just a neurotic old woman that no one wants. If you think like this, your reputation and moral integrity will be ruined. Teacher Lily. A voice sounded beside Lily. Lily let out a wow and turned around with a panicked look on her face, looking at Johnson, who looked harmless. Johnson's face was filled with confusion. Teacher, what's wrong with you? Lily hurriedly tried to calm her turbulent mood. It's okay, let's go. By the way, you didn't get scolded when you went back, did you? Staying out all night is a bit bad, no matter how you look at it. What would his parents think if they knew he stayed at my place for a night? Lily didn't dare to think about it, and hurriedly made excuses in her mind, saying that she did not abduct any students. Older people always behave like this at times like this, whether they're dealing with things or handling romantic relationships. Because they are older, they think they have the initiative in this regard, so they feel they should be more responsible and clarify things so as not to cause misunderstandings on the other side. Lily felt that her behavior was more or less upright. But now, what was going on? Johnson is a consultant to Lily. What is teacher Lily like? Lily exclaimed, "Ah, hey, why are you asking me this all of a sudden? He is asking me what I like. Is it to please him or something? It seems more and more like that." Johnson nodded. Lily felt her face getting hot. She didn't dare look at Johnson, but looked to the side. "Don't worry about what I like." Johnson rested his chin on his hand. But what the teacher likes should also be important. The layout of the class has something to do with your preferences, right? Lily held the small purse tightly in her left hand. "Well, it's unimportant. Don't worry about what the teacher likes. Really, this direction and atmosphere are really weird." Johnson pondered. "That's troublesome." Lily let out a soft "ah." "Why is this so troublesome? Is this important to you?" Johnson nodded. "How should I put it? At least it's a reference." Lily asked. "Reference? Reference what for?" Her voice gradually became quieter towards the end. Johnson said, "Let's set up the place. After all, it's just me and teacher Lily." Lily's heart was even more shaken. "You just said there were only two people. What does that mean?" Lily had a beautiful picture in her mind, Johnson whispering in her ear as he held her. "Don't be like this, Lily. You're almost 30 years old, and it's disgusting to think about such a scene." She said, "That won't do, Johnson." Johnson thought for a moment. Lily's panic suddenly turned into worry, worrying that what she said would hurt Johnson. Johnson nodded. "It's true." Lily became even more worried, wondering if Johnson was pretending not to care. Johnson had an idea. "As expected, we still have to ask students what flowers and fish they like, right?" Lily stood there blankly, the cold autumn wind blowing her hair. "And what?" Chapter 36, Pretty is Forbidden. Johnson thought Lily didn't hear clearly, so he said it again. "It's important what students like, but I don't know much about flowers. If I raise fish in the classroom, will the fish really not die?" Johnson expressed his concerns. Johnson actually knew a little bit about flowers, but he was nothing compared to Lily, so he was a little humble at this time. Lily realized that Johnson had been talking about flowers, birds, insects, and plants since the beginning, and she actually thought he was talking about those things. "It's so embarrassing." Lily felt a stream of heat rushing to her head, her toes grabbing the soles of her shoes. The voices of the people around her became blurred, and her sight was filled with long cracks in the floor tiles. She now wished she could become as thin as a piece of paper, crawl into the cracks, and disappear. But she can't. So embarrassing. With a bang, it was as if two people grabbed his hands and feet and threw him out of the window from the 5th floor. He fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times. It was so embarrassing. Lily covered her face with her hands, wiped off the lipstick on her lower lip, then turned around, looking directly at Johnson with her amber eyes. There was a sense of resentment in her eyes, as well as a slight shyness of a girl waiting to be married. It was all her fault that this student of hers never restrained his words and caused her to think too much. This looked extremely cute in Johnson's eyes. Johnson was an excellent observer, so he noticed Lily's displeasure and asked cautiously, "What's wrong?" Lily thought that it was because your speech was ambiguous. Where did she learn the lesson on finding grammatical errors from before? She really forgot all of it after going to college. But then she thought that she had been thinking too much recently and making associations about everything, and maybe she really shouldn't be like this. Lily glared at Johnson again and got back to the point. "It's okay. I was just thinking about the problem you just mentioned. Just buy a few pots of succulents that are easy to grow. Your teacher has experience in growing flowers." Lily does have experience. After all, her favorite thing to do is grow flowers. She was thinking of buying a few begonias, which are easy to grow, don't get infested with insects, and can be used for viewing leaves and flowers. However, they will need to be kept warm as winter is coming soon. Buy a few pots of succulents, African violets, which don't have insects or bulbs, freesias, and grape hyacinths. Now is a good time to grow bulbs. Plant them, and they will bloom next spring. Students will most likely not care. Most of them just think it's novel and fun for a while, but forget about it after a while. Growing flowers. Growing flowers is like growing people. Enjoying the flowers is also enjoying yourself. Lily felt that she had a pretty good character, But in front of Johnson, the stable personality she had cultivated was almost unsustainable. Johnson was puzzled, feeling that Lily was acting weirder than usual today. Johnson asked worriedly, "Did the teacher not sleep well last night?" But Johnson's question was of the type that made things irrelevant. Lily's mind became even more confused when she thought about what happened last night. She had actually stayed in the same room with her student for the whole night. If she told anyone about this, she would be doomed. Her mind kept telling her that it was not okay. But Johnson's tenderness kept knocking on the door of her heart. Johnson had been no different from usual for so many days. Lily was worried that she was being too suspicious because she had had too little contact with men in the past few years. So she treated all these things as misunderstandings. Lily coughed lightly. "Sleep well. I am worried about whether you slept well last night." The two of them were worried about this and that. Johnson gave a thumbs up. "I slept so well. It felt like I was beaten with a baseball bat." Exaggerated metaphors always made Lily smile. "Did the teacher hit you?" Johnson said, "I don't mind if the teacher hits me with a baseball bat." Lily gently kicked Johnson on the back of his calf. "Okay, stop talking nonsense." The two of them strolled around the flower, bird, fish, and insect market. For Johnson and Lily, it wasn't a date, but it felt like a date. Is especially true for Lily. She had been to an amusement park once or twice, but never to an aquarium. However, her childhood was built brick by such flower, bird, insect, and herb markets. With the smell of fish, the fragrance of flowers, the melodious chirping of birds, and the loud voice shop assistants. As a child, she spent her weekends either in free bookstores or in the market, which has been shrinking in size in recent years. She and Johnson have bridged 5 years of distance, and now it feels like she is crossing time and sharing her childhood with him. "Your teacher Lily used to come here often. She was a regular customer." "Really? Really, this place has become smaller in the past 2 years, but I still come here often. The teacher is so romantic and has great character. People like me don't come here very often. You should change your job." "What job?" "Get paid to praise other people's work. $5 for each compliment." "The teacher is so beautiful." "Don't do that. Don't call me pretty." "Why? Why? I'm your teacher." Lily said this and reached out to touch Johnson's forehead. Lily's heart was filled with ripples, as if she was telling Johnson that it was not okay to joke with the teacher. Johnson said, "Oh, not quite understanding. I thought the teacher thought the word was too cheesy." Lily thought about it. "It's fine, but I'm a teacher." She said it again. Johnson pondered over what Lily meant. "I always feel like there are many meanings in one sentence, like it is saying that she's a teacher, so I don't think the word is vulgar. And it also seems to be saying that because she is a teacher, I can't praise her for being beautiful. It seems that it is a bit over the line." Lily's fingers rested on Johnson's forehead. "Would you say something like this to your friends of the opposite sex in college?" Johnson looked proud. "Teacher, you know me well. I don't have any friends of the opposite sex." Lily snorted, withdrew her hand, turned her head, and looked at a parrot in a cage. "What about Shiwehue?" Johnson didn't know why teacher Lily brought up Shiwehue. "Well, we just talk about games." Lily said, "Oh," and stared at the parrot, not knowing what she was thinking. Johnson was even more confused. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. Lily was really strange and complicated today, as if there was something else behind her words. Lily rested her hands on her knees. "Anyway, don't call me pretty anymore. This word is forbidden." Johnson nodded. "Okay, never say that again." Lily walked towards the store. Inside the store were fish tanks of all sizes arranged in a circle. Things that had not changed for many years always made people feel like traveling through time. Lily stood in front of the stacked fish tanks. Colorful fish were swimming in them, and light fell on her. Johnson looked at her back, watching the light and the ripples all resting on Lily's body, beautiful and graceful. But it was really beautiful. He thought it was beautiful along with his soul. Johnson thought so. The parrot just now was flapping its wings in the cage, jumping around with its claws on the horizontal bar, and chirping. "Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful." It's just repeating, and I don't know whether the parrot knows what these two words mean. Where Johnson couldn't see, Lily's face turned red, and she spat secretly. This beast is imitating human language. The scolding was light, but full of shame and anger. Chapter 37, Invitation. Lily finally ordered a few pots of succulents, some begonias, and some green ivy. Of course, these will be reimbursed, and the master said they will be delivered to the classroom tomorrow. This is quite good, including delivery service, so you don't have to do it yourself. Lily invited Johnson to dinner, which was Chinese food. The two sat facing each other at a small table. On the table was a serving of garlic shrimp, crispy pork in clear soup, and shredded pork with fish flavor, plus hot peanut and walnut sauce. Lily then remembered. By the way, didn't you ask me if I was busy before? Was there something you wanted to talk to me about? Johnson let out an elongated ah, and then he remembered this incident. If there was any, it did exist, but thinking back on it, it was just an excuse for him to get close to Lily. A few days ago, when Johnson was rummaging through something, he found a file he created in college. Many people who study computer science have a dream of becoming a gamer, and Johnson is no exception. It's more like participating in the production of a game than just coding. Especially independent games. Johnson once made fan games. When he was in the circle, he couldn't help but make fan games out of his interest and the idea of, why did this game end like this? Such as UT fan games and Eastern fan games. These games were all in his strike zone. In the early years, when Johnson was still a child, he was not exposed to online games, but his father's Famicom, which had a variety of games, such as Contra, Snow Brothers, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which were all popular games. His favorite was Garamond, a classic FC game, which was extremely fun. To this day, Johnson still pulls out those games from time to time to play them. Later, Johnson came into contact with some other games, from independent games to 3 AIM masterpieces, from Undertale to Hollow Knight to Balance of God, from Assassin's Creed to Ring of Horus. Each one embodies the hard work of the developers. Johnson hesitated, a little embarrassed. Actually, I want to make an independent game recently. Lily clapped her hands immediately. Wow, that sounds amazing. Johnson said quickly. No, not even started. He felt a little guilty. He didn't want to use this as a tool to get close to Lily. He felt that such behavior was too despicable, but he also wanted to get close to her. Conflicting emotions converged in his heart. He thought about it. No, it's all right after all. Lily stared at him, expressionless, and seemed to be gritting her teeth. You don't want to ask the teacher for help, but you feel embarrassed. This expression is probably it. Johnson was exposed. It wasn't so much that he felt embarrassed, but rather that he had some messy thoughts in his mind, treating what he was going to do as a tool or something. Of course, if you really want to be with someone, dating may require a little effort, but Johnson still feels that he prefers the straightforward approach at this time. It's like expressing one's feelings directly without the help of external objects. Lily said, "It's okay, just ask the teacher for help. No matter what it is, the teacher will definitely help you if he can. Don't worry." Lily's eyes as she looked at Johnson, and he couldn't help but refuse. Johnson hesitated. Well, actually, I'm just thinking about the plot. Lily was puzzled. The game has a plot? Johnson nodded. Many of them are there, but some are not very obvious and will be tucked in among the objects and backgrounds, and some will be pointed out directly, like in Dragon Quest, where the hero defeats the monster to save the princess. Doesn't Super Mario also have to save the princess? And Link, who saves the princess, is having a picnic. Link, where are you? Link, I am already in the third industrial revolution. Zelda? Even pushing boxes can have a plot, like picking up girls from hell, and even connecting the dots can have a plot, and you can unlock them with just one connection. Wait, is this game serious? The package is serious. Lily clapped her hands. I see. You want to consult me, right? It's okay. I'm also interested in this kind of thing. Johnson asked, Teacher, are you free next week? Lily took a sip of the hot walnut and peanut juice. Are you planning on asking next week? Johnson thought for a moment. Next weekend is Christmas. Although people often said that we shouldn't celebrate foreign festivals when I was in high school, this festival with an atmosphere similar to Valentine's Day, a festival full of the sour smell of pink love, is very suitable for picking up unwanted necklaces and rings from the trash can. No, it is very suitable for launching an offensive. Lily met Johnson's firm gaze. At this point, perhaps she understood what Johnson meant. In her hand, she held a cup of flawless white walnut and peanut juice, which was bright white and made people feel warm in the autumn. She felt a little flustered and at a loss. If that's the case, what should she do? That's all. Lily returned home, and her best friend sent her this message after her consultation. Lily looked at the mother with her baby's portrait and gritted her teeth. Are you listening to what I'm saying? The mother said, Your student invites you on a date for Christmas. Do you want me to help you pick out the perfect lingerie? You can expect me to teach you how to take off your clothes, right? Lily blushed. What are you talking about? I'm really impressed. Can you please restrain yourself? The mother spoke in a nonchalant tone. I'm already a mother, and you're telling me this, you virgin? Lily felt that she was looked down upon. Well, She was certainly not as good as Luo Jiaing. No, it was Christmas, and I was still a student. Yeah, so I feel more relieved. What are you relieved about? You know his character and what kind of person he is. It's better than going on a blind date in society. You're so annoying. You asked me this, you have to face your own thoughts. I don't know what I think. If you knew, you wouldn't hesitate. What's the meaning? If you had no feelings for him, you would have made it clear long ago. It is precisely because you cannot confirm whether you have feelings for him or not that you keep using other excuses to convince yourself that he is your student and that you are his teacher. A word of advice awakened the dreamer. There was a loud bang, like thunder breaking through dark clouds. The sky collapsed in an instant. It really collapsed. Lily felt that Luo Jiaing was talking nonsense, but also wondered how could she be so sure. Luo Jiaing said again, "There's a reason why you've been single for so long. Anyway, you should think about it carefully. I'm going to go feed the baby. Well, you can have a relationship, whatever you want, but don't have children, really." Luo Jiaing issued a piece of advice. Lily spat at the person on the other end of the phone again and said, "Pa, giving birth to a child. I really don't know what's in my friend's head. Maybe she has become more direct in her speech because she has become a mother. Or maybe there are no taboos at all, and people can say anything when they get older." She placed her hands on her chest and looked at the closed window. Her blurry shadow was cast on the window, making her look a little lonely. At this time yesterday, there were still two figures reflected in the window, talking and laughing, and it was more lively than expected. She grabbed her hair, ruffling her shoulder-length hair into a mess like a chicken coop. Two emotions intertwined and collided at this moment, unable to be distinguished or understood. Chapter 38, a masterpiece. Johnson was tapped hard on the shoulder. "There's a party this weekend, and guess who's not invited, yo?" Johnson knew who the voice belonged to without turning around. David refreshed beside him. There are always some people in life who are like fixed NPCs. They are not seen at ordinary times and only appear in certain places, such as the owner of the handmade noodle shop, the inn in the convenience store, and my good friend David. "I guess it's me." Johnson didn't even turn his head, leaning on the keyboard, thinking about his own things. Lily accepted his invitation for a date. Maybe in her opinion, it was more like discussing the script, but for Johnson, it was more than that. Where to eat? Where to go for fun? What to wear? Should I wear something casual or formal? Do you prefer Hong Kong style? But is Hong Kong style too mature? It would be bad if I looked too old-fashioned. Sporty style, but I'm not a sports guy, so I eliminated the plaid shirts, which are the standard programmer's outfit. At least it should be fashionable. But if it is too fashionable and colorful, the teacher might think that he is too frivolous. So tangled. Johnson was wondering whether he should bring his ID card. What if I need to go online? Johnson silently chanted the mantra to clear his mind of those shameful thoughts. David said, "Yeah," as he watched Johnson working. "How could that be? I'm here to invite you. They're going to see a movie and then have a buffet this Christmas week. Are you going?" Johnson turned his head and looked at David's curly hair with confusion in his eyes. "Shouldn't you go out and have fun with your girlfriend, be affectionate and clingy, have a couple of drinks in a hot spring hotel at night, and finally watch the snow falling outside the window?" David's face was full of helplessness. "Where did you watch all this? We're not the kind of couple that flaunts their love. You're talking about old romance dramas like Meteor Garden." Johnson's eyes rolled. "You're also going to wait for Shankai for 4 hours in the rain without an umbrella?" If David still remembers the plot of Meteor Garden, he would probably understand what he is talking about. A particularly interesting plot, Deo Mingxi goes on a date with Shankai and says Times Square, 2 o'clock, as if he is arguing for a fight. He goes, but it happens to rain, so he waits and waits. A passerby asks him if he needs help, and he says, "Ugly thing," and then looks at Shankai, who has just arrived, and purses her lips slightly. Although this plot seems outrageous today, it was quite popular back then. David looked around to make sure no one was slacking off. I have actually done something similar. I waited for my ex-girlfriend in the rain, but no passers-by came to see me. Johnson, as expected of this guy, his experience in love are incomparable to ordinary people. David leaned against Johnson's chair. "So you're coming?" Anyway, there are only a few acquaintances, including a pretty sister. David thought Johnson should be fine, as he would stay at home playing games like in previous Christmases. If he came, he could help him make some connections, which would be a good thing. He could at least have a meal with Johnson. Johnson's fingers clicked the mouse twice, his face calm. "Well, no, I have an appointment." David didn't care and was not surprised by Johnson's answer. It was common for Johnson not to participate in social activities, and he had even expected it, etc. What did Johnson just say? David's mind was like an old TV that was rewinding a VHS. After a burst of hoarse rewinding and snowy images, Johnson's words were played slowly in his mind, in a low and slow voice. I have an appointment. It is comparable to the whispers of the ancient gods. David's mouth dropped open. You have a date? With who? Johnson said he had a date. How is that possible? This is absolutely impossible. You're not going to say that you made an appointment with someone to play a dungeon on Chocobo, are you? David shook Johnson's shoulders excitedly. This guy must be talking about playing games. Johnson's brains were about to be shaken apart. No, I just have an appointment. I'm going out. I've made an appointment with someone. Do you understand what I mean? Go to the street, walk up and down the sidewalk, and then sit down in a store and spend the day. Johnson didn't understand why David reacted so strongly. Was he a synonym for some game? David understood and felt like the sky was falling. Wait, who is it? A man or a woman? How many people are there? You want to play offline board games, right? Or go to a group, or play cards, right? Johnson didn't bother to pay attention to him and rolled his eyes at David. This eye roll made David even more certain that there was something wrong with Johnson. There was no doubt that Johnson was going on a date with the girl. David felt like the sky was falling and the world was over. The guy who had no luck with the opposite sex, or was a blockhead, actually got it. Oh my God. David was jumping up and down anxiously. Who is it? Who can actually bewitch your heart? Let me see for myself. Johnson didn't bother to pay attention to him. It protects against sand and wind. Johnson silently took a sip of hot coffee without saying a word, which, in David's opinion, was completely arousing his curiosity. David suddenly reacted. Also, I haven't seen you playing games recently. Are you on a date? Not really, Johnson said. No, I'm just going to play a little game. David was puzzled. A little game? Johnson nodded. Well, the genre is probably RPG. I've been thinking about the script and character design recently. David felt that this was in line with Johnson's personality and accepted it calmly. What about art and music? Johnson rubbed his forehead. I haven't made any final decision yet. I want to do it myself, so it may take some time. David became interested in this rather serious topic. Sure, you can ask me for help if you need it. Independent games sound really good. He patted Johnson's shoulder again and spoke through gritted teeth. I'm going to find out who that guy you're dating is. Johnson didn't bother to pay attention to him. David left angrily. He decided not to attend any meaningless party this Saturday, Christmas Day. He was going to follow Johnson. David made up his mind. I already told you it's not a date. Johnson looked at David's back and muttered in his heart. Johnson's crafting was simple. The hero rescues the princess. The gameplay is similar to Undertale or One Shot or To the Moon, but he has also considered horizontal battles. If it is the former, the plot and exploration will be easier to develop, while the gameplay or operability of the latter may be more enjoyable. Johnson admires Toby Fox very much and likes his work very much. He surpasses ordinary people in both creativity and experience. Although there are obstacles ahead, the thought of this makes him full of determination. It's just the specific gameplay that Johnson is struggling with. Of course, at the beginning, before everything starts, the character setting or plot is equally important in this regard, Johnson worries. Johnson wrote a version overnight and was quite confident. This is truly a masterpiece that will be passed down through the ages. Saturday, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Johnson walked out of the community, and a black Mazda parked on the side of the road, started slowly, and followed Johnson not far away. Chapter 39, This is really not a date. Why are you so nervous? The person sitting in the car was naturally David. David said he had something to do today, and his girlfriend angrily scolded him for being a scumbag. The two even had an argument. David plans to use the dash cam to prove his innocence. No matter what, he must catch Johnson's date today. Who on earth is this great guy who can make Johnson so attracted to him? David drove slowly, watching Johnson's back on the side road. Johnson walked into a flower shop, and David was stunned. This guy actually bought flowers. So careful. It's really hard to imagine. Soon, David saw Johnson coming out with a red flower. David took his phone, zoomed in, and used it as a telescope. Why does it look like it's a tulip instead of a rose? David looked for a long time. Who would give tulips to their partner on Valentine's Day? Could it be that this guy was cheated by an unscrupulous businessman? David looked at Johnson. His face looked a little different from his usual gloomy state. It was very bright, and his slightly upturned mouth showed that he was in a happy mood at the moment. There is something fishy. There is something fishy. David watched Johnson walk into another copy shop, stay inside for a while, and come out with a folder. David was puzzled. What was this for? Why would anyone go to a copy shop before a date? Wouldn't it be fast-forwarding directly to getting the certificate? Other than that, David couldn't imagine any other reason Johnson had. Then, David watched Johnson walk toward the subway station. Broken. David never expected that this guy would actually take the subway, so driving now became a burden. David became anxious and looked around, but there was not a single parking spot. It's Christmas as expected. During this kind of holiday, the areas in front of various stores are full of cars. There is no parking space, and there is no place to rest. David watched Johnson's figure gradually disappear in the crowd at the subway station and became a little anxious. It's over. I can't find any evidence today. How can I go back and explain to my girlfriend why I did something so earth-shattering? David looked left and right and simply parked the car on the side of the road. Although he didn't see a parking space, there was a row of cars parked there, so he thought it shouldn't be a big problem. He quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. Johnson has been submerged in the crowd. David ran very fast and squeezed into the crowd. He would be impatient if he didn't find out the truth today. David rushed into the subway station and just saw Johnson getting on the subway, heading toward the city library. David was about to get on the train, but the door slowly closed. David's hand was on the glass door of the subway, and his heart was as cold as the glass. He had lost his way. Johnson didn't know yet that there was a fool who didn't go on a date and was following him from behind. His mind was full of thoughts about what to say to Lily when he saw her later. Should I say hello, teacher first, or ask how the teacher is doing recently? Or, teacher, I saw a flower shop on the road, so I bought a tulip. Yes, just by the way. Anyway, there are tulips, flowers that can be given to teachers. Normally I can come up with a lot of funny words, but at times like this, I'm always a little nervous. Don't be nervous. It's not the first time you meet the teacher. Johnson covered his face with his hands, trying not to look weird on the subway. At the same time, Lily was also a little nervous. The two people made an appointment to meet at a cafe outside the city library. One reason is that the environment there is good. Another reason is that it is a little far from school and home, so at least I won't meet anyone I know. Of course, it doesn't matter if you meet someone you know, it's just helping your students, which is reasonable in every sense. Is it reasonable to give your students special help at Christmas? Of course it counts, of course it doesn't count. We don't celebrate foreign holidays at school. It just happens that today is Christmas, so of course I don't need to care about it. Lily thought so. She didn't regard today as any special day. It was just an ordinary Saturday. Yes, that's it. But what if there really is something strange? Lily thought so and felt very nervous. She touched the lip gloss she had put on before leaving the house. At least, she was his teacher, and at least, she should take on more responsibilities. Lily thought so. Lily is wearing a brown skirt and a white round-neck sweater today. She likes white innerwear very much. Finally, she adds a dark blue wool coat. She looks mature, but not old-fashioned, not frivolous, but cute. The earrings I chose are small round earrings that I don't wear very often. Simple accessories enrich the space of the upper body, and small accessories will make people look more lively at this time. A dark crisscross plaid scarf wrapped around the neck can keep you warm while adding a touch of fashion. Lily spent a little time putting together this outfit. She just took a shower in the morning, tried out the clothes in her closet over and over again, and finally decided on it. Are clothes important? Of course it's important, Lily muttered to herself. Lily saw Johnson in front of the cafe, tall and standing straight, holding a tulip in one hand and a folder in the other. It looked like a long wait. She quietly walked up behind Johnson, stretched out her cold hand, and placed it on his neck. Wow! A cheerful voice came into Johnson's ears, accompanied by a chill on his neck. Johnson shivered at first, then turned around immediately and saw the radiant Lily. That soft wow sound lingered in his mind. Why are you acting so cute when you come up, teacher? Johnson thought about it and immediately smiled. It's teacher Lily. Lily withdrew her hand. When did you come? Were you scared? Johnson shook his head. No, I just got here. Why are your hands so cold, teacher? Lily didn't believe that Johnson was new. She spread out her hands. Yeah, that's how I feel in the winter. My hands and feet are cold. Johnson removed the scarf from around his neck. I see. I'm warm now. Please warm my hands, teacher. Johnson pretended to be nonchalant and naturally placed the scarf on Lily's two hands that were spread in the air. Before Lily could react, it had already been wrapped around Lily's hands. Lily felt the warmth coming from the prickly scarf, and her face felt a little hot. Why didn't you hide yourself? And whether Johnson was prepared or not, I always felt that his way of caring for others in a way that was similar to flattery was too skillful. Johnson boasted, "How is it, teacher, am I right? It's warm, right?" Lily looked at him resentfully. "Your teacher doesn't need it. Isn't your neck cold?" As she thought this, she took one hand out of her scarf, took off her own scarf, put it around Johnson's neck, and helped him tidy it up. This is like exchanging scarves, which would look a bit funny to outsiders. Lily took a look and seemed very satisfied. "Okay, let's go." Johnson's deer kept bumping around, and it could have drilled a hole through a mountain. The two people walked into the cafe, which was warmer than they had imagined. Now, they felt that the series of exchanges just now were unnecessary and even a little stupid. Johnson smiled and handed over the tulips in his hand. "I saw it on the way here and bought a flower for the teacher. Thank you for helping me." Lily took the flower and her voice became quieter. "Oh, thank you. Where are your things? Why are there flowers?" "But they're tulips, so there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with them." Lily changed the subject, as if trying to avoid it. "Let me see it now." Johnson took out his masterpiece. Lily took it and read it carefully for more than 10 minutes. "Well, although I don't play games, I think this plot is so boring." Lily sat opposite Johnson and rejected Johnson's plot. Chapter 40, "It doesn't matter if I can't go back with my ID card." Johnson's head dropped, and he lay dejectedly on the table. Lily looked at his expression and quickly comforted him. "It's okay. There are many things to note." Johnson rested his chin on the table. "It's okay. Teacher, you don't have to say that. I understand. I'd rather say I want to know where the boredom is." I still felt a little shocked that something I wrote after working on it for several nights was said to be boring, even though I actually thought it was quite interesting. Lily took the printed script, picked it up and put it down and picked it up again, then took a sip of the hot coffee. Johnson wondered how hard it was to say this. "The teacher has scolded me before, so please scold me." Lily picked up the script again. "Well, I scolded you before because you were a high school student and you were naughty, right? But now it's different. You're already this old. If I scold you again, I'll feel a little embarrassed, right?" Johnson sat up straighter after hearing this, with his hands on his knees. "No, it's awesome to be scolded by the teacher." Lily's face turned slightly red as she hid behind the script. What was this brat talking about again? She pinched the edge of the A4 paper and really wanted to hit her student, who spoke without thinking, on the head. Lily glared at Johnson. "You stupid student." Johnson was rewarded, and his motivation increased. Lily became even more interested as she looked at Johnson. She wondered what was going on inside. It was becoming increasingly difficult to understand young people these days. Well, it always feels too peaceful, and the characters are boring. It's about a hero saving a princess, right? It feels more like an outline, but it's still too boring. Lily repeated that it was meaningless, and it seemed that she really thought what Johnson wrote was terrible. Lily explained further. "Because I don't understand games, I'm just expressing my opinion. If you really want to write a good story, I think characters are also very important." Johnson was puzzled. Lily thought for a moment and said, "Like the princess in your story, it's just a princess. Well, it would be better if her personality was more rounded out. For example, the princess likes to watch puppet shows every afternoon at 6:30, or her personality is more tomboyish. It might be more interesting if it's not so flat." Lily closed the thing and handed it to Johnson. "In short, I think it's totally impossible, especially in terms of storytelling. Of course, you don't have to be discouraged. The teacher believes that you can do it." As she said this, she clenched one hand into a fist and waved it slightly in front of her. "It looks very cute that way. Or add a little connection. For example, the knight and the princess already know each other and dislike each other. When the knight arrives, the princess blushes and asks why he came just now. As she speaks, she looks at his wound with concern and reaches out to touch his arm with heartache. That would be very interesting, right?" Johnson listened to Lily's words. Inspiration kept popping up. "Indeed, I didn't expect that teacher Lily also knows how to be at Sundara." So he started chatting with Lily slowly. That kind of time is actually very ordinary, like two students discussing their homework, talking to each other. Spread out on the table, and Johnson was making marks and dots on them with his red pen. Most of the time, Johnson was the one talking, and Lily just sat there with her chin propped up, listening to him quietly. Looking at his youthfulness and enthusiasm and his wonderful ideas, Lily was able to serve as a good listener even if she knew nothing about some parts. Sometimes she would think that there are always some literati who say they like the other person's talent, and the definition of the word talent is also vague. Perhaps reading a lot of books and understanding a lot of principles can be called talent. Being able to play the piano and write poetry may also be called talent. But can doing something with such concentration be called talent? Of course, she felt that such a statement was a bit vulgar. Using this title to refer to the pursuit of talent itself made it seem a bit too feminine. But seeing Johnson's serious and passionate look, her gentle amber eyes were slowly covered by Johnson's shadow, as if a beautiful insect named Johnson was really stuffed into the amber, recording his splendid present. Johnson and Lily sat in a coffee shop with red curtains closed, and outside the polished glass, snow was falling slowly, flakes were flying, silver flowers were blooming on the trees, and white gradually covered the whole city. It wasn't snowing because it was Christmas, but that day was a day when it was prone to snowing. At the end of December, even slightly colder places started to snow. The whole world turned white. People outside stuck their heads out to look at the snow. Young couples held hands and skipped on the street. Through a few thin windows, gentle songs still flowed in the coffee shop, wrapped in warm air. Johnson and Lily were still immersed in their own world. Johnson occasionally said something funny, which made Lily laugh. This is how two people get along, just like a teacher and a student, just discussing and not saying anything else, but everything seems so right. Reading, appreciating the snow, growing flowers, chatting, there are no other entertainment activities. The hustle and bustle of the world is all outside the thin red curtain. The two chatted for a while, and Johnson finalized a new idea and put the papers aside for the time being. Lily looked at Johnson. "Why do I feel that you seem to be?" Johnson was puzzled. He had only taken a few sips of the cup of coffee in front of him. Now he took a sip and found that it was a little cold, but the taste was still relatively mellow. "What's wrong?" Lily felt that Johnson looked more mature and stable these days. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt as if he had made some kind of decision, which was a little different from before. "Well, like growing up," Johnson said with a smile. "Teacher, you may not keep treating me like a child. I'm already 22 years old. I'm not a child anymore. I'm an adult like you." Lily always felt that Johnson had something else in mind, so she held the cup in front of her with both hands to make herself look less restrained. "You will always be a child in the teacher's eyes." "Okay, let's go, have dinner and go back." Johnson said, and the two of them opened the curtain and walked towards the elevator. This was a business district with everything nearby. The two of them took the elevator to the next floor and heard someone in the elevator talking. "It seems like it's snowing pretty heavily today." Johnson and Lily then realized that it was snowing, but after dinner they realized how heavy the snow was. The two people walked out of the mall. The ground was covered with a layer of snow, and the goose feather-like snow was still falling. "This is no longer a place where I can enjoy the snow, but I have to worry about whether I can go home like this." Lily exhaled hot air. "I hope I can go home. I heard the subway seems to have stopped running." Johnson nodded, remembering what he had packed before leaving the house. "I should be able to go back, but I brought my ID card with me, so it's okay if I can't go back." Lily was blowing into her hand, and her face turned red when she heard this. Chapter 41 anyway, it's cute. She stared at Johnson, feeling annoyed and a little insecure. "Why? Why do you carry your ID card?" Could it be that her students really have any bad intentions towards her? Lily's thoughts became a little confused at this time. What should she do if that was really the case? Otherwise, why would Johnson carry his ID card? But this is too open. Current students. Even if Johnson really had bad intentions, shouldn't he start by writing a love letter or something like that? Well, maybe writing love letters is not popular among kids nowadays. She knows that young people are more open and free. But no matter what, there is one thing that will never change. That is, she is his teacher, even in the past. Johnson pulled his ID card from his pants pocket. We internet-addicted teenagers are all like this. We never know when we'll need to go online. Lily felt relieved. Yes, she was just overthinking it. She looked at the dusky sky. "Let's go quickly. We may not be able to go back soon." Johnson put away the ID card. The two of them walked in the snow. There were not many people outside, and there were not even a few cars, which made Lily a little worried. It can't be that there's really no going back. The two of them walked to the subway entrance, but the subway was already closed. Lily took out her cell phone and heard that the power lines were affected. For some reason, she had a feeling that she wouldn't be able to go home tonight. Johnson said, "Why don't we take a taxi?" The two of them hid in a small pharmacy that was still open nearby and waited for half an hour, but no car came and the snow didn't stop at all. Lily sighed, feeling as if God was playing a trick on her. She looked at Johnson with mixed feelings. Johnson looked innocent. Instead, Lily felt as if she was seducing him. Johnson asked tentatively, "Teacher, do you want to find a place to live?" Lily glared at him fiercely, raised the bag in her hand, and hit him lightly on the back. "Don't joke with the teacher." Johnson covered his back, and although it didn't hurt at all, he still cried out twice. "Teacher, that's not what I meant." Lily folded her hands and snorted. "So, if I were your classmate or something, would you tell her to find a place to live?" Johnson pondered. "But Teacher Lily is my teacher. There is no doubt that he is making excuses when he says this." Lily wanted to say that you also know that I am your teacher, but the meaning was definitely not the same. But I also felt that what Johnson said made sense. It was just that I couldn't go back, and it was already dark. If I continued like this, I would have to sleep on the street, so I had to find a place to stay. But she felt that something was not right no matter how she thought about it. She felt that this was not okay. Even though she was his teacher, it was precisely because she was his teacher that this was not okay. Johnson said again, "And normally if we're my classmates, we would have gone to the internet cafe a long time ago." Lily clapped her hands and thought it was a good idea. "Then go to the internet cafe." Johnson was stunned. "Really? Teacher, are you sure?" "It's not that it's not possible. Internet cafes are also a place to stay. When I was in college, I had no money in my pocket. I couldn't go back to the dormitory until midnight, so I would go to the internet cafe to stay overnight. The price for a whole night is 20 yuan. Some internet cafes are much more expensive now, and only a few still maintain cheap prices." Lily nodded. "Well, let's go to the internet cafe. Let's go. The teacher doesn't want to ruin your reputation." Lily said this as if Johnson was some virgin. Johnson didn't care and didn't feel it was a pity. He was not the kind of person who was impatient. Inviting the teacher to find a place to live was definitely not driven by lust. He always respected and admired the teacher. "Really? The package is real." So Johnson took Lily to an internet cafe. It was hard to find an internet cafe that day, but fortunately the chain internet cafe in the shopping mall was still open. The two of them chose a small double room in a non-smoking area and sat down. Lily didn't bring her ID card, but fortunately, she could use electronic facial recognition and access the internet. "It's really strange that the first time I went online in my life was with my students." Johnson also found it very magical. In the past, he would not have dared to bring his teacher to the internet, even if he had 10 times the courage. Although it was still snowing heavily outside, it was warm inside, and netizens who didn't have a date on Christmas were very passionate. "Wait for me, speed 3. There are 2 left at point A. A little, really a little." He changed his armor. "It's just those few games." Lily was not unfamiliar with internet cafes. After all, she had caught teenagers addicted to the internet before, but she was not very familiar with them either, as she had never actually spent money in an internet cafe. Johnson asked, "Teacher Lily, do you want to play a game?" Lily's face was filled with confusion. "Well, I can't play games." Johnson thought about it. "Would you like to play some simple games?" Johnson thought that since they were already here, he could take the teacher to play something. In fact, it would be nice to take the teacher to a console game store, but console game stores are rarely open all night like internet cafes. Or we can go to a private cinema. Damn, why didn't I think of this idea earlier? Johnson regretted it, but he guessed Lily wouldn't go to the private cinema with him. Lily turned away somewhat embarrassedly. "I only know how to play Connect the Dots." Johnson was stunned. "Teacher, why are you like my mother?" Johnson thought that his mother only knew how to play Connect the Dots, and the best she could do was Plants vs. Zombies. Lily reached out and pinched Johnson's arm. "I've already told you that teachers don't play games anymore. Your teacher is just old. So what?" Johnson looked at Lily and thought that teachers also have temper tantrums sometimes. "How cute. How can this be cute?" "In short, it's cute." Johnson said, "No, the teacher is the same age as me. Teacher Lily is always 17 years old." Lily snorted and ignored Johnson. Johnson coughed lightly. "Then let's play some simple games that a 3-year-old can play. Do you want to play?" Lily nodded. "Good. Since you're all out and staying in the internet cafe, it might be nice to play with your students." Johnson opened the 43.99 minigame, Gummy Adventure. It was because when Johnson was sliding the page, Lily said that she had played this game before. She had played it with a few roommates in front of a laptop in her college dormitory. She remembered it when she saw Johnson click on the page. So Johnson turned up the volume of his headphones to the maximum, placed them on the table, used them as external speakers, and played this little game with Lily. The two people's chairs were very close to each other. The keyboard was very small. Johnson's arm touched Lily's arm. There was still some noise outside, but everything was separated again, leaving only Lilia's laughter. A gentle, elegant, restrained chuckle echoed in Johnson's ears. At 11 o'clock, Lily was tired and started watching TV. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lily couldn't bear it any longer and fell asleep quietly on the sofa. Johnson looked at Lilia's face, took off his coat, and gently put it on her. Really, the teacher is so cute. Chapter 42. Teacher, your hair is messy. Johnson had a sleepless night. When Johnson had a sleepless night, David also had a sleepless night. David finally enjoyed the snow with his girlfriend in the hotel. David's girlfriend, Zhang Jiashua, has an oval face, short neutral hair, a small mole at the corner of her eye, is 1.6 meters tall, and has a temper as hot as her body. She was sitting on David, pinching David's neck tightly and asking him what he did during the day. David couldn't figure out who it was. Zhang Jiashua looked down at David coldly. You're not going to find time to see your ex-girlfriend, are you? David was lost in thought, ignoring the hand on his neck. This Johnson, something was so wrong. David couldn't understand it. His curiosity transcended life and death at this moment. However, if David knew that the person next to Johnson was Lily, he should be glad that he knew nothing. After nightfall, the snow gradually subsided. Johnson bought a glass of water at the front desk and looked out through the window next to him. At this rate, the snow should stop tomorrow morning. Even in the north, this kind of blizzard would not last long. Johnson quickly returned to the small box, and Lily was still sleeping soundly. It's amazing that the teacher could fall asleep in this state. If you have to say, is this considered a first date? Maybe not for the teacher, but for Johnson, it was. It felt a bit absurd that they spent the first date night in an internet cafe. Johnson did not choose to sleep. After all, he was outside. He just stayed quietly beside Lily, silently looking at Lilia's face, her round forehead, her falling hair, the silver round earrings hidden between her hair, and the little pom-pom on the collar of her white sweater. Lilia's hair was longer than before, and a few strands of hair fell on the collar of her white sweater. She slept very quietly, with her hands clasped together, curled up in a ball, leaning against the corner of a wide chair, looking quite well-behaved. Johnson just watched and did nothing. Perhaps he had many good opportunities to reach out and touch Lilia's face, or even kiss Lilia's lips, but he just watched. Lily once talked about Guanju and said that it starts from emotion and ends with propriety. This sentence has influenced Johnson for many years. It can be said that Johnson has always kept everything Lily said in mind. He was a good student in front of her, and she hoped that he would be a good student. He had been a good student for a long time, just thinking that every time they met again, he would gently call her Teacher Lily. Lily was sleeping in a daze. She felt like she was dreaming and heard some noisy noises. In short, she didn't sleep very well. Lily slowly opened her eyes and saw strange, yet familiar colors. She opened her eyes several times in a trance and saw the clothes covering her body, the armrests of a chair, and her own legs. She looked up and saw a lit screen. On the screen, a fish butcher from Jinghai was telling another man to kill all the fish. Colorful lights were flashing inside the transparent computer case. Lily now remembered that she was staying in the internet cafe. She turned her head left and right, thinking there must be another person, and when she turned, she saw Johnson, who was looking at her with a reassuring smile. Teacher, are you awake? Lily let out an ah, and her wandering consciousness slowly returned to her body. Oh, I'm awake. How did I fall asleep? How come I fell asleep next to my students again? I am so disappointing. It seems that I'm getting older, so I can't stay up late anymore. Thinking back to the past, when I was in junior high school, I could stay up late to read novels. Hey, that was more than 10 years ago. It's so sad not to have to remind me of the time. My age now is almost the same as having attended 2 rounds of junior high school since birth. It's really sad, not to mention staying up late. I feel sleepy after 11 o'clock, so why stay up late? Lily asked, somewhat worriedly. Nothing happened, right? I guess I didn't talk in my sleep or anything like that, right? Johnson studied Lily's face and shook his head. No. Lily looked at Johnson's expression and felt a little flustered. Is there anything on my face? I hope you won't drool when you sleep. That would be so embarrassing, extremely shameful. As soon as he finished speaking, Lily saw Johnson looking at her face carefully again. Lily panicked even more. Being stared at by him, she felt a little stiff and at a loss. Johnson's hand reached out, reaching from the air toward her face. Lily looked at the hand reaching out to her. For some reason, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, but she did not dodge or move. It might be because she had slept too long and became stupid, or it might be because she felt that Johnson would not do anything to harm her, so she just maintained her original posture. Johnson's hand gently grasped the hair that fell on Lily's face, and gently pushed the hair that was almost falling on Lily's mouth behind her ear, his voice gentle and low. "Teacher, your hair is messy." He said so. Just one sentence, one small action. Lily froze there, and then her heart started beating rapidly. She was a little nervous, and her neck felt hot. The box was very quiet, and the noise outside was not as loud as when I first arrived, except for a few shouts occasionally. Lily took a long time to react. Her face quickly turned red, and she hesitated for a long time before finally uttering a not very coherent polite remark. Thank you." Johnson, who was only wearing a sweater, and realized that he had given her his coat. She immediately lifted the coat and handed it back to Johnson. "Thank you for this, too. You just gave the clothes to the teacher. What if you catch a cold?" Lily's tone was filled with worry. "Really? You just know how to show off. What if you catch a cold wearing so little? Put on quickly." Lily was really a little angry. She looked cold in just a sweater. She suddenly felt a little regretful. She should have booked a hotel earlier. Anyway, she could just get through the night first. Nothing would happen, right? Lily thought so, her mind still on Johnson's action of helping her with her hair just now. She felt that the scene was like branded in her heart, and her whole heart was burning hot. Johnson took the clothes and put them on naturally. "Actually, I'm in good health. I'll go to the front desk and ask for 2 hot drinks. What do you want, teacher? Are you hungry? Do you need anything to eat?" Lily's mind drifted away again without her noticing, and she was in a semi-drowsy state as she listened to Johnson talking. "I'll drink whatever you drink. I don't need to eat anything. Thank you very much." Lily said, "Thank you" again, and Johnson just smiled and said it. "You're welcome. I'm a good student of the teacher." Johnson said this, stood up, and pushed open the frosted glass door. Lily finally came back to her senses and wanted to get up and move around, but she found herself. "My feet are numb." Chapter 43, Woof Woof. Johnson went to the front desk and asked for 2 cups of hot coconut. Internet cafes are really places where prices are seriously overpriced, and so are fast food restaurants. The price of hot coconut is at least doubled, but I think half of this kind of thing is included in the service charge. Johnson paid the bill and quickly returned to the small box with the 2 cups of hot coconut. He saw Lily sitting on the ground, clutching her left calf with both hands. She looked a little sad, even to the point of tears. Johnson's heart tightened instantly. He placed 2 cups of hot coconut on the table and squatted next to Lily. "Teacher, what's wrong with you? It's over. I won't feel wronged for staying in the internet cafe anymore," Lily said in a soft voice, suppressing her voice. "I have a cramp. Pain." Johnson was half relieved. "Teacher, relax. I will help you." Lily then obediently stopped moving. She felt like crying in so much pain, just like menstrual cramps. Counting the days, it was about the same. Every time this happened, she would wonder why she had to endure this torture since she didn't want to have a child. Johnson squatted on the ground, gently grabbed Lily's legs, and straightened her left leg. Lily's legs were straightened. She felt a little relieved. Johnson put his right hand on Lily's sneakers, holding her feet like that, and bent her toes toward the instep. His left hand grabbed Lily's calf, moving it back and forth gently to help her relieve the pain. Lily did feel better, and the pain from the needle piercing her gradually eased. Johnson maintained this posture, and after about 30 seconds, Lily's complexion looked better and the tendons in her left leg returned to their original position. Johnson asked as he soothed her, "How are you, teacher? Are you feeling better?" Lily supported herself on the ground with her hands, looked up at Johnson, and wiped her tears. She was not crying because of the pain, but it was completely physiological that she was prone to tears, which was almost the same as tear incontinence, but of course not to that extent. Okay, thank you." Johnson breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt relieved. "That's good. It's all my fault." Johnson blamed himself. Lily was stunned for a moment. "What?" Johnson slapped his forehead. "It's all my fault. Bringing the teacher to a place like this." Johnson could finish his words. Something was already in front of him. It was a white straw. Lily held a cup of hot coconut in her hand and handed it to Johnson, putting the straw against his lips as if she didn't want him to continue talking. Johnson was stunned for a moment and looked at Lily. She had tears in her eyes, but her brows were furrowed, which made her look really cute. Lily said, a little annoyed. Don't talk, drink. Johnson then really didn't say anything, bit the straw, and started sucking. Lily looked at Johnson. Her angry, raised, thin eyebrows slowly dropped down, and she looked at Johnson with a gentle smile. It's really strange. If outsiders saw me like this, it would definitely look a bit weird. Johnson's hand was still holding Lily's left leg. Lily was still sitting on the ground. Johnson leaned forward to take the cup of hot coconut. The warm juice slowly rose from the straw, fell down his throat, fell into his stomach, and passed through his heart. It was as if Lily was feeding him. Being fed by the teacher is a happy thing, Johnson thinks, and is even a little reluctant to let go. Lily's cheeks were slightly red, not sure if it was because of the pain or because she was a little shy. Because of this charming atmosphere, her cheeks remained red as she looked at Johnson like that. My students are very cute. Goo. She always felt like she had some strange thoughts, but she thought that since she was a teacher, it was normal for her to look at Johnson in this way. Lily said suddenly, Johnson, you look like a dog. Johnson uttered enough. Lily panicked and started explaining immediately. No, that's not what I meant. I think dogs are very cute, well-behaved, and friendly. I like dogs very much. Lily tried to defend herself, but she felt like she was bullying the more she spoke, so her voice gradually became quieter. Johnson loosened Lily's legs with both hands and laid on the ground, moving closer to Lily. Lily's heart beat faster, and she froze there, motionless. Her mind was filled with Johnson's hand, gently stroking her hair and grabbing her calf. Those images flashed back in her head. Even when Johnson approached, she didn't dare to look at him, but just looked at what was in front of her. Johnson moved closer to Lily and breathed softly into her ear, a heavy breath accompanied by his low voice. Teacher Lily, woof woof. Johnson imitated a dog's bark in a low voice twice. It was obviously Johnson who imitated it, but it was Lily who blushed. Her ears, her face, and her neck were all covered with a layer of crimson in an instant. Her body was completely frozen there, and she was in a panic. Johnson, he called me teacher in my ear and then barked like a dog. But why? Why do I feel so ashamed? Lily didn't understand. Johnson pulled back and smiled. Lily was so embarrassed and angry that tears welled up in her eyes. She even stood up a little aggrieved and hit Johnson's head hard with her hand. Don't do weird things to the teacher. Johnson held his head and made a hissing sound. It hurts. This time it really hurts. It's over. Teacher Lily is too shy. Lily looked at Johnson hatefully, and Johnson raised his hands. Teacher, you misunderstood me. Lily pursed her lips, almost eating the lip gloss on her lips. What was this? Johnson looked dejected. Teacher, I'm going to wash my hands. Johnson quickly retreated to the bathroom. Although he was beaten, he felt that it was not a loss. Blood money. The teacher's shy look appeared in front of Johnson, and he was also confused. He didn't know what was going on, but he did that kind of thing. People become unclear and impulsive at night, just like many people chat with their secret crush at night and confess their love to the other person while chatting. Johnson was a little bit confused at that moment. He washed his face with his hands, walked out of the men's bathroom, and saw Lily walking out from the opposite side of the bathroom. Lily glared at him again and whispered, Let's talk about it when we get back. Johnson lowered his head like a student who had made a mistake and followed Lily. The two walked into the box and sat down in their respective chairs. Lily drank the hot drink with her head down, and after 2 sips, she found it was all gone. She glanced at Johnson, who was still looking down, and her heart skipped a beat. It was over. She had drunk the wrong thing. What on earth am I doing tonight? She was really too stupid to think clearly. She secretly placed a cup of hot coconut on the table and coughed lightly. Johnson, look at me. Johnson looked at Lily. Lily gave Johnson a glare. Come closer. Chapter 44, Don't Look at Me Now. At Lily's signal, Johnson moved his chair in front of her and lowered his head. Lily was actually a little worried that she had hurt Johnson, so she touched his head. Of course, there would be no scars, but Johnson felt that the way Lily treated him had become a little strange and intimate. Of course, it's just physical contact, and different people have different boundaries and scopes for physical contact. Some people's hearts will beat fast just by holding hands, but some people will just think it's normal to do such a thing between friends, even if they hug each other. After checking that everything was fine, Lily lifted Johnson's head and pinched his face in annoyance, grabbing his face like dough to express her complicated emotions. Johnson coughed lightly, his voice breaking. It's just the teacher said so I did it. Lily stared at him. Are you trying to save my fault? I don't dare. Don't dare or don't have it. Ababa. That's nothing. You're starting to treat me perfunctorily, right? Lily obviously didn't drink, but she acted as if she had, fussy and angry, like an angry little porpoise. Johnson's eyes wandered. I don't dare. Lily became even angrier, and she didn't know why. It was as if she had really punched cotton. She had no place to vent her emotions. This student of hers, really liked to play tricks on her. You don't dare again? You really did it on purpose. No. Teacher Lily, you are so weird now. Teacher, I was wrong. Johnson felt that something was quite wrong with Lily. If it was her usual self, she would never do such a thing. She grabbed her face and said some resentful words. Lily just felt annoyed now. The voice that Johnson just made in her ear was still lingering in her mind, as if she had been wronged. It's all because of you. The door of the box was closed, and the two people looked at each other in silence at night. Lily finally let go of her hand and placed it on her thigh. Aren't you ashamed? Johnson looked innocent and harmless. What is that? Can I eat it? If people dig 3 feet into the ground and then 3 feet deeper, there will be no shame at all. Maybe you still have a little sense of shame when you are in school, but once you graduate, this kind of thing will be forgotten. Lily found that this attack was useless against Johnson. Her head suddenly went crazy, and she made a shocking decision. She said it to Johnson. Just sit still and don't move. Do you know how the teacher feels? Johnson sat up straight and shook his head. Lily's idea is very simple, which is the so-called tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, and double the return. Lily, who had said those harsh words in her heart, took a deep breath, dragged her chair forward, and moved closer to Johnson. She leaned forward and reached towards Johnson's side. At this moment, she is a mature woman, but her maturity is also charming, and the lines of her body are beautiful and attractive. Her hands gripped Johnson's chair to support herself. Lily slowly moved her lips to Johnson's left ear and breathed softly beside him. Woof, woof. After just 2 sounds, Lily couldn't continue imitating. The first sound was still calm and composed, just like an older sister. The second sound became delicate, soft, and shy, so small that it was almost unnoticeable. Her original intention was to let Johnson experience the feeling of being pranked, but now he felt like he was walking into a trap. His head couldn't think clearly, and Lily's face turned as red as an apple. Johnson, too, although his bottom line was very deep, but Lily's imitating behavior was so cute that he couldn't control himself. Johnson was about to turn his head. A soft hand reached out and covered his eyes. Lily's voice came from his ear again, as soft as a mosquito. Don't look at me now. Lily didn't want Johnson to see her blushing face. Johnson's eyes like this, and Johnson did not move. The hand was covering his eyes too tightly, causing his brain to freeze a little. The snow outside the window fell quietly and landed on the ground silently. The world was white, and everything looked so beautiful. The remaining full cup of coconut tea was still on the table, steam rising slowly, and the fragrance completely surrounded the two people in the box. Lily's earrings swayed as she looked at Johnson, whose eyes were covered by her own hands, and gently covered her burning face with her left hand. It's all his fault. After a long time, Lily finally let go of his hand, moved her chair, and huddled in the corner. Johnson glanced at Lily, and Lily pointed at Johnson's screen. Johnson obediently turned his head to look at the screen, but in his peripheral vision, Lily's cheeks were still blushing. At the top of the screen, a little man kept walking back and forth. It was Billy Lee, the protagonist of Double Dragon 2. The game had been hanging there for a long time, and the city in the background looked red. Johnson just looked at the protagonist standing there for a long time. After a long time, Billy Lee transformed into an enlarged, still pixelated man wearing a hat. Johnson is designing the look for the game's protagonist. It has been 3 days since Christmas. Johnson was at home, creating his character while thinking about what happened in the past few days. The character of the protagonist should be more interesting. Lily said it would be very interesting if the protagonist was a chatterbox who would say a word or two about everything he saw and could even complain about the weeds on the roadside. Although it is interesting, the amount of text work visibly increases. But without a character image, nothing can be done. When a character image has basically been established, Johnson chooses to draw the character setting diagram first. The software he used is Microsoft Paint and GraphicsScale. The former is a well-known drawing software, and the latter is a pixel animation production software. Many games or animation graphics are produced by this software. In short, This software is needed to animate the characters walking, sword swinging, injury, attacking, picking up items, or other functions. Of course, in Johnson's opinion, the most important thing about a game is that it is interesting, or at least it should be interesting to the players. Although interesting is better, not all games will be interesting, and style is also important. Johnson has revised the story for a second edition. Johnson held the digital pen in his hand, spun it in the air, lowered his head, and slowly tapped the digital tablet. I can't calm down at all. I couldn't calm down at all. My mind was full of what happened that day. Lily covered her eyes to prevent herself from looking at her. That sentence was so adorable that anyone would be moved. It was more like one had already made up his mind, so he was deeply involved in it. Johnson drew some dots on the screen with mixed feelings, then pressed Ctrl-Z to undo, drew some dots, undo, and repeated the cycle over and over again. But at least his relationship with Lily has improved a lot in the past 2 days. They have reached the point where they can share their daily lives with each other, which makes Johnson very happy. This is simply a great success, comparable to the ultimate success of rolling a 1 with 100-sided dice. Just like now, Johnson watched as his phone lit up. It was a message from Lily. Chapter 45, Burning High, Awesome. The conversation between the two people started with the 3 meals and ended with their mood. Lily seems to have rarely found someone to share her life with, so she has been talking more recently. According to a certain mother, because she always kept moving forward, she rarely noticed the moods of people around her, and she didn't even understand her own mood. But recently, she seemed to have started to stop and observe the scenery around her. Lily finds magical is the coincidence. Johnson in different places. Such coincidences happen one after another, starting from the blind date, and then to that rainy night. No, it seems like there were many coincidences even before that. Johnson can often be seen poking his head out around his life, like the mole in the whack-a-mole machine, just like now. The mole in the whack-a-mole machine is actually quite cute, just poking its head out and watching quietly, then burying its head back after a while. It's incredible. It seems to be 2 degrees lower today than yesterday. Please take care of yourself. The news coming at 10:30 at night, the first 5 minutes before the end of evening self-study, warms people's hearts. Johnson received this brief letter. He quickly replied, "Teacher, don't worry. I'm in super good health. I've been in college for 4 years and 3 years of high school, and I've never been sick, not even had a cold. Such an enviable physique is a blessing for some people who are weak and sickly, or even have a fever that lasts for 5 days or even a week." Lily was currently packing up to leave work and chuckled. There's a saying that goes, "Idiots don't catch colds." Yes, I am a fool, Johnson said silently in his heart. What's wrong with being a little stupid in front of the teacher? Lily asked again, "You said before that your family members were all out?" This topic was brought up around dinner time at 6 o'clock this evening, and the two of them talked about their recent family life and so on. Johnson placed the digital pen in a special pen holder. "I went on a business trip to try out a new car model. I think it was a road test or something. I don't quite understand. My parents both worked in the same traditional machinery company and sometimes even went on business trips together. After all, it was an old factory and it was very popular at that time for people within the factory to introduce each other to each other. My parents met at that time." Of course, Johnson doesn't care much about his parents' love story. He just wants to let his child live freely as long as he can. Lily teased, "Then you live alone. Won't you be scared at night?" Johnson answered in a very straightforward way. "Of course not. How is that possible? The resentful ghosts of the working people will avoid it. Does the teacher need a bodyguard since he lives alone?" Lily looked at Johnson's words and felt that she shouldn't think too much, but she always felt that what Johnson said was ambiguous. The teacher doesn't need it. Besides, who will be the teacher's bodyguard? You. Johnson replied immediately. "Do you need me to bring a blast shield?" Lily smiled softly. "Where did you get the blast shield? You don't need it. Just rest at home." As expected, he volunteered himself. Although it was similar to what Lily thought, Johnson has always been like this. Lily didn't take it to heart. No, she did take it to heart a little. After all, they had been through so many things. Lily finally replied, "Okay, I have to go back now. Let's talk next time." Johnson sent out a "okay" and added a shaking head emoji. The conversation between the two ended here. Lily smiled and put away her phone. Johnson put his phone on the table and continued doing his own thing. He didn't know if it was because he had gone to bed late in the past 2 days and had been modifying the plot, but he always felt his head was heavy and groggy. Johnson's nose was itchy, and after a while, Johnson sneezed. Johnson went to get some paper in a daze. "What happened?" Without giving it much thought, he continued working at his desk, picked up the digitizer pen again, and started working. The next day, Johnson's workstation. James and David came up empty-handed. The two men were standing on the left and right of Johnson's workstation, staring at each other. David asked, "Where's Johnson?" James shrugged. "I don't know. I thought you knew." David suddenly opened his mouth. He won't stay overnight at his girlfriend's house and miss the morning court. James held the fried chestnuts in his hand, peeled the chestnut shells, and then threw the kernels into his mouth. How's that possible? Is he that kind of person? James obviously didn't believe it, but Johnson has been acting mysterious lately, and he really doesn't know what he is doing. Could it be that the two of them had really made some substantial progress? James let out a wow in his heart. This is the world of adults. It was not yet time, and the two men thought about it and thought that Johnson might be late, although he did not seem like the type of person to be late. But by noon, Johnson still hadn't arrived. This seemed a little strange, so David sent Johnson a message. "Why did you skip work?" The message was not replied until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. "High fever, 39 degrees, awesome." David's eyes widened. "What the hell? Awesome." The conversations between good brothers are basically like this. Even when they have a fever, they still compare whose temperature is higher. If the temperature is high, it's awesome. If the temperature is low, it's stupid. The temperature is like the damage in FPS games. If the damage is high, it's awesome. If the damage is low, it's stupid. David still asked with concern, "Have you taken your medicine? Do you want me to bring you something?" Johnson said, "I've eaten it, no need." David replied, "Okay." Normally, visits are not required in this situation. If help is needed, Johnson will just tell you. David relayed the message to James, telling him not to worry. James understood. As for Johnson, he was curled up in bed. He woke up several times, took some medicine, and went back to sleep. He originally wanted to try to get up and work, but when he sat in front of the computer, his head began to hurt, and even his thinking became slow, so he could only shrink back into the quilt. There was no one at home, so he just ordered some takeout. He ordered fried rice for lunch and ate half a bowl, and then ordered a bowl of porridge in the evening. I can only say that you shouldn't talk nonsense, and what you say will come true. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there was a knock on the door. Johnson got up in a daze. He was wearing gray pajamas and thought it must be the takeaway. Johnson opened the door and saw not the delivery man, but a familiar face. "It's James." She winked at Johnson and spoke briskly. Hey, the beautiful girl is here to see you. How are you?" She took out a bag and waved it in front of Johnson. Through the translucent plastic bag, he could see that it contained cold medicine and canned fruit. Johnson was a little surprised, and some of his expectations were dashed, but he was also a little happy to be cared for. "As you can see, just like now, I have a good sleep and still have a day's work to do. I am very happy." James smiled. "Really? Oh, it's so cold outside. Can you let me in first?" Chapter 46 Gossip. Johnson wearily pulled the door open. "Please come in. No need to take off your shoes, but the room is full of the virus I spread, so you'd better wear a mask or something. It's cold recently, and I don't want to be the mother of the virus." James poked his head out and looked around, then walked inside happily. "Don't worry. I have a very good physique, and I never catch a cold." "Are you talking about the mother body, Alice, or the Plaka parasite?" Johnson flipped a switch on the wall, turning on the lights in the house. "I'm talking about Crossfire." James closed the door. "Oh, I know. I played my cousin's account. He's the best gunner. So where do I put the stuff?" Johnson blew his nose and walked into his room. "It's all right. Sit wherever you want. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to lie on the bed for a while." James took a look at Johnson's house. The house was quite large, with white tiles. There was a dining table at the entrance, a living room further inside, and a bedroom further inside. Johnson walked into the first room on the left, staggering all over and even bumping into the porch. "Wow, this looks really unbearable. What kind of fever is this? Is it really okay if I don't go to the hospital?" James carried his things and followed the staggering Johnson into his bedroom, where he was stunned for a moment. There's a black table against the wall on the left side of the entrance. The first thing that catches your eye is two screens, a 27-inch display and a vertical screen placed sideways next to it. The display screens were all on, with the wallpaper from Persona 5. James recognized at a glance that it was Ren Amamiya on the screen. In front of the screen were a keyboard and a digital tablet. The glass computer case was squeezed together with the wall in the corner of the table. The fan of the case was on, and a graphics card bigger than a brick was working. There's also a PSP in the corner of the table, and behind the display screen hangs a perforated board with an Xbox controller and a proportional gun model on it, like the R301 in Apex. There are posters on the wall, and at first glance, there are posters for Gurren Lagann, Sword Art Online, and Rent a Girlfriend. There's even a display cabinet with figurines and belts in it. James spoke up. "Oh my God, this isn't my home." Johnson was too tired to complain, so he raised his head and lay down again. James asked politely, "Can I sit?" Johnson said weakly, "You can sit anywhere you want. If you feel bored, you can play video games. I really can't get up." James sat down in the gaming chair next to his bed. "That's great. How much did you spend on this?" Johnson did the math. "That's almost my salary for the past few months." Johnson was still very grateful to James for coming to see him, but he really didn't want to get out of bed at the moment. He would feel a little cold once he got out of bed. James began to take things out of the plastic bag. "Have you eaten? I brought some medicine and canned oranges. Does your throat hurt?" Johnson was quite moved. "It doesn't hurt, thanks. I think I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. My meal hasn't arrived yet." James placed those things on Johnson's bedside table, neatly arranged and filling it up. There were 4 cans of oranges alone, more than the medicine. "Order takeout? Where's your family?" Johnson nodded his head back and forth twice in the quilt. "I'm going out. Anyway, I won't be back today." James opened a can of oranges. Johnson watched her movements out of the corner of her eye. She originally thought that the drink was for her and was about to say no. But unexpectedly, James tilted his head back and drank it himself. James gulped down 2 gulps, including the orange slices in it, his cheeks puffed up. He chewed it twice before swallowing it. Johnson realized that he was being too sentimental and silently retracted his head. James seemed to notice Johnson's little trick. "Ah, let me help you taste it first, and the remaining bottles are yours." Johnson was in a complicated mood at this time, not knowing whether to say thank you or complain. This foodie thought for a long time, and in order to say less 2 words, he said 1 sentence. "Thanks." At this time, there was another knock on the door. Johnson stood up, but James stood up faster than him. "Ah, let me open the door for you." James rushed out. The door opened. Johnson heard 2 unclear conversations. The door closed and saw James walk in again. "Your takeaway is here. Do you want to eat in the bedroom?" Johnson nodded, took out a small table from the bedside, and sat up again. He felt that getting up and lying down had consumed a lot of energy. James placed the takeaway on Johnson's small table. Johnson opened the package and drank the porridge in silence. Johnson scooped up the still-hot corn porridge with a spoon. "Why are you here?" James just sat in the chair with his face in his hands. "I came to see you. We are colleagues. I usually eat so many of your snacks, so I can't eat them for free. I am not a heartless person." James was drinking from the can of oranges again. Johnson blew hot air. "You're not convincing at all." James shook his head and spoke incoherently. "No, things are different now. It's no longer popular to say, 'I don't like this, so you have to eat it.' I bought it for you as well as for myself. I also want to try it and take advantage of the patient's fame." Johnson felt that what James said seemed to make sense, and he couldn't find any rebuttal. James quickly finished the can of oranges and made a comment. "It's a bit too sweet. Do you want some cold medicine? I can help you soak the medicine first. Do you have hot water at home?" James took the cold medicine and looked around. Johnson said, "It's in the kitchen, the one hanging on the wall-mounted water dispenser. Press the button on the left to get hot water. Thank you." Johnson didn't say anything polite. He felt a little better after drinking the porridge, but he was still a patient. James stood up. "Hey, I'll go right away." James was like an errand girl, running back and forth, taking the cold medicine to Johnson's kitchen and passed the investigation. 1 to 100 equals 25/50, ordinary success. James found a silver wall-mounted water dispenser in the kitchen, similar to the one in his own home. Above the water dispenser was a cupboard filled with ordinary household porcelain bowls. James skillfully used the wall-mounted water dispenser to brew cold medicine for Johnson, then stirred it evenly, brought it back to Johnson's room, and shouted, "Chicken soup is here." Johnson took it, grateful, although he believed that there was a 1% chance that James would poison it. Johnson finished the medicine. His body warmed up a little, and he huddled back into the quilt, with James holding his face full of gossip. "By the way, what did you do on Christmas Day?" Her 2 big eyes were shining, like a searchlight illuminating Johnson, saying, "This is why I came here today." Chapter 47, Lily visits the patient. Johnson thought that this was the real purpose of this guy's visit. "I always feel like you're not here to visit me. It's more like you have to make up for your daily gossip duties because I'm not here today and no one is gossiping with you." Well, sort of, but I really came to visit you and bought you medicine and canned oranges. You want to eat half of it. That's still halfway. You can't be so pessimistic about the problem. But you're right. I'll talk to you while I'm at it. You have a system. What system? Ding. Hello, host. I am your system. Daily task. Chat with Johnson. You'll get 100 yuan for every sentence you chat. After completing the task in a week, you will be rewarded with a lucky draw. You are so valuable. We're the prizes in the lucky draw wheel. The first prize is an Aston Martin. The second prize is 10 points added to the host's luck, and the third prize is a magic weapon for strengthening. Okay, one shot. Ding, congratulations to the host. You won the consolation prize, a pack of tissues. Please keep up the good work. Fuck, there's definitely something wrong with your system. James was furious. Johnson shrugged. It's like this now. If you don't put some good stuff on it, how can you draw it? If the drop rate is high, how can you keep it hanging? James clenched his fist. How can this unscrupulous system be the same as the merchants in the card drawing game? Johnson asked cautiously, which business are you talking about? James thought for a moment. All the second-timers. An indiscriminate attack. James turned again, looking at the screen. Do you mind if I stay here for a while? Johnson thought about it. Well, if you want to play, you can play it yourself. You can also adjust the mouse speed. I remember my mouse speed. Johnson lay back down, like a hermit crab retreating into its shell. James looked at the software that was still working. It was a hero drawn by Johnson. What is this? Can I see it? I won't see anything weird in your computer, will I? Johnson is seriously ill. Complaining seems to be his instinct. It's the protagonist of the game I plan to make. It doesn't matter if you want to see it, but it's just a prototype right now. There's nothing weird in my computer. Anyway, what you're looking for isn't there. James opened it and took a look. He saw a pixelated little man with a blue knight suit and black hair. It looked like it was taking shape, and he sighed. Old school. Johnson remembered the line. Artemis. In Ready Player One, Artemis and Wade went to the Chaos Planet to dance while looking for the second Easter egg. The song Staying Alive sounded, and Wade took out something similar to a dance machine. Artemis exclaimed, meaning it was really old-fashioned. James nodded. Exactly. Johnson didn't expect James to remember this line. Johnson felt sleepy and didn't care about James. David had also played games at his house, so there was nothing he couldn't touch. I'll take a nap. It's okay to turn on volume. Thank you for today. James turned around and gave Johnson a thumbs up, as if to say, no problem, or don't worry. After all, she is not that willful, although some people usually say that she is very casual. James then remembered that he came here to gossip, but Johnson cleverly changed the subject. Damn it. When? He didn't even notice it. James looked at the pixelated man drawn by Johnson. The elements were quite delicate. The vertical display screen next to it had the settings written in a document. It was extremely retro and looked like a small workbench. James didn't mess with Johnson-esque stuff, but instead looked at his single-player games and decided to play The Binding of Isaac for a while. This bedroom is so nicely decorated, James thought. If she had food and internet, she could stay like this for the rest of her life. She is similar to Johnson. She doesn't socialize much and spends most of her time at home playing games. In an era of increasingly developed internet and mobile phones, social interaction has basically become less common. In the past, I would go to a friend's house, and a few little kids would gather around a computer and watch someone play Flash Fight or play Crazy Villain Wars together. They would try their best to fit 4 pairs of hands on one keyboard, and they would not care even if the keys were stuck due to conflicts. And now the communication with people has basically come to a standstill. James thought about these things while manipulating Isaac, who was abused by his mother. On the other side, Lily finally had time to check her phone. She sat down in the office and saw the message from James. I'll go take a look first. Lily was a little confused. What to look at? Lily opened her phone, swiped upwards, and quickly saw the message from James. Johnson seems to have a cold and took a day off. In an instant, Lily's heart felt like it was pierced by a needle, and worry immediately rose. Hey, you have a cold? Is it serious? He didn't even tell me. Lily asked immediately. How is he? James replied. Well, you eat delicious food and have a good sleep quality. Do you want me to take a picture of you? James took a picture of Johnson's profile, and he was indeed sleeping soundly. Lily breathed a sigh of relief and felt more at ease. That's good. James pulled a lollipop out of his bag and bit it in his mouth. Sister, aren't you going to come and see him? There's no one at his house. Lily thought James felt like he was hinting at something, but sent it anyway. I'll be there later. Lily suddenly became restless. She looked at the time and felt tormented. Why didn't he tell her that he was sick? Lily didn't know why, but she felt a little angry. She pursed her lips and slowly put down her phone, hoping that time would pass faster. After the evening study, Lily checked her routine and immediately ran to the subway station. She jogged. Lily was not good at running. In the night, the lights of the vehicles beside her passed by her frowning face. Really? Why don't you say anything at this time? Aren't you usually very talkative? Johnson has woken up and is now pointing fingers behind James' back. No, you are so bad. How about your positioning? James clenched his fist in anger. Don't shout, don't shout. Do you understand? I watch chess without saying a word. Johnson shrugged. But we're not playing chess. Is it okay for you to stay at my house so late? James glanced at his phone. Yeah, it's okay. I'll go back after I finish this life. I'll just play games when I go back anyway. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Johnson wondered, Did you order takeout? James shook his head. No. Johnson stood up. I'll go check it out. Could it be that my parents came back early? Johnson opened the door in his slippers and saw Lily, who was panting. Johnson stood there in a daze. Teacher Lily. Chapter 48. The teacher is worried about you. Johnson opened the door. He never thought that it was Lily outside. Am I hallucinating from the fever? He thought of 10,000 possibilities, just like Dr. Strange saw 14 million future endings. But he did not see Lily appear here, in front of his own door at 11 o'clock in the evening. The odds are like asking a monkey to type out Hamlet on a typewriter. Johnson first smiled as usual, then opened the door a little wider, put his right hand behind his back, and gently grabbed his pajamas, then realized that his outfit was a little inappropriate. It's over, wearing pajamas in front of the teacher. His heart skipped a beat, as if he suddenly realized after finishing an exam that he had made a mistake on one of the questions, and even made mistakes when checking the answer. However, the paper had just been taken from him, gone away in sorrow, and the dust had settled, making it impossible to make any corrections. Johnson moved aside to make way. Teacher Lily, why are you here? Please come in, it's cold outside. Lily rubbed her hands gently and blew a breath of hot air into them. Her face was flushed, and it looked like she had been blown by a cold wind all the way. White mist blurred her glasses, but quickly dissipated. She also had a plastic bag hanging from her arm, containing her shopping. Then I'll come in. Lily walked into Johnson's house and closed the door gently. She was also very careful when closing the door, just like the snowflakes falling outside, silently, for fear of disturbing the endless quiet night. She put the things on the table first, then looked at Johnson. How are you? Have you seen a doctor? He seemed to be in better spirits than expected, but his face was a little red. I don't know if it was because of the cold or stuffiness. Johnson took a half step back. It's okay. Just a fever. No need to see a doctor. Lily took a half step forward. Really? Be careful not to let a minor illness turn into a major one. Have you taken your medicine? Have you eaten anything? You can't eat spicy food when you're sick. You are alone at home and no one is taking care of you. The teacher is worried about you. Some words clearly mean the same thing, but when expressed in terms of job titles, they become much more polite. Saying, I'm worried about you is always more intimate, and saying teacher is worried about you seems reasonable and as it should be. Johnson nodded again and took another half step back. I ate it all. Lily tilted her head, as if she had sensed something was wrong, and took a half step forward. Johnson took a half step back. Lily continued walking forward. Why do you keep backing away? Johnson explained. I'm afraid I'll infect my teacher. She has to go to work tomorrow. It would be terrible if I make her unable to go to work. Johnson was quite worried about this shapeless appearance and his current state. If he had known that Lily was coming, he would have cleaned the house thoroughly and made it immaculate, and finally put orange-scented aromatherapy in the living room. Of course, proper aromatherapy. Take a good shower, change into a tight-fitting outfit, comb your hair, and apply hairspray. This is the basic etiquette of the meeting. Although it is dark and heavy, Johnson believes that maintaining a decent demeanor is indispensable. Instead of like now, I haven't even washed my hair. It's over. Lily was indeed a little annoyed and took a step forward. Johnson had nowhere to retreat and could only lean against the wall. Lily held out her hand. Let me see if your fever is serious. Lily raised her hand and placed it on Johnson's forehead. Time flowed like water, hitting the dam. Johnson was a head taller than Lily. He lowered his head and met Lily's worried gaze. In his peripheral vision, he saw her fair wrist sticking out from the sleeve of her clothes, her white neck, and the silver necklace on her neck, shaking gently. Her slender eyebrows were as wrinkled as always. Johnson actually liked looking at Lily's eyebrows. The two sides were upturned, like an inverted Dong Chi-chong style 8. Just by looking at her eyebrows, he could tell Lily's current mood. Lily placed her hand on Johnson's forehead. It's a little hot. It's a bit hot. Is it really okay? Her eyes, as gentle as the night moon, fell on Johnson, and her eyebrows expressed her worry. And Lily didn't think there was anything wrong with her action. At this time, a cheerful voice sounded from the side. Ah, Sister Chun. Lily saw James, who had taken out a small piece of gluten from somewhere and was chewing it. The air fell into a brief silence. Lily knew that James had come, but she didn't expect that she was still here. Originally, she thought it was nothing, but when James caught her touching a student's head, she felt a little guilty. Johnson's embarrassment instantly turned into complaints, which continued. Where did you get the food from? Why don't you share any with me? It hurts my heart. Where are the lifelong friends we promised each other? James responded to every question. I just bought this at the convenience store. There aren't many of these. I only have this one. I can't share it. And it's spicy. You can't eat it. Besides, we didn't say the last word. Johnson was silent. I'm not really greedy for your gluten. James greeted Lily, looked at the two people who were in close physical contact, said nothing, and waved. Then I'll go back first. Lily was stunned for a moment. You going back now? James nodded, without even staying for a second, mumbled something, and turned and left. James closed the door with a bang, and now there were only two people left in the room. Lily withdrew her hand and looked at Johnson with a slightly red face. She felt a little complicated. She said, Go to bed and rest first, don't catch a cold, and tell the teacher if you need anything. Johnson moved his limbs stiffly, walked into the room like a clockwork robot, and lay down under the sheets. Lily didn't know why, but she felt relieved. Lily followed him into the room and was stunned when she saw Johnson's bedroom. Is this Johnson's room? It was not that she had never seen a boy's room before. She did some simple psychological preparation before coming. She knew the boys' dormitories. Some of them really had everything. Long socks as hard as dried bacon were hung on the bedside table, which was very horrifying. Of course, there are also those who are meticulous, and Johnson's room clearly belongs to the latter. Johnson's room is neat and clean, but it has a lot of elements. Lily looked at the poster on the wall. It showed a busted girl in a red bikini, with a bright smile, an undisguised cleavage in her chest, white thighs, and a sniper rifle behind her back. That's right. He is a boy after all. It's all normal. All is normal. Lily smiled and sat down on the chair beside the bed. Johnson was confused and had not yet realized what was happening. James had been to his room, so he was not alert at first. If it were any other time, he would have found a way to cover up Yuko's poster. But now, he curled up in the sheets, his consciousness still drifting outside. Lily spoke first, and her words of concern for her health turned into something else. Johnson, your room is very unique. Johnson still looked dazed. The effect of the virus made his mind not so flexible today. Ah, these are specially arranged by me. Lily keenly captured the key words. Specialized? Chapter 49, just a scenario simulation. Johnson thought Lily was curious about his room and started telling people about it. Yes, I just spent a little bit of thought and money on it, and also spent some time. Even the layout was all my own idea. By the way, are you thirsty, teacher? I'll go get you some water. He was about to stand up, but Lily waved her hand. Teacher, you're not thirsty. Just lie down and continue talking. Johnson lay back down, thinking it was strange that the teacher was interested in the decoration of my room. Johnson thought about it for a moment and thought that since teacher Lily's room was full of flowers, plants, and books, it was normal for him to be interested in her. Whether it's the computer, the table, or the poster, I made them all. Johnson glanced at the posters in the room, saw the beautiful and amorous poster, and suddenly thought of something. Lily changed her posture and crossed her legs. What? You alone? Johnson rolled his throat. The poster was given to me by a friend. Lily obviously didn't believe it and snorted softly, although she didn't know why she snorted that way. There's nothing to hide about this. I just didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby. As a boy, I understand. Lily spoke in a mature, adult tone, as if she didn't care at all. Johnson was sweating. Teacher, this is a combat uniform. It's over. Why does it feel like the more I talk, the darker it gets? But in fact, the female characters in various games and animations are all like this. The less they wear, the higher their attack power. They can break the scales of any monster with one sword, and the skin of beautiful girls is indestructible. He definitely didn't have any vulgar thoughts when he put the poster on the wall. It's better to say that normal people wouldn't have weird thoughts, but people outside the circle would just think. Johnson held his head. Oh, I have a headache. Johnson started to act rogue. Oh, my head hurts, my head hurts. He rolled around in the bed, and to be honest, Johnson's acting was quite poor and completely unsatisfactory. Lily looked at Johnson and chuckled softly. She didn't know whether it was true or false, but she felt that there was no need to delve into this issue further, as it would make her seem petty. More importantly, she was just Johnson's teacher, so why should she keep nagging about what to hang in a student's bedroom? Well, lifestyle. Yes, lifestyle is very important. Teaching and educating people. Although she doesn't teach Johnson knowledge now, correcting Johnson's behavior is also what she should do as a teacher. Johnson felt that today was a really ugly day. Although it wasn't particularly ugly, he was not mentally prepared. His head was tucked into the quilt. In Lily's eyes, he seemed a little more well-behaved today compared to his usual slick behavior. Lily leaned forward, her hands resting on the edge of the sheets. Really a headache? Johnson rubbed his head. Real. Lily moved the chair forward and finally stretched out her right hand and placed it on Johnson's forehead, as if to verify what he said or to comfort him. Okay, I'll go get you some water. Please talk less today. Lily felt that she should be a little nicer to Patience, and for some reason, she felt uncomfortable seeing Johnson looking weak. The thought of him not telling her anything made her feel a slight, tingling sensation in her heart. Lily went to the kitchen to get a cup of hot water and placed it on Johnson's bedside table. Drink more hot water. Do you want the teacher to help you apply a towel? Johnson was flattered. No, I'm not that weak. Today is just an exception. Is it really an exception? Why is he sick? Maybe it's because I slept a little late these days. Playing games. Teacher, you are prejudiced against me. I am working at full speed. I see. Stupid student. Why didn't you tell me you were sick? It's just a minor illness. I don't think it's necessary to bother the teacher. The main reason is that the teacher is busy with work. I'm sorry, and I'm completely fine. By the way, I see James is here too. When did she get here? It was probably after 8 o'clock. I don't remember much. She came and played games there, and I was sleeping. I see. Sure enough, people of the same age can get along better. Besides, she also likes playing games. Not really. We just chatted casually, and I slept most of the time and didn't wake up until after 10 o'clock. I just found out about it then, too. I'm sorry, but I didn't have time to comfort you. No. It's better to say that I feel honored to have the teacher here. Teacher Lily, isn't it too tiring for you to come here so late? How about I take you back? Johnson checked the time, and after a few words, it was already 11 o'clock. Time is something that makes people feel very unfair. Sometimes it seems very long. When you're waiting for something, waiting for the end of get out of class, waiting for the holiday, even 10 minutes seems extremely long. But at this time, when you are with someone you like, you feel that time is too short. We were just chatting and saying a few words, but time slipped away through our fingers in the blink of an eye. Lily patted Johnson's shoulder gently. It's okay. Go to sleep. I'll stay with you until you fall asleep before I go back. She thought that since James had sat here before, she would not have any doubts about the layout of Johnson's room, and the two of them would probably have a passionate discussion. Although she felt that there was no need to think about this, she realized at this moment that she didn't seem to know Johnson very well. I don't know what he likes, what games he plays in private, or how he wants his room to be decorated. She held up her face, and her hair fell. Johnson couldn't sleep. If he could fall asleep under such circumstances, he would be a god. He just, too, enjoyed moments like this, being in the same room with Lily, even if they didn't say anything. Lily turned around in her chair and looked at the things on his desk. She immediately realized that it was a script. Just as he said, he really seemed to be on full blast recently. Lily instinctively took the rewritten document and began to read it as if she was grading papers. Johnson coughed lightly. Well, the new version hasn't been written yet, but this is the current direction. What do you think, teacher? Lily smiled. Well, make it more interesting. Not criticizing it, but it's obviously not very good. She turned again. I always feel like your knight and your princess are very unfamiliar, and their emotions are like a blank sheet of paper. Johnson's heart was hurt. After all, I've never been in a relationship before, so it's too difficult to have a love scene. This is also what bothers Johnson. He doesn't understand it all. Damn it. I can't imagine what the two of us would do if we were together. Lily suddenly had an idea, but quickly rejected it, thinking that it was too far-fetched. Well, do you want to try it out with someone else? Experience a similar situation? The room became quieter. Johnson's courage grew at this time. What? Can I find a teacher then? Lily's hand fell on Johnson's forehead and tapped it gently. You just make fun of the teacher. This guy. Lily blushed slightly. Well, but if it's just a little help, if it's just a scenario simulation, I can help you. Chapter 50 Knee Pillow. Just words of help. Lily felt that, after all, she had promised Johnson to help him, so this kind of thing was just a scenario. Of course, you can't fully understand the mood in the book just by reading it. Lily thought that Johnson was indeed working very hard. Looking at what was written on the secondary screen, she could imagine him sitting at the table and sneezing. That looked quite interesting. Moreover, I also want to do something for him. Lily really doesn't have any experience in taking care of people. In fact, when someone is sick or has a cold, there are only a few words that can be said. Drink more hot water and get enough rest. But as she spoke, she felt that the words were a little weak and seemed perfunctory. Another scene appeared in Lily's mind. It was the sentence she saw in what Johnson wrote. She thought about it and patted her thigh. Would you like to lie down? She was wearing a white skirt today, and her fingers danced up and down on the skirt, reflected in Johnson's eyes. Lily added, as if to explain, I see there's something like this in what you wrote, right? It should make you feel better. Johnson froze. Was this some kind of sweet trap? But if he says no at this time, he will not be Johnson. Does he have to be hesitant before moving closer? He is not the kind of person who shrinks back. Since he has decided to launch an offensive, he must carry it through to the end. Johnson squirmed in the bed, moving towards Lily. Soon, he leaned out and said nervously, Thank you, teacher. He turned over awkwardly, not being used to it, and then carefully rested his head on Chun Wan's white skirt. Through the fluffy fabric, he could feel Lily's soft thigh flesh on the back of his head, which made Johnson feel as if he was dizzy. Johnson did not put the entire weight of his head on it. He always felt a little distant from physical contact and was afraid of pressing the teacher, so he just kept his neck stiff. Lily could also feel Johnson's solid head. His hair was not prickly, and her heart beat faster. Johnson was so nervous that he didn't dare to look at Lily, and soon, Lily's right hand gently covered Johnson's eyes. Johnson asked quietly, Teacher, this is... Lily was obviously feeling shy, but she still pretended to be calm and mature. Okay, I'm just letting you rest in a different way. It's okay. Just lie down. She could also sense that Johnson was not completely lying down, so she used her hands to gently guide him, letting him relax and lean back. Lily asked softly, Would there be any other ideas? Johnson's throat grew dry, and he didn't know where to put his hands. What idea? Was the teacher saying, It's over, my brain has completely frozen. He felt that his brain was like a computer with a blue screen during a team fight. He couldn't figure out the cause, and the game would be over when he started it again. He felt Lily seemed to move. Her hair fell down and fell beside his face, which was a little itchy. His head even touched the teacher's lower abdomen, which was warm, comfortable, and made his heart beat fast. Then came Lily's voice, soft, peaceful, and gentle. You've worked hard all the way. Just take a good rest when you're injured. Those were the words in the script, but Lily spoke them aloud in Johnson's ear. Johnson lay there, Lily's words echoing in his ears, making him and even himself in his heart become incoherent. Teacher Lily, his thoughts were wandering. If there really was such a scene, what kind of mood would the person lying there be in? Apart from the daily scenes outside of the battle, the grass was lush and the birds were flying, the sky was high and the clouds were vast. In his spare time from the battle, he could feel the body temperature of another person. Johnson opened his eyes and could only see light shining through the gaps between Teacher Lily's fingers. The light fell on the edges of her fingers and turned them dark red. Her fingers were so soft and tender, like shrimp slips in a hot pot, which slipped away as soon as they were picked up with chopsticks. After Lily finished speaking, her face had already turned red. She often realized what she had said only after she had finished speaking. She always felt that it was different from what she had imagined, which made her face hot. She took a deep breath and wanted to add a few more words to justify her behavior. These were all situational simulations just to make her feel involved, or maybe she just wanted Johnson to relax a little, and it was just about the teacher's care for the students. Lily had just opened her mouth, and before she finished her sentence, she heard a violent knock on the door. Boom, boom. The knock on the door was particularly obvious in the quiet night. Johnson and Lily were both startled and their bodies froze. Lily let out a soft, ah, and immediately sat up straight. Is there anyone knocking at the door? Johnson also sat up nervously, as if he had just done something particularly bad. Okay, it seems so. Teacher Lily, did you order takeout? Lily shook her head. Johnson hissed and thought for a moment. Could it be that my parents are back? Lily felt unwell and her body was shaking. Really? Your parents are back? She was nervous and guilty, with a look of it's overwritten all over her face. She turned her head around, and her neck was as stiff as a transmission part that hadn't been oiled for a long time, making a squeaking sound when working. It was over, it was over. Her mind was filled with thoughts of the end is over. And at that moment, she even forgot that she was Johnson's teacher. As long as she could use her identity as a teacher, nothing would be a problem. Johnson pulled back the covers. Teacher, I'll go take a look. Lily said, and put her hands on her legs, looking extremely well-behaved. Johnson came to the door quietly and silently. It was obviously his own home, but he was like a spy sneaking in. Could it really be his parents coming back? How can I explain it later? No, why should I feel guilty? That's my teacher. Even if it's not him, I'm 22. Johnson thought maybe he should move out. After all kinds of things could happen. Quite a bold idea. Just think. Johnson looked through the peephole and saw no one. After thinking for a moment, he opened the door and saw a girl of the same age as himself standing outside. James touched his face, embarrassment written all over his face. It seems I left my key at your house. Johnson breathed a sigh of relief and staggered backwards. It's so scary. James was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward to support him. Johnson, why does this person look like he is dead? Didn't he take medicine? Is it because the canned oranges and the cold medicine conflict? It's over. I have to destroy the evidence. James made the decision very decisively, looking around for a blunt weapon that would suit his needs. The next day, office. Johnson sits at his workstation wearing a mask. If he doesn't come today, he won't be able to finish the work. Although his fever has not yet healed, he is already in a state where he can do anything as well as a donkey or a horse. Anyway, he doesn't need to do any mental activity. Work is nothing more than Control-C and then Control-V. In fact, his cold should have been cured yesterday, not to mention last night. When James was playing games, he was almost well. But last night she was so busy that first she overheated while lying on Lily's lap. Then she almost lost her mind when she heard a knock on the door, and finally James came in and made another fuss. After she entered the bedroom, she found Lily hiding behind the curtains. She curiously asked what game the two were playing and said she wanted to join in. Lily found out it was James, and he also sat down on the ground, swaying, and his legs felt weak. Then the three of them chatted for a while, and James went back with Lily. It was at that time that the virus rebounded. Johnson had a headache all night and didn't feel better until the morning. At this moment, James appeared next to Johnson, holding a warm red bean cake in his hand. Chapter 51, A plus B equals C. Why is it that some people are eating every time they appear? Warm water. Take this Yanami onsai away quickly. And how come these people don't gain weight just by eating? Do they exercise more? Or is it true that sweets are stored in another stomach? James opened his mouth wide, bit off a small piece of red bean cake, and then moved his cheeks and chewed it left and right, just like a little hamster. Johnson spoke tentatively. May I ask your weight and height? James rolled his eyes at Johnson slowly as he chewed. She ate very carefully and seriously, swallowing the small piece of red bean cake completely before answering Johnson's question. How rude. Hasn't anyone told you that a girl's weight, age, and height are all secrets? Johnson was puzzled. Is that something that cannot be seen or described? Let me see your tentacles. James snorted. Will you also ask about Sister Chin's height and weight? Johnson also snorted, and the two of them were like two idiots, laughing at each other and twitching. Is it possible that I know? James silently took out his cell phone. Okay, I'll call the police right away. Hello, police. Yes, it's Fuqiang Street. Johnson immediately reached out to stop it. No, sir, I just happened to know that. I really just happened to know it. For example, I happened to pass by the office at some point, happened to see the medical examination form casually placed on the table, and happened to remember it. It's just a good memory. Is there anything wrong with this? Except for his lack of knowledge in Chinese, Johnson was pretty good in other aspects, just like a short story Johnson had once seen. A friend of Einstein called him, and at the end of the call, the friend asked Einstein to write down her phone number and said that her number was long and difficult to remember. Einstein didn't take a pen, but let his friend speak directly on the phone. My friend's phone number is 24,361. Einstein immediately said that this was not difficult to remember, just 2 dozen and the square of 19. So Johnson just happened to remember that Lilia's height is a prime number ABC, A plus B equals C, and her weight is the product of the smallest prime number, the second smallest prime number, and a two-digit prime number AC. What's so hard to remember? James was skeptical. You really just happen to know? Someone like you will be arrested as a pervert. Johnson shrugged. Geniuses are always envied. You can't arrest Rain Man as a pervert just because he can count how many raindrops fall in an instant, right? James pouted. You really know how to flatter yourself. She said something with disgust, and then continued to eat the red bean cake. Maybe it was because it was winter, but it seemed that James' desserts gradually became hot food. Johnson was worried that this person might move the hot pot into the office one day. James finished eating. He still reported his height and weight. 50 out of 162. Johnson said, wow, you are so healthy. How do you do that? James put his hands in a boxing gesture. I usually play fitness rings and fitness boxing. You know, the coaches all have nice voices. There's Ri Kugamiya, who is very delicate and gentle. Johnson really didn't know. After all, he really didn't play this type of game. You actually know Kugamiya? How come you play all these games? James retracted his fist. Why don't you know this? He's the originator of tsundere. Even though tsundere isn't popular anymore, I still like it. Johnson nodded. It was true. He also liked tsundere. James looked left and right. By the way, I watched the game you were making last night, and it felt like... Johnson asked, what's wrong? It's okay. You can speak up if you have any good ideas. I'm not the kind of person who is petty. James rested his chin on his hand. Forget it. It's all right after all. Johnson's fist hardened. You know what kind of people I hate the most? James asked. What kind of people? Johnson doesn't say anything. His actions say it all. He's the kind of person who only speaks half the words. James tilted his head in confusion. She patted her, but stood up, put the stool into Johnson's drawer, then turned and left without leaving a trace. In the end, no one knew what she wanted to say. However, Johnson feels that his work is at most just a character setting, and there's really nothing much to say about it now. It should be better once the plot is basically finalized. James walked around, stopped next to Johnson, and spoke abruptly. I can write music. Johnson was confused by her sudden response. It turned out that this was what the girl wanted to say. Oh, so were you having a psychological struggle while walking around in circles just now? James rested his chin on his hand. Well, I always feel that you didn't tell me that I was being too sentimental, but I see that there are a lot of things on your desktop, and the only thing related to music is NetEase Cloud Music, not even QQ Music. Johnson said, hello. What's wrong with NetEase Cloud? Isn't NetEase Cloud great? I like to use it late at night. James spread his hands. No, I just think you shouldn't get involved in this. Johnson really didn't try much to write music. Because it's too early to tell now. James said, oh, well, I've also written songs and uploaded them to the platform. Johnson was stunned. Boss, why didn't you tell me earlier? Let me see if I'm following your account and how many fans you have. James crossed his hands in front of him and looked at Johnson with disgust again. Telling you the difference between my social media account and streaking in public, you're so vulgar and disgusting, ugh. Johnson was silent. This man's thoughts were even more erratic than his. James tilted his head. Anyway, that's what I mean. I'm very interested in this and can help. I'm leaving now. This time she really slipped away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seemed that she came just to say those two sentences. Did she hope that I would ask her for help? Johnson couldn't quite understand what James meant. Otherwise, why did she say these two sentences specifically? Johnson leaned back in his chair, feeling a little melancholy. Composing music. The protagonist needs music. Various bosses need music. The princess needs music. Battles, travel, map switching all require music. When you think about it this way, at least dozens of songs will be needed. Even if they are not so sophisticated, the workload is still quite huge. Once the basic plan is finalized, maybe I should really ask for help. The price of a commercial manuscript is about 1 or 2,000 per minute. If you calculate the price based on a 1-minute song loop, the price of a cheaper one is estimated to be tens of thousands. Wow, funds are burning. What's the old joke? On the other side, Anqing number 7 middle school. Lily was sitting in the office when her phone suddenly rang. The unfamiliar number made Lily a little confused, but she still picked up the phone. Ooh, a male voice sounded. Ms. Lily from class 25 of Anqing number 7 high school. Chapter 52, Recruiting. The strange voice made Lily suspicious. Who are you? Could it be a pyramid scheme call? Or a student's parent? She was full of vigilance. At this time, the other side spoke quickly. Hello, we are from Shunxiang Foreign Language High School. I'm calling to ask if you have time this weekend. Can we have dinner together? Lily frowned slightly. What does this mean? No, no time. Lily refused decisively. The tone of the other party was still polite and quick. Then are you interested in visiting Xuanxiang Foreign Language High School? If possible, I would like to ask if you would like to come here to teach our students. Lily now completely understood the other party's intention. It turned out that he was here to poach her employees. It was really unexpected that one day I would be poached. Xuanxiang Foreign Language High School. Lily knew the name of this school. It was a private high school in the neighboring city. It had just been built for 3 years and could be considered a new school. Well, at least for now, it seemed to have money. I have just taught a class of high school students. There are a few who have pretty good grades, so I have made a name for myself. I promote it every day, and a billboard has been put up at the entrance of Anqing No. 7 Middle School. There are just a few words on it. Lack of people, lack of students, lack of teachers, but not lack of money. Seeing that Lily didn't respond, the person on the other end continued talking. If you have time, we can find a place to have a meal and discuss it. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the compensation. Lily was still somewhat surprised, but she refused again. No, imbusi. The other side reacted quickly. Okay, I won't bother you for now. I wish you a happy life and smooth work. Goodbye. The person on the other end didn't even hang up the phone right away, but waited for Lily to hang up. In every aspect, it was impeccable. Lily sighed and put her phone aside. Is there really such a thing? I have heard similar gossip from people in the office before, such as a certain teacher was poached during the senior year, and then a temporary teacher was replaced in the senior year, which caused complaints from students. This kind of thing was relatively rare in the past, as teachers basically stayed in the same school for their entire lives. Now it is not uncommon, especially when private high schools go to public high schools to poach people. They do it openly. Although the salaries of public high schools have been increasing in recent years, they can never compare to private schools. They have nothing else but money. Earning over 10,000 yuan a month is not a problem, and with tutoring, it's easy to double your annual salary. Lily was why the other party found her. She had only been teaching for 5 years at most. The results of the 2 classes were indeed quite good, but it was not to the point where she was being poached. Lily didn't feel very happy, but felt it was very troublesome. She didn't know whether it was true or not, but even if it was true, she felt that it was quite troublesome. Lily is actually a very Buddhist person. Having a lot of money is of course a good thing. Who doesn't want to lie in a swimming pool covered with money and have fun? It's a great feeling just thinking about it. But she is not such a diligent person after all. Her hobbies are simple, such as growing flowers, chatting, appreciating the snow, reading books, and reading a lot of books. If older teachers didn't want to be class teachers, she wouldn't have taken this position. In recent years, class teachers in schools have basically been equivalent to extra work, assigned to the younger generation who have no say. When she finishes the work, the job can be handed over to someone else. 3 years later, whoever wants to do it can do it. Lily's melancholy mood subsided. Another piece of news came. Teacher, we have some sausages drying at home. Can we send some to you on New Year's Day? They're delicious, much better than those in restaurants outside. You know who it is without even looking at the name. Is this some kind of sugar-coated bullet? Johnson's family actually has sausages drying in the sun, but that's normal, as her own family also makes some sausages and bacon every year, but she doesn't know how to make it yet. As she thought about this, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she held the phone, thinking about how to respond. Well, okay, thank you, but don't take too much. The teacher can't finish it. Then will you come to my place on New Year's Day? How are you feeling today? Johnson returned. Super good. The teacher's knee pillow is very useful. Lily's face turned slightly red, and all that emerged in her mind were the scenes of last night. She was not in a clear mind at that time, so she did that. This stupid student really brought up things that were not relevant, and it was a false alarm. My heart almost jumped down my chest. Lily typed silently, her fingers slowly tapping the screen letter by letter. Don't talk nonsense. The teacher is only helping you so that you can sleep well. Johnson's heart melted. Just seeing these words melted his heart. I see. Teacher, you haven't been infected by me, have you? If you were, I wouldn't be able to take the responsibility. Lily paused, and a smirk appeared on her face. So you are the kind of irresponsible student. The teacher never taught you that. Johnson said immediately, I will take responsibility. Lily felt that she was teased instead of being teased, and spat pa under her breath. What nonsense are you talking about again? I won't talk to you anymore. The teacher is busy now. Johnson posted a little emoji of a pig doing pole dancing. Okay, teacher, you've worked hard. I'll come to your house on New Year's Day to reward you. Lily put away her phone and asked, "Who asked you to reward me?" Johnson's cold did get better quickly, and by the evening his fever had completely subsided. David came again during the day, seemingly offering comfort, but actually asking him about various things. But Johnson is like the Apex in season 23, with a Newcastle, a Gibraltar, and a nurse. The city walls are impenetrable and indestructible. Don't ask if there's a hero called the city wall. David tried his best, but couldn't get anything out of Johnson. "What do you do on New Year's Day?" Johnson yawned and didn't reply. David jumped up and down anxiously, scratching his head. In the few days before New Year's Day, Johnson's daily routine was simple. Go to work, get off work, and go home. After going home, he would think about the script and establish the character's image. In addition to the character of the protagonist, the character of the villain is also very important. If the villain has no style, the protagonist will also look like a clown. If the villain is whitewashed, it will be even more boring. The villain should be ambitious to conquer the world. The night was quiet. The light from the screen shone into Johnson's passionate eyes, and he was fully immersed in the world he created. Soon, New Year's Day is here. Lily's door. The time agreed was in the afternoon, so Lily could sleep in and take a nap, finally making up for some of the sleep she missed while at work. Lily opened the door and saw Johnson carrying sausages. Johnson raised the sausages in his hand and shouted, "Happy New Year, teacher." Lily was prepared and stepped aside to make way. "Now that you're here, come in first. It's a bit messy here, so please find a seat first." Lily had actually tidied up her house. Johnson held the packaged sausages and walked into Lily's house skillfully, then put the sausages into Lily's small refrigerator. He sat down on the sofa, and from the beginning he was embarrassed to move his eyes towards Lily. Chapter 53, Why Are You Here? Lily was wearing casual clothes that she rarely wore. The dark blue jeans outlined her well-proportioned long legs, and the tightly wrapped black sweater on her upper body outlined her slender waist and beautiful curves. Johnson pinched his forehead gently to calm himself down a little. Although he said that he didn't have any bad intentions, Teacher Lily's style was really sexy. Johnson, sexy is more like a compliment. This word contains many meanings. The clothes the teacher wears are very suitable and beautiful, so beautiful that he is embarrassed to look at them. Teacher Lily has a good figure, and the black outfit makes her look more mature. Coupled with a lazy look on her face, as if she hasn't woken up yet, it makes people even more confused. Lily squatted in front of the small refrigerator and opened the refrigerator's fresh-keeping layer. "Would you like something to drink?" The teacher bought some drinks. Johnson heard the voice, looked up, silently glanced at Lily's back, took out his cell phone again, told himself not to look at anything inappropriate, and stared at his silly face on the dark reflective screen. Liking someone is a very difficult thing. Sometimes, even looking at that person's back for 2 seconds longer feels like an offense. I'm fine with that, but it's so cold today. Isn't it a bad idea to drink cold drinks? Lily looked at the drinks in the refrigerator. But there's heating in the house. You'll feel hot after sitting for a while. This is a drink I bought specially for this. Johnson was a little surprised. Specialized? Lily's voice paused noticeably before she continued. "Well, if we have students coming to our house, we have to buy some drinks that the children like." Johnson nodded, but at this moment he didn't understand who the kid was talking about. After all, he was 22 years old, so he couldn't be considered a kid. Lily said this, took out a can of frozen Coke from the refrigerator, stood up, and walked to Johnson. "Looking at your phone again. What's so good about mobile phones? Why do kids nowadays like looking at their phones?" Johnson immediately put away his phone, raised his eyes, and met Lily's eyes. Then he felt something cold quickly pressed against his face, and he shivered and hissed. "Teacher, it's a bit cold." Lily smiled. "Really? She looks so pretty when she smiles," Johnson thought. Then Lily put the can of Coke on the table, stretched out her hands, and put her warm hands on Johnson's face. "How about this?" Johnson wanted to say it was warm, but he also wanted to say, "This is what teachers are like." Lily pinched Johnson's face maliciously, as if she really liked seeing him speechless. Johnson slurred, "Teacher, I'm warm now." Lily withdrew her hand. "Really? That's good." As she said this, she sat down next to Johnson, then took the folder that Johnson had placed on the table and held it up. "Let me take a look at my students' masterpieces." Johnson wants to say that it's not a masterpiece at all, just some random fragments of his imagination, although he spent some time and effort on these fragments. Lily was very serious when reading. She looked slowly, and her fingers turned over the A4 paper 1 page at a time, making a rustling sound. 10 minutes later. "Yeah, I feel better." Johnson was in high spirits. Lily thought about it, but it still doesn't make any sense. Johnson was crestfallen. Lily patted Johnson's head gently, as if to comfort him. There's no rush for this kind of thing. Johnson leaned on the sofa like a deflated swimming ring, limp. What do you mean by interesting? Lily rested her chin on her hand as she thought. It's just, sometimes you feel that something is very sudden and unexpected, but it doesn't feel abrupt. You want to know what will happen next. This is what is interesting. Johnson seemed to understand. After all, original work and fan fiction were two different things. When making fan fiction, sometimes you didn't have to think so much, just fight, and that was it. Lily turned and looked at Johnson. How is it? Are you discouraged? Or do you think you are no longer capable? Johnson sat up straight and immediately shook his head. No. After the quick answer, Johnson corrected it. Well, it's a bit discouraging. Lily smiled. How about this? If you keep working hard and you're successful, I'll buy you a plane ticket. Johnson was puzzled. Why buy a plane ticket? Is the teacher going to give me a ticket to some bay and then let me jump in? A rubbish like you can only make things that disgust people's eyes. You don't deserve to live in this world. Lily tapped his head gently. No, what are you thinking? I'll buy you a plane ticket so you can travel and relax. Johnson thought for a moment. Just one. Lily tapped her chin with her finger. Then, I'll buy you one when I come back. Johnson met Lily's eyes, and his gaze suddenly became firmer. What if I want to bring someone else with me? Lily noticed Johnson's gaze and felt that it was as hot as fire. Even her heart became hot. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She froze there. The air became hot and dry, thinking it must be the effect of the heater that made this small space so hot. Even her fingers and skin became hot. Lily opened her mouth and was about to speak when there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Lily reacted at this time and said, in a panic. I'll go open the door. In fact, Johnson was also very nervous. When he said this, his heart was like a wild horse in the wilderness, running nonstop. Waiting for the result is often more tormenting than the result coming true, especially when he is worried about hearing a result that scares him. Lily walked stiffly to the door, wondering who it was. She opened the door and was stunned for a moment. She saw a beautiful girl in a snow-white dress. Her hair dyed a bright blue, wearing sunglasses with a whole bag of oranges in her left hand and a box of milk in her right hand. When the girl saw Lily, she smiled, put down her things, and threw herself into Lily's arms. Teacher, I miss you so much. Lily was a little overwhelmed, watching the little girl rubbing her head in her arms. Which one? But the voice sounds so familiar. Lily's hands were stiff. The little girl in her arms raised her head, saw Lily's puzzled look, and took off her sunglasses. It's me. Teacher, don't you remember me? Lily now recognized that it was her student, Xie Yuding, and the confusion on her face instantly turned into joy. Yuding, why are you here? Xie Yuding rubbed Lily and refused to let go. I came to see you, teacher. Oh, teacher, I heard that you moved, so I went back to your old place. Teacher, you are still so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? Xie Yuding's words gurgled out. Johnson listened to the sound outside the door and probably recognized who was coming. He silently opened a cup of Coke and took a sip. Then the door closed and two people walked inside. Xie Yuding was laughing and chatting happily until she walked into the house and saw Johnson sitting on the sofa with a look of horror on his face. Oh my God, Johnson, why are you here? Xie Yuding looked as if she had seen something dirty and filthy. She took a small step back with a look of horror on her face, baring her silver teeth and showing her disgust without any concealment. Alas! Chapter 54, If I had known you were coming, I would not have come today. Xie Yuding covered her mouth and frowned. It's over. I didn't check the almanac before going out today. Is it not suitable to go out today? Or am I hallucinating? What kind of nightmare is this? Johnson drank the water silently. Hello, aren't you attacking people too many times right at the beginning? Xie Yuding's words were like a set of smooth combos that she had memorized by heart. Even if her head had forgotten, her fingers still remembered, and she dealt considerable damage in just a few seconds. Xie Yuding coughed lightly and realized that Lily was still beside her. Sorry, long time no see. I was a little too excited. This person is the daughter of the coal boss, a girl who had always been at odds with Johnson. Xie Yuding has good grades and can dance. It is said that she started learning Chinese dance in elementary school. She has a good figure, a light body, and walks with the wind. She is born with a domineering aura and has always been very popular. Johnson's junior high school and high school belong to the same public school. Anqing number 7 middle school has a good annual admission rate, so some wealthy people would send their students there. Johnson had heard of Xie Yuding's name since junior high school. Even someone as hardworking as him was forced to hear her name. Of course, Johnson didn't take it seriously at the time. The two of them had a feud when they were just in high school. In fact, they were still very friendly when they first met. During physical education class, David shouted, "Is anyone playing werewolf?" David held Johnson's shoulders and called on his friends to go with him. Johnson didn't want to go, but David held his arm tightly, so he had no choice but to go. Johnson was the wolf, and Xie Yuding was the prophet. Xie Yuding jumped to the prophet first, and Johnson jumped later. In short, he was very confident, and his loyal and harmless look made everyone believe him. So Xie Yuding was voted for. 7 or 8 fingers pointed at Xie Yuding, as if the parliament was trying a criminal and throwing her into a frying pan. Xie Yuding almost fainted from anger. At that time, everyone had just started playing the game, and there weren't so many routines, intrigues, and stereotyped analyses. Xie Yuding had nothing to say and could only grit her teeth, thinking that those people were all pig-nosed. As for Johnson, he was even more insidious and cunning, doing all kinds of evil, and he looked so evil. From then on, he made up his mind to hate Johnson, and whenever they met, they would speak ill of each other. Xie Yuding raised her chin slightly and looked down at Johnson. "Why are you here?" Johnson leaned back on the couch, crossed his legs naturally, and answered questions with questions. "Why are you here?" Xie Yuding put her hands on her hips. "I'm here to see Teacher Lily." Lily sat silently on the edge of the bed, watching the fire from the other side, and even looked around, but unfortunately, she had no melon seeds in her hand. Johnson was suspicious. "Aren't you in graduate school? Why are you back so early?" Xie Yuding hugged herself tightly with both arms and let out a huss sound again. "How do you know I'm in graduate school? Are you secretly investigating me?" Johnson nearly spit out a mouthful of soda. "Who is investigating you?" "No, buddy, Xie Yuding is an outstanding graduate of our school. She is studying for a bachelor's and master's degree at Nanjing University." Who doesn't know that? Johnson knew this because of David. The intelligence dealer David would always be next to Johnson, talking on his cell phone. So in our class got a PhD. So went to graduate school and studied abroad. That one got a job at a big company, and that one got arrested for causing trouble. He cares about everything, from his classmates' future plans to their disobedient dogs. Xie Yuding thought about it and felt that this was the truth. She snorted coldly and decided not to take it to heart. She walked over to Lily. "Teacher Lily, can I sit next to you?" She was gentle and soft-spoken, as if she had become a different person, even without changing her face. Lily hummed, moving further inside and patting the sheets. "You can sit anywhere. The teacher's house is so small." Xie Yuding sat down with a happy look on her face next to Lily, which made Johnson very envious. Damn, this is too good to be true. Why isn't he a girl? If he were a girl, he could sit next to Lily and hang out with the teacher as much as he wanted. Xie Yuding adjusted her fashionable hair. "My graduate school is on vacation, and I've already finished all the exams I was supposed to take, so I'm on vacation early." Johnson said, "Oh, you finish your exams so early? Are you really not wandering around outside because you can't continue studying? It doesn't matter. Your family is rich, and you can spend it as you please." Xie Yuding was so angry that her teeth were itching. "Who are you looking down on? I heard you work locally." "It's okay, picking up food to eat." "Is it true? How much is the salary? Can you tell me? What are you doing?" "I don't have any money to lend you." "Who wants to borrow money from you?" "I'm just curious. You know, it's not always possible to find a job after graduating from graduate school nowadays. You can inherit the family business." "Tisk, it's really boring to talk to you. You think too much. How can there be so much family property? Now the industry has shrunk, and everyone is seeking industrial transformation. At best, there are only a few million left in the family. Is this human language? Why don't you eat meat?" Lily looked at the two of them, smiled softly, and stood up. "By the way, do you want some lemonade? I just learned how to squeeze lemons by hand." Xie Yuding was the first to raise her hand. "Want?" Lily turned back to look at Johnson with a slight smile on her face. "That one over there, do you want it? What is that thing over there?" Johnson felt very unbalanced. "Teacher, why does Xie Yuding have handmade lemonade to drink when she comes here? But why do I only have industrial products when I come here?" Johnson was rarely sour. Lily stuck out her tongue at Johnson. "Sorry, I didn't think of it before." She said this with a coquettish tone in her voice, and Johnson was no longer jealous. Xie Yuding was a little surprised. Did Teacher Lily do such a thing? I always thought Teacher Lily was quite serious. Lily then started to tinker with making handmade lemon tea, mainly because she lives alone and is always willing to learn something new. The tea leaves that had never been used before were finally put to use at this time. She skillfully boiled water to make tea, sliced the lemon, and then put it into the shaker. After squeezing out the juice, start adding honey or sugar water. Lily was too lazy to make sugar water, so she just used purchased honey. She was doing it nearby. Johnson glanced at Lilia's back and then turned to look at Xie Yuding. Why did you come today? Xie Yuding now realized that Johnson was not asking her, but was disliking her. Oh, I came a bad time. What a bad time indeed, Johnson thought. The two chatted idly, and Lily listened quietly beside them. In fact, she thought it was quite interesting, because Johnson usually doesn't show this side of himself in front of her. It's really strange. Are these two people so badly compatible? It turns out that Johnson can say such sarcastic and hurtful things to others. It's quite interesting, but he seems to be quite nice in front of me. Well, although he would say some unexpected things, he is basically the type who is well-behaved and pleasing. This is really incredible. Lily quickly made lemon tea and served it to the two of them. Try it. Teacher Lily is so gentle. The two people holding lemon tea had the same idea at this time. Xie Yuding's eyes quickly noticed the document on the table, and she asked curiously, Teacher, what is that? Chapter 55, Goodbye. Lily was about to explain. Johnson's hand covered it. Children should not ask about adults' affairs. Xie Yuding now knew who it belonged to and curled her lips. Who cares? It turned out to be Johnson's thing, but he treated it as if it was someone's most valuable possession and just came to visit, even bringing documents with him. The three of them chatted for a while, talking about college life, interesting things in school, blank emotional stories, and past memories of classmates. Johnson had hoped for was gone. As Xie Yuding chatted, she gradually discovered some clues. I always feel that there is something wrong with the distance between Johnson and Teacher Lily. Something is really wrong. Sometimes Lily would say something and Johnson would add the next sentence, and sometimes Johnson would say something and Lily would follow up with an explanation. There was always an invisible tacit understanding that made her feel like an outsider. Although Johnson always said funny things in the past, the kind where the teacher would say something on the stage and he would respond from the audience, making everyone in the audience laugh. But the current situation is different from before. When it was past 4 o'clock, Xie Yuding got up. Teacher, I'll go back first. Johnson, aren't you going back? Johnson always felt that whether he went back or not, he would feel guilty. It was as if he was meeting with underground party members. Lily said at this time, I still need Johnson's help. I don't think he'll be back. Xie Yuding bent down, grabbed Lily's hand, and looked intently. Teacher, do you need help? I can help you. Lily's face showed embarrassment. She glanced at Johnson, as if asking for help. Lily is not good at lying, and she doesn't know why she told a lie, but now this lie seems a little difficult to continue. Lily felt a little guilty and tried to laugh it off. I suddenly remembered that the matter seems to have been almost resolved, so I don't need any help. Xie Yuding was totally confused and felt something was wrong. She felt that the teacher was chasing her away, right? But Teacher Lily was never like this before. She used to take care of her like a little treasure, but today she has changed. From the moment she entered the door, she felt that even the air was filled with a strange smell. Xie Yuding let go of Lily's hand. Really? You're welcome, teacher. I can help you with anything. She patted her chest with a look of loyalty on her face, and she would roll up her sleeves and follow without hesitation, even if they meant going to Liangshan. If it were any other time, one would definitely think that she was a pretty good girl, but at a time like today, it was inevitable that she felt a little at a loss. Johnson stood up. It's okay, it's done. Let's go back and don't disturb the teacher's rest. Teacher Lily is very busy at work. When I think about it this way, I seem to be bothering Teacher Lily a lot. No, there's clearly no plan for this, so why are you doing it so secretly? A thief is always guilty, but this thief doesn't want to steal things. He wants to steal people. Johnson with her big, bright eyes. She always felt that this person was lying to her. The anti-Johnson radar was activated immediately, beeping, with the words, Johnson is lying written on it in large letters. She just didn't know what Johnson was lying to her about. Xie Yuding turned and walked out. Okay, let's go. Johnson said, let me collect my things. Xie Yuding opened the door and left a sentence. Then I'll wait for you outside. Now there were only 2 people left in the room, and the air fell into a brief silence. Johnson looked at Lily, and their eyes met, as if they were communicating silently, or perhaps they felt that they should say something at this time. Johnson could speak. Lily smiled, as gentle as ever, then took 2 steps forward and spoke in a low voice in Johnson's ear. Go back and work hard to correct it. Come to my house next time, and I'll help you with it. Lily stepped back softly after she finished speaking, still looking at Johnson, encouraging him. Johnson said and took the unfinished cup of Coke, his voice also very light. I'll leave the file here, and I'll bring new ones later. Xie Yuding was outside, and he was whispering to the teacher. Johnson always felt like he and his teacher were hiding a secret, which wasn't a bad feeling. Lily clenched her fist and waved it in front of her. Come on. Johnson spoke seriously, word by word, slowly and solemnly. Goodbye, Teacher Lily. Lily nodded. See you next time. I'll make you a different drink next time, so don't blame me for what happened today. Johnson smiled. I don't dare. Lily looked at Johnson with resentment and said these 2 words again, thinking that her student definitely did it on purpose. But she didn't intend to care about it at the moment, but went back to the question Johnson asked her at the beginning, opened her mouth, and spoke slowly with some nervousness. If you really want to bring someone with you, just buy one more ticket. If you're successful, the teacher will consider it. Just buy one more ticket. She repeated the sentence as if to emphasize something. Johnson and Lily looked at each other, but this time they didn't say anything. They said seriously and nodded. But precisely because he didn't say anything, Lily's heart beat faster. Johnson waved his hand and spoke seriously for the 3rd time. Teacher, I'll leave today. Goodbye. He was serious, so she was serious too, nodding her head twice and waving at him. Goodbye. It seemed that this was not a polite parting remark, but a short imperative sentence saying, see you next time. Or, if you just tell me what's in your heart quietly, I will take the initiative to come and see you. Johnson waved slowly and walked slowly, but eventually he walked out of the room and closed the door gently. Lily was the only one left in the room. She placed her hands on her black sweater and on her chest. She felt that her heart was beating too fast and too obviously. Similarly, it seemed that something was taking root and sprouting in her heart. It's no longer about noticing. It's not just noticing. Johnson walked out the door and took a deep breath. The teacher is so cute. I always feel that every time I get along with my teacher, the love in my heart seems to gradually increase, accumulating and growing, like a pile of sand to form a tower. Xie Yuding looked at Johnson and interrupted his emotions. No, why are you so slow when you go out? Are you a snail? Johnson looked at Xie Yuding silently, then looked ahead. The energy he had just felt disappeared, and he felt a little more depressed. Fisk, anxious again. The last time the 2 met was at a class reunion last winter. After entering college, everyone was very busy and sometimes did not go home in the summer, so we basically did not see each other. It was better to say that most high school classmates did not see each other after graduation. Johnson rarely even attends class reunions. It's all thanks to David, this desperately blooming social butterfly, who brings together all kinds of people whenever he has time. Johnson didn't want to go, but David knew where his house was and went straight to arrest him. Sometimes I really don't understand why I have a friend like David. Can this be considered complementary personalities? After Xie Yuding came out, her aggressiveness weakened a bit. After all, she was not a high school student, so there was no need to be aggressive. How are you feeling lately? Are you tired from work? Johnson accident. I'm scared of you being so peaceful. If you want kidneys, go find David. Xie Yuding glared at him and lowered her head again. No, I just feel like nothing is easy to do right now. It's really hard to find a job after graduating, and writing papers is really annoying. I just want to ask about the experience of those of you who are already working, so that I can be mentally prepared to move bricks. Johnson could understand Xie Yuding's thoughts. It's not bad, just a little too busy. I work overtime a lot at night. Sometimes I'm really tired, but the money I make is not bad. Xie Yuding suddenly smiled. You become a little smoother, a little less sharp, Johnson. Johnson shrugged and said that was not the case. 2 people were walking in the same direction. At this time, a boy came towards them. He had curly hair, a handsome face, and an open mouth. You guys? Johnson looked at David. Us. David came up and grabbed Johnson's shoulders. So you're actually in a relationship with her. No wonder. Chapter 56. Insufficient energy. David looked a little embarrassed. His hair was messy, his down jacket was torn, and there were scratches on his face. Johnson said, Wow. Have you come back from somewhere? Excuse me, The homeless people on the streets of the United States are more stylish than you are now. David looked down and then up again, saying nonchalantly, "Oh no, I just had a fight with my girlfriend." Johnson was silent. There were always people in this world who loved in a way that he couldn't understand. For example, they would have a small quarrel every 3 days and a big quarrel every 5 days. Or they would physically and violently fight until the end of time. David patted his clothes nonchalantly. "It's okay, it's just her way of showing love." When Xie Yuding saw David, she showed no disdain on her face, just like when she saw Johnson. In her eyes, the two of them were in cahoots with each other, one on top, the other on. "Oh no, I got it wrong, they can't be mixed up." Just thinking about that scene is a bit eye-irritating. David's eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at Johnson, scanning him up and down like a searchlight, and then looked at Xie Yuding. Xie Yuding crossed her arms in front of her chin and took a half step back uneasily. "What are you doing?" David snorted coldly. "Stop pretending. Tell me, when did you get together?" Johnson now knew what David was thinking. Xie Yuding reacted quickly, and her face turned red. "Are you an idiot? What are you thinking about?" David clenched his right fist and hit the palm of his left hand. "The evidence is irrefutable, and we have caught you both red-handed. On such a good day, you two are actually hanging out together. Do I need to wonder? I know that you used to cause trouble for Johnson every day because you had a crush on him. Okay, tell me." David with a silly smile. The simplest two words, the most ruthless mockery. Xie Yuding is really impressed by this funny couple. Johnson is still a normal person, but David sometimes just looks like an idiot with excess energy. David snorted. "Then why are you two together? It's New Year's Day, such a beautiful day, and you came back from thousands of miles away. Are you so impatient?" Xie Yuding's fist has hardened. "We just happened to meet." "Just happened to meet? You're kidding me. Anqing is so big. How could you two just meet?" "Oh, at Teacher Lily's house." "Wait, Teacher Lily's house?" "Yeah, I went to deliver something to Teacher Lily, and then I saw Johnson there too. He said he had delivered some sausages to Teacher Lily. We chatted for a while, and then we came out together." Xie Yuding explained. David said, "Oh," and suddenly he understood, but suddenly he didn't quite understand. He looked at Johnson, then at Xie Yuding, and then at Johnson again. He felt that Johnson had been visiting Teacher Lily too often recently. How come my brother, who usually knows everything, suddenly feels a little confused? No, I can't do that no matter what. But think carefully about Johnson's actions. But it's not that. It doesn't seem that similar. It doesn't seem like it. David tilted his head left and right, as if he was solving a century-old problem. He first made an assumption in his mind. What if the result was true? But he didn't dare to think about the process of the argument, thinking it was too absurd and ridiculous. He couldn't even go to Johnson to verify. Johnson only seemed to be talkative, but he was always tight-lipped when it came time to be tight. David sometimes looked relaxed, sometimes frowned, and sometimes he suddenly realized something. Xie Yuding pointed at David and asked Johnson for help. What happened to him? How come my classmates and teachers all acted strangely after I hadn't been home for a while? When did the world become so strange to me? Johnson walked around David. It's okay. He was beaten by his girlfriend. Don't worry about him. If his ex-girlfriend and current girlfriend beat him every day, how could he not be stupid? Xie Yuding said, "Oh," and trotted after Johnson, thinking it made sense. On the other side, Lily was packing things at home. She looked at the table and thought, the cup Johnson used. Lily filled the 2 small paper cups with water and threw them into the trash can. She didn't think about anything else but whether to buy another glass cup. After all, sometimes guests come, and you have to buy some daily necessities to entertain them. Lily opened the shopping website and started to choose. Anyway, she decided to buy a set of glass cups first. This pattern cup is quite nice. Should she ask Johnson what color he likes? Thinking about it this way, I really know very little about him. I know almost nothing about his favorite colors, clothes, dishes, or whether he looks at his horoscope. Lily sent Johnson a message. What color do you prefer? Johnson and Xie Yuding just arrived at the subway entrance. Johnson looked at his phone, quite surprised. He thought about it for a long time, and even had some wild thoughts. Well, and in blue and pure black. Johnson mentioned 2 common colors, but because Lily's question came so suddenly, he answered in more detail. Lily knew what an in blue was. She had seen this word in a magazine before and thought the color sounded pretty, so she wrote it down in a notebook nearby. Lily replied, "Okay, I understand. I'll give you a little surprise later." Johnson's heart became even more uneasy, with some light images in his head. He immediately pinched his forehead and calmed down a little. Xie Yuding glanced at Johnson's phone for a moment. She really glanced at it, but she had no intention of peeking. She glanced at it and quickly turned her head away. She had no intention of prying into other people's privacy. She just felt that the profile picture on the other side looked a little familiar. Xie Yuding thought for a long time, but couldn't remember who it was. The two separated on the subway, one heading west and the other heading east. Xie Yuding found a seat on the subway, took out her phone, and scrolled through her moments. Suddenly, she remembered why that profile picture looked familiar. It seemed to be teacher Lily's profile picture. She opened her friend list and slid her finger across the screen quickly, with sparks and lightning all the way to Lily. It really was teacher Lily's avatar. Hey, what's going on? Johnson have such a good relationship with teacher Lily? The same doubts as David at this moment. It was a pity for Johnson that he couldn't go out and play on New Year's Day. And after New Year's Day, Lily also became busy. The second-year high school students will have their winter vacation on the 18th, so they have been busy with their final exams recently. The final exam papers are prepared by several schools in the city together, which is roughly equivalent to a joint exam. So there will be competition both inside and outside the school. It would be fine if it was elementary school, where the teacher evaluation is not allowed to be linked to grades, but high school. So Lily also started to get busy, although sometimes she would give some inspirational quotes like, "There are more than one test in life, so don't take it too seriously." But everyone spends the first 18 years basically running around for this matter, starting in elementary school, and the tense atmosphere naturally permeates the entire school. And Lily's work doesn't end just because the students are on vacation. Teachers don't have winter and summer vacations. They have to work during the holidays, and their salary will be less. When I was young, I thought the job of a teacher was great, and when I grew up, I would have long vacations. Oh, how stupid, really. As the busy hours increased, Lily and Johnson had less time to meet. Johnson, low on energy. Chapter 57, enough energy. I can't see the teacher. I can't see the teacher. I can't see the teacher. Johnson was leaning on the keyboard, his resentment turned into substance, overflowing and flying in the air like the scream of a ghost. He was using work to suppress his emotions and was working at full speed. The keyboard at his workstation was about to be broken by him, and every key was wailing. "Stop! Your keyboard is crying." James appeared from the side, his voice filled with tears. Johnson didn't even turn around and continued typing. David said from the side, "Oh, it's okay. This is just his normal madness. You don't have to worry about him." James then wiped his tears again and started eating the coconut latte Fab Crisp in his hand. "Yeah." David put his hands in the air and displayed Johnson like an advertisement. "Our product is like this. At this time, he is usually affected by external factors, or he is under too much pressure and has no way to relieve it. This situation usually occurs during exam week. He will not listen to what others say, but will just frantically memorize and practice questions, look at previous year's papers, and then continue to practice questions." James bit into the Fife Crisp. "But I haven't felt any pressure lately. Could it be because I'm going to have a holiday? But isn't there still some time before the Chinese New Year?" There was still a month left, and James had calculated it very clearly. He looked at the calendar every day when he went to work. He even planned to take 2 days off before the New Year and 2 days after the New Year. In this way, he would have 13 days off in total and could play for 2 weeks. David shook his head. "I don't know about that. It could be that I lost points yesterday." Johnson was typing on the keyboard. "I don't understand. You simply don't understand. It's been almost 2 weeks since New Year's Day, and he hasn't seen Lily in 2 weeks. Why didn't I find it so difficult before? Now I can only relieve the stress by chatting or listening to the voice messages of teacher Lily that I have collected. Although it sounds a bit disgusting, I believe that many people have done this. Only in this way can Johnson's emotions be relieved." What Johnson didn't know was that Lily had also been feeling a little unmotivated lately. Lily commutes between the teaching building, staff dormitory, and cafeteria every day and begins to doubt herself. Is the pressure too great? She couldn't help but think so. After all, it was her first time as a class teacher. There were indeed more things to do than she had imagined, and sometimes she couldn't handle them all. However, facing the students who were equally hardworking, she secretly encouraged herself to at least hold on through this period of time, and encourage students every day. Children in the second year of high school are in a state of psychological alternation. Some children think they can do everything, while others think they can do nothing. Students at both extremes need comfort. Usually, Lily also helps with psychological counseling. Some students are under a lot of pressure or feel they cannot adapt to high school life and may even cry at such times. It's not easy if you think about it. This situation lasted for more than 10 days until the students finished their exams and went on a short vacation. The first year of high school has a complete winter vacation, and by the second and third years of high school, they will basically have makeup classes during the winter vacation and will voluntarily return to school early. It's all voluntary. Lily also has to urge students to take online classes, especially those in their senior year. When they're in their senior year, sometimes the school wants to give them a holiday, but neither the students nor their parents want to take it. Number 17. Lily gave some instructions for the holidays, and the students dispersed with their homework and backpacks. The originally lively classroom instantly became quiet and deserted. This happens every year. In another year and a half, these students will completely say goodbye to this place that binds them. Lily also temporarily gained the right to rest. At least tonight, there was no evening self-study. Lily was in a rare good mood and started messaging Johnson. Your teacher is free, but he still has to work during the next few days. Do you want to come over in the evening? I haven't read what you wrote recently. Yes, I said I would help you. How can I help you if I haven't looked at it recently? Johnson's news came very quickly. Okay, but won't it be too hard for the teacher? Lily said, don't worry, your teacher is an Iron Man, and looking at your things doesn't count as work. Johnson was curious. What's that? Lily thought about it. Probably similar to the jokes at the storytelling session. Is it true that what I wrote can make the teacher laugh? That's great. Johnson is optimistic. Lily was amused and laughed softly. See you tonight then. Johnson posted a see you tonight, and then posted an emoji of a dog kicking its hind legs on a sofa, looking very mean. Today is Friday, and there is no overtime work in the evening, so Johnson can go home and take a shower before going out. Of course, taking a bath is not because of any strange ideas, but just to keep the body clean, which is equivalent to going out etiquette. Is there such etiquette when going out? Yes, just like taking a bath and burning incense before looking at something beautiful. Good stuff refers to comic novels that you like, not some random shit. Johnson quickly changed his clothes and arrived at Lilia's house at 7 o'clock in the evening, knocking gently on the door. There was a sound of slippers rubbing against the ground, and the door opened. Lily stood at the door and smiled at Johnson. My students are here. Johnson said, The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. When they saw each other this time, they didn't know what to say for a moment. Lily's heart, and this joy turned into nervousness. Her left hand, which was originally placed naturally on her chest, unconsciously curled up her fingers and slowly clenched into a fist. She opened her mouth, but had forgotten what she was going to say. Fortunately, it was Johnson who spoke. Teacher, I bought some small things. I've been working hard lately. Maybe they will be useful. At this time, the benefits of polite words are reflected. At least it provides a template answer when the brain is not working. Lily took a step back. You've come here so many times, and you still bring things. It's cold outside. Come in first. Formula quiz, it's really complicated. Johnson walked into the warm house and closed the door. Maybe it was because he hadn't been here for a long time, but his heart began to beat up and down. Johnson placed the bag on the table. Teacher, can you please see if I can use them? Warm baby massager, red dates, wolfberry. Lily watched him take things out one by one. The hot pack was even a co-branded model of Sanrio, and the white and blue one looked quite cute. More than the item itself, Johnson's thoughtful gesture made Lily feel that this winter wouldn't be too cold. Lily's voice was very soft. Thank you for taking so much trouble. When did he buy it? Johnson shook his head quickly and raised the massager quickly. No, do you want to try it? This massager is said to be very effective for the neck and has received rave reviews. Johnson said this and handed the thing to Lily. Lily was a little confused. How do I use this? Johnson pointed to the buttons on the side. Just turn on the switch, select the gear, and put it around your neck. That should be it. Lily did as Johnson said and slowly placed the thing around her neck. Soon a comfortable pressing feeling came, even a little too comfortable. Lily couldn't help but let out a soft moan with a blushing face. Chapter 58, A Corner. Completely unconsciously, the unimaginable tingling sensation coming from her neck caused Lily to let out a soft moan. She realized her mistake, quietly took off the massager hanging around her neck, turned away, and placed the device on the desk quietly, leaving only her back to Johnson. She was still wearing the black sweater today, which wrapped around her slender body, revealing her straight back and beautiful waistline. Lily's voice sounded calm. "Thank you for your little gift. Please sit down first. Guess what little surprise I have prepared for you?" Humans are really strange animals. When they're shy, they will show their backs to others to cover their faces. This completely goes against the instinct of wild animals. Exposing the vulnerable back and neck is obviously a very dangerous behavior, but now it is used to cover up shame. Johnson's thoughts were lingering on Lily's adorable gaffe. The longer he spent with her, the more he could see sides of her that she normally wouldn't reveal, which made his heart flutter. What little surprise. I'm really looking forward to it. Johnson leaned over to look. Lily went to pick up the cup on the table. It was a blue cup, not in blue, but more like the plain blue of the sky after rain, with a swirling pattern on the cup. Lily took a cup of sweet-scented osmanthus stuffed tofu that she had prepared earlier. She made the hot drink by herself according to some weird tutorials on the internet. It was drinkable. After all, she had promised Johnson that she would prepare a different drink for him next time. Lily came over with a cup. "This is it. The teacher bought you a cup. You can use this to get water to drink from now on. How about that? Very nice, right?" The milky white drink swayed in the cup, and the translucent glass cup reflected a beautiful light. A blue straw was inserted in the center of the cup, and it was considerately turned. Johnson never expected that it was a cup and felt guilty for his previous frivolous thoughts. He stretched out his hands to take the warm glass, and the hot temperature was transmitted from his palms. "That's great. From now on, I can often eat and drink at the teacher's house." He stared at the swaying surface, and his thoughts began to wander as well. He thought that this cup would occupy a corner in this room for a long time in the future. Did this mean that he occupied a small place in the teacher's heart? Lily said with a smile, "Then please forgive me for not making you drink the last time you came." Lily still remembered Johnson's rather resentful look from last time, and she found it a little funny. It turned out that he would also get jealous and throw a tantrum like a child, although it was not obvious. Johnson took a sip. "I don't care about such trivial matters. It's just that when Xie Yuding came, the teacher prepared handmade lemon tea for her, which I have never tasted before. I didn't even know that the teacher could make such a thing. What's there to remember?" Lily placed her left hand lightly in front of her mouth, her eyes curved down like crescents, revealing a beautiful and mature smile. "Yeah, now that he said so, let's just take it as true." Lily sat down next to Johnson, and the two of them squeezed onto the small 1-meter-long low sofa, as usual. "Let me see." Johnson just drank the fragrant and warm osmanthus stuffed tofu. "Excuse me, teacher." Lily held the bound pages again. Gradually, they expanded from a few pages to more than 10 pages, and then perhaps to dozens of pages. I always feel that, as if the relationship between her and Johnson had gone from something that could be explained in a few words to something that couldn't be explained in dozens of pages. Lily looked at it carefully and finally put the stack of papers on the table again. Johnson was nervous. "How is it?" Lily turned and looked at Johnson. "Well, there's a part of me that I particularly like this time, especially after changing the princess's actions and adding the part where she runs from the tower. I think it's very interesting." Johnson made some big changes, probably changing the single line to a dual line, and even planned to modify the gameplay to a Metroidvania-like style. Representative games of this type include Hollow Knight, Ori, and Bloodstained. Or maybe it's a horizontal pixel RPG, similar to Samurai Zero. But that's how creation works. Many times, what you decide to do at the beginning may not be the same as what you end up making. The hero will head towards the Demon King's tower, and the princess will run out of the Demon King's tower, avoiding the traps and chasing monsters along the way. The player needs to control both the hero and the princess. Lily thought about it for a moment. "Well, I find this part of the change very interesting. I think the princess imprisoned in the tower will also think about many things. She will observe the cage, eavesdrop on which way to go, and run. Run like the wind." Lily hadn't played many games, but she had read what Johnson had written. The princess had golden hair that fluttered behind her when she ran. The light fell on the hair, making each strand of it shine brightly, almost white. Groups of monsters were chasing her relentlessly from behind, stretching out their sharp claws towards the fluttering hair in the shadows. I think that's a very interesting picture. The brave man would rush to the princess in the pouring rain with a bloody sword in hand. The princess would go to see him, look at his wounds, and comfort him while complaining. Lily complimented again. "I always feel that it's much better, but the teacher doesn't really understand the game, so I'm a little worried that he gave you the wrong advice. But I think at least the characters and plot have been enriched a lot. Johnson was a little happy. After all, his hard work had finally paid off. It was Lily's recognition that made Johnson cheer for joy. Lily held up her face, still looking at Johnson. After a pause, she opened her red lips and spoke softly. Well, I think if the heroine knew that the hero was desperately coming toward her, she would also think, I should go find him, right? Johnson took a sip of the sweet-scented osmanthus stuffed tofu in his hand, and the warmth flowed from the straw to the tip of his tongue and then to his heart. Is that so? From that day on, Johnson began to visit Lily's house more often. After work in the evening, I basically go to Lily's house. During the day, Lily also has things to do, such as attending meetings, issuing learning tasks, counting whether students get home safely, and urging them to complete their homework. In short, there are some things that Lily doesn't want to do. In fact, she also thinks that students should have a good rest during the holidays. They are already tired enough during normal times, and the winter vacation is not long. But there are some things that she cannot decide. Fortunately, I have had some free time recently and am always free in the evening, so I thought since we both have time, I might as well let Johnson come in the evening. As for Johnson, it is visibly that his mood has improved recently. Even the fingers typing on the keyboard became more agile. James sat next to Johnson and asked David, "What's wrong with him? How come it suddenly worked again?" David said, "Oh," and answered like Johnson was using a manual. "It should be that the worry has been resolved. That's it." James was puzzled. Johnson didn't intend to answer. David asked as usual, "Would you like to have dinner together tonight?" Johnson waved his hand. "No, I'll go home and eat tonight." Go home, correct yourself, and go to Teacher Lily's house for dinner. Chapter 59, Where to Go. Lily is currently researching what to cook. It's a rare time to have some free time, so I'll study other hobbies such as cooking, making water, and brewing tea. There have been a lot of people visiting my house recently, so I've been trying to learn how to cook. In fact, cooking is a very interesting thing. You have to choose the ingredients, cook them into a different shape, arrange them on a plate, and put them on the table while they are hot. Finally, you have to watch the person opposite you smile and praise your cooking skills. As she thought about this, the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. I never thought life was so interesting before. In the past, life was always dull and monotonous. Day after day, every day was almost the same. Preparing lessons and attending meetings. Of course, she has no complaints about this job. In fact, she thinks teaching students is a pretty good thing. It's just that the constant repetition makes her feel a little tired sometimes. But recently, life has become a lot more lively. Of course, it was because there was someone who was too talkative, chattering like a yellow bird. How could he talk so much without stopping? I remembered that he was like that when I was in school. Lily remembered that one time during evening self-study class, she caught Johnson telling jokes, which made everyone around him laugh. It was a very bad joke, so bad that Lily still remembers it now. Biological experiment. Determine whether spiders use their feet to distinguish sounds. Experiment 1. Place a spider on a table and shout "crawl," and the spider will start to crawl. Experiment 2. Put the spider on the table, remove its legs, and shout "crawl." The spider will not move. Conclusion. Spiders use their feet to detect sounds. When Lily walked into the classroom, a bunch of people were still there with their heads down, laughing secretly, unable to hold it back. Of course, the reason for their laughter might not only be the joke. There might be other reasons, such as seeing each other's tense but upturned mouth corners when they were trying to hold back their laughter. Students are sometimes very innocent and have no bad intentions. Lily didn't know why, but she thought of these things at this moment. When a rice cooker sounded, there was also a knock on the door. Lily opened the door and saw Johnson, whose face was red from the winter wind. Johnson said, "Hello, teacher," and walked inside gradually and naturally. The two sat at the small table to eat. After the meal, Johnson first talked about the interesting things that happened in the company. He talked about everything while washing the dishes, which made Lily laugh. After that, Johnson would start to ask about Lily's work, whether she was busy recently, whether she needed any help, etc. In short, he was trying to please her, like a total lackey. At this time, Lily would gently tap his forehead and say no. Johnson was washing dishes, and Lily sat on the bed and read what Johnson wrote. Sometimes she would frown, sometimes she would smile, or even laugh softly. When she is at home, she basically wears a white or black sweater, which is plain but looks good. Sometimes she wears bell-bottom pants, and sometimes she wears jeans, which tightly outlines her figure. Lily would sit upright on a chair, but later she would lean anywhere casually, lying on the sofa with her legs stretched out from the armrests of the small sofa, and her feet in white socks dangling in the air. Lily also has a lot of socks, some of which have small daisy patterns on them. And there are also fashionable floor socks that reveal her beautiful white heels and toes. The black floor socks are circled on the instep, and the contrasting color makes her feet look white and pink. Sometimes Lily would lie on the bed, sideways, with her black hair falling along her face onto the neat sheets. Her messy clothes would reveal a section of her fair belly, so white that it was eye-catching. When Johnson reminded her, she would suddenly blush, then sit up in panic, pull her clothes off completely, and turn her head away embarrassedly. Sometimes Lily would even close her eyes to rest, but would soon fall asleep and suddenly wake up half an hour later, stand up abruptly, look at Johnson, look around, and explain in panic. The two hands waved in the air, leaving after images, and the hair swayed along with them. It looked very cute. When she is at home, Lily usually doesn't wear earrings. She puts her earrings on the table. Sometimes she shares them with Johnson and asks him which one looks better. Lily would even browse items on Taobao and say that this style is nice, but she usually just browses and never buys. Johnson is very satisfied because he has seen a side of himself that he would not normally see. Johnson spent more and more time at Lily's house, and even became somewhat familiar with the place, gradually becoming more familiar with it than his own home. "Where are you going to go when the holidays come?" Lily asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. Johnson sat on the small sofa. "I feel like I'll be visiting relatives and won't have much time to play." "How about you, teacher?" Lily shook her head. "Maybe I'll go back home." I don't really want to go back." Lily is in a tangle with her family right now. She doesn't really want to go back because she thinks she will be scolded if she goes back. Johnson's heart began to feel restless. Attack. The horn of attack sounded in his head. "Then, teacher, do you want to go traveling?" Lily tilted her head. "Where are you going?" Johnson thought about it. "Well, go to the north to see the snow, or go to the south to see the sea, or go abroad." Lily waved her hand. "Forget about going abroad. Traveling always feels a bit." Lily is actually not that keen on traveling and doesn't go out much on weekdays. "I used to go out with my best friend, but since she became a mother, she hasn't thought much about traveling." Johnson thought about it. "I want to collect materials." Johnson felt a little guilty and didn't know what material he had obtained. Lily looked at him straight, with suspicion in her eyes. "You?" Johnson gritted his teeth and hit a straight ball. "Teacher, do you want to go traveling with me?" Lily uttered an and sat on the bed, like a silly goose, in a slight panic. Wait, isn't this a bit bad? She thought so, but she didn't feel that resistant. If she just wanted to go out for fun, maybe it would be okay. So she asked again, "Where are you going?" Johnson hasn't thought it through either. Lily gently lifted her hair from her ears. "Going out to play, that seems like a good idea. I haven't been out to play for a long time, but as promised before, if there's any result, I'll buy you a plane ticket." Johnson couldn't figure out what Lily meant. Lily thought about it. "It's not very productive right now, but since it's a holiday and you mention it like that, it wouldn't be bad to relax for a while without going too far away. Let's see then." Johnson was cheering in his heart, and he always felt that the distance between the two of them seemed to be getting closer and closer. But he hadn't decided where to go yet, so he really needed to make a plan. At this time, the cell phone rang. Lily exclaimed, "Ah," and picked up the phone. A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Teacher, are you free in a few days?" Lily asked. "What's wrong?" Said the other side. "We are planning to hold a class reunion." "Teacher, will you come?" "Teacher, you must come. We have also invited other teachers. I will send the detailed information to Teacher Lily later. You must come." Lily exchanged a few pleasantries with the person on the other end, the general meaning of which was that she would take a look and then decide whether to come or not. The person on the other end hung up. Johnson deduced the general situation from the conversation, but still asked what happened. Lily showed her cell phone. "Well, your friend David asked me to attend your class reunion." At this time, Johnson's phone lit up, and there was a voice call request from David. Chapter 60 Whisper. Under Lily's watchful eyes, Johnson answered the phone. David is still as noisy as ever. Johnson, we're having a class reunion before the new year, probably next week, after the holiday. Come on. Bro, you're so sexy. That's not how you spoke just now. Johnson said. No. Although Lily might go, Johnson still doesn't want to go. David asked. Why? Johnson spoke righteously. What's so good about going to such a class-divided gathering? High school life is not that great. Many classes are plagued by small groups and caste systems, and the situation is tense. There are reasons why people don't like to attend class reunions. The class reunion is more like a small social occasion. One of them is a Brahmin, who is the epitome of all the love and adoration. That one is a Kshatriya, who is in charge of a small part of the class, and is arrogant and domineering. Most of them are Vaishyas, who are so devoted to their studies that they cannot be found. The rest are the Shudras, the lowest class, who are the ones who are scolded and ridiculed. David smacked his lips. So what class are we? Johnson thought about it. Dalit brother. Don't you know after all these years? Below the Shudras is the Dalit, who are not allowed to let their shadows fall on others when walking. David was heartbroken. What? Are we Dalits? I thought we were at least Kshatriyas, brother. Are we so humble? Johnson was somewhat skeptical about his confidence. Why do you think you are a Kshatriya? On the other side of the phone, David slapped his chest, making a loud pa-pa sound. Because I was the biology class representative in high school, so I was a small official anyway. Johnson was silent. See, this is the guy. However, sometimes this kind of situation exists in high school. It can be said that it is precisely because of high school, when people have not yet entered society, that people who become class leaders think that they are superior to others and even look down on others when they walk. Who originated this class concept? Johnson was talking there, and Lily came over, squatted in front of him, and looked at him with some dissatisfaction. What nonsense is this kid talking about? She just squatted there, her face supported by her hands, looking straight at Johnson and scolding him with her eyes, as if asking him to speak properly. Johnson's voice suddenly dropped, and he turned his head 15 degrees, not daring to look at Lily, but looking at the blue cup on the table. You are still a small official. You are just a piece of... Johnson's words got stuck in his throat. If it were in the past, he would have blurted out canine excrement, but Lily was right in front of him, so Johnson felt that such impolite words should not be said, at least not in front of her. David understood what Johnson meant and had no shame. Okay, I'm a dog shit, but why is your voice so low? Johnson's eyes flickered to the right quickly, looking at Lily on his right, with her newly manicured fingers pressed against the right side of her face. The manicure had sparkling little diamonds on it, which looked like something a girl who had just reached puberty would be keen on. Lily had a rare rest recently, so she followed her bestie to wash her face and hair and get a manicure during the day. At this moment, her slender fingers were gently touching her face, and her beautiful eyes were staring at Johnson, her gaze slowly drawing a triangle on his temples. People who are paying attention to you find it very interesting, but being noticed is not a good thing. Just like when I was in school, when the bell rang and the test papers were handed out, I picked up my pen and started writing. The teacher was standing behind me. Even if I didn't look back, I could tell there was someone standing there. The confidence I just had disappeared in an instant, and I started to doubt the questions I was doing. Lily was just looking at Johnson, watching him make the call. Johnson seems to have several states. One is when he is in front of himself. At that time, he is very careful and even thinks about his words for a long time. The other is when he is with friends. He speaks loudly and freely. So she was quite curious about Johnson's later state, the side he didn't show around her. Johnson didn't know what Lily was looking at, but he didn't know how to reply to David, so his voice remained low. If nothing else, I'll hang up now. David sensed something was subtly wrong. No, why are you acting like a thief? Is there anyone next to you? Johnson wanted to say yes, but he felt that it was not a good idea to say Teacher Lily. Lily moved her legs and stepped forward. Her feet in white socks slowly rubbed out opposite marks on the carpet. She actually heard a little bit of what David said, and suddenly she felt a sense of teasing in her heart. Her posture changed. She leaned forward, supported herself on the small sofa with her left hand, and touched her knees to the carpet. She moved closer to Johnson, put her right hand on her mouth, breathed softly into Johnson's ear, and whispered with her red lips, "Why are you speaking so quietly?" The hot breath made Johnson feel itchy in his ears and heart. This time was different from the last time he called. This time Lily was right next to Johnson, making him a little unable to control himself. Johnson rubbed his forehead with his right hand, using the smallest movement to calm his uneasy mood. David listened to the silence from the other side. Suspicion gradually arose in his heart, and suddenly he understood. Fuck, is there someone next to you? Isn't it time for you to confess? We have been brothers for so many years. Do you really have to hide your relationship? Can you let me see your sister-in-law? His voice was so loud that Lily could hear it. Soon as the word brother-in-law came out, Lily's brows gradually frowned. This David. Johnson didn't say a word, hung up the phone, turned it off, and threw the phone into the gap between the sofa, all in one go. Johnson turned and looked at Lily. The two were very close to each other, only 10 centimeters apart. Johnson discovered that his favorite teacher, Lily, was actually a little naive in some aspects. When Lily and Johnson looked at each other, her brows slowly relaxed. Lily blinked and asked again, still lowering her voice. "So, why are you speaking so quietly?" Johnson seemed to be cooperating with Lily and answered in a low voice. "Isn't the teacher here?" In a small space of 30 square meters, two children huddled on a small sofa, communicating slowly and quietly as if they had entered another space. "Are you trying to say that it's the teacher's fault?" "I don't dare." "You don't dare again." "Okay, I think you were saying that the teacher is wrong." "No, that's right. David doesn't speak without thinking. Teacher, don't take it to heart." "Hee, it's okay. I'll talk to him about it at the class reunion." "So why don't you go to the class reunion?" "It's just that I don't want to go." "But I should go, won't you?" Chapter 61 Students won't lie to their teachers. Lily still maintained the same posture, supporting herself on the sofa with her hands. Her waist was very thin, her back was very straight, and the white sweater draped over her body was like the ridgeline of a snowy mountain in winter, sliding all the way to the bottom. She just looked at Johnson, waiting for his answer. Johnson couldn't say no to Lily. "If the teacher asked me to go, I will definitely go." Lily tilted her head, looking somewhat happy, but she also felt that Johnson's way of speaking was always a little inappropriate at times like this. She shifted and sat next to Johnson. "You're making it seem like I'm bullying you. Did you just want to call David a piece of shit?" Johnson was stunned. He never expected these two words to come out of Lily's mouth. Lily looked at him, put her hand to her mouth, squinted her eyes, and laughed very softly twice. She looked elegant and cute. Johnson followed suit, coughing softly to hide his embarrassment, even more quietly. "How dare I swear in front of the teacher?" Lily laughed again. "Really? You could be more natural in front of the teacher. You don't have to be so reserved." Johnson actually felt that he was a little restrained, but it was inevitable. Isn't it like this when you're facing someone you like? If the thread of the little white button on the cuff of your shirt gets messy, you'll feel like, oh, my outfit isn't very appropriate today. But the other person actually won't notice the button at all. He or she might also be thinking that since he or she is wearing white clothes today, he or she can't eat spicy or oily food at night. Johnson followed Lily's lead and shielded his mouth with his hands. "I'm not shy. Teacher, don't worry. Do we have to keep talking in a low voice like this?" Lily thought this was some kind of game and laughed twice, but she pursed her lips and tried hard not to laugh out loud. "I didn't say that. Are you not reserved? But I feel like you are pretending to be good in front of me." Johnson shook his head. "No, I'm already very good, teacher." Lily let out a soft poo. 88. Johnson immediately held his head. "Teacher, I was wrong. Why do you remember it so clearly?" "A lifelong black spot, a pillar of shame that cannot be washed away, will probably be talked about in the future." Lily burst out laughing, and then, as if she could no longer bear it, she stopped trying to suppress her voice and continued to let out a series of natural laughs. Perhaps it was because this childish game tickled my funny bone. Johnson silently took note of it in his heart. Teacher Lily's sense of humor was also unexpected, like that of an elementary school student. The teacher also has such a childish side. Lily smiled for a while, then stood up, her smile frozen on her face, and her waist made a clicking sound. It was obvious that her waist was sprained. Lily let out a hiss and rubbed her waist with her hands. Johnson immediately stood up worriedly. "Teacher, are you okay?" Lily turned around and said shyly, "It's twisted. It's true that too much joy leads to sorrow." Johnson naturally placed his right hand on Lily's slender waist and helped her knead it. It was fine at first, just a normal massage, but soon Lily felt a little embarrassed. Johnson's hands pressed on her waist for a long time, with just the right amount of force, as if he already knew how much force she could withstand. At this time, Johnson is in the third state besides the previous two. He is neither well-behaved nor playful, but calm. It sounds a bit schizophrenic, but humans are actually quite complex creatures, and they will show different actions at different times. Lily looked at Johnson, who kept his head down, frowned at first, and then smiled and said to herself, "Teacher, why is your waist not working now? Is it really okay? What are you going to do in the future?" Lily felt a little ambiguous for a moment. "What did you say?" Johnson looked up at Lily, a harmless expression on his face. "What? How about you hire me as a professional masseur? Well, I'll give you a 20% discount." "What was the original price?" $30,000 a month. Okay, now you're even cheating the teacher out of his money. You don't even know if your teacher has $30,000 in savings. Although I know that your salary is not high, you have been working for 5 years. Do you not save any money at all? The teacher didn't teach you to be so harsh. Everyone has problems. I won't ask about the difficulties of food and clothing. Is that so? Then I won't charge the teacher any money. Then the teacher is even more worried. These are all lies. Your teacher is smart and will not be deceived. Lily had a little confidence on her face. Johnson moved his body, slowly approached, lowered his head, and breathed softly into Lily's ear. His voice was cold and deep, which made people feel at ease. Students won't lie to their teachers. Lily was suddenly speechless. She felt her face was so hot, as if it was stuck to a radiator. The hand pressing on her waist was no longer a hand, but a red-hot iron. That piece of skin no longer belonged to her. Johnson withdrew his hand and gave his usual disarming smile. Okay, teacher, but this time it's not free. It costs 30,000 yuan. He said it jokingly. Lily turned around and looked at Johnson. She couldn't quite see his hair now. She could only see his face, his warm smile, his facial features, his jawline. She seemed to have looked at this face many times before, but never as carefully as she did today. Lily stretched out her right hand, and her palm gradually approached Johnson's profile. Finally, as usual, it turned into a finger, raised it, and touched Johnson's broad forehead. It was very light, like a red mark on white paper, accompanied by her slight anger. You wish. Silence filled the space of less than 30 square meters, and Lilia's slight anger seemed to still echo in the room. It snowed all night. Johnson always felt that the distance between himself and his teacher was getting closer and closer. This made him so happy that his happiness was written all over his face. Of course, his happiness also caused some people to question him. Who is it? Please tell me, brother, please. David was pacing around beside him, scratching his head, looking very anxious. Brother, my dear brother, please speak up. Johnson types. Don't call me such a disgusting name. Besides, it's not what you think. David was so anxious that he almost jumped up. It's not what I thought. You even lowered your voice and didn't say anything. It's still not what I thought. Brother, I beg you. We are both Dalits. Shouldn't we help each other? James popped up all of a sudden, looking like your little cutie suddenly appeared. Hey, what are you guys talking about? David clenched his fist. We were talking about how the oppressed lower classes should fight against slave owners. James said, oh, I know, guns and shells. The bigger the aperture, the better. Johnson said, hello twice. What are you doing? Don't think about anything dangerous. I finished eating everything in the drawer today. Sorry, there's no more. Wait, why should I be sorry if I fed her? James snorted. I'm not here to apologize to you. No, man, how can you answer so naturally? You're eating my food. Shouldn't you be polite? Johnson was puzzled. James threw out an earphone. Put on. Chapter 62, That Cup, is for someone else. Word if you want, but why is your tone so despicable? Johnson silently took the earphone and put on his left ear. So what happened? Johnson's questioning stopped there, and the music had already started. First a soothing and simple piano, then the added chords, the interlaced melodies accompanied by the crisp sound of percussion instruments, and the low-pressure drum beat sounded. That was a journey, moving forward on the journey, taking steps freely, easily, and happily. Everything seemed so hopeful. The melody went from simple to complex, with the sound of woodwind instruments unknown to Johnson in between, and then slowly dissipated and disappeared with the wind, and after a minute and a half, the melody stopped. Johnson then realized what was going on and took off his headphones. James looked at him and blinked. How do you feel? Johnson was generous with his praise. That's amazing. When did you do that? Johnson recognized this piece of music immediately and found it very suitable for an adventurous journey. No matter whether it is a warm day or a rainy day, the player's heart will become calm when listening to such tunes. James stretched out his right hand and made a scissors hand gesture, cut twice in the air, and made a yes sound. I spent half an hour making this last night. It's not that great. It's actually very simple. It just has that atmosphere. I just mixed it up a bit. How is it? Is it okay, boss? Johnson is indeed an outsider in this area. To him, it just sounds good. So good that there is nothing to complain about. It's so amazing that I'm in awe. As a colleague, can you give me a preferential price? James took back the Bluetooth headset. Are you such a polite person? David always felt left out. Well, I'm here. Can you let me listen? What you guys are doing sounds like workplace bullying. I'm more or less a human being, too, and I feel like I've been excluded by you guys lately. Don't you think it's pitiful? If anything, David does seem like an outsider. James kept his mouth shut and didn't tell David that his cousin was Lily, nor did he tell David that his best friend once stood shoulder to shoulder with his Chinese teacher. It's definitely not because I didn't say it, because I wanted to have fun. Absolutely not. She is not that kind of person. Johnson shook his head, but James didn't mind and gave the headphones to David, she said as she gave them. I'm not going to charge you any money. So what? If you think it's good, you can treat me to a meal. You can use the song however you want. Johnson waved his hand. No, no, no. Even brothers have to settle accounts. I still can't do such a thing. If you really say so, then I owe you a big favor. It's okay to tell lies in normal times, but when it comes to money, you have to be cautious and careful. James looked down on Johnson with his hands on his hips. It was rare to see her with such an expression. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Let's do it first and talk about it later. Can you take a look at it first? Because I didn't read what you wrote carefully, I roughly conceived the music to be used when walking. We can talk about it in detail later. But I have to take a vacation later. She propped her chin up, as if she was really thinking about it. Johnson said, if I use it for free, then I can't make any requests, right? Free things are good, but because of personal relationships, it is sometimes difficult to make requests tactfully to achieve the effect you want. Johnson does think James's music is good, and perhaps he can entrust her with it in the future. James said, oh, that's true, but I don't mind it. She shook her head, thinking. Sometimes it was really hard for Johnson to know what was going on in James' mysterious head. James reached into the pocket of his down jacket, took out a small bag of snowflake crisps, tore open the package neatly, threw it in the air, and then his face turned into that of Sunio, stretching out a part of his mouth to bite the snowflake crisps, chewing them up and swallowing them. Okay, now I know what you were thinking. After David finished listening, he gave a thumbs up. James left 2 more snowflakes on the table. Let's talk about it after it's done. Remember to write my name in a larger size on the thank you list. If you really think it's not good, you can pay me then. James was very free and easy. He turned around and left, leaving behind another sentence. Remember to restock the snacks in the drawer. Although he looked cheerful, he was still thinking about Johnson's empty drawer. Actually, everyone has enough money to buy snacks nowadays, but the snacks he bought himself always tasted tasteless, and he would feel bloated if he ate too much. However, the snacks from other people were fragrant and delicious. Johnson was silent. He turned to look at David. Why haven't you left yet? David said, aren't I waiting to tell you who's at the class reunion? Johnson actually doesn't care that much about who it is, which makes him seem more indifferent. But he doesn't have many close classmates in high school. Of course, everyone can play together, but when it comes to having a heart-to-heart talk, there is only one person, David. Only? Never mind, it's not important. David called out the names like he was reading a menu. The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced Zhang Zais, the slapping-bearded and horse-riding Wang Buizhan, the weird and cunning Tan Siwe, and the arrogant He Weiwen. Johnson's eyes widened. Dude, where did you find these 5 evils and 4 pests? Are you having class reunion? Are you really not taking revenge on society out of a long-standing grudge? Why am I not included in the show? David patted the stool. Aren't we the only one left who is in cahoots with Edu? I didn't find them. It was mainly organized by the former class monitor. He called them in the group. They volunteered to come. They're good people too. There are 20 of them this time, including Teacher Lily, Teacher Zhang, and Teacher Su. Teacher Zhang teaches mathematics and has strong professional skills. Teacher Su teaches biology and is in his 40s. He likes to smoke opium every day. He smokes a cigarette as soon as the get out of class is over, and the smell of cigarettes on his body can be smelled from far away. But when there were too many people, Johnson felt that something was wrong. Johnson didn't go to Lily's house at night because Lily said someone would come to her house, so Johnson went back to his own house obediently. Lily mainly went to pick up Luo Jiaying, who came to her house to play for 2 days. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there was a knock on the door, and Lily opened it. Standing outside the door was a girl of about the same age as himself, with short hair. Her face, which he hadn't seen for a long time, looked somewhat familiar. Lily immediately smiled, and the two hugged each other at the door. Lily said happily, "Come in. It feels like you haven't been to my house for a long time." Luo Jiaying was half a head shorter than Lily and was holding a gift bag in her hand. "Don't tell me, it's true. The last time I stayed at your house was 3 or 4 years ago. I finally waited for you to move out. Let me see if you have a man hidden," she said as she peered inside. Lily said, "Pa, what are you thinking about? Where did this man come from? I'm basically alone here. If I have to say, Johnson only comes occasionally. Well, maybe he comes more frequently in the past 2 days. Lily's room leisurely. Indeed, there were signs that only one person lived there. She placed the gift bag on the small table. It was the double-skim milk that she had brought for Lily from afar. Is there any water, girl? I'm so thirsty. Lily rolled her eyes slowly. Polik Yusef. He even slept with a young girl, and it's been the same tune for years. Luo Jiaying stood up, and Lily suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, that blue water cup won't work. Chapter 63. Someone is sleeping, someone is sending messages, and I think that person is a fool. Why? Luo Jiaying stopped reaching for the blue cup, confusion clearly written on her face. Lily said and explained. That one has been used by someone else. You can use mine. My cup is the thermos cup next to it. Luo Jiaying's expression changed quickly. She was no longer thirsty. She smiled and squinted her eyes as she moved closer to Lily. Tell me who it is. This cup might not be for someone else. Okay, you little girl, you're still hiding it from me. Tell me the details. It is obvious that there is only one person living in the room. In fact, some things can be easily seen, such as the number of hangers, pillows, or basins. If several people live together, the number of basins will definitely increase. Even if you use one basin to wash your face, you will not use another basin to wash clothes. No matter how good the relationship is, even if you become husband and wife, it is better to say that after becoming husband and wife, you will care about these things and wash clothes separately. It's just that there happens to be another person's water cup in this person's space, which is very intriguing. Luo Jiaying held Lily. Oh, my daughter has made great progress. Lily grinned and reached out to Luo Jiaying. Look, I'm going to tear your mouth to pieces today. Who is your daughter? What nonsense are you talking about? The two of them laughed and joked for a while, and the room was filled with laughter. When they were tired, Luo Jiaying took off his shoes, sat cross-legged on Lily's bed, and hugged Lily's pillow. I'm telling you, you have no idea how speechless I've been lately. Lily asked, what's wrong? Luo Jiaying began to tell Lily about recent events, her husband, the company, and her children. In short, at this age, there are a lot of things that she wants to complain about. Her children have grown up, her husband goes fishing every day, and she has met some weirdos, geniuses, and clients in the company. She can talk about everything. Lily also sat on the bed, just like before, listening to her friend's complaints. Lily looked at Luo Jiaying and felt that her good friend looked a little haggard, with more wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Lily suddenly felt that her best friend had grown old. She asked suddenly, why do you have wrinkles at the corners of your eyes? Have you been working so hard recently? When Luo Jiaying heard this, she immediately covered her eyes with her hands and made 2 whimpering sounds. Stop talking. Seriously, I saw it myself when I looked in the mirror the other day. It suddenly appeared. I really envy you. Your skin is still so good. As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed Lily's arm, touching the back of Lily's hand several times, making 2 tisk-tisk sounds. Your skin is so nice. How come you are still like a little girl at the age of 27? Maybe you have foresight. It is better to live without getting married. Lily went to pat Luo Jiaying's hand. What little girl? I'm exhausted from work. Do you think it's easy? Lily said this. She couldn't help but feel worried. I am worried that my best friend might be too tired recently, and I'm also worried that my beauty will fade away. Although we are often told not to worry about appearance, some things are hard to change, including some habits. As people grow older, they sometimes inevitably feel anxious. For example, when they have just graduated and are full of energy and vitality, but cannot find a job within a year or fail to pass the postgraduate entrance examination within a year, they may feel that the rest of their life will be difficult. After another 2 or 3 years, I gradually realized that I was getting older. Even though I was full of energy in my heart, my body would automatically tell me that I didn't have as much energy as before. No matter what I was doing, I would feel sleepy at a certain point, and my eyes were not as bright as before. The same goes for her skin. It can't be said that she looks like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Lily didn't care most of the time, but now she suddenly realized her age, 27, and after the new year, she would be 28 next spring. Johnson, only 22 years old. It turns out that he is only 22 years old. Lily had not realized this problem until she saw the wrinkles on Luo Jiaying's face. Her fingers suddenly touched the corners of her eyes. Luo Jiaying looked at her and started laughing. What? Are you worried, beautiful lady? Don't be afraid. Tell me about your students. I'm so curious. Lily waved. Why should I worry about that? By the way, where are we going to eat tomorrow? How many days do you plan to play? Lily quickly changed the subject. Luo Jiaying knew Lily's personality. She was extremely thin-skinned, just like white rice paper. Once the red ink fell, it would spread immediately. It won't take up too much of your time. 2 days of fun. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. I sneaked out and left my husband behind. I have to continue taking care of the child when I get home. You don't know how noisy he is now. He's jumping up and down and I can't stop him. That's not because of your personality. You can tell at a glance that he's your biological child. I can't really say that, but it seems to be true. He has some of the charm I had back then. Yeah, it's just like you. Give me a baby someday, and let that baby call me godmother. It's more fun to have other people's babies. I'll give you a big red envelope. Baba, stop talking nonsense. You really have to think about it. You're already this old. If you wait any longer, it won't be easy to have a baby. It's very difficult. Let me tell you, if you have a baby at the age of 20, you can still be active the next day. But at the age of 30, sometimes you really don't have the energy. Lily didn't know where Luo Jiaying saw these things. Why did the urging words she used be the same as her parents? But it seemed to be true because everyone was living a similar but different life step by step. So she, who was left behind, seemed like an outlier. But Lily didn't care much about these. She felt that they were not that important. Suddenly, she had some other thoughts in her mind, and those thoughts grabbed her heart and pulled it down heavily. At night, Luo Jiaying was tired of chatting, so she lay down on the bed and fell asleep, snoring soundly, as sound as thunder. Lily turned on her cell phone. The light on the screen was on. She stared at the screen for a long time, looking at the clock which read 2 o'clock in the morning. Johnson, I didn't send her a message today. No, it's not that I didn't send it. I sent it yesterday, but the message stayed at the good position. Lily suddenly had a question to ask, but felt that this was a bad time. After thinking for a long time, she slowly sent a message. Have you slept yet? There was no reply from the other end, so I guess he was asleep. Yes, it's already 2 o'clock in the morning. Lily stared at her phone for a while and felt that she was just forcing someone to do something. It seemed like she was asleep, which was good too. It's okay. Sorry to bother you so late. You've worked hard. Have a good rest. Good night. She read it for about 5 minutes and was getting ready to go to bed, so she added another one. At this time, a message from the other side popped up with a lot of words. Teacher Lily is still awake at this hour. What a surprise. How are you? Are you and your friends having fun? I didn't expect you to send me a message at this hour. Wow. Young people today are living a life as hardworking as a 24-hour convenience store. The early morning is the time to be energetic. Lily's face was illuminated by the light from the screen, and she smiled softly. How can I type so many words and say so much nonsense? Stupid student. Chapter 64, How can a student say that the teacher is cute? Today is the last weekend before the holiday, and Johnson fell asleep while sitting in front of the computer. He only now realized what a huge workload this was. Just picking out the pixels was enough to make him want to die. Every pixel had its own ideas. Information currently available to the public. The character designs for the protagonist and the princess are already done. The outline has been written, and what remains is to perfect the little details. Johnson designed simple sports movements, including the knight's attack, jump, and sprint, the princess's sprint, jump, and dash. Because he was never satisfied with the force of the knight's attacks, he made a lot of modifications and adjustments. When he felt sleepy, he would lean back in a chair, close his eyes, and rest. After a while, he fell asleep. He seemed to hear the sound of a mobile phone in his light sleep. He reached out his hand in a daze and fumbled around on the table. After groping for a long time, he finally touched his mobile phone. He opened his eyes and took a closer look. It was Lily. He immediately sat up, and the cell phone rolled back and forth between his hands like a soldering iron. Finally, he grabbed it and sent a message. Lily saw the news. She was happy but also worried. Why are you still awake so late? Don't stay up late. It's bad for your health. Sometimes my mood is so contradictory. I want to receive a message from the other person at this time in the evening, but when I receive it, I worry that the other person is not having a good sleep and rest schedule. But both moods are real. Johnson said, No, teacher, I am now activating the hidden energy on my back. I have been sleeping during the day. Gene-type beast, my brother. Lily watched Johnson talking nonsense and found that she really enjoyed listening to his nonsense. Every time at this moment, Johnson's shaking head appeared vividly in front of her. Johnson tapped away on his electronic keyboard. Teacher, what's wrong? Can't you sleep? I have 100 ways to treat insomnia, both gentle and not so gentle. What is gentle? You moo, my heart. This is the radio station. Do you want to order a song? Lily looked at the words Johnson sent and tried hard to suppress her laughter. Why was his speech so interesting? She heard a rustling sound coming from inside the quilt. It was Luo Jiaying turning over. Lily was used to it. When Luo Jiaying was little, he slept restlessly like this and would even grab the quilt in the middle of the night. Luo Jiaying let out a light breath. Lily tilted the screen of her phone and adjusted the light so that the light from the screen would not shine on her old friend, trying not to disturb her. Now I can't even order songs. So what's the gentle way to treat insomnia? Lily was quite curious. Johnson thought about it. We're going out to play at 7 tomorrow morning. Lily thought that was indeed not very gentle. She thought it was a hammer hitting her on the back of the head, which would make her fall asleep immediately. After chatting with Johnson, Lily's mood gradually improved, but she still couldn't get rid of the melancholy in her heart. Johnson seemed to notice Lily's low spirits and asked, "What's wrong, teacher? Are you having trouble with work?" Lily was a little surprised and tried to be relaxed. "No, I just suddenly felt that I have reached the age where people call me aunt. Time flies when I think about it." Lily to ask the question directly. Chinese people have always been reserved. For example, when a mother cares about her child, she will not ask, "How are you?" Instead, she will say, "Dinner's ready, come and eat." Sometimes I feel that such subtlety is really annoying. Can't you just say what's on your mind? And sometimes I think, home-cooked food is still better. It's so roundabout, I can't figure out the truth behind it. I can't say it directly, but I expect the other person to understand. After a while, Johnson's message came. The teacher can be cute sometimes. Here is someone who chooses to speak frankly. Lily blushed. What do you mean by cute? You're joking again. Okay, is it because I haven't said anything to you recently that you've become more and more arrogant? How could a student say that his teacher is cute? Lily was a little annoyed. This was the first time she heard Johnson praise her for being cute. It was okay for him to say she was pretty before, but what about cute? I always feel like it's some kind of rhetoric used to coax little girls. She is not a little girl. Lily typed slowly again. Don't treat your teacher as a little girl of your own age. I will be angry if you talk nonsense here. Johnson's typing slowed down. Teacher, I am telling the truth this time. Lily's fingers froze in the air, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. She wasn't actually angry, nor did she hate being called cute by Johnson. Her current mood was like making her want to scratch him lightly with her fingernails. Johnson asked, Teacher, do you also worry about your age? Lily was deflated and stopped hiding it. Sometimes I think, I'm actually this old now. It's inevitable that I'll be concerned sometimes. I used to think that after 18 is 19, and after 19 is 18, and so on and so forth. That's the sentence in No. Lily also thought so many years ago, until one day she saw a recruitment advertisement posted by a friend on her social media for people under 25 years old. Lily realized that she had even lost the qualifications to choose positions in certain companies. Her poetic ideas were eroded by time, revealing the harsh reality. Johnson probably understood. She is emo. Teacher Lily is emo in terms of her age, but Johnson still finds her cute even with her wild thoughts. Teacher, I'm not joking or flattering you at this moment. The following words may not be said often, but they are my true thoughts. Lily just watched Johnson's white bubbles float upward. Whenever Teacher Lily stands in front of me, I will look into your eyes and say, Teacher, you are still as beautiful as before. No more glib words, no more empty flattery, but these words were typed with determination. The light projected from the screen made Lily's amber eyes as clear and bright as gems in the dark night. Words are powerful. The strength revealed in that sentence can be felt even through the screen. Lily can even imagine Johnson's current expression. Her mood gradually turned into a gentle smile. Why didn't she understand the questions so clearly when she was in school? What should I do now? She had a problem, but she didn't feel upset. She just looked at the sentence. While the light shone on her face, it also woke up another person. Luo Jiaying rubbed her eyes, opened them with difficulty, and muttered something. What are you talking about? You haven't slept yet. I had a dream. She moved closer to Lily, moving like a bug. Beauty, what are you looking at? Let me see. Lily immediately panicked, covered her phone, and pulled the quilt to cover Luo Jiaying's face. Nothing. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep quickly. She held the quilt tightly, and Luo Jiaying immediately struggled and suddenly woke up. Help! Help, sister! What are you doing? This is murder! Luo Jiaying suffered an unexpected disaster. Chapter 65, Liver. Luo Jiaying was knocked unconscious and collapsed on the bed. She tilted her head and spit out white soul from her mouth, as if she was still mumbling something. What on earth is so shameful that I can't see anyone? Let me see what's wrong. Lily covered Luo Jiaying's face with her pillow, pressing back the soul she had spit out, and only a soft hum was heard. It's okay. As long as you're not dying, you're alive. That's normal. Lily is taller than Luo Jiaying, so she's stronger. She just looks gentle at ordinary times, but when it comes to fighting, Luo Jiaying has never won one since childhood. Of course, it doesn't mean fighting, but it is inevitable to fight over the quilt when sleeping. Lily won the battle, and Luo Jiaying was shivering in the bed. What happened to this Dayu girl? Is it really that important to have a love relationship? Lily's face was red, mainly because of the commotion just now, and her whole body was hot. Now she picked up the phone again. Johnson's message was still there. Lily trimmed her hair and said something. That's great. I'll make you something delicious later. The teacher is going to bed, so go to bed early. Good night. Lily has recently started following Johnson's example and texting good night every day. It seems that she can get a good night's sleep after saying it. Johnson texted good night, put down his phone, yawned, and started writing again. On Monday, David was stunned when he saw Johnson. Johnson was dressed warmly, with a down jacket wrapping him up like a dumpling. He also wore a hat and a scarf wrapped tightly around his head, making him look like he was hanging himself. Before he reached the office, David spotted Johnson and followed him. He wanted to say hello to him, but he saw Johnson while walking and bump his head against the iron railing. David was dumbfounded and followed Johnson to the office. He walked over to the sleepy Johnson. Brother, are you okay? Johnson looked up, with two huge dark circles under his eyes. Do I look like I'm okay? As he said this, it seemed as if the words, I'm very energetic, were written in his eyes. It looks like something is wrong with you. David patted his forehead and thought, if you were about to faint, you should stop trying to stay awake. David asked, where have you been? Are you playing games all night because you've broken up? This incident was also recorded in Johnson's documentary. Of course, it was not about a broken heart, but about a boy who once played games for 30 hours all night. He was a real internet addict. Even David could not compare to him. Later, after sleeping for a whole day, David began to worry that his buddy was going to die. Johnson shook his head, unable to open his eyes at all, and gave a thumbs up. I fixed the main character's attack animation. The motion blur was bad before, now it's very clean. I also designed the image of the first boss, which was based on Frankenstein. David now knew what this person had been doing these past 2 days. No wonder he couldn't be called to play games. He knew that Johnson was like this. Once he got caught up in his passion for something, he would forget about eating and sleeping. This could even be said to be a talent that many people envied. Johnson's closed eyelids read the question, am I awesome? David quickly patted his shoulder and said, awesome, awesome. So how long did you sleep? Johnson did some calculations and found that the simple addition and subtraction became difficult at this time. 2 or 3 hours. David gasped. It's going to kill me, right? You don't still think you can do anything like you did when you were 14 or 15, do you? Even though it's almost vacation time and no one's watching you during the day, you can't be like this. Johnson gave him a thumbs up again, as if to say not to worry. It's over, this guy's gone crazy, David concluded. At this time, a leisurely figure walked slowly outside the office. The figure hesitated at the door for a moment, and then hit the vertical bar of the door with a bang, attracting everyone's attention. That person was James. David was speechless. Okay, here comes another one. James walked into the room slowly, greeted the two of them, held his forehead with one hand, and both eyes were closed. Good morning. She was holding a hot dough stick in her left hand, which she put to her mouth and took a bite. David, as the most sober person on the scene, made a ruthless complaint. If I didn't know that you two had nothing to do with each other, I would have thought that you two were hanging out last night. So what were you doing now, you big girl knocking on the door? James bit the dough stick and looked at David with his eyes closed. David growled, Hey, don't look at me like that. Could you please open your eyes? James opened his eyes a tiny bit and just looked at David, as if trying hard to recognize him. David slapped his forehead. Forget it. These two people are hopeless. They're just birds of a feather. James slowly walked over to Johnson's side, fumbled out his headphones and cell phone from his pocket, and threw them on the table. Listen. Johnson mechanically reached out and put the headphones on his ears, and James played 3 songs in a row. The previous song was modified into Journey, Protagonist's role song and Princess's role song. Johnson and James discussed it and decided to give it a try first. He also sent the file to James. James is also a pioneer and worked hard on it. After listening to this, Johnson gave a thumbs up. James looked at Johnson's actions and also gave a thumbs up. David held his head. What inhuman way are you using to communicate here? Is this some kind of pantomime? Where's my script? Can you guys be a little more normal? The two turned their heads, stared at him, and finally slowly raised their thumbs in the air. David was silent. There was no hope. No hope. There was no hope for these two idiots. In a sense, James's radio waves and Johnson's thought processes unexpectedly match each other, and they are both gods. David sighed. Instead, he was the one who was on tenterhooks the entire day. He would often be beside the two of them, reminding them not to fall asleep and providing cover for them. He was just a little curious about how long Johnson's enthusiasm would last. What seemed like a decision made in a rush now seemed to be gradually taking shape. In addition, from his understanding of Johnson, he knew that Johnson was a person who would never give up. He could do one thing for a long time and go a long way on a road. Even if he was the only one on that road, he would keep moving forward. Maybe Johnson can really make a game. David thought about it and suddenly felt a little excited. After all, no matter how much it was done by his brother, he would have to have fun even if it was just pushing boxes to see if there were any Easter eggs hidden somewhere. Time passed quickly. The company was on holiday, and everyone had a short spring break to reunite with family and friends. Of course, the most common thing at this time is class reunion. The location was a big hotel, and Johnson drove there, so he had an excuse to say that he was driving and couldn't drink today. As soon as he parked his car in the garage, his cell phone rang. Johnson took it out and saw it was a message from Lily. "Are we there yet?" Chapter 66. Others were eating. He and she were secretly texting. Lily arrived more than 10 minutes ago. The teachers actually arrived quite early. The three teachers had already sat down and exchanged a few words with each other and talked about their recent situation. The students arrived one after another. As soon as each of them arrived, they were immediately asked to walk around the teacher. Two male teachers stood in the middle of the students and asked them where they worked, where they studied, and whether they were in a relationship. After all, 4.5 years have passed, and the teacher can no longer know the situation of every student. After the brief greetings, the students found a seat and sat down by themselves. The small groups in high school had long been solidified, or rather, those who were close to each other had already agreed to sit together during the meal. Lily was sitting there, with Teacher Sue on her left and Teacher Zhang on her left. She didn't see Johnson coming and was worried about his safety, so she took out her cell phone and asked. Johnson applied the parking brake and unbuckled his seatbelt. "I'm here, I just got downstairs. There was a traffic jam when I was driving, so I came up." Johnson walked up the stairs to the second floor, looked left and right, and saw people walking back and forth everywhere. Suddenly, he heard a shout. "This way, this way." Johnson looked up. He saw a white hand raised in the crowd. It was Lily's snow-white down jacket and slender hand. The hand jumped twice in the air, waving at him. The sun was shining, and Johnson felt that the dampness on his body was about to be dispelled. Now all the eyes around were looking at Johnson, accompanied by greetings. "Johnson, why do you feel different? Isn't this Johnson? Hey, this way." Johnson could chat with everyone when he was in school. He appeared to have good relationships with people and was commonly known as a little socialite. Johnson walked up to Lily, and Lily asked, "Why are you so late? Is there really a traffic jam on the road?" Johnson could reply. He was caught by Teacher Sue, who grabbed his arm and squeezed it hard. "You're late again. Late for school, late for dinner, late for work?" Johnson couldn't dodge in time, and Teacher Sue held him tightly from behind like a good friend. Lily stood beside him and smiled gently. Johnson's eyes and Lily's eyes exchanged silently in the air. Johnson's eyes were filled with a look of help, while Lily's eyes seemed to be saying, "You have come to this day, and you still need Teacher Sue to heal you." If there was a course that tested how to read Lily's eyes, Johnson would be the one to set the test. Johnson was caught, with Teacher Zhang and Teacher Sue on his left and right. "You kid, I heard you found a job? You seem to be more mature now. Did you get into any big trouble at work? It's different when you become a member of society. Don't act like you're still in school." Johnson said, "I've always been very mature, and everyone in the office likes me to talk to them." There was a burst of laughter all around immediately. Lily hid in the crowd and laughed, while Johnson silently kept a record in his heart. Lily hadn't seen Johnson's embarrassing look for a long time, so she was very happy to see this scene. Johnson chatted for a while, and finally had the chance to sit down. He sat at the teacher's table. On his left was Xie Yuding, who had arrived earlier. She sat next to Lily. On Johnson's right was David, and a few seats further away were the four evils. The place was quite lively. Everyone was eating and drinking, the world was noisy, and Johnson, his hand, was messaging Lily under the table. "Teacher Lily, were you just laughing at a joke?" Lily slowly learned to type with one hand. "No, my student." The two of them looked both at the piles of plates on the table and at the red cloth covering the table. The place was so lively that no one noticed the two people's little movements. What's more, there were more than two people who were playing with their mobile phones while eating. Nowadays, mobile phones are put out in the open during dinner parties and even meetings. Johnson asked, "Really? You were laughing all the time and never stopped?" "My dear teacher." Lily has also seen this movie. Teachers are professionals. No matter how funny something is, teachers will not laugh out loud unless they can't help it. "My stupid student." He called her dear teacher, and she called him stupid student. Johnson was deeply dissatisfied and wondered if there would be a day when the teacher could also call him dear student. The focus is on the students, not on the front, and there is no random thinking. Lily asked, "How is it? Is the food delicious?" Johnson silently picked the braised pork in front of him. It was fat, but not greasy, tender and chewy, with chopped green onions. "This dish is not as delicious as the one made by the teacher. It's just average." Lily felt that the quality of the dish was actually higher than hers, and she knew that Johnson was just flattering her. "Really? Next time you eat the teacher's meal, the teacher will charge you." Johnson thought Lily would call him a flatterer, but he didn't expect Lily to say this. He felt that teacher Lily was different recently. Johnson asked, "Can I buy 3 meals?" Lily thinks, "It's not impossible, but we don't provide delivery." Johnson said no problem. "I can pick it up myself." Lily gave in. "Let your teacher go. Your teacher doesn't have that much energy to be tormented by you like this." There was Xie Yuding between the two of them, and she was eating in silence. Xie Yuding felt very strange. It seemed that only the world on her side was quieter. The two people on her left and right didn't talk or eat much. She didn't know what they were doing. The atmosphere in the venue was obviously lively, but these two people were isolated from this lively atmosphere. Johnson was fine. He had always been like this, and there was no need to pay attention to him. But even teacher Lily was like this. She found it quite confusing. Xie Yuding turned and looked at Lily. "Teacher Lily, don't you want to eat?" Lily's face. "The teacher is not hungry. You should eat more." Lily said this and stood up to pick up some food for Xie Yuding, putting a piece of meat into Xie Yuding's bowl. Xie Yuding was flattered. "Hey, thank you, teacher Lily." Johnson was secretly jealous. Why did Xie Yuding get all the good things? Why didn't he enjoy that kind of treatment? Johnson typing. "We are both students. Why do I feel like the teacher is biased?" Lily continued typing. "No, I'll give it to you next time." Johnson was feeling a little better, and David patted him on the shoulder. "Dude, what are you doing? Eat." Teacher Zhang keeps his eyes and ears open. "Johnson, why aren't you eating?" And teacher Lily, "Pick up some food too." Teacher Sue looked at Johnson and immediately understood. "I know, this kid is being stubborn." Johnson exclaimed, "No, I was making a fuss about nothing." "Teacher Sue, are you so sharp-eyed?" Teacher Sue is like a famous detective solving a case. Teacher Lily was picking up food for Xie Yuding, and Johnson was jealous. "Teacher Lily, you took Johnson's job. I saw something was wrong with these two at the time. Now that they have graduated, how are they doing now?" Gossipy eyes came from all directions, illuminating Johnson and Xie Yuding like searchlights. Xie Yuding was still eating when she suddenly found herself being cued. She froze there, unable to eat. Johnson silently slapped his face and said, "No, don't match people up randomly." After these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the table became a little more lively, and the people nearby who were talking about other things also started to join in the fun, making sounds. Johnson looked at Lily out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 67, If Eyes Could Speak. He must have said many things to her. Lily seemed to not understand what was happening. The sounds around suddenly increased. "I thought so before, and now these two are sitting together secretly. Are they really together? Tell me about it. I've already graduated from college." The voices of the four pests are particularly loud. Xie Yuding was bored and was swiping the bowl with chopsticks, finding it quite boring. Now, some people think that the two people are arguing with each other and that she and Johnson can at most be considered to be playmates, but some people like to pair them up. It's okay for teacher Sue, But do these people have no friends? Amidst the booing voices came a voice that seemed to be eager to watch the fun. How about you give each other a kiss? Xie Yuding frowned and took a deep breath. At this time, someone came to the next table. What kiss? Zhang's eyes, with a pointed chin and monkey face, joined in the conversation. Johnson and Xie Yuding are together, didn't you know? I think they were a perfect match in high school. That person started to make a fuss again, and this time he asked the people at the next table to join in the booing. The venue suddenly became lively, with everyone surrounding Johnson and Xie Yuding. When people follow the crowd, their judgment will be reduced. Xie Yuding frowned and suddenly felt like exploding with anger. She just had that kind of temper. Johnson held his forehead with his hand. He looked at Lily several times, wondering what Lily was thinking. She sat there, neither making a fuss nor laughing. She had laughed when she saw Johnson making a fool of himself before, but now she just sat there quietly, allowing the applause and cheers to surround her. Her eyes fell on Johnson. Johnson stood up, still looking relaxed and happy, and said nothing. The voices of the crowd gradually died down. Johnson's eyes were looking around. His peripheral vision was always on Lily. Another kiss. I still have my first kiss. Why does it sound a bit hurtful? Johnson's persona activated. Well, first of all, I'd like to wish you all a happy new year and all the best. Secondly, Xie Yuding and I really have nothing to do with each other. We are brothers. You can make up stories about me, but about Xie Yuding? She's shy and has a bad temper. If she gets angry and drives to kill someone, I will be the first to bear the brunt of it. A burst of laughter immediately rang out around them, and even Xie Yuding's expression looked better. She rolled her eyes silently. She wasn't that bad-tempered, okay? Johnson held the cup, which was now a wine glass filled with beer. Isn't today a class reunion? The teachers don't come here often, so I'd like to express my support and give a toast to the teachers. Johnson then walked up to Teacher Zhang and toasted first to Teacher Zhang and then to Teacher Su. Now no one talked about Johnson and Xie Yuding anymore. Finally, Johnson took the cup to Lily. Lily stood up, still a little dazed, and looked around, trying to find some wine. Johnson stopped her. Teacher, don't drink alcohol, just drink tea. Johnson knew Lily's alcohol tolerance. If she drank a few glasses, she would be drunk and unconscious in a short time. Johnson didn't have the courage to let Lily drink. Johnson filled the glass with wine, and the wine would spill out if he shook it. It was still drinking, but this time it was different from when he was at Lily's house. At that time, there were only two of them, and they drank very casually. This time, it was a rare occasion. Johnson toasted Lily seriously. The surroundings became noisy again. Johnson and Lily stood opposite each other, staring at each other. To outsiders, they were just an ordinary teacher and student. In fact, at the moment of the commotion, Lily's mood changed a little. She was a little confused and upset. There's always a feeling of irritability in her heart that she couldn't get rid of. She could only watch there in a daze. She didn't expect Johnson to bring these things over as a joke. Johnson stood in front of Lily, but at this moment he couldn't think of what to say. Their eyes met, and if eyes could speak, they must have chatted a lot. Johnson stood very straight, holding the wine glass tightly. He seemed to be a little serious about everything related to her. After a moment, Johnson had a familiar smile on his face. Teacher, you can't think that I'm not focused on studying. Lily said, I of course don't think so. Johnson breathed a sigh of relief. Lily being so natural before, when she was being childish, when she was carefree, when she was sleeping. He had seen her at all those times. Why did he still feel nervous at this time? The two looked at each other. Lily's heart was beating fast, and she pretended to ask in a nonchalant manner. Why, you can't think of a good toast. Oh, it's all in vain. What's going on? Lily blinked, waiting for Johnson to speak. Johnson always thought Lily was cute at times like this. The teacher must have done it on purpose. When he met Lily's malicious gaze, he knew that the teacher was playing a trick on him. In any case, he made a note of this. Johnson coughed lightly and spoke quickly. I wish the teacher good health, good luck in everything, smooth work, and a baby soon. Lily glared at Johnson silently. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have a partner. Who should I have a child with? Lily holds a teacup. Then I also wish my students good luck and happiness in their work. The two looked at each other, with smiles and tacit understanding in their eyes that were imperceptible to others. Johnson raised a glass and drank it all in one gulp, not a drop left. Lily also finished the cup of tea in her hand, also drinking it neat, as if it was something very important. Everyone was still chatting about their own things, busy with their own things. No one noticed, as if everything was normal. Johnson returned to his seat, took out his cell phone, took a look at it, thought about it, wanted to say something but said nothing. David came over at this time, and Johnson turned off his phone in an instant. David's eyes widened. Who is it? Who is it? Johnson put away his phone. I'm not in a relationship. You're overthinking it. Really didn't talk about it. There were other activities coming up, but Johnson had no intention of going. He quickly returned to his car. Although he had been drinking, it would be fine as long as he didn't drive. He planned to stay in this small space for a while. There were thin gray clouds piled up under the winter sky, and only a ray of sunlight shone through them. Johnson sat for a while, and a familiar figure came over and knocked on the door gently. Johnson was stunned for a moment, lowered the window, and looked at Lily with a look on his face that said, "Why is the teacher here?" Lily lay there with tenderness in her eyes. "I guess you're here. You can't drive home after drinking. Just sit in the passenger seat, and I will take you home." "Je ne suis accident." "Teacher, can you drive?" Lily pouted. "Of course, your teacher was planning to buy a car." "Okay, go over, go over." Johnson moved directly from the driver's seat to the co-pilot's seat. Lily opened the car door, got in, then slowly closed the window and sighed. "I'm really happy today." Johnson said, "Okay, as long as the teacher is happy." Lily pulled the seatbelt next to her. "I was a little worried about what would happen. I'm not very good at dealing with that kind of situation." Johnson smiled. "Nothing will happen. I'm not an idiot who will lose his mind just because of the atmosphere." He said this, turned to look at Lily, and asked seriously, "Teacher Lily, were you worried just now?" Lily's hand rested on the seatbelt, the buckle of which was suspended in the air, one step away from the latch. "Worried about what?" Johnson looked into Lily's amber eyes, and under the influence of alcohol, he had more to say. "Teacher, I really have nothing with her." Chapter 68, Never Change. The car stereo was connected to Johnson's mobile phone Bluetooth, and a gentle song was playing, Unchanged in This Life, from The Legend of Sword and Fairy 3. It has been a long time since the TV series was first broadcast. More than 10 years have passed, but he still likes this song, just like time passes quietly, but he still likes that person. The gentle melody kept looping, surrounding the two of them. The drum beats were neither fast nor slow, hitting their hearts again and again. Lily sat there, gently embraced by Johnson's gaze. Johnson felt that he should explain to her, even though there was nothing between him and Lily, but Johnson didn't want her to misunderstand. "Teacher, there is nothing between Xie Yuding and me. I don't like her, and I have never liked her." He spoke slowly and seriously. Some things need to be said very clearly so that the other party will not misunderstand them. Johnson then smiled again. Of course, there is still revolutionary friendship among classmates. Lili Medjonschenskeish. In fact, at that moment, she did feel that there was something unusual between them. In fact, Johnson didn't need to explain anything to her, and she didn't think those words were true. But when Johnson said that, something seemed to settle in her heart, and even her tense stomach relaxed. Lily nodded slowly, then said, in response to Johnson's words, slowly and with some effort, appearing very obedient. She finally inserted the seatbelt into the latch. "I know they are just making trouble, but how can a teacher not understand you? He knows that you study hard." Johnson looked relieved, his shoulders dropping. Yeah, I'd better not attend the class reunion next time. I always feel it's not good for my heart." Lily smiled and looked at Johnson. "That's right." Johnson turned his head. "Oh, I'm so popular. I'm so embarrassed." "You are so popular, aren't you? You talk too much, aren't you?" "They were the ones who came to talk to me. I am innocent." "Teacher, why are you still calling me kid? I am as old as you. I'm used to it. By the way, I also brought a little gift for you today." "What little thing?" Johnson turned his head and saw Lily's hand in her small leather bag, rummaging around. Johnson watched her take out her wallet, then her lipstick, and finally a pack of black gloves. Dung 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 dung. Lily made a sound like opening a treasure chest. Johnson said, "Teacher, you think I'm a kindergarten kid, right?" It turns out that teacher Lily teaches kindergarten students instead of high school students. It seems pretty good too. Lily turned around again with the object in her hand, the small leather bag resting on her lap. "You're just being mean. It's cold in winter recently, and I see you're wearing very little. You wear a thin long-sleeved shirt inside and a down jacket outside every day. When I ask you, you say you're not cold. You're so old, but you don't know how to take care of yourself." She said to Johnson, "Stretch out your hand." Johnson held out his hand, and Lily placed the stack of gloves on Johnson's hand. You were quite good at dinner today. Why don't you try it on? Johnson thought Lily asked him to stretch out his hand so that she could help him put on the gloves, but he suddenly realized that he was overthinking. But sometimes I would have such unrealistic fantasies. Like when I got something from Lily, I would think of everything that would happen afterwards, including the name of the child. Oh, down. Johnson put on gloves and showed them to Lily. Lily adjusted the gloves for him, as if for inspection. Finally, under Johnson's gaze, she grabbed Johnson's wrist with both hands and put his gloved hands against Johnson's own face. The teacher's grip wasn't very strong, so it was more like Johnson cooperating with Lily. Lily controlled his hands, gently pressed his face, and looked directly into Johnson's eyes. That's a little warmer, isn't it? Johnson said, Lily said again, open your mouth. Johnson opened his mouth. Lily withdrew her hand, took out another tangerine peel candy from her bag, tore open the package, held the tangerine peel candy with her fingers, and fed it into Johnson's mouth. Inadvertently, her fingertips touched Johnson's lips. Both of them felt it, but neither of them said anything. Johnson said vaguely, feeling the sweetness coming from the tip of his tongue, Teacher, does this count as feeding? Lily rested her chin on her hand and looked at Johnson. Well, forget it. She suddenly remembered something and reached out to cover Johnson's mouth. Don't bark like a dog. Lily's face turned a little red, and her slender eyebrows moved up and down a few times. Obviously, she was scared. A look of embarrassment appeared on Johnson's face. No, am I that kind of person in the eyes of the teacher? Why do I feel like I've left a big psychological shadow on the teacher? The last time was purely a brain-spurting accident. When I stay up late, my head becomes unclear, and I do all kinds of things that make me feel ridiculous when I think about them later. He would never do that kind of thing a second time. No way. Johnson made two muffled whis sounds. Lily placed her hand there and could feel the heat from his breath, making her palm itchy. She watched Johnson nod, then slowly retracted her hand. Johnson's eyes were firm. Teacher, I'm not that kind of person. Lily glared at Johnson. It was because of his strange behavior last time that made her confused. Now when she thought about it, she wanted to run back and strangle herself. Lily turned her head away. I know you're not. Let's go back. Lily started the car and drove in the opposite direction of the hurried pedestrians. The two talked and laughed as usual, and Johnson slowly sipped a piece of tangerine peel candy. Johnson and Lily decided to go out on the fourth day after the Chinese New Year, probably to visit the next city. After all, everyone has their own things to do during New Year's Eve and the Spring Festival. If it's summer vacation, office workers don't have summer vacation. Johnson then realized that he was overthinking it. The only longer holidays were May Day, National Day, and Spring Festival, but those were the most critical times, and there were crowds of people everywhere. Traveling is suffering. The most fun places are at home. So sad. New Year's Eve. Johnson was playing with firecrackers with his nephew in the countryside. The nephew poured out all the $1 firecrackers, broke a few of them in half, took out the powder in the middle, and placed the other firecrackers in a circle around them. Johnson happily that this was fun. Johnson snorted and thought to himself that these were all played by your brother Johnson, not your Uncle Johnson. I am unclear about my kinship relationship. Sometimes I think that my nephew is only 4 or 5 years old, so he should call me brother. But in terms of relationship, I have become a member of the older generation. Johnson watched his nephew playing with cannons and thought that people younger than him were like that. He had already tried all the things that the other party thought were new and novel. Johnson suddenly worried that Lily might have the same thought when she looked at him. There would always be a certain gap in age and cognition. What he thought was new might have been experienced by Lily. The group was chatting animatedly, and no one was watching the Spring Festival Gala on TV. James just shared his playing results, saying that he went to a friend's house to play. His friend's house is very big and has everything, and he looked like he had a lot of fun. David sent a New Year's greeting, and even Xie Yuding sent a New Year's greeting. Finally, news came from Lily. That stupid student. Let's celebrate New Year's Eve together. Chapter 69, What Kind of Person Should I Like? Johnson asked, tapping on his phone. How can we celebrate the new year together? Teacher, I can't teleport, and I don't have a portal. Doraemon, save me. It's been so long. Why haven't humans invented four-dimensional pockets, super robot cats, and portals? Johnson thought that there were science fiction novels about interstellar travel in the 17th century, but it was already the 21st century, and all this seems still a long way off. What should he do? But now is not the time to build the future of mankind. Johnson is more worried about the people around him. Lily also went back to the countryside to celebrate the new year. Although every time she went back to the countryside, she would inevitably be urged, asking when she would find a boyfriend, when she would get married, and to bring her boyfriend back to see her. Lily wanted to say, okay, I will bring it back tomorrow. At this time, a figure floated across her mind. But the more times like this happen, the more you can't say such things. If you insincerely seek temporary warmth because of loneliness or the urging words of people around you, that is not right. Everyone feels lonely sometimes and thinks, oh, it would be great if someone could hold them tightly in their arms. However, if you act rashly, you'll end up hurting both yourself and the other person. Or is she really getting old? Sometimes she worries whether her ideas are outdated. After all, things are different now than before, and young people's ideas change very quickly. A generation is 3 years. In fact, it is almost a generation every year. There's only a short 12 months between them, but the difference in some ideas is like a chasm. Thinking in this way, 5 years is really a very long number. Lily finally found an opportunity to take a walk. The phone screen showed 11:40, and there were still 20 minutes left until Chinese New Year. A few fireworks rose in the distance. Lily stared at the screen, wondering what Johnson was doing at the moment. Johnson left his nephew to his cousin and asked him to take care of him, saying he was going to the bathroom, and then slipped away to the trail in the woods nearby. Lily couldn't help but smile every time she read the messages Johnson sent her. Stupid student. She was squatting on a small step with her face buried in her knees. Even so, Lily looked gentle. Some people are like this. Their temperament is integrated into their body. Lily exudes the gentleness of a Jiangnan girl in every move and no matter what she does. Some people appear vulgar and mean in their every move, and I'm certainly not talking about David. Some people seem confused no matter what they do. When they're out of the situation, they just open their mouths and look clear, waiting to be fed. Of course, I'm not talking about James. Lily has been typing a lot faster lately. Well, of course I'm not talking about that together. Johnson wondered, what is that? Lily paused, thought about it, and said, while I was in college, I couldn't see my roommates, so we would call each other to celebrate the new year. But after so many years, everyone is busy, so we don't do this anymore. Johnson could completely understand what Lily said. Teacher Lily was rather reserved. When she wanted something, she would not say it directly, but would use other ways to talk about it. Would you like to make a phone call with me? Teacher, are you free? Lily's face turned a barely noticeable dark red in the night. Yes, your teacher is a free man, but I don't know if you are free. Johnson said, yes, of course. I'll call the teacher right now. Lily sent a word. Good. Just one simple word. It's more like giving the choice to the other party. Johnson dialed the phone. Lily quickly picked up the phone, and Johnson's voice came. Good evening, teacher. Can you hear me? Lily said, I can hear you. How does it feel to be back home? Is it fun? It's fine. What's your wish for the new year, teacher? Well, work goes well or something like that. It seems like there's nothing special you wish for. What about you? Do you have any wishes? Make a fortune? Become rich overnight? Maybe buying a lottery ticket will make it happen? Isn't there anything more practical? So, find a partner? Johnson finished speaking. Lily suddenly didn't know what to say. She paused, buried her head in her knees, and lowered it a little. That's good. You're at this age. It's time to find a partner. We discussed it during the autumn outing that day, but I always feel that what you said is vague. What kind of partner do you hope to have? Johnson's throat was dry. He had just said it casually, but it was hard to describe when he was really asked. He looked at the shadows of the trees stacked up in front of him, and the stars in the countryside sky spread out like a Milky Way. It would feel weird if I used characteristics to describe it. Lily didn't understand. What's the meaning? Johnson explained. Although I gave a rough idea during the autumn outing, it's not true. Johnson speaks a little faster, and at times like this, he tends to be more nervous than usual. If I use gentleness, good character, or something like that to describe the person I want to find, and one day I really find such a person, it seems like I'm just stuffing that person into the box I set, but in fact it is not like that. I think if I like someone, it has nothing to do with these things, and I shouldn't use words to limit that person. She can be gentle, but that doesn't mean she has to maintain this image all the time. She may lose her temper when things don't go her way, or she may be like an overly enthusiastic child who suddenly says she wants to go to Hadaleo in the middle of the night. She should be herself, not the composition of words. Lily put her ear to the phone, and warm words came from the cold phone. She buried her head deeper and whispered, "So that's how it is. That's great." She really thought it was good. Johnson was serious and talkative at times like this. It was indeed good to be talkative. He could always say a lot when it was necessary. If you don't say anything and become mute, you're doomed. Johnson asked again, "What about the teacher?" Lily thought about it. "Now that you've said that, if I say something to limit it, wouldn't it seem like I don't understand emotions?" Johnson complained in his heart, "Teacher, do you really understand?" But he still spoke. "That's great." Lily heard his perfunctory tone and snorted softly. "Yes, yes, it is indeed good." The two began to chat again, and at 11:59, Lily looked at her phone, waited for a moment, and spoke to the person on the other end of the phone. "Happy New Year." Blessings are accompanied by thousands of fireworks, and the night sky is bright. Johnson said the same thing. "Happy New Year." His blessing was almost drowned out, but Lily still heard it and smiled. Come to think of it, after all these years, she still spends the new year with someone alone on the phone, and this feeling seems pretty good. When everything was quiet, Lily paused and continued. "By the way, I have a question I want to ask you." Johnson was so nervous that he grasped the edge of his clothes with his fingers. "Ask me, teacher. I will answer anything you ask, including David's bad habits and what James usually eats. I know everything." Lily smiled. Who had asked this? She slowly opened her mouth, and the hot air she exhaled turned into white mist and dissipated in the night. "Teacher, does it make you feel warm?" Chapter 70, The Teacher is Stupid. Johnson was quite surprised by this question. What's the meaning? The teacher's question left him a little confused. Lily hesitated. The sound of the fireworks was a bit too loud. "Well, I just wanted to ask you. I always felt that I had asked you for a lot of help in the past few months. I felt that you had worked too hard, so I wondered if I had been able to help you or something like that." She seemed to have received a lot from him, so she worried whether she had received too much from him and whether she had done anything for Johnson. Johnson heard this. He looked at the fireworks blooming in the distance and thought that the teacher was really cute. He smiled and spoke into the phone. The teacher could be stupid sometimes. Lily was originally in a state of ups and downs. When she heard this, her face turned red and she became angry and embarrassed. "What did you say?" "Well, you're being disrespectful now." "Who is stupid?" She was kind and concerned about him, but he actually called her stupid. This was the first time. Although it was not considered an insult, if he called her stupid now, what would happen in the future? Lily thought this boy was really hateful. He took advantage of the fact that she was not next to him and started talking nonsense. Lily pouted and looked angry. But it was useless for her to get angry here. Johnson was not around at the moment, and she couldn't scratch him with her claws. Lily took a breath. I suddenly remembered that I seemed to have something to do after the new year." Johnson thought this was a threat, a naked threat, so he immediately admitted his mistake. "I'm wrong, Teacher Lily. I'm stupid, and the teacher is so cute." Lily became even more annoyed. She grabbed the shoelaces of the pair of white sneakers on her feet with her right hand, and her green fingers kept twisting the shoelaces around and around. "What do you mean by cute? What nonsense are you talking about?" "Oh, you're itching." Johnson said. "She's just cute. She is beautiful, has a good personality, is gentle and cute. I am just describing her characteristics objectively. I am not making this up." The word objective was said very seriously. Lily then remembered Johnson's words, "Students will not lie to their teachers," and said in a low voice. At this moment, she felt her face getting hot again. Lily actually thought Johnson's voice was quite nice and even more charming when he was serious. Lily bit her delicate lower lip lightly with her pearly teeth. "I won't talk to you anymore. The teacher is busy." Johnson asked. "After that year?" Lily humphed. "Please make some arrangements. Don't let it be boring and ruin the teacher's vacation." Johnson stood at attention. "Sir, yes, sir." Lily ignored him, said, "Happy New Year," again, and hung up the phone. New Year's Eve and the spring festival passed quickly, and Johnson spent the days in a simple way, working on his laptop. As he was doing it, some things seemed like repetitive work. He was thinking about how many parts the map should have. Basically, no one could help him with this part, so he had to rely on himself. Johnson's current planning process is very simple. It is divided into 6 parts. The initial part for chapters with spring, summer, autumn, and winter as the background themes, and the final part, which takes place in the castle, forest, Gobi Desert, Lonely City, Snow Mountain, and Hell respectively. The prison where the princess is located is a similar mirror world. In the end, the two will meet at the gate of hell, fight, and then hug. "Want a kiss?" "I don't understand." Johnson thought about this question and felt that this question was indeed a bit out of the ordinary. Kissing was a bit too much. A hug will be fine. Wait, I was talking about the game. Not me, what was I thinking about? Johnson thought so, with the notebook still on his legs, and fell directly onto the bed, lost in confusion. Damn it. Why do you have to worry about such a small thing? It's just a game. But at this moment, all that came to Johnson's mind was Lily's face, her gentle eyes, and her rosy lips. Lower your head. Lower your head. He began to plan. He knew what teacher Lily liked. He knew what Lily liked to eat and what clothes she liked to wear, but he didn't know where Lily liked to go. Johnson took out his cell phone and searched for tourist attractions in the nearby city. On the fourth day of the Chinese New Year, Johnson drove to pick up Lily, and he always felt that he should buy a car. Anyway, cars are not expensive nowadays. Everyone is engaged in a price war, and the expensive ones are on the verge of being eliminated. With your own salary, it is more than enough to buy a car. It's incredible how I feel like I've become rich without realizing it. Johnson actually didn't have much sense of reality about work before. When he was a child, he stood at the entrance of the elementary school, looking at a pack of cards that cost $1, and thought that earning $3,000 a month was already a lot. Now he can earn several $1,000s. Although prices have also risen, he can save a lot of money every month if he works hard. As long as you don't rent a house, don't eat out seldom, and don't buy any clutter, you can make a lot of money every month. There was a sound of footsteps in the corridor, and Johnson looked sideways. Lily opened the passenger door skillfully and got in. She was dressed very lazily today, with gray trousers, a white shirt tucked into the trousers, a dark gray knitted coat, giving off a retro vibe, and a small black Coach bag. The combination was perfect together. Lily always has this kind of temperament, and just by standing there, this temperament can control Johnson. She even grew her hair longer recently, making her look more mature and charming. Lily also took a black backpack containing toiletries, towels, and other things, and she placed the backpack in the back seat of the car. Lily straightened her clothes. How is it? What's the arrangement? Johnson was nervous. Well, we'll drive to the hotel first, then have lunch, go to the play in the afternoon, and have dinner in the evening. Lily smiled. Don't be nervous. The teacher is not such a troublesome person. Lily actually didn't have anywhere she wanted to go, so she just left it all to Johnson. The 2-day and 1-night trip was very short. After that, both of them had their own things to do and couldn't really spare any time. Lily was fine with going anywhere, but she didn't expect there would be a stage play. No wonder Johnson secretly asked her if she had any vertigo, claustrophobia, high blood pressure, or cervical spondylosis that day. She was still wondering if Johnson was looking for trouble again. Johnson said, I was afraid that I wouldn't treat the teacher well enough, and the teacher would never treat me well again, right? Lily glared at Johnson. Is your teacher like that? Really, you think I'm so stingy? Lily fastened her seatbelt. Teacher is confident in you. This, rest assured, seems to have several meanings. Johnson thought about his schedule and slowly started the car. Johnson talked much less while driving. Although he had a lot of words to say to make the teacher happy, safety was more important at this time, so Lily took a nap in the passenger seat. An hour later, Johnson woke Lily up. Teacher, we're here. The car stopped in the hotel parking lot. Lily asked nervously, carrying her things. Johnson, how many hotels did you book? Chapter 71, Teacher, don't get lost. Lily felt that it would be a bad idea to ask this question or not, but she asked it anyway. Johnson was stunned for a moment, not even figuring it out, and just stood there. Of course there are 2. Teacher, can I still book a room for this one? The 2 looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Johnson discovered that Teacher Lily could be quite erratic sometimes, which made him start to have wild thoughts. Lily felt relieved, but she felt the situation was strange. There was a hint of panic on her face. She pushed Johnson to hide her embarrassment. Very good, let's go. Don't be silly when you just come out. Lily. Lily sighed inwardly, scolding herself. The layout of the hotel is good. Johnson and Lily are just opposite. The room is spacious and soundproof. Johnson had lived in a hotel near the school before, where the soundproofing was not very good. Damn, it was really a sleepless night, and I couldn't sleep at all. Buddy, are you in a hurry to pay back your kidney after you've used it? Johnson was so impressed that he decided to choose a hotel with good soundproofing. The 2 of us had lunch nearby, which was pretty good for a lunch with grilled meat with green onions, stir-fried meat with chili peppers, and pork rib soup. Lily's stomach is actually quite small. When Johnson and she eat, they usually have 2 dishes and 1 soup at most. If they eat more, they can't finish it. Lily usually eats a bowl of uncompacted white rice very quietly and gradually feels full, then drinks a small bowl of soup. Lily blew gently into the bowl, feeling Johnson's gaze. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me all the time? Lily thought so, and Johnson just said one sentence. Ah, I was just wondering why the teacher is so elegant when eating, even though it's the same meal. Lily felt that Johnson was teasing her, so she looked out from behind the bowl and glared at Johnson. Can I step on you? Johnson really likes the teacher's gentleness and would ask this question before stepping on him. Johnson said, if the teacher steps on me, I might learn my lesson. Johnson sought a reward. Lily became even more annoyed. This shameless person never suffers any loss. She didn't know whether to step on him or not, so she could only step on Johnson lightly, then quickly retract her right foot and added a sentence. Don't blame the teacher if your shoes are dirty. She said this and drank her soup in silence. In the afternoon, we watched a stage play with tickets for the inner field. The play was very shocking. The stage was rotating, and the audience seats were rotating too. Lily didn't expect that stage plays have developed to this level nowadays. She couldn't take her eyes away while watching it. She watched the people on the stage dancing and singing. Johnson just looked at Lily's profile as usual. In the darkness, her amber eyes sparkled. Lily turned around, suddenly meeting Johnson's eyes, and spoke quietly and cheerfully. It's so interesting. How did you know that? Johnson thought about it and realized that he just looked up several travel guides on the internet, compared each travel plan, spent a little time planning the route, and thought that the teacher would definitely like it. What a coincidence! What a coincidence, teacher. Everything is just a coincidence. Meeting the teacher is a coincidence. Waiting for the teacher in the rain is a coincidence. And helping the teacher move is just a coincidence. Yes, everything is just a coincidence. There are so many coincidences in the world. Even the birth of human beings in a magnificent universe can happen. So what's so strange about more coincidences? Lily listened to Johnson's words and looked at Johnson. The movement of time slowed down, and that moment was frozen. Lily's eyes were almost filled with Johnson, the black down jacket he was wearing, the carefree smile, the clean sideburns, and the rows of audiences behind him. Then, Lily turned her head and stared at the stage intently, but her mind was no longer on the play. In the chest, the heart was hot and burning, beating too vigorously, different from before and almost rolling out. In her heart, there is another Lily, and that Lily is now covering her face and screaming softly. What is going on? Lily moved her hands to adjust her scarf, wrapped it high around her neck, and shrank her head to hide her blushing face and earlobes. In the evening, the two of them went to a nearby ancient town to have dinner and watch a performance. Rather than calling it an ancient town, it was more like a small public scenic spot. It is basically like this now, with several alleys built in an antique style and various shops in the antique alleys. Cultural and creative stores, specialty stores, ice cream shops, snack bars, and archery shops are fine, but there's also a VR experience center. What kind of cyberpunk collision is this? On the fourth night of a new year, there were more people on the streets than expected, and they were shoulder to shoulder. Two people walked through the crowd. Johnson asked, "Is Teacher Lily happy? Am I well prepared?" Lily followed him. "Well, get a 9. Johnson was quite surprised. "So high, great. That's great. Is there any reward?" Lily pointed her finger at the side of her face. "Let me think. The full score is 150. Johnson took a breath. "Isn't that lower than my score on the Chinese test?" Lily smiled and seemed to have a lot of fun teasing Johnson. "You're still talking about grades? Don't mention this during the new year. Don't be so mad that your teacher might have a heart attack." Johnson patted his chest. "Really? Then I will perform manual rescue for the teacher." Lily suddenly thought of a strange image that flashed through her mind, and she let out a soft poo. She doesn't need human rescue. Lily was about to speak. Her shoulder was gently bumped, and she stopped in her tracks. She heard someone say, "Excuse me," from the side. Lily raised her head and looked around. Johnson was gone. There was only a huge crowd and endless backs. She was stunned for a moment, looking left and right. Where was he? Sometimes it's like this. If you're not paying attention, the person around you disappears. Lily didn't expect that they could get lost, and she became worried and took out her cell phone. A familiar hand stretched out from the crowd, like a light tearing through the darkness and falling on her wrist, gently grabbing her. "Teacher, why are you lost?" The hand did not use any force, nor did it go beyond the rules. It simply served as a connecting force, connecting him and her in the crowded crowd. Lily looked up and saw Johnson's back. He said, "Look, get out of here first. There are too many people here." Lily looked at his back for 2 seconds, then said, very obediently, letting Johnson grab her wrist and move forward. She lowered her head and looked at Johnson's hand, at the pairs of shoes of different styles passing by his feet, at the crisscross lines on the brick surface of the alley, and at the wrinkles on Johnson's black pants at the knees. There were flashing lights and noisy voices. Johnson seemed to say a lot of words, but it was hard to hear clearly. Lily moved her feet, watching the black tips of her shoes move forward step by step, and finally moved to a spacious place. Johnson was very nervous. He felt that Teacher Lily had been silent just now. She might be angry because there were too many people and she was not having fun. When they finally walked out of the scenic area, Johnson breathed a sigh of relief and loosened his hand. Only then did he have the chance to turn around and look at Lily. "Teacher, we are out. I didn't expect there would be so many people." Teacher. Lily finally came to her senses and looked up sharply. Indeed, there are too many people." Johnson asked rather worriedly. "Teacher, are you okay? Do you want us to go back first? It's getting late. Let's go back to the hotel and rest. By the way, I'm going to buy some mineral water. Do you want some?" Lily just nodded. Johnson turned around and ran into the small shop next door. After Johnson turned around for a moment, Lily slowly raised her hand, with only a few white fingers sticking out from her sleeves, pressing against her hot face, and she let out a cry in her heart. Gently, like snow falling, full of shyness. Chapter 72 fell together. His face flushed, and he exhaled again, which turned into white mist in the air and dissipated. Her heart was beating very fast and uncontrollably. Her head was smoking in the first month of the year. The crowd was bustling around. She could not hear any sound clearly. She looked up at the crescent moon hanging in the sky, and a thin section of her eyebrows seemed to be smiling at her. Lily couldn't calm down at the moment. When she closed her eyes, she could only see the image of her wrist being grabbed, Johnson's strong back, and those scenes. For some reason, they were particularly clear to her. Johnson bought 2 bottles of mineral water and ran back quickly, hanging the water in a plastic bag on his arm, looking at the teacher who was putting her hands on her face. He thought Teacher Lily was cold, so he took off his scarf. "Teacher, wear this." As he said this, he raised the scarf and passed it over Lily's head. Lily's hands were still frozen there. Her brain was short-circuited, sparks were flying, and the power strip was burned through. Her eyes were rolling around like mosquito coils. No, how come you?" Johnson asked. "Will it not be cold now?" Lily lowered her hands from both sides of her face, paused, and spoke slowly. "It's not cold at all. I find that you just like to show off. If you catch a cold again, the teacher won't come to see you." Johnson handed over the water hanging on his arm. "Is the teacher so cruel? I'm so sad." Lily took it. If I have time, I can come and see you. I just don't want you to catch a cold. Let's go back to the hotel." She poked the back of Johnson's hand with her elbow, motioning him to go back. Johnson asked, "Teacher, is there anywhere else you want to go?" Lily pushed him back. No, just experience the atmosphere of the festival. Your teacher is an old man, unlike you young people, with limited energy." Her hand naturally pushed Johnson's arm, thinking that she was already very happy today. "You can calculate how much you spent later, and the teacher will transfer the money to you." Johnson waved. "No thanks, teacher." Lily continued to push Johnson. "How can we not use it?" "Okay, let's go, we must collect it." The two of them went all the way back to the hotel. Lily put her things down first, and then quickly knocked on Johnson's hotel door. Johnson opened the door and looked at Lily, who was biting her teeth. "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" Lily held her cell phone close to the face and asked word by word. "Why don't you take the money I give you?" It shows Lily's transfer of 2,000 yuan. Johnson thought that for a trip for 2 people, the total cost of a 2-day itinerary would not be that much, and the most expensive activity was the ticket for the stage play, which cost more than 300 yuan per ticket. Lily took a step forward and questioned Johnson, almost shoving the phone into Johnson's face, with resentment filling the air behind her. "Where's your cell phone?" Although Lily knew that Johnson had this kind of personality, she still felt helpless and tried to persuade him earnestly. "You just graduated, and you have so many expenses. Unlike teachers, you don't spend much money eating in the cafeteria." Johnson scratched his head. "We get meal allowances, which is more than enough for us to eat every month. We also get housing allowances, which is 1,200 yuan a month, but I don't need it." Lily was silent. "What? Is the treatment so good? She was a little envious. Johnson coughed lightly. The teacher has helped me so much. How can I ask for money from him? Just sprinkle some water. Students can earn money now. Lily's first plan failed. She came up with another one, transferring money directly to Johnson using Alipay. Johnson heard the phone ringing on the bed, took out his phone, looked at the $2,000 that had arrived in his account, and transferred another $2,000 back. Lily turned around again, and Johnson turned around again, and this went on several times. Lily glared at Johnson. Johnson stood very straight and well-behaved, looking harmless. Lily was annoyed. Give me the phone. Johnson moves back, and Lily moves forward. This is how students' cell phones were confiscated at school. The teacher's intimidation was fully displayed at this moment, but the students were not the same as they were back then, so naturally they refused to give it to them. Lily walked over to Johnson and tried to grab his cell phone, grabbing it with one hand. Johnson dodged and retreated to the bed. He had nowhere to retreat, so he sat down, but still held the phone. The two of them were pulling, and Johnson didn't use much force, but Lily couldn't snatch it from him. Lily held Johnson's cell phone in her left hand and pressed Johnson's shoulder with her right hand. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her action. The cell phone whined as the two of them struggled. The life of a mobile phone is no longer a life. Lily's fingers slipped, and her balance became unstable. The two of them were already in a semi-tilted position, and this time, Lily fell straight forward, taking Johnson with her. Someone shouted, "Ouch," but I don't know who shouted it. Johnson was pressed down on the bed, with the warm and soft body in his arms, lying on half of his body. Every part of her body was so soft, and her messy hair touched the right side of his face, making him itchy. His hand protected Lily at that moment, shielding her. Johnson opened his eyes, and Lily's hair was all in his peripheral vision. Her right hand was on his body, her fingers touching his chest. Johnson's body was a little tense, but his mind was calm. He held her arm and seemed to be hugging her carefully. He heard Lily let out a soft cry and then turned her head, their eyes meeting on the bed. Lily opened her eyes and saw Johnson through the messy hair. He was still the same, with his usual natural smile. "Teacher, why are you so clumsy? Are you okay?" Lily's right hand was supporting Johnson's solid chest. The black sweater felt smooth to the touch. The palm of her right hand felt the rise and fall of his chest, and she could even seem to feel his heartbeat, neither fast nor slow. Just one sentence made Lily panic. She withdrew her right hand. It's okay. I'm sorry I pressed you down. Are you hurt? I'll get up right away." Lily quickly stood up, knelt on the edge of the bed, and then went to pull Johnson up. After pulling him up, she first combed her hair out of habit, with worry in her eyes. "Did you hit anything? Let me see." Johnson got up easily. "I didn't get hurt anywhere. Don't worry, teacher. I'm in good health." Lily stood up straight. Because she was kneeling, she was taller than Johnson, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. She brushed his hair with her fingertips and checked. There was nothing wrong. However, Lily was still worried. It would be bad if he had hit the phone just now. She let out a sigh of relief. "That's why you shouldn't argue with the teacher. It's just about money. Okay, stop making trouble. Be good." In short, as long as the word "good boy" was shouted out, Johnson was at a loss. This was completely a foul. Lily reached out and gently touched Johnson's head. Johnson said helplessly, "Teacher, I'm not a child." Lily smiled, as if she had won this little battle. "Really? If you're not a child, then what are you?" Johnson's left hand slowly grasped Lily's wrist and moved her hand away. Lily said, "Great, now you know how to resist." Lily was naturally not as strong as Johnson, and Johnson didn't use much force, but he still managed to move Lily's hand away from his head. Lily stared at Johnson, but saw Johnson's right hand slowly stretched out, and before Lily could figure out the situation, it was placed on Lily's head. Chapter 73. Insult. Lily froze on the spot. It was even difficult for her to clearly understand what was going on, and she could only subconsciously retract her head. What are you doing?" Johnson said without changing his expression, but his heart was beating fast. "I just want the teacher to experience what it feels like to be a student." Of course, Johnson didn't have the guts to really pull at Lily's head. He just felt that he couldn't be so passive. His palms were gently touching Lily's hair. It seemed that the teacher was quite petite and fragile. He helped Lily to tidy up her hair, then let go of her hands. His heart was beating fast, and he was extremely nervous. He didn't intend to just be a student in front of her, but that wouldn't work. Lily felt Johnson's hand moving over her head, as if stroking it. She felt completely powerless and didn't even know what to do. This was completely unexpected, and my brain completely shut down and gave up working. Johnson loosened his grip on Lily's left hand, feeling a little nervous, thinking that Lily might scold him. But Lily said nothing. Her heart was beating fast. She had been beating fast enough times today, so many times that she couldn't even count. Johnson said to Lily again, "Teacher, I'm not a child anymore." Lily couldn't look at Johnson anymore. She wanted to pretend to be calm, but she couldn't hold it together at this moment. She couldn't look as steady as usual. She could only look at Johnson resentfully. She was charming and mysterious, and it made Johnson's heart skip a beat. Lily took a deep breath and reached for her phone. If it's not a child, just collect the money. The teacher will go back first. Lily stood up and moved to the door of her hotel in small, almost rapid steps. With trembling hands, she fumbled for the room card, opened the door, and closed it quietly. Lily moved like a clockwork puppet, step by step, to the bed, then threw herself down and sank into the sheets. She reached out and grabbed the pillow, covering her head with it. Her face flushed, and she was muttering to herself. "This is an insubordination. This is an insubordination." Johnson's behavior today was different from usual. Even when Johnson put his hand on her head, she didn't resist or hate it. She just thought, how could he do this? How dare he do this? Lily's mind was blank. Her hair was completely messy, and her glasses were thrown aside by her. What should she do now? Johnson looked at the door, feeling uneasy. Half of it was because he was not clear-headed, and the other half was because the horn of attack had been blown. He even felt that he had been too brave. This time, it's overstepping the boundaries. And Lily, rarely, suffered from insomnia. She looked through the window at the dark sky. She didn't know where the crescent moon had gone, and she didn't know where her heart had gone either. So what exactly is it to be moved? Is it that I do not let you down in my love for me? Or is my heart like a double silk net with thousands of knots in it that I cannot sort out or understand? Or is it that you hate that I was born late, and I hate that you were born early? It's really strange, because she had never thought about such a question before. It seemed that I was just looking forward, but just like tonight, walking in the crowded crowd, there were so many people, but only one back figure in front of me. Unconsciously, that back figure had filled my sight. His palms were bigger and thicker than mine. I had always thought he was a student and looked like a child, but that was not the case. Lily was tired of turning over, and finally turned over, looking at the ceiling with a pillow covering half of her face, and uttered 3 words in a slow and resentful tone. "That's too much." The next day, the two of them woke up at 10 in the morning. They should get a good night's sleep when traveling. Johnson actually had other plans last night, hoping to squeeze in a movie with his teacher. But since what happened last night, there's naturally no need to talk about the movie anymore. Johnson sent a message to Lily. Lily got up and packed up. The two of them threw their backpacks in the car first. When Lily saw Johnson, she was still a little nervous, but after a night, her mood calmed down a little. Lily asked, "Where are you going today?" Johnson said, "Well, let's go to the amusement park." It could be considered a standard choice. Johnson thinks it is not a big mistake not to have been to an amusement park. The two of them can have brunch together and then go out to play and try 1 or 2 projects. Lily exhaled into her hands. "Really? The teacher hasn't been there yet. Don't take the teacher to play any dangerous activities." Johnson didn't think so. "I will never take teachers to ride roller coasters, bungee jumping machines, or haunted houses." Lily reached out and gently pinched Johnson's arm. Johnson took a breath. "Teacher, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Johnson parked the car nearby, and the two of them played the word-guessing game while waiting in line. Johnson also took the responsibility of taking pictures. Lily occasionally wants to take a couple of nice photos, but Johnson's photos are hard to describe. How would you take a picture of your teacher like this? Are her legs too short? Lily was quite dissatisfied. Johnson coughed lightly. "I have no experience taking photos for others." This is true, and Lily was quite accepting of his statement. Johnson took many photos in a row, and Lily picked and chose a few that she was relatively satisfied with. Johnson actually wanted to ride the Ferris wheel, but not all amusement parks have them. There are several types of roller coasters, but no Ferris wheel. And in such a cold day, not even all roller coasters are open. If we have a long vacation next year, I would like to take my teacher to the Ferris wheel if I have the chance. Of course, it doesn't matter if he can't sit on it. Johnson has no obsession with the Ferris wheel. He doesn't want to express his feelings in the same way as others. He doesn't intend to make the turtle cry. The two of them played on a pirate ship. For some reason, the slope of the pirate ship was particularly high today. Lily was so scared that she grabbed Johnson's wrist tightly. The two went to the haunted house. Lily was not that afraid of ghosts and did not find it that scary. Johnson's wrist was hurt by the scratch. The two of them rode the roller coaster. Lily felt that the roller coaster was better than she had imagined. Johnson was sitting in a chair, gently shaking his wrist, which was hurt by the squeezing. Lily pointed to the side. "Well, there's a roller coaster over there." Johnson clasped his hands together. "Teacher, please let me go. Your student's hand is about to be strangled. It's pitiful." Lily coughed lightly. "Then what are we going to play?" "Ah, the teacher wants to ride the carousel." Lily showed her childish side at this time. She always saw this on TV when she was little. At first, she always wanted to sit on it, but didn't have the courage to do so because she felt that only children were playing with it. Johnson stood up. Okay, now I'm safe." Lily glanced at him and punched Johnson's arm gently. "You dare to tease the teacher now, don't you?" As she spoke, she thought of what happened last night. Johnson's hand on her head was so hot. Lily felt a little embarrassed again and turned around to hold Johnson's arm. Let's go. The two of them got on the carousel, and it started to move along with the melodious music. Chapter 74. Johnson decides to confess. There were too many children on the carousel. Lily would never ride it alone, but when there were people around, she didn't mind so much. When there were so many people around, she became happy even in the rain. Johnson's first time riding a carousel. He felt that this thing was stranger than he had imagined, not so romantic, and even the music sounded a little dull. Sure enough, there is always a gap between reality and Korean dramas. Sitting on the carousel, Johnson didn't think of Appa. He could only think of My Little Pony. My Little Pony, My Little Pony. Johnson suddenly came up with a good idea. Where did the idea come from? Juan LeBlanc. Not as bright as me, full of dark and heavy little secrets. But he thought this idea was really good. Most of the save points in the game were benches. The benches in the green fields were covered with vines. The benches in the desert were half damaged. The benches in the snow were silvery white, and the benches in hell were pitch black and surrounded by flames. He suddenly wanted to add a small Easter egg. Games always have Easter eggs. Place a carousel above the map in the second or third chapter. Players can sit on it, and after a circle, they will get a small prop. It's interesting to think about. There will definitely be players who sit in many circles and believe that they can get more props. Lily watched Johnson thinking absent-mindedly with his head down. She leaned forward and rested her head on the pillar in front of her, feeling a cool touch from there. Sometimes I would see Johnson like this, sitting at home with his eyes looking at the wall, but actually looking through the wall into the distance. At that time, I would ask him what he was thinking about. Johnson would suddenly come to his senses and say he had an idea. Lily didn't understand some parts, so she held her face with her hands and looked at Johnson, listening to him speak slowly. Passionate, exploratory, and imaginative. Those words emerged in front of Lily. Although words alone could not fully describe the person in front of her, Lily undoubtedly understood Johnson better. She also looked at his profile many times, to observe, to recognize, to cautiously reach out her hand and then retract it, to daydream, or to ask herself. She is a person with zero emotional experience. She doesn't know what secret love is, what liking someone is, and she doesn't quite understand what love between men and women is. Maybe it was Watanabe constantly calling Midori's name in the phone booth, or Jane Eyre pressing her lips against Edward's eyes that were once bright but finally dim, or was it Shun Fu in Yun? Johnson. Lily called out the name softly, and this time, the way she did it seemed to be different from before. There are many things she may not understand, but there is one thing she can always understand, that is, Johnson is good to her, and she is not a fool. This should prove that he likes me. Lily came up with this idea on her own. As she thought this, she turned her head again and banged her forehead on the pillar in front of her, wondering what she was thinking. She puffed out one cheek as if she was angry, turned around again and looked at Johnson, slowly biting her lower lip, eating a large piece of lipstick on her lips. He is so brave. Johnson finally came to his senses and looked at Lily. There was a little resentment in his amber eyes. Johnson was stunned. "What's wrong, teacher? What did I do? It seems I was just in a daze." Lily just looked at him like that. "I just called your name, and you didn't hear me." Although the sound squeezed out of the throat is indeed not very audible. Johnson felt like he was called on by the teacher several times in class, but he was secretly reading a novel below. He could even identify with the characters and scenes. He coughed lightly. Distracted teacher. Lily's resentful expression slowly changed, and gradually a smile appeared. "Never mind, it's okay. I'm just a little sad." Johnson was stunned for a moment and suddenly didn't know how to respond. Is this the kind of sarcastic words that teacher Lily would say? Johnson's clever tongue fell down, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Just when he was about to apologize, he saw Lily patting the carousel with her left hand. I want you to take a picture for me. If you don't take it soon, it will be over and it will be a waste of time. Just use your phone to take the picture. Hurry up, Lily urged. Johnson took out his mobile phone and pointed it at Lily. Lily turned around and looked at the camera. In the camera, Lily naturally made a scissors hand gesture. Even the way she took the photo seemed a bit retro. As the night deepened, behind her were the lights of the carousel, one after another, shining brightly together. In the sky, the sun had already set, and an endless amount of dark red spread out from the distance, connecting directly to the dark blue above her head. Johnson pressed the camera button to record the moment. How beautiful, he thought to himself. Lily changed her poses a few more times, resting her chin on her hand and leaning against the railing, looking elegant and refined. Johnson kept taking pictures until the two of them got off the carousel. The two of them sat on the bench, and Lily came over. Let me see. She came very close, so close that Johnson could feel the softness on his arm. Johnson blushed. Alas, little Chef Nan. Johnson opened the photos on his phone, and Lily looked at them one by one, swiping her fingers left and right. These are some great photos. I'll send them back to the teacher. Johnson said, Teacher, is there anything else you want to play? Lily checked the time and stood up. It's getting late. Let's go home. It will take more than an hour to drive back, right? Let's go. Johnson followed suit and stood up. So what would you like to eat tonight, teacher? Lily thought about it. Go back downstairs and have some porridge. It's a bit cold. Johnson was puzzled. Is that enough? Lily nodded. That's enough. That's enough. Drink some hot porridge. The two people walked out of the park. Lily suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Johnson. Johnson stood there motionless, and Lily looked at him for a long moment. Johnson asked, touching his face, What's wrong, teacher? Lily stretched out her right hand, paused in the air for 2 seconds, then put it down again and said with a smile, Why are my students still as dull as before? Johnson stood there, somewhat bewildered. Teacher Lily is different today than usual. Under the cover of night, countless vehicles are driving on the wide road with their headlights on, like a number of fireflies moving on the tracks. Lily had fallen asleep in the passenger seat, a coat draped over her and a strand of hair falling down, covering the side of her face. Johnson wouldn't go to see Lily at this time. He had to pay attention to the road when driving. It is already February, and in just over a month, March 27th will be Lily's birthday. Johnson was thinking about preparing something. He was more or less thinking about preparing a confession or something. Why is it so scary just thinking about it? The reason why some people have been secretly in love but dare not confess their love is because when they're secretly in love, they're already satisfied with just being friends and that kind of intimacy. If the confession fails, it will basically mean the end of the previous relationship. Johnson actually had no idea what Lily was thinking. Perhaps he seemed to have some hope compared to half a year ago, but it was hard to say. Johnson did not dare to set the goal in vain, but Johnson was determined to make his feelings known. Chapter 75, What a Fool. The car stopped in front of a store near the school, and Johnson and Lily sat opposite each other and drank porridge. Johnson was sometimes timid and sometimes brave. The cowardly thing is that many times it seems that there's a lot of hope, but in the end it all comes down to I just treat you as a friend, or I thought we were besties. The brave one is to stick his head out and get stabbed, and the one who shrinks his head will also get stabbed. So what are you afraid of? Are you afraid to say you want to hold the teacher's hand? If you want to hold the connection, you have to say it. You have to go for it. At worst, you can just send it. What is there to be afraid of? Nothing will change if you go on like this. Do you expect the other party to understand? It's too unrealistic. If you want to confess, you have to confess, not confess. Lily looked at Johnson, sitting opposite her. He seemed to be in a complicated mood. He nodded and frowned from time to time. What happened to him today? But Lily also had something on her mind, so they both drank the porridge very quietly, almost too quietly. It was a Cantonese-style hot porridge, mushroom and beef porridge, which was delicious and went quite well with the side dishes and was very warming. Normally at this time of day, Johnson would have a lot to say while eating. At least he would praise the restaurant for being really good and the food was delicious, but today he couldn't say anything. After they finished their silent meal, Johnson sent Lily downstairs. Lily turned around in the passenger seat and looked at Johnson. The teacher had a lot of fun these 2 days. Johnson nodded repeatedly. Really? As long as the teacher is happy, I'm fine. But I'm spending the teacher's money. and I feel uneasy. It cost less than 2,000 yuan for 2 days. Johnson felt like a companion who was only responsible for planning and travel, while Lily was the employer. Lily looked at Johnson helplessly. When did you become such a polite person? Johnson felt that these words were familiar. How could he be considered polite? Johnson thought he was just being clear about the money, but in the end it was still a mess. Lily reached out her hand this time and touched Johnson's forehead as she had done before. It's getting late. Go back early and text me when you get there, dear. Johnson was fooled again. He always felt that Lily did it on purpose. Teacher Lily has changed a lot recently. Lily withdrew her hand, took the bag, got out of the car, closed the door quietly, waved to Johnson, slowly left, and finally disappeared into the dark corridor. Johnson got home. His parents were watching TV and browsing their phones. He asked him if he had refueled the car, emphasizing that he could let his parents do what they wanted without worrying about it. Johnson said again and went back to lie on the bed. Damn it, how can I express my feelings? How about writing a love letter? Writing a letter? Where do the traditionalists come from? Johnson fumbled in the corner of the room for a long time, took out a ballpoint pen, and then found some papers and began to write. He wrote the 3 words, Teacher Lily. Each word was crooked. After graduating from college, he couldn't even write. Johnson looked at his own words in silence for a long time, crumpled the thing into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. He decided to do something he was good at. Johnson went directly to Taobao, placed an order, and received a breadboard, an STM32 microcontroller, a small display screen, and a servo. This code is much easier to write than a love letter. The holiday time is always short. After the Spring Festival, we have to go back to work like slaves. Johnson was sitting at his workstation. David and James were not there. Both of them had taken leave after the new year, which showed that one of them was having fun and looking relaxed. Johnson felt a little lonely, which was rare. However, although the 2 people were not there, they kept sending messages in the group, bombarding everyone. Is the office crowded, brother? Where did you go to play the other day? Please tell me. Wow, there are so many foods here. Do you want me to bring them to you? You can tell who sent it just by looking at the message without looking at the name. Johnson has started working, but the students haven't started school yet, so Lily has more free time than Johnson. Leisurely, but a bit boring. Lily dragged herself towards home, thinking as she walked that it seemed that Johnson looked for her more often than she looked for him. She didn't know what he was busy with these 2 days, but he was very busy. Her heart suddenly felt a little blocked. Maybe it was because he had just started working and things had piled up, so he was always a little busy. Lily returned home and sat at the table, leaning on it with her head resting on her arms. Recently, she had been calling his name more often in her heart. Johnson. It sounded like a fairly neutral name, simple and easy to remember. She had called this name many times before, but most of the time she was firm with the last syllable raised at the end, or she was gritting her teeth when she called his name. But she seemed to have never called his name gently. In these past few days, she would always repeat and call this name softly in her heart, so that this name seemed to become a brand, existing in her mind all the time. Lilia's face gradually turned red, and her hair fell from her head to her arms and then to the table. Is this feeling called lovesickness? But no matter what, missing your students is too. She sat up, covered her face with her hands, and let out a low cry in dejection. Ah! This feeling is too annoying and disgusting. Lily took out her cell phone again, wondering if she should take the initiative to look for Johnson. He was always the one asking her to go out and play, so maybe there would be times when his enthusiasm would wane. Johnson didn't know that Johnson was playing games with his left hand and making an electronic puppy with his right hand. The electronic puppy was a gift he prepared for Lily. It was the size of a palm, with code burned into it, and had all kinds of small expressions. It could also be connected to the mobile phone's Bluetooth for movement. Johnson now wished he had 2 more livers. He had just added a solder point to the board with a solder pen. Now the room was filled with the smell of solder, a bit fuzzy and a bit fragrant. He looked up. It's a message from Teacher Lily. Do you have time this weekend? Johnson certainly has time. Yes, teacher, what's wrong? Is there anything I can help you with? Lily said, it's spring now, so I want to buy some clothes, but I don't know what to buy, so I want to find someone to give me some advice. Lily covered her face with her phone, feeling that every word revealed her guilt. But she also felt that she was telling the truth. Luo Jiaying was busy, and most of the teachers in the office were married. They usually had to spend time with their families during holidays, so it was really hard to find someone to go shopping with them. Lily bought a new floor-length mirror and placed it in the corner of the room. Looking from this direction, she could just see her own face. That was undoubtedly the affectionate face of a girl, but she felt it was too disgusting to call herself a girl. She wondered how such an expression could appear on herself. So she moved her eyebrows, making them look sharper, and stared at herself in the mirror with hatred like a cat with bared teeth. She felt that she was being a little stupid, so she simply turned her head away from the mirror and instead focused on her phone, waiting for Johnson's message. What a fool. Chapter 76 Teacher, can you agree to one of my requests? Johnson's messages usually consist of a sentence of self-recommendation, a sentence of business, and a few sentences of flattery. Then I'll help the teacher with some reference. It's an honor. I never thought that one day I'd be able to help the teacher dress up. The teacher is so pretty that she looks good in anything. Is this Saturday? Only the last 4 words of this sentence are relevant. Lily thought that MANHWA must have made a mistake in the ingredients when she was making the human figures. 1 gram of iron, 1 gram of zinc, 1 gram of nickel, 1 gram of sincerity, 1 gram of handsomeness, 1 gram of seriousness, 1 gram of intelligence, and 1 kilogram of flattery. Isn't it all flattery? MANHWA looked embarrassed and said, "Oops, I added the wrong thing." "That's it. Okay, go to some mother's belly." Lily replied, "Well, this Saturday." Johnson understood. "No problem, teacher. The students must be ready. Where should we gather? Do you need me to drive to pick you up?" Lily didn't know what to prepare. "It's the Times Square next to your house." Johnson's reply was finally more concise. "No problem." The two of them agreed on a time. Lily felt relieved and took 2 steps inside the room. Then she fell lightly on the bed, wrapped in a soft quilt. She put her phone against her chest, held her face, and looked at the ceiling, thinking about the weekend. Then she slowly turned over and buried her face in the quilt to hide the blush on her face. The house was quiet. Soon, 2 days passed, and David and James returned to their workstations. Both of them looked a little listless and were diagnosed with holiday syndrome. The longer the vacation, the more severe the symptoms of the syndrome. Specifically, they dozed off at their workstations, wanted to touch their phones when looking at the screen, repeatedly looked at the time to see why it was not time to punch in, and walked around from time to time, went to the toilet, got water, and came to Johnson's side. James brought local specialties for Johnson and David. Coconut candies, coconut flakes, and coconut cookies. You could tell at a glance where you will have fun this holiday. David also brought some local specialties, red sausage, and frozen pears. It can be seen that this person went in the opposite direction. David shared the new information he had heard. "I heard there's a team building this weekend." Johnson's fingers rested on the keyboard. "Is this true or false?" David nodded. "Well, it's a team building organized by the company, plus something like the 14th anniversary of the company's founding. Most e-commerce and internet companies are like this. They don't have a long lifespan and are full of young people, some of whom are not even as old as Johnson. 14 years is already a very long time. There's a conflict, but it doesn't matter. It's just a team-building event, so you might as well not go. Just pretend to be sick. Things like team building, building good relationships with leaders, and getting familiar with colleagues seem important, but none of these things are as important as another thing: spending time with the people around you. Although not someone close to me yet. Is team building as important as seeing the teacher wearing nice clothes? Obviously not. Johnson didn't intend to say it, but Lily knew it. James sent a message to Lily. "Sister Chun, it seems our company is having a team building this weekend." James didn't know that Lily and Johnson had made an appointment to go shopping this weekend. Lily looked at the message from James and was quite surprised. Johnson didn't tell her. After going around in circles, Lily went to ask Johnson again. "I heard that your company is organizing a team building this weekend." Johnson is debugging the program. The electronic puppy's legs can already move under control. After all, he is not learning from scratch. Making this thing is not that difficult, as long as he doesn't burn the microcontroller. I had a friend who participated in a competition in college and burned several microcontrollers. The slightly more expensive K60 microcontrollers were quite expensive a few years ago, and each one was enough to pay for a week's food for a college student who was short of money. Johnson was wondering how Lily knew about it. Then he remembered that he had a little cousin, and Lily and James should chat with each other often, so the topic came up naturally. "No, I haven't said it yet. Even if I did, it wouldn't affect me and the teacher going shopping, getting my nails done, and watching a movie." Lily said, "Pa, there are no two behind them at all. Okay?" "I see." Lily didn't say anything else. She seemed to have some thoughts and considerations of her own in mind. Only one day later, the team building was confirmed. In fact, most people were quite happy as the holiday syndrome had been cured, except for Johnson. James delivered the news to Lily. Sister Chun, our team building this week is confirmed. You can bring your family members. Sister Chun, do you want to come with me? Come on. Food and accommodation are provided, and we will go out and have fun together. James acted cute and asked for a hug. Lily actually wanted to go, but she didn't think it was a good idea. James threw a straight hook. Sister Chun, aren't you curious about what Johnson is like in the company? The hook was straight and the bait was salty, so I caught Lily. She is very curious. At times like this, you always want to know more about the other person and want to know all kinds of aspects, such as their preferences, what they usually do, and what they do when you can't see them. Lily sat on the bed and sent a message to Johnson. I heard that your team building has been finalized. Johnson also received the email. No, I didn't receive it. I wasn't notified about the team building. I was excluded. Lily obviously didn't believe it. If anyone excludes you, you'll complain about it. So, you should go to the team building on Saturday. Lily lay down, holding up the screen in her hand. After saying this, she could even imagine what Johnson would say, just as she predicted. Johnson said, "It's okay, teacher. Of course you have to go shopping with me on Saturday." Lily bit her lip, but the corners of her mouth turned up. She sat up again, making several movements in one sentence. She looked in the mirror. Johnson really likes me. I always feel like I'm a bit of a punk. A very popular word recently. Ordinary and confident. Lily looked at herself in the mirror. I was pretty, with good skin, a nice figure, and pretty eyes. Of course, my age was a little. Lily felt that Johnson must like her, but at the same time, she felt that it would be a joke if he didn't like her. He has invited me so many times, and we went out to play, and he even touched my head with his hand. Lily felt her face getting hot when she thought of this, and she always felt that something was not right with her mood recently. Well, I'm sorry that the teacher suddenly had something to do on Saturday, so you should go to the team building. Go ahead, be good and listen. Because I missed the appointment, the teacher will make it up to you next time and buy you something. Johnson thought that he didn't actually need any compensation. It was just that the teacher knew that he was going to team building, so he lied gently. Of course, maybe this was the case, but now Lily had a second idea. Johnson thought about it. Well, I don't need you to buy anything for me. In return, can you agree to a small request of mine? Only the crying child gets the milk. Lily asked, "What do you want?" Chapter 77, Sneak Attack, No Martial Ethics. Johnson S. Head. If one day I want to show something to a teacher, I hope the teacher can finish reading it. Even if he didn't succeed, he wouldn't die, but at least he could get the word out. That's what Johnson thought. Lily only sent one word. Good. It contains a lot of meanings. Maybe you understand it, maybe you don't. Johnson felt that he had used up a lot of energy after saying this sentence. Why does it feel like chatting sometimes consumes more energy than exercise? Johnson didn't understand. Saturday. The team building event lasts for 2 days and 1 night. We went to the booked villa in the mountains on Saturday at noon. There were billiards, computers, hot springs, and KTV. There were about 40 people. Anyway, the department had the funds, so it was all-inclusive, and we didn't have to spend a penny. Johnson and David were in the same car. David was driving, and there was no one sitting on the passenger seat. This seat was reserved for David's girlfriend, and no one else was allowed to sit there. Johnson sat in the back seat, his neck tucked into his collar. "Where's your girlfriend?" David exclaimed. "Oh no, we had a fight, you know." Johnson glanced at the passenger seat of the vehicle, seeming to want to say something, but stopping himself. David understood his brother's expression. David reached out and opened a small mirror on the passenger seat, and a note fell out. "Same old, on guard." As he spoke, he picked up the note again, put it back to its original place skillfully, and closed the mirror. Johnson was silent, and the way the two of them were getting along was a bit heavy. The love-hate relationship between David and his various girlfriends, from strangling each other from under the bed to on the bed, is so exciting that it can be published in a book. Johnson asked, not discussing David Siandra girlfriend anymore. "Who else is in this car?" Today was supposed to be the day he and Lily went shopping, but now he has to participate in team building. What a waste it is. David started the car. "James, there's someone else over there. Follow her, and then you guys can squeeze in behind her." Click. Johnson's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized something. Lily's face flashed through his mind, and he felt that this was impossible no matter how you look at it. Even if James invites Lily, she may not agree. But as the car drove on the road, Johnson, who was originally a little sleepy, gradually woke up, thinking that Lily's behavior in the past 2 days was a little abnormal, and she would tell him, "You must go, you must go. You can't pretend to be sick." She said this many times in a row. Johnson thought that Lily was more like a caring sister entrusting her careless brother with instructions, so he didn't take it to heart for a while. But now his heart trembled no way. The closer the car got, the more likely it seemed to Johnson. Soon, the car arrived at the designated intersection, the door of James's house. David looked at James and the woman next to James from a distance and felt that the woman looked very familiar. David's hands trembled, and the fear that was engraved in his instinct rose, and he even reduced the speed of the car to 10. Johnson, I think I saw Teacher Lily right next to James. Johnson remembered that there was someone who was even more cowardly. During the class reunion, he sat at the same table with Teacher Lily, so he basically didn't say anything. Johnson silently took out his phone and looked at the message Lily sent him. "Good morning, my student. Any surprises?" Johnson was caught off guard, and his brain froze. It's so unexpected, but it's not very kind to the student hearts. Lily looked at Johnson's message and smiled softly, feeling a little joy at having played a successful prank. James grabbed Lily's hand and waved it high toward Johnson. David parked the car on the side of the road and opened the back door. James said to Johnson, "Come in a little, brother." Obviously, the latter title is normal under normal circumstances, but now it makes people feel that she is doing it on purpose. James pushed Lily in, speaking as he squeezed. "Sister Chun, I feel a little carsick, so I want to sit on the side." "Love you." Lily thought that since James was carsick, there was nothing she could do, so she got in first. James followed her in happily and closed the door with a whoosh. Lily sat next to Johnson with her legs crossed, very close to him. After all, the space in the back seat was limited. Her body could not avoid being pressed against Johnson's, and her down jacket made a rustling sound from the friction. The one who was most panicked at the moment was David, not Johnson. David stuttered, "Teacher Lily, why are you here? It turns out you know James." Lily patted her clothes. "Yes, I'm Cousin James. What a coincidence." Lily still remembers David calling Johnson's sister-in-law on the phone. Due to an unexpected incident at the last class reunion, she didn't have time to talk to him. In certain situations, women can be quite vengeful, and this is one of the situations now. David cleared his throat, many things flashed through his mind, and finally turned into silence. Lily hit David. "I heard you changed your girlfriend again?" David let out an ah, and slowly started the car. Yes. There was an unclear smile on Lily's face, and only Johnson knew that it was a grudge. "Why do you keep changing it? Is the girl not good?" David was trembling. "No, it's my fault. Anyway, it doesn't fit. It's all my fault." Lily sighed softly. "Well, teachers are like this. They don't need to say anything, just a sigh, and the students have already thought of 1,000 things in their hearts." Even Johnson couldn't say a word. Good brothers are in the heart, and brothers should wish each other well. David was sweating profusely. Why did Lily put pressure on him as soon as she came today? He didn't offend her at all. Oh, it sounded like an accusation, as well as like saying that he didn't teach her well, but David didn't dare to say much. Even when he glanced at the rearview mirror inside the car, he just took a quick look and then continued to look forward. Johnson was very close to Lily and could feel her arms and thighs, but his body was a little stiff. David spoke to Johnson. "I didn't expect that Teacher Lily is actually James' cousin, right, Johnson?" James huddled in a corner, holding a small steamed bun in her hand, eating it with great relish. This was her brunch. Johnson said, Yeah. Lily said, "What a coincidence." James was eating a steamed bun, poked his head out, and made a scissors hand gesture to Johnson. "Yeah, what a coincidence. I never expected it." The three people had their own thoughts, and only David knew nothing. Lily types for Johnson. "Did I disturb your normal play?" She blinked, but she was actually a little worried. After all, she came uninvited, and Johnson might be unhappy. Lily didn't understand when she became like this. She didn't think she would become that troublesome and annoying woman. Lily also has a lot of little thoughts and thinks about all kinds of messy things. In fact, Johnson was surprised and delighted and typed it back. "No, it's just a pity that I can't help the teacher change clothes." Lily corrected. "It's about helping the teacher choose clothes, not changing clothes. There's something wrong with your wording." Johnson played dumb. "Teacher, I have returned my Chinese." Lily reached out her hand, half annoyed, and gently pinched Johnson's waist. Chapter 78, Flower Name. She didn't pinch hard, but Johnson could feel it clearly. Johnson's left hand grasped Lily's right wrist very gently. Lily was slightly annoyed. She felt that Johnson was becoming more and more natural in doing such things. Johnson placed his right hand back on Lily's thigh, and his left hand rested on her wrist for a moment before retracting. In the small corner of the back row, The two had a brief physical exchange. James finished his bun and happily joined in the fun. What are you two doing? Why aren't you talking? Are you feeling unwell? Lily coughed lightly. I'm afraid I'll disturb you guys from going out to play today. Lily spoke out loud this time, probably to the other two. Johnson shook his head and continued. No, you're welcome to come and play. By the way, David is a great barbecue expert. You must try his cooking tonight. David felt that his brothers were messing with his mentality. It was a bit cold today, but he kept sweating. Sure. How can I not welcome the teacher? Of course I welcome you. Why is it so hot? Is the air conditioner too high? At this moment, he thought of the scene when he discussed the autumn outing with James that day. No wonder this girl spoke well of teacher Lily. It turned out that they knew each other, and she was brought here today just for revenge. David wiped the sweat from his forehead with his right hand, wondering if James had told Lily about what he had said behind her back. David didn't know was that there was another person who had already infiltrated the enemy and was bribed by the enemy. What he also didn't know was that James didn't even need to say bad things, because what he said had already been heard. Then a few people chatted idly. After a few sentences, James fell asleep. It seemed that he was really a little carsick. Lily was also a little sleep-deprived. She couldn't sleep last night and thought about the scene when she came here today for a long time. In fact, she didn't think about it deliberately. She just lay in bed and those images popped into her head uncontrollably. I would think about Johnson's expression and what he would say. As I thought about it, I would cover my head with a quilt or just stare at the ceiling with my eyes exposed. The curtains of the school staff dormitory were thin, and the faint light of the city at night shone through the curtains, allowing her to make out the outline of the ceiling lights. When the lights were on, Johnson would sit on the sofa, sometimes serious, sometimes joking, walking around the room, leaving his footsteps on every corner of the floor. When the lights were turned off, his shadow was no longer in the room, but his voice could still be heard. Teacher, teacher, teacher. He kept shouting like this and was very enthusiastic. It's all his fault. Lily thought so and complained in her heart. It's all his fault. As she was thinking, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. It seemed that because there was someone beside her, she slept very peacefully. Johnson could feel Lily's body leaning towards him, her head resting on his shoulder. He was a little nervous, sitting up straight, trying to give Lily some support so that she could sleep more conveniently. Johnson was a little worried that his shoulders were too tight and whether the teacher would feel uncomfortable. At this moment, he felt part of Lily's body weight, which was so light. Although he didn't know the teacher's current weight, and it was normal for it to change over time, Johnson always felt that the teacher was very slender and he didn't need to use any strength to lift her up. He put one hand under her waist and the other hand under her thighs and lifted the teacher up in an instant. David wanted to say more, and after saying the beginning of his words, he was interrupted by Johnson's hush sound, and Johnson spoke in a low voice. They are asleep. David said, "Oh," then stopped talking and drove obediently. After driving for more than an hour, we finally arrived at the designated team-building location. There were several small villas lined up on the hillside, with green mountains and clear waters, and the environment looked quite leisurely. Lily was in a daze when she heard someone calling her. Teacher, we're here." Lily opened her eyes hazily. She felt like she hadn't gotten enough sleep. Today's pillow was particularly comfortable. Lily opened her eyes, looked around, and saw Johnson smiling at her. The face was so close that she woke up immediately. She sat up quickly, her face slightly flushed, and her hands on her knees. Johnson repeated it to Lily. Teacher, we're here. James opened the car door directly, rolled out quickly, and ran straight to the bathroom. I can't stand it. It's so uncomfortable. Johnson thought that this guy was not joking when he said he was carsick. He thought James was just joking. That shouldn't be the case. Don't people who get motion sickness also get motion sickness when playing 3D games? Johnson didn't understand. Johnson opened the door on this side, and Lily got out with Johnson. Johnson said, Teacher, if you feel embarrassed, just follow me. Lily nodded and said, At this time, a voice sounded and shouted towards this side. Lo! Johnson's body froze. Lily was puzzled. Who was he calling? Whose name was so magical? Johnson turned slowly and looked at his colleague. What's wrong? Lily froze, shock clearly visible on her face. Wait, why is Johnson called Lopez? Johnson immediately lowered his voice and explained to Lily. It's a nickname. It's like a code name. It's a company rule. Johnson feels a little out of place every time he hears this name. In an internet company, people are given a nickname when they join the company, and everyone in the office calls each other by the nickname. The original intention was to reduce class relations, but it still feels weird. They're similar to the girls in the Jiafangxi. They don't go home at night, they don't have their own names, and they come out to receive customers when whose name is called. They all rely on their youth to make a living. To sum up, internet companies are equivalent to the Jiafangxi. UXX are really a little genius. Lopez was a random name given by Johnson. He is a stone sculpture in the adventures of Jackie Chan, and a Saint Seiya who once sealed the Holy Lord. Most people don't have much impression of this name and don't think about it in detail anyway. David's nickname is Zeta. He originally wanted to take the name of a character in The King of Fighters, but all the popular characters have been taken. Even Chun-Li has been used, so David can only use this. Every time someone shouts David, Johnson feels that David will grit his teeth and shout Zestim Ray. James' nickname is Mabel, the twin sister in Grammar Garden. Johnson quickly turned to his colleague. "What's wrong?" A colleague came over and said, "I'll have to trouble you to wash the vegetables later this afternoon. I'll give you your portion then." Johnson nodded. "Okay. Team building is like this. We have to do all the cooking and barbecue in the evening by ourselves, and everyone has their own things to do, such as washing vegetables, washing dishes, or cooking." The task of cooking was given to the older colleagues who were very good at home cooking, so the assistant work was given to others. After saying this, my colleague left and went to arrange work for other people. Of course, those who drove cars did not have to be responsible for these things because driving was also a job, such as picking people up and dropping them off. After his colleague left, Johnson turned around silently and tried to flee the scene. Lily looked at Johnson, put her hands to her mouth, with a smirk in her eyes, and called softly, "Lo." Chapter 79, I seem to like him. In fact, it's not that embarrassing to be called by people in the company. Everyone has a strange name, even Captain Dragonfly, Kabuta, and the like. None of the Calabash brothers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are left, especially in Journey to the West, with so many characters in total, but not a single one is left. Johnson looked embarrassed. "Teacher, can we not call you by this name? It's just a code name. It's embarrassing. What's the difference between this and his vest being exposed?" Son Gohan doesn't want others to know that he is the Scion Mass Driver. Lily smiled again and looked at Johnson. "Isn't it nice to listen to? I quite like it. Besides, since you chose it that way, it doesn't matter if I shout it out." Johnson was looking for David out of the corner of his eye, but David disappeared as soon as he got out of the car. Johnson was silent. "Don't you want to know who I usually hang out with? Why did the people run away when they came?" Johnson thought about it. Why does spring rush so quickly? The beastly clouds swallow the setting sun, and the bow moon shoots meteors. Lily blushed. The first half of the sentence was her previous online name, and the second half was her personal signature. At that time, I liked to read all kinds of miscellaneous books and thought they were very well written, so I wrote them down. Now, when I think about it, it just seems like I was just being pretentious. But this thing happened several years ago, and she had almost forgotten it, but it was remembered by another person. Johnson didn't intend to remember it, but after reading it several times, he just remembered it. Lily was extremely embarrassed and annoyed. She felt uncomfortable when her former online name was mentioned. She raised her thin eyebrows and glared at Johnson. "How come you remember all these random things so clearly? You have such a good memory? Why can't you remember the verses of the ancient poetry, fill in the blank?" Lily was angry. This boy was using his brain for such improper things. Johnson thought that if the signature could be longer, the teacher could put the whole peepish shing into it. Maybe he would be able to remember it, and he wouldn't have to recite it drowsily every day. Johnson coughed lightly. "What a poetic sentence, teacher. I don't know where I saw it." Did you use it before? But since it's already been chosen, it doesn't matter if I shout it out." Lily became even more annoyed and reached out to strangle him. "Well, you only know how to make up stories about your teacher. I'll tear your mouth apart for always talking nonsense." Johnson ran. "Teacher, I'm going to work, teacher." Lily watched him running so fast, bit her lip lightly, and could only helplessly look at Johnson's back, this kid. Inside the villa, David was playing mahjong with others, while James and Johnson were washing vegetables. Johnson was already in the kitchen. James just came out of the bathroom, rubbing his stomach, and walked into the kitchen with a weak look on his face, leaning against the wall. "It's so uncomfortable." Johnson saw that she looked pale and took out his cell phone. "They should have motion sickness medicine. Let me ask." Johnson sent a message in the group asking, "Which brother has motion sickness medicine?" He quickly received a reply, and some medicine was even delivered to him. James took it from his colleague and said, "Thank you," then said, "Thank you, brother," to Johnson. Johnson was silent. "What brother do you mean?" "Don't call me brother." He took a bottle of mineral water from the living room next door and handed it to James. "Is it that serious? Why don't you go lie down for a while? I can do this job by myself anyway." James took the mineral water, his face filled with emotion and tears. "Wow, it's mainly because I played games last night and only slept for 2 hours, so now my head and stomach are upset." Johnson was angry. "You deserve it." "No wonder." He said, "How could he get so carsick?" James pouted, seeming very dissatisfied with Johnson's ruthlessness. Johnson waved his hand helplessly. "Go ahead. Go to your room and catch up on your sleep. I can do it myself." James propped himself up on the table. "Haha, it's okay, it's only 2 hours. I just took a nap in the car. I'm super brave now." As she said this, a voice sounded behind them. "Do you want me to help you?" Lily popped up. The big cutie suddenly appeared. James immediately turned around and fell into Lilia's arms, resting his head on Lilia's chest. "Ah, Sister Chun, wow, Johnson is mean to me." Lily patted James' head and turned to look at Johnson. "What's going on?" Johnson picked leaves. "What? Can someone be considered harsh if he only slept for 2 hours at night, knowing that he would be carsick the next day during team building and was told that he deserved it?" "That's true. I am sorry." Lily understood. So that's what was happening. James backed gently. "You go to bed. I'll help you, it's okay." James nodded gratefully and waddled off, taking a bite of one of Johnson's freshly washed carrots. Johnson suspected she was starved. He is really not picky about food. Lily put her hands behind her back and moved next to Johnson. "How about it? You need help from the teacher? The kind that cannot be refused." Johnson's words seemed to have been predicted, and he swallowed the words in his throat again. He turned his head and saw Lily winking at him. The noisy energy just now was lost in an instant, and he nodded slowly. "Then I'll trouble you, teacher." Trouble was a bit polite. It was actually past the time for the two of them to be polite, but Johnson still said it unconsciously. Lily smiled and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair wrists. "It's okay. I'm good at this." Lily is really good at it. Anyway, all the housework is done. Johnson has been a little bored when eating recently. He still misses the food his teacher cooked. Once you have seen the sea, you will never be able to compare it to the water. Lily and Johnson were washing vegetables together. It was very quiet, and there was the sound of mahjong playing outside. Bum, bum. Who? I don't know whose luck it is. It sounds like David's. He got into trouble right from the start. The outside and the inside are two different worlds. When he is with her, he always feels like he is in another world. There is no need to do anything, no need to deliberately do anything. Even washing vegetables seemed infinitely beautiful. The winter sun shone through the open window and fell on Lily's white wrists, making her already fair skin even whiter and more shinier. There were 2 iron bars in the window, so the shadow formed a circle on Lilia's hand. Johnson glanced at Lilia's wrist, while Lily was secretly looking at Johnson as profile. She looked at his hair, and her heart skipped a beat. At this moment, a strange thought came to her mind, and she said something in her heart. I do like him." As if confirming his own feelings, the words fell so naturally in his heart. "No." Lily finally realized what she was thinking, and her face turned red, hotter than before. She didn't know what to do for a moment, and just picked the vegetables silently. The warm water from the faucet falls, water of moderate temperature, not the warm water that Hien likes. Lily's fingers were wet with water as she placed the washed vegetables in the basket beside her, moving almost in sync with Johnson's movements, wondering why she was in such a mood. She secretly glanced at Johnson again, then quickly looked away, and then looked at Johnson again, with curiosity, attention, and complex thoughts in her eyes. How could it turn out like this? She never imagined that one day she would develop such complicated feelings for a student who was younger than her and whom she had taught. For a moment, she felt a little at a loss as to what to do with this sudden feeling. That emotion occupied her heart, moving restlessly, and sometimes causing her heart to beat along with it. She didn't know what to do. Lily to feel this way. If being moved means that the heartbeat quickens at a certain moment when seeing that person, then liking someone is more like a continuous flow of heartbeats, strung together frame by frame. Lily has been thinking about this a lot lately. She keeps her head down and is too embarrassed to look at Johnson again. Lily reached out to take the vegetables in the plastic bag, and coincidentally, another hand reached out and rested on the back of her hand. Lily looked up and met Johnson's gaze. Surprise was written all over their faces, and they both cried out in unison. "Huh?" Chapter 80. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Johnson didn't mean it. His fingertips lingered on the back of Lilia's hand, which was smooth and soft, stained with warm water droplets, and he briefly felt her body temperature. This was not the first time Johnson touched Lilia's hand. He had even held his teacher's hand before, when they were climbing a mountain. But every time he felt that the teacher's hands were so slender. Johnson pulled his hand back. "Excuse me." Lily blushed slightly. "It's okay. It's okay." She knew Johnson didn't mean it, but those thoughts and ideas had been lingering in her head for the past 2 days, and she suddenly understood everything as if she had suddenly become enlightened. Johnson's fingers on the back of her hand, just now, was so clear, more obvious than usual. It was just an ordinary contact, which would have been fine at any other time, but it happened when she was daydreaming. The girl in my heart had already covered her face and slowly squatted down, with shyness written all over her ears, to the point that she now doesn't know whether to treat Johnson as a student, a person of the opposite sex, or both. Their identities changed unconsciously. Lily looked at Johnson from time to time, watching his Adam's apple rolling up and down when he spoke, which made her want to press and touch it, to touch him while he was talking. Is this feeling really love? It seemed real. When I saw him, the skies suddenly became bright. I felt relaxed and happy. I couldn't help but want to look at him a few more times. A mess of things emerged in my mind. Lily didn't know whether this feeling was caused by being attracted to him or because of her frequent contact with Johnson. But if we just keep trying to trace the source, it would seem a bit unreasonable. How could such a thing be explained clearly? Lily seemed to understand and was convinced that, yes, she had developed romantic feelings for her student. She washed the vegetables silently and accepted this feeling calmly, even though this feeling was not what she expected. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. The residual temperature in her head dropped. In an narrow space, there was only the sound of flowing water, which kept flowing and then swirled into the entrance of the drain. Northern hemisphere, counterclockwise. The two of them quickly washed the vegetables. Johnson handed the vegetables to his colleague and asked Lily where she wanted to go. There were quite a few activities, but Lily didn't want to do anything. She came just to see Johnson. Johnson asked Lily if she wanted to play billiards. Lily shook her head and said she didn't know how to play. Johnson asked Lily if she wanted to play mahjong. Lily said she didn't know how to play either. Johnson then asked Lily what she could play. Lily asked suddenly, holding her face, "Am I a very boring person?" Lily was worried. How come she couldn't do this or that? She seemed to know nothing about this. She was doomed. Lily is worried that she and Johnson can't play together. What should she do? Johnson thought it was funny that the teacher's eyebrows suddenly drooped, as if they had drooped on his heart. Johnson shook his head. "No, I don't know how either. I just happened to ask." Johnson also doesn't know how to play billiards. He played it once with a friend. He only played half, and his friend played half, and they played the black ball in the end. Johnson also doesn't know how to play mahjong. 3 is a touch, 4 is a gang, and 14 is a who. Johnson made a suggestion. "Teacher, let's do something." Lily asked with a blushing face. What will it be? All sorts of random thoughts started to emerge in her mind, and she felt that Johnson would never say such frivolous words, but she couldn't stop thinking about it. Johnson said, "Teacher, let's watch something together." Lily listened to this, breathed a sigh of relief, and began to pinch herself with her nails. Johnson brought a tablet, and the two of them chose a quiet place, the room where Johnson would sleep at night, and they sat on the edge of the bed and read together. Actually, you can also watch a drama, but if you want to read a book, the two of you should sit closer. It was a book neither of them had read. It was probably about mental illness. The subject matter was very strange, but the content was very interesting. After I grew up, time always ran fast and passed by quickly, so afternoons like this reading together seemed too pleasant. The winter sun shone in from the window, falling on Lilia's black trouser legs, her delicate profile, and her shiny black hair. Johnson might be reading a book or looking at her. She might be reading a book or she might be reading Johnson. Looking back at that afternoon, everything seemed so pleasant. When I was in a hurry and didn't know what to do, such an afternoon was enough to make me feel content. Time passed, and it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Johnson suddenly said, "Teachers are not boring people." Lily turned her eyes away from the tablet. "What?" Johnson repeated. "The teacher is not a boring person. It's just that the things the teacher likes are different from theirs and may also be different from me. But this does not mean that the teacher is boring." Lily pondered over it and always felt that there seemed to be another meaning in these words. "But I'm afraid you'll be bored." Lily gradually confirmed her feelings. If he really liked her, she might also really like him. This kind of thing should also be within the scope of consideration. When we actually got along, I found that I could neither play games nor say interesting things. Just think about how boring life would be. Johnson said. How could that be? He suddenly stood up, his face beaming with joy. When I read with my teacher, I feel like I have suddenly become enlightened, as if my run and do meridians have been opened. If my teacher had sat next to me to read, I think I would have remembered everything. Lily sat on the edge of the bed, looked up at Johnson, didn't get annoyed, nor did she say he was talkative. She just said, oh, but it didn't seem perfunctory. This sound was round, full, and well-behaved, with some emotion. She looked at him, then lowered her head again. Johnson's heart skipped a beat. That's strange. Teacher Lily is different from usual. Johnson scratched his head, then sat down next to Lily, and the two of them continued reading. Lily realized that this was what it meant to be liked. She was taken care of when she said something, and it was so casual. She felt that he was really handsome. Lily stood up. I'm going to the bathroom. Johnson was stunned for a moment, then saw Lily trot into the bathroom next door and close the door. Lily looked at herself in the mirror, her heart a mess. She had an unknown expression on her face, pursed her lips, and shyness was written all over her face. Who was this woman? This is not me at all, she thought. That's not like me at all. Lily turned on the faucet and washed her hands with ice water. She placed her cold hands on her forehead, and her head and heart calmed down. Lily looked at herself in the mirror. The water had wet her bangs, which looked a bit ugly. So she took out a tissue from her bag, wiped her face, and fixed her bangs. Her makeup was not ruined, but it felt like her lipstick was a little bit wiped off. So she took out some lipstick from her bag and colored her lips. Finally, she pricked her lips, and when she felt it was acceptable, she opened the bathroom door and walked out in small steps. She sat next to Johnson and said something. I'm sorry to keep you waiting here. Johnson said with a smile. No, not for long. Chapter 81 Feeding. Night. David was grilling the barbecue, and a group of people were surrounding him. David thought that he had already done the job of a driver, but now he had to do the barbecue work. How pitiful it is to have a drifting fate. He shouted weakly. Mutton kebabs, lamb kebabs, grilled gluten. This fragrant taste will make you linger in your dreams, and my roasted gluten will melt your heart. He also hummed softly. In front of him, a group of colleagues were crying out for help. David won $200 from his supervisor in the afternoon, which was a bit embarrassing. Although there is no class distinction in the office, David did not expect that his supervisor was so green and loved to play, and he was crazy about giving away shots. In the last shot, he hit 3 people with 1 shot, which was really amazing. When there were fewer people around, Johnson went to David's place to join in the fun. David looked at Johnson, and their eyes met in midair. David rolled his left and right hands around the grill, looking like a master. Where's your girlfriend? Why don't you bring your girlfriend here? Johnson shrugged. Didn't you bring your girlfriend too? David glared, his eyes rolling like bells. Great, you finally admitted it. Tell me your name and where you are from. Johnson shook his head. No, if I ever really date someone, I will definitely introduce them to you. David had a flash of inspiration, and this was also a great idea. Sure, we can go on a double date. You bring your girlfriend, and I bring mine, and we'll go out and play. It's just right for 2 people to play together, and sometimes we feel like there aren't enough people. Johnson didn't say anything, but silently took a handful of skewers from David's hand and placed them on the tray. Johnson took the string into the room, to a small table by the window where both James and Lily were chatting. I've already had dinner and just ate a little. The chef's cooking skills are really good. Johnson put the tray on the table. Lily said, thank you, and James reached out to grab a kebab, took it, and said, thank you, boss, while biting in his mouth. James said incoherently while biting into a kebab, boss, when will the work start, boss? Johnson wondered, when did I become a boss? Lily knew that James was helping Johnson, so she wasn't surprised and just listened to the conversation between the two. James saluted. Since you started this production plan, boss. Johnson rubbed his fingers against his temple. Okay, let's continue starting tomorrow. But there's something I've always been curious about. Why do I want to help? James made the number 8 with his hand and placed it under his mouth. Because I don't have that kind of determination. I've tried it before, but I think it's too hard, tiring, and not necessarily fun. In the end, maybe no one will play it, even if people criticize it. At least someone will play it. But if no one plays it, wouldn't all the work be wasted? Johnson understood. Creation is like this. Often, No one cares about the things you create after racking your brains. Sometimes, even bad reviews become warm. This is the bottom line. James said, "You haven't thought about anything like that, have you?" Johnson shook his head, then nodded. "I thought about it, but I didn't pay much attention to it. I just wanted to make it." James gave a thumbs up. "Yeah, it's amazing." Johnson didn't think it was a big deal. He just wanted to do it and did it without hesitation. David sometimes mentioned this about him. "Yeah, it's amazing." Lily also followed and praised him. She didn't eat anything, but just put her hands on the table and looked at Johnson with her face in her hands. There seemed to be something else in her eyes, which were bright and full. The same words gave Johnson different feelings. Whenever Lily said this, his heart beat faster. He turned to look at Lily. Their eyes met in the air, as gentle as flowing water. James looked around at the two of them, biting into the skewer. No one ate the skewers on the table. They were all hers. James devoured the meal in no time, ate his fill, burped, and patted his belly. "I'll go back to my room first, Sister Chun." She and Lily shared a room, with 2 beds in one room, 2 people per room, while Johnson shared a room with David. Johnson went to get 2 more skewers of barbecue. There were no people around this time, so Johnson and Lily sat opposite each other and ate the skewers in silence. Johnson asked, "Does the teacher think it's fun?" Lily nodded. "It's quite interesting. In various senses, it is quite interesting. Sometimes it is also an interesting thing to sort out your own feelings. From not understanding anything to confirming these things, it is quite an uneasy thing." She now looked at Johnson in a more natural way. Johnson nodded. "That's good." Johnson also noticed some changes in Lily. He rested his hands on the table. If it was really as he thought. Lily looked at Johnson's hands, but thought he was struggling over whether to eat the last skewer of lamb. "You eat it. The teacher can't eat anymore." Johnson looked up. "What?" Lily grabbed the skewer of lamb and handed it to Johnson. "Come, eat." She originally wanted to hand it to Johnson, but Johnson paused for 2 seconds. He looked at the hand in front of him, took it with his mouth, and bit the string. Lily blushed. How shameless. Sometimes I really want to know what's wrong with a student like me. I didn't say I was going to feed him. Lily thought so, but she clenched her hands and cooperated with Johnson to pull out. Johnson ate that piece of meat happily. Lily took the rest and asked with concern and resentment, "How is it? Is it cold?" Johnson shook his head. Lily smoothed her hair around her ears with her left hand, and the slight shyness she felt faded away, and her tone became gentle. "Oh, it's good. I haven't finished eating yet." She then handed the string to Johnson's mouth again, this time not to his hand, but to his food with a clear meaning. Johnson bit anyway. Lily cooperated with him and slowly ate the mutton. She put the bamboo stick on the table, feeling that it was a really shameful thing. Johnson doesn't feel ashamed. Johnson thinks the lamb kebabs are delicious. Lily wiped her hands. "Let's go back and rest. It's getting late." Johnson said and walked towards his room. He opened the door and found that David was already asleep. He took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and found that David had sent him a message. "The barbecue chef is off work. I won't go to the hot springs if they want to. It's boring. I'm going to sleep first." Johnson then simply tidied up, lay down on the bed, and sorted out his mood. Johnson slept lightly, thinking about many things, falling asleep, and waking up again. Chapter 82, The Student's Hands Are Warm. Johnson woke up in the middle of the night, and David was still snoring. Johnson thought that Lily was upstairs in the next building, and she and James were in the same room. He wondered if the two would chat and whether he would be included in the conversation. He hoped that they would, but if so, he was worried about what they would say. When talking about yourself, do you say good things or bad things? He turned over, put on his trousers and the down jacket beside the bed, glanced at David, who was still sleeping, opened the door, and walked out. David heard the door open. His snoring was interrupted, and his eyes opened a crack. Johnson walked down the stairs outside, step by step. Several villas were connected in series. He heard the voice of a colleague from the villa next door. It sounded like he had just returned from the hot spring. Johnson walked all the way to the courtyard downstairs, where there was a small ping-pong table, a stone table, and several stone benches. Johnson sat down next to the stone table. The stone bench was a bit cold, which made him a little more conscious. He thought about what he was going to say in his mind. Johnson actually received a love letter from a little girl. It was very short, with the first sentence to Johnson and the second sentence BYXX. In the middle it said, "Although you talk too much and are a little funny, I like you." It doesn't sound like a confession, but rather like he's looking for trouble. Johnson also gradually realized that he was a funny person in many people's lives. He thought he was a serious person, but the love letters he received all had the word ha written on them, with a big smiling face, his mouth open and teeth showing, shaking up and down. What kind of cognitive difference is this? It's obvious that I'm not funny at all. As a result, while thinking this way, there was not even a love letter that could be used as a reference. While he was daydreaming, he heard a rustling sound of footsteps behind him. Sometimes, when you get to know someone so well, even the sound of that person's footsteps can be imprinted in your mind, as well as the scent of that person. Johnson turned around. He felt a pair of hands touching him and covering his eyes, accompanied by a fake, slightly deep voice. Guess who I am? Johnson's mind is full of that funny animation. Du gyuj, Wooly Trust Hen Level, Pray Nia. Johnson naturally knew who the owner of these hands was. Lily didn't sleep. She couldn't fall asleep because she was very worried. It was also possible that her sleeping hours were irregular during the holidays. She slept during the day and couldn't fall asleep at night. Lily woke up in the middle of the night. James was sleeping soundly, with his limbs and head spread out in 5 directions. He was talking in his sleep, and the content of the talk was mostly about food. Lily then walked to the balcony, leaning against it to enjoy the cool breeze. The temperature had warmed up a little recently, and it was a little cold at night, but not to the point of being bone-chilling, which was just enough to clear her head. Lily didn't expect to see a familiar figure walking in the yard. She knew who it was just by the way he walked. Johnson randomly mentioned the name of an office colleague. It's Emma, Lily said in a deep voice. You're wrong, you stupid thing. The habitual words almost came out of my mouth. Johnson suddenly realized. I know, it's Lilith. Why aren't you asleep yet? Lily was so angry that her teeth itched. Where did this name come from? Is there anyone named Lilith in your office? I'll give you one last chance. Johnson suddenly realized. Oh, it's Teacher Lily. Teacher Lily, why are you here? No words were spoken behind me. Lily bit her lips slightly and stared at Johnson from behind. She felt a hand gently coming up to her, gently grasping her hand and lowering her hand. After it stopped in the air, it seemed to pause for a second before slowly letting go. Lily felt a little confused. She sighed and sat down opposite Johnson. Lily sat on the cold stone bench, crossed her legs, turned to look at Johnson, with dissatisfaction written on her face. So, when did you know? I guess he knew it a long time ago, and he even grabbed my hand. It must be intentional. Lily pretended to be nonchalant, but she was actually a little confused. Too much. Lily thought about this. She felt more and more that Johnson was a shrewd guy and was becoming more and more vicious day by day. But her eyes became gentle again. After all, Johnson didn't hold her hand hard, nor did he do anything rash. He just gently put her hand down. Johnson said, I knew it when Teacher Lily was mean to me just now. After all, Teacher Lily has always been mean to me like this. It's hard not to know when that kind of oppressive aura is released. Johnson was talking nonsense. Lily wondered how she had ever been mean to him and how she had wronged him. Am I fierce? Johnson shook his head. I'm sorry, teacher. I let it slip. Lily realized that every word Johnson used was meant to irritate her, and after a few words, she couldn't help but want to reach out and pinch his face. Well, you're getting bolder and bolder. Lily stood up, stood in front of Johnson, pinched Johnson's face, and pulled it to both sides gently. Where am I fierce? Johnson's eyes rested on Lily's hands. Teacher, what you are doing now is very... Lily was silent for a moment, withdrew her hand, and coughed lightly. No, your teacher is obviously very gentle. She was provoked by you. Johnson wondered if this was his fault, but he seemed quite happy to have his face pinched by the teacher. Lily withdrew her hand, sat back down, and exhaled again, calming herself down and caring. What's wrong, can't sleep? Johnson said. I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't fall asleep, so I came down to sit for a while. Can't the teacher fall asleep too? Johnson always remembered Huaimin has not slept yet. Huaimin looked up in confusion and asked, Lao Deng, what's going on? Lily nodded. I slept too much during the day, so I couldn't sleep. Johnson thought so and asked, what gift would you like for your teacher's birthday? Lily then remembered that her birthday was approaching. No, not that soon. Wait, this meant that she would be 28 years old soon. She was so heartbroken. I want a way to regain my youth. Lily didn't think twice. Johnson smiled. I'm going to develop a time machine right now, but there's no need to worry about age all the time, sir. Lily shook her head. You don't understand. Before the age of 25, I always felt that I was growing older. But after the age of 25, I felt that I was getting older as my age increased. After all, it was a bit cold. After sitting outside for a long time, Lily gently rubbed her right hand with her left hand. Johnson sat down next to Lily. No, you can't think like that. Teacher, you are too anxious about your age. What should I think about that? After all, unexpected things may happen every day, so we can't think that we're going downhill after reaching a certain time, but we are always moving forward. Johnson said this, and Lily tilted her head in confusion. Is that so? Johnson said. Yes, yes. Is the teacher cold? Lily nodded. A little bit. Johnson stretched out his hand, this time not a scarf or clothes, but his own hand, and put it on Lily's hands from both sides to wrap her hands. Teacher, my hands are very warm. Please warm them for me. Chapter 83, Above the Heart. Johnson's hands were indeed warm. Lily's two little hands were held in his hands. Lily was stunned, looking down at her hands, feeling hot in her heart, but pretending nothing happened. It's warmer than the teacher's hands. She frowned. The feeling of Johnson holding her hand made her feel that she really liked it. Or the feeling of being held by the hand of your loved one. No, no, no. How can you call your student your sweetheart? Lily, what are you thinking about? But it's not wrong to call the person you like your sweetheart. Heart upon heart. Above the heart is uneasy, not below, nor in the heart. It's as if there's a little person standing there pressing on the tip of her heart, making her feel uneasy. Lily stood there, chewing on the words secretly. Once you become aware of your own emotions, everything else becomes strange, like vinegar and sugar poured together into your stomach, mixed with different emotions. I really seem to like Johnson. This hesitant sentence has appeared in her mind many times. Every time this thought came to her mind, she would doubt it, and then be convinced, repeating this way and that, in an upward spiral, accumulating like sand. In the darkness of the night, Johnson couldn't see Lily's hidden face. He could only see the ends of her black hair. So he continued to hold her hand close to his, as if he was really just trying to keep her warm. Lily bit her lip, let Johnson participate in team building, saying that he wanted to see what he was like in the company, but in fact he was just thinking about meeting him. If I want to talk to him, it's not enough to just talk on the phone. Seeing him, watching his joyful smile, and listening to him talking in my ear, just that makes me very happy. That's terrible. That's too bad, Lily thought. But she blushed secretly and felt that this kind of moment was really good. Johnson casually changed the subject and broke the silence. What kind of gift would the teacher like for his birthday? Would the teacher prefer something practical or something pretty or both? Only then did Lily realize that Johnson actually remembered her birthday. How could he remember such an insignificant thing so clearly? Lily said with a hum. Let me think about it. I don't have anything special I want. Just buy a small cake and come to my house for dinner. I'll make you something to eat. What do you want to eat? Gradually, Lily has figured out Johnson's taste, which is slightly spicy and homely. He likes the fried tofu and meat that she makes herself. The tofu is bought from the second stall on the right at the vegetable market 2 blocks away from the school. Johnson likes that. Some things are really remembered unconsciously and slowly based on habit. I remember everything. Lily and Johnson still maintain that posture. Johnson said, I love everything the teacher cooks. Lily said, oh, then I'll think about doing something to celebrate that day. She still kept her head down, and they were both silent. After a while, she slowly removed her hand from Johnson's. Okay, it's warm enough now. Go back and have a rest. Thank you for your hard work. Lily said this, and finally raised her head, looking at Johnson gently, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Can you fall asleep? Johnson nodded. Yes, I think I can have a good dream. Lily smiled. That's good. Johnson asked back, can the teacher fall asleep? Lily hesitated and nodded. Yes, but the teacher doesn't dream often. Lily said this. The two of them turned their heads away silently, looked at the ground, walked towards the house, and slowly climbed the stairs. But at this time, there was another figure on the balcony who quickly shrank back into the quilt. That's David. He saw Johnson wake up and go to the bathroom and wondered what Johnson was doing, lying on the bed looking at his phone. Seeing that Johnson was not coming back, he lay on the balcony and watched. It was a quiet night, and those few words floated faintly into David's ears. David felt as if the sky had fallen on him. His face was filled with horror, and his eyes rolled back. WTF? WTF? What is this? What's this? What did he see? In an instant, many things were connected in David's mind, and in an instant he suddenly had an epiphany and understood everything. His good brother Johnson like? Why did the teacher put pressure on him as soon as he came today? Why did Johnson explain at the class reunion and still go on the autumn outing? Crazy, this world is crazy. David held his head, wishing he could take his brain out, dig out the piece of memory, and put the brain back in. He actually called her sister-in-law shamelessly on the phone that day. He was so bold and fearless. This is so fucking ridiculous. This is so fucking ridiculous. I treat you as my brother, but you want to be my master's wife. Don't ask why it's my master's wife. Looking at the way the two of them are so affectionate with each other, if David didn't understand, all his years of love life would have been in vain. But it's really too fucking outrageous. Too fucking outrageous. Too fucking outrageous. David thought there must be something wrong with the world. He actually invited Johnson on a double date. What kind of idea was this? Was he crazy? Johnson said they are not together yet. What does it mean to be together? Then what else does it mean to be together? David was shivering in his bed. Johnson and Lily said goodbye at the stairs. Johnson opened the door of the room, glanced at David on the bed, who was still sleeping peacefully, and crawled into his bed with a guilty conscience. In fact, he didn't mean to hide it from David, but he hadn't succeeded yet and was afraid of making a fool of himself. So he simply didn't say anything, at least until he confessed his feelings. Confessions must always be made seriously. You can't be so casual and say it on the phone in a rush. It always feels a little insincere. Well, of course the heart is sincere, but Johnson, I also want there to be a little sense of ritual. All his hopes rested on Cyber Puppy. The model has been assembled. It is a light blue puppy with white ears. The model is made by myself using 3D printing and ABS material. The head is a rounded square with chamfered corners and small white ears, which are hollowed out. It weighs only a few dozen grams in total, and the printing price is not high. There is a small black screen in the middle. The puppy is the size of a palm, has a universal charging port, and is equipped with a small battery that can support a certain period of time. It has a Bluetooth module that can be connected to a mobile phone app, and has a voice module that can understand commands. Johnson said to the puppy, "Sit down." The puppy's 4 feet are shaped like ratchet claws and water droplets. Their stepper motors connected to a microcontroller and can simulate different effects. The puppy lay on its hind legs with its front legs straight, as if it was sitting down. Johnson said, "Climb." The puppy began to crawl forward. Puppies use their feet to identify sounds. There is a reason for association. Johnson said, "Stretch out your hand." The puppy stretched out its right paw, and its blue eyes on the screen blinked, looking very smart. At this point, basically all the functions are completed, Johnson said again. 88. Chapter 84. Walking with your back straight. The small OLED screen changed, and the blue eyes on it turned into a slowly opening love letter. The production of the small animation is actually not that complicated. What's important is what happens afterwards. The love letter was opened, and blue words appeared on the screen, slowly sliding upwards. While proofreading, Johnson wondered what Lily would think when she received this love letter. He was very nervous at this moment. People always rehearse a scene that has not happened, but it was really hard for Johnson to imagine that Lily would say something like, "Okay, let's be together." What I mean is, even if the teacher agrees, he or she might not say such things. Johnson also thinks that Lily might be, maybe the teacher has fallen in love with me too. Johnson thought so and tapped his forehead on the table. He could still see that the distance between the man and the woman had shortened, but liking and agreeing were two different things. Inequality seconds. If we could be together just because we like each other, there wouldn't be so many regrets in the world. Johnson finished reading his love letter. It was not long, just a few hundred words. He didn't want to write something too greasy, like the cream on the cake. If you eat too much, you will feel uncomfortable. Johnson was not good at writing, and at this time he began to regret not paying more attention to the sentences that expressed his thoughts, wondering if the teacher would give him a score. 37 points. That was the score line for his compositions throughout the year. After the text was completely finished, Johnson silently looked at his signature at the end. His head drooped again, and his forehead rested on the cold table. How can you be so nervous? I remember that I was not so nervous when I took the college entrance examination. Instead, I felt that there was no big problem and everything was okay as long as I performed normally. After all, that thing was still under control, but now this thing is completely out of control and there are too many uncertain factors. Teacher Lily liked the gift I made. After thinking about it, I felt that this thing was too childish and not something that mature adults would like. He took out his cell phone and silently swiped across the screen. When buying gifts, one still has to consider what the other person likes. If you just give someone something you like, the other person may not be happy to receive it. Johnson picked up the perfume and looked at it. It didn't seem very expensive. The most expensive one would cost around 4 figures. Johnson's purchasing theory is that he has to spend a certain amount of money to buy something, and as long as the thing is within his budget and not overpriced, he will accept it. Johnson and Lily sometimes talk about perfume. Lily buys some occasionally, but doesn't use it often. She likes perfume that is more neutral and not too light. A friend once gave her a small sample bottle of Pamerilligan, which smelled pretty good. Johnson searched for the brand, read the reviews from big anchors, and slowly made his choice. He always felt that this was a decent gift, and the puppy on the table suddenly didn't seem so good anymore. But no matter what, it's done, and Johnson thinks it's better to send it out together when the time comes. Soon, school started. Lily returned to the familiar office. There was a lot of work to do at the beginning of the school year. Students who were being scolded were standing in the office. Many students had not finished their winter vacation homework and were standing in a row in the office. Some of them had been scolded so much that their faces were covered with tears. How pitiful, Lily thought. She looked at the students who had not finished their homework and felt angry and helpless. The winter vacation is only a short period of time, and she has countless papers for each subject, which is more than when she was in school. During the winter vacation, she has to visit relatives, meet friends, and do many more important things. It's normal not to finish it, but that's the way it is now, because there will always be someone who puts in more effort and the rest of us have to catch up. Roll. You have to study and work, but you don't have to spend money on salary. The other subject teachers scolded the student harshly, and finally the student came to Lily. Lily said with a stern face that the students should go back and finish their homework, but then they changed their minds and felt that it was impossible to finish the homework, and in the end they just copied a lot of things, which was just a formality and a waste of time and energy. But she sees things clearly. Not all teachers think this way, thinking that if the paper is not filled up, it means you have a bad attitude. It's only been a week since school started, and Lily and Johnson haven't seen each other much as they are all busy, and now they don't even have time to see each other in the evening. Johnson always goes straight home after work and does his own stuff. He can't always go to the teacher's house. If he just talks and doesn't do anything, then who knows when the game will be completed. The development cycle of the game is not short. Even if he is lazy, the overall workload will not be reduced much, especially the drawing of the map and the design of the actions. If he doesn't speed up, it will not work. Lily has no time. It's the early part of the week at the beginning of the school year. There is no holiday on Saturday, and the weekend is only half a day. Students go to self-study in the morning on Sunday. Fortunately, the job of supervising the self-study class is taken turns, so Lily still has a day of rest. When two people have some free time, they can talk on the phone to relieve their emotions. Lily put her phone on the table and looked out the window. Her office is next to the window, and when the window is opened, she can see the corridor and classroom. When the bell rang for the end of get out of class, students walked in the corridor in groups of 3 or 4, holding hands and leaning shoulders on each other to go to the toilet. As we all know, a person cannot go to the toilet. In the crowd, Lily saw a girl with her head lowered coming out of the classroom door and walking towards the toilet. The girl's name was Rin Yuqing, an ordinary, thin girl. She had her hair in a ponytail, as required by the school. She was pretty and fair-skinned and didn't wear glasses. She usually spoke softly and was always well-behaved in front of the teacher. Rin Yuqing is the class's arts committee member, a position that doesn't involve much activity. Arts committee members in high schools are basically just for show and only appear during blackboard activities to fill up the small blackboard at the back of the classroom with their writing. What bothered Lily was that recently she saw Ren Yuqing almost always with her head down, looking dejected, even during class. Ren Yuqing walked slowly along the corridor. Lily took a sip of hot water, called out softly, and waved to Ren Yuqing. Then Yuqing. Ren Yuqing raised her head, put her hands into the sleeves of her red school uniform, and walked towards Lily with a nervous look on her face. "Teacher Lily, what's wrong?" Ren Yuqing's first thought was whether she had not handed in her homework, or whether she had been caught performing poorly in class recently. Lily stood up and leaned against the windowsill. "Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you have had any problems recently." Ren Yuqing paused, a look of confusion revealed on her face, and after a moment, she shook her head. "Without." Lily nodded. "If you have any problems, don't keep them to yourself. You can talk to the teacher." Ren Yuqing just nodded. Lily patted the little girl's back gently. "Well, keep your back straight when you walk, otherwise your figure will not look good in the future. Go ahead." Ren Yuqing listened to Lily's words, straightened her back, and nodded again. "Thank you, Teacher Lily." Although Lily didn't know what she had done to deserve being thanked, perhaps this was just the child's politeness. Lily looked at Ren Yuqing's departing back, thoughtful. Chapter 85. I have plans for today. When the second semester of the second year of high school arrives, students are under even more pressure. Academics, interpersonal relationships, and family are all huge mountains to deal with. High school students are in adolescence and are extremely sensitive to changes in the things around them. Lily wondered if Ren Yuqing was anxious, but the child herself didn't realize it, or maybe she was just overthinking it. Do you want to call and ask the students' parents? However, some parents do not understand their children at all, and this may become a source of stress for them. A phone call may be made, and everything may be fine, but the parents may think that the child is performing poorly in school and is unreasonable, and they may start to scold the child. Headache. Lily feels that some parents need more education than students. Lily sighed. The busy month of March brought with it a lot of problems. Johnson also sighed. Johnson wasn't sighing because things weren't going his way, but because there was someone hanging around him. It's David. David would hold the cup tightly, walk by Johnson, stop, put his hand on Johnson's shoulder, and sigh, leaving Johnson confused. David didn't think Johnson was unbrotherly, but he thought this was too unbelievable. He finally couldn't bear it anymore and dragged a chair to sit next to Johnson. What, bro? Johnson answered quickly. I don't have money, so I won't drink with you. I won't play games tonight. If you want to use my account, just use it. You know the password. Any other questions? David wanted to say that it was not the above problem at all. Why does my good brother like the teacher? Are you too brave, buddy? David held the cup in his hand and licked his dry lips. Well, buddy, are you still single? Can you give me a definite answer? Johnson shook his head. No. David was anxious. How could this be nothing? How could that be nothing? You and I were in love, and we were adulterers. David slapped himself loudly, and Johnson's hand that was typing on the keyboard stopped in the air. Johnson moved the chair and retreated silently. No, what happened to you? Did you have a conflict with your girlfriend and get beaten up again? David shook his head slowly. No, how could that be possible? I think I can definitely marry my current girlfriend and live together forever. Johnson looked at David as if he were an idiot. You always say that. David shrugged. I always think so. Johnson thought it was true. This guy always swore to himself that he would marry his current girlfriend and then break up with her at the speed of light. Johnson rarely wants to ask. Come to think of it, how did you establish a relationship with the other party before? David immediately perked up and started sharing his experience. We went out together, and at night we squeezed into a room to watch a movie, a serious movie. After watching it, we didn't rush to sleep. We played music and talked about our feelings for each other. I said I thought you were pretty good, and she said she thought I was pretty good too, so the two of us got together. Johnson was silent. Why does it sound so easy? David scratched his head as if he had thought of something. But I don't think my method is suitable for you, brother. By the way, do you want to find a professional team to dance with you? An image flashed through Johnson's mind. Forget it, it's too embarrassing. Confessing in public might be suitable for David, but Johnson didn't think it was suitable for himself. He didn't want Lily to give an awkward answer because of the damn noisy atmosphere, as if she was surrounded by elementary school students. Lily sincerely and then waited for her rational response. David nodded, stuttering a little. Oh, okay. Well, if you need help, just tell me. Just tell me. He thought to himself that he really didn't dare to give Johnson any random suggestions. Every time he saw Johnson, he felt that this guy was invincible. Too cruel, what a ruthless person. David slowly stood up, stuffed the stool into the gap between the drawers, and quickly slipped away. March 8th, Women's Day. Johnson was actually thinking about whether to send a simple blessing message to Lily, but after thinking it over, he decided to send a sincere message. Happy Teacher's Day. The reply came quickly. Thank you, students. Johnson added a sentence at the end. Teacher, are you going out for dinner tonight? It's a holiday for the teacher, so I'll treat you to dinner. The little thoughts are undoubtedly exposed. But this time, Johnson's expectations were rarely dashed. Lily replied, Sorry, the teacher has plans today. Click. Johnson was stunned for a moment, but then he thought it was normal. After all, Teacher Lily couldn't always have time. Today is Women's Day, Saturday, and we should have been working, but because it is a holiday, the female teachers are all off, and Lily is very happy. But why is it that having the weekend off is like a blessing from heaven? So several female teachers in the office made an appointment to go shopping. The other three teachers were two in their 40s or 50s, and one was a young man who had just graduated. The four of them went shopping and found a small dam in the park, the kind of place specially used for drinking afternoon tea and basking in the sun. There were several cups of water, chrysanthemum tea or green tea on the transparent glass table, and melon seeds piled into small shells. There were constant shouting nearby. The weather was nice, the sun was high above our heads, and it was warm. For people sat and chatted, with work as the center and daily life as the radius. I want to complain about a certain colleague who dresses and acts pretentiously on weekdays. At this time, Lily usually doesn't say anything and just eats melon seed silently. Gossip about students. If she always feels that there is something fishy about a certain student, Lily will join in and say a word or two about how a certain student in her class is. Let's talk about current affairs. The news reported that a student jumped off a bridge due to excessive pressure. Children nowadays have such good conditions that they don't focus on studying. They are not like us in our generation who can't handle even the slightest bit of pressure. Mathematics teacher Lu said this. Xiao Su, a geography teacher who is younger than himself, said, "That's not true, Mr. Lu. Students are under a lot of pressure nowadays, and it's mainly related to their families. What's wrong with the students? Some parents are like psychopaths." Xiao Su speaks frankly. Lily thought that it was true. If there was love in the family, the child would obviously be more confident. But if the family was broken, how could we expect the child to thrive in such an environment? This is really asking too much. Single-parent families and left-behind families are considered good. There are many worse cases than this. What have the children done wrong to have to endure such pain? At this time, she thought of her students and of Ren Yuqing. She had asked her a few questions worriedly before and even called her to chat with her during the break. The child said that she was doing fine. Lily worries that it would be great if all students were as optimistic as Johnson. The cell phone rang. It was a message from Johnson. Lily looked at the message from Johnson and felt a little apologetic when she saw that he invited her. Johnson is indeed an optimist. Really? Where did the teacher go to play? Today's weather is very good and suitable for going out. Teacher, get some sun. It's good for your bones. Lily smiled and thought that Johnson as family should be pretty good. She also wondered what kind of parents could give birth to such a cute kid who is so noisy. They must have a lot of worries about him every day. I'm outside in the sun right now. Lily took a photo, and the tea, melon seed shells, and the hems of several teachers' clothes were all in the photo. The styles of the clothes proved that the people next to her were all grown-up girls. Lily took all of these photos intentionally or unintentionally. Chapter 86, Does he like desserts? Of course, it didn't matter. Johnson. Okay. Then I won't disturb the teacher's rest and will take my leave first. A mean remark meant on purpose. Lily's words were full of concern. You should also have a good rest. Are you at home today? Johnson is in the company now. No, teacher, I will work overtime too. Even though I'm a student like this, I work hard. Although Johnson has always despised overtime, he has no choice but to work overtime sometimes. Lily was indeed surprised. She always felt that Johnson was like a magpie, reporting good news, but not bad news. He only talked about fun things in front of her and never mentioned a word about the hard work, overtime, unpleasant things, or troubles. How could a person not feel hardship sometimes? Lily realized at this moment that Johnson was just showing off in front of her. It's good to be an optimist, but I don't know if optimists will hide in their bed and be secretly depressed when they are alone. Lily didn't say anything else this time. You've worked hard. Go home and have a good rest after you get off work. The teacher will bring you something later. Speaking of which, there are some small gifts at home recently. No one drinks the milk, so I keep it with my parents. They don't like to drink this kind of stuff, so I'll bring it to Johnson when the time comes. There's also some tea at home. Lily started to prepare to move things out of the house. Johnson had no resistance to Lily's gentleness. The teacher's gentleness always captured him and even made him feel that he was very lucky to like the teacher. Okay. Thank you, teacher. You're so kind to your students. Lily wondered how this could be resolved. You're welcome, stupid student. Lily smiled slightly, and her smile was caught by several other teachers present. Their topic instantly shifted from food to Lily. Teacher Lu asked with a smile, and the wrinkles on her face relaxed. Xiao Chun, who are you chatting with? Do you have a partner? Lily has no partner is no secret, and everyone often chats about it. Especially the older generation is extremely concerned about the continuation of the family line by the younger generation. From time to time, they ask Xiao Chun when she will find a partner, and some even plan to matchmake for Lily. But Lily always uses the excuse that she is busy with work and has no time to refuse. Lily blushed slightly and waved her hand. No, just texting with a friend, no one. Lily to say that she was chatting with her students because she felt it was too embarrassing. Xiaosu came over and stuck to Lily. Really? Teacher Lily, why do I feel like there's something fishy going on here? It doesn't matter. We're not strangers here, and dating isn't something that's shameful. When it comes to adding fuel to the fire, teachers are always the most enthusiastic, especially when it comes to other people's affairs. They are more enthusiastic than their own. Lily was stared at by several pairs of burning eyes and waved her hands quickly. No, really not. As she explained, she suddenly had some thoughts. If she was really with Johnson, what would others think? Gossip will inevitably become a topic of conversation, but generally speaking, it's just because you think too much. Just like sometimes when there's a hole in your clothes, you always worry that people around you will stare at the hole in your clothes. But in fact, most of the time, other people don't even notice it. Of course, using a hole as a metaphor isn't appropriate either. After all, this is not something to be ashamed of. Lily gently pinched the flesh of her index finger with her thumbnail, thinking that using this metaphor was too disrespectful to herself and especially to Johnson, and secretly blamed herself. Besides, even if she was imagining things, there was nothing between her and Johnson. The teachers kept asking questions. Really? Or have you just not discussed it yet? It's okay. Just tell us, and we can help you with some advice. Lily kept waving her hands. Really not. It's really not what I imagined. She didn't intend to listen to outside opinions, because sometimes even the slightest word from outside could have some impact. This is her own business, so she plans to face her feelings and think about how to deal with it. At least she could no longer deceive herself into thinking she didn't like Johnson. Yes, once you think about it from a different perspective, no longer looking at him as a student, you'll find that Johnson is handsome, nice, and interesting, although he is showing it on purpose in front of you. Of course, it's not because of these qualities that I like him, but it's more like I discovered these qualities in him after being attracted to him time and time again. Lily didn't know that her changing expression was seen by several people. The three of them were speechless, and each of them let out a soft sigh in their heart. What youth! The teachers sat for a while in the afternoon, had dinner in the evening, and then went home. Lily sent a message to Johnson at this time. Are you off work? Johnson hadn't gotten off work yet and was sitting in his office with the lights on. No, teacher. The black-hearted companies are exploiting us. What's the difference between this and picking cotton on a plantation? Pure cattle and horses. Johnson is still thinking about going back to catch up on the game. Johnson originally planned the game to last 2 to 3 hours, but he has only completed half of the content for the first chapter. Now the knight can accept quests and go out of the village to fight monsters, but the workload is still too large. Both the programming and artwork are on him, and the sound effects of the monsters' attacks have not yet been designed. Although it is an independent game, there's never enough time. Johnson's life is very simple now. He goes to work, sleeps, goes out with Lily, and spends the rest of his time making things. Lily said, at least the salary is high. So what is a teacher? Johnson pondered. Teachers are dedicated gardeners and burning candles. It's written in the books. Lily ignored him and abruptly changed the subject in this cold and indifferent society. When do you get off work? It seems that I can still go and see him now. Johnson glanced at the time. It was 7:30. It should be 8 o'clock. Could it be that the teacher wants to go out for a midnight snack? Okay, I know a very good midnight snack shop near the school. We used to eat there often. The owner is a classmate's father. If you mention your classmate's name, you could get a 20% discount. Lily wondered how come she didn't know about this store since she had worked at the school for 5 or 6 years. No, well, go and get busy. Go to see him quietly. Johnson scratched his head in confusion, always wondering if he had missed some news recently. He was particularly confused, but he still sent a message. Okay. Lily was walking on the street and didn't go home immediately. She happened to pass by a bakery. When the store was still open at 7:30, the warm white light shone through the window, and the cakes and desserts displayed on the window glass looked very delicate. Lily walked in without hesitation. She took the tray and the tongs and started to select slowly. By the way, does he like desserts? Chapter 87, Panda Toast. What should I buy? Lily personally prefers the matcha cupcakes. She doesn't dare to try other novel flavors, but she thinks the matcha cupcakes taste really good. Lily walked back and forth in the cake shop. She first bought a blueberry cheese bread, then a donut, and 4 puffs. Because there was a promotion in the store, 1 puff was 3 yuan, and 4 puffs were 10 yuan. She then turned around and bought some cream cookies, thinking that they were a bit too much, and finally bought a bottle of fresh milk. Lily went to the front desk to pay the bill and saw a small cake next to the front desk, so she asked the waiter to bring another Oreo cake. She remembered that Johnson had eaten that small cake during their first blind date. She remembered it very clearly because it was a flavor that she was curious about, but would never try. The clerk checked out the bill, and the total was $75. Lily carried the bag and walked towards Johnson S. Company. Lily still remembered the location of Johnson's company, because James was also in that company. Lily walked slowly. She felt that the two of them were in a good condition at the moment. It sounded like what some scumbag said. Lily grabbed her head with her hands and said, Lily, you can't do this. If you think it's okay to continue being so ambiguous, it won't work. You are a teacher, and you have to set an example. Lily's mental journey is gradually changing, and she even feels that she should be more determined. The street lamp was on, and the yellow light fell on the red and green ground. Lily's shadow kept changing on the ground, stretching and shortening, moving backwards, and finally disappearing, only to reappear under a new street lamp. As she walked, she stopped, and her shadow also stopped. Lily arrived at the door of Johnson Company. The gate was closed, and the security guard was standing there. Occasionally, people came in and out. The lights in the high-rise building were on, like small square grids. It felt no different from a school. In the past, people always said that after graduating from elementary school, life will be easy when you go to junior high school. After graduating from junior high school, life will be easy when you go to high school. After graduating from high school, you'll be free when you go to college. After graduating from college, you'll have a job. Oh, it turns out that making cake for sale is a tradition passed down from generation to generation. Johnson finally finished his overtime work and clocked out. Johnson walked out of the gate in a flash, and when he saw Lily standing there, he was visibly stunned. Why is the teacher here? Am I seeing things? Johnson quickly stepped forward, made sure he was not blurry-eyed, and asked, Teacher Lily, why are you here? Lily held the bag in her hand and shook it next to her head with a gentle smile on her face. The light from the street lamp fell on her eyelashes, bright and warm. I just happened to pass by. Have you had dinner? Just by chance, Lily also gradually learned these words. Johnson nodded. Eat. Students still know how to eat well. I had time for dinner in the evening, so I ate something casually, just enough to get the overtime pay for working until I get off work at 8 o'clock. Lily felt relieved. That's good. Although you are very busy at work, you must eat well. By the way, the teacher bought some food on the way. This is for you. You can't refuse it. As she spoke, she handed the things into Johnson's arms. Johnson took it, a bag full of them. Thank you, teacher. Johnson took a look and found that there were almost all kinds of products, too many to count. Teacher, you bought too much. Lily smiled. No, you should eat more. Young people need to grow up. Johnson felt a warm current gradually flowing into his body, making even the somewhat cold night warm. Teacher, you are so kind to me. On a night like this, how can you not be excited when you suddenly receive something from someone? Lily just said softly, No way. As if to ease the charming atmosphere, she gently waved her right hand in the air. Let's go back. Johnson carried the bag, feeling heavier on his mind than he had imagined. Teacher, I only need a small piece of bread. You can take the rest home. Lily puffed out her lips. Why would I take it back? I bought it especially for you. Okay, I already said you can't refuse. Lily seemed very strong at this time. Johnson had no way to refute it. He kept refusing, but it was not good to do so in the street, so Johnson nodded and accepted it. The two of them walked in the same direction, habitually towards Lily's residence. Lily put her hands into her sleeves. I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought some at random. What do you like? Johnson was carrying the bag, and the plastic bag occasionally made a rustling sound as it rubbed against his pants. Yeah, I like them all. If it's something sold in a cake shop, I like the ones that aren't too sweet. Teacher, do you know Panda Toast? Lily shook her head. Johnson gestured. It's shaped like a normal toast, with a brown-black circle on the outside, like chocolate, and white toast on the inside. It has 2 ears and looks like a panda. Lily thought this thing sounded cute. How cute? Where can I buy it? Johnson pointed in the general direction with his left hand. Well, there's one behind my house. I will buy it for you next time. Lily nodded. So why do you like it? Johnson explained. When you first bite into it, you can taste the chocolate bread on the outside, which is mellow and mature. But as you eat it slowly, you can taste its white heart, which is soft, white, and gentle. I like the layered experience very much. I love eating this. Lily looked at Johnson first, then turned her head and looked at the road ahead. So that's how it is. I didn't know that. It sounds really good. Lily was incoherent for a moment, and the words she spoke were almost the same. She seemed to understand the meaning of Johnson's words, and then asked hesitantly, "So how much do you like that, Panda Toast?" Johnson said, "I wish I could wake up every morning and buy that to eat." The two of them continued their conversation as they walked, and even tacitly did not go into the subway station. Would that be boring? I don't think so. What's the saying? You feel like you're so thirsty that you can drink the entire Pacific Ocean, but in reality, you can only drink a few cups. But I don't feel thirsty, sir. Johnson said this, and Lily was suddenly stunned. Yes, he was not like this because he felt lonely. He had been like this from the beginning to the end, but I misunderstood him. Lily lowered her head a little, watching her white sneakers gently scratching the line on the ground and stepping on the center of the square brick surface, as if praying for good luck. But if you eat too much, you'll get sick of it eventually. Johnson's voice came from his side. If it's food, then maybe it would be like this, but apart from food, I don't think it could be generalized. Lily wanted to say something, but Johnson suddenly said, "Teacher, wait for me." Lily then raised her head and looked at Johnson. "What's wrong?" Lily found that Johnson had turned and walked towards a store facing the street, which was a flower shop. Johnson was talking to the owner there. Then, Lily saw a tulip fall from the owner's hand into Johnson's hand. Johnson took the flower and ran back quickly. "That's great. There are still flower shops open at this time. The boss is also a dedicated office worker. I was worried about him before. Teacher, this is for you." Johnson gently handed the tulip to Lily. "Happy holidays, teacher." Lily held the flowers in her hand. Thinking about what had just been said, her heart was in turmoil. Chapter 88 Progressive. Lily took the tulip, and it was still a tulip. She looked at Johnson, tilting her head back to look at him, the streetlight illuminating the profile of his face. With his angular face, he is not the kind of gentle and soft-spoken boy, but a handsome and ruffian. He speaks with a bit of wit, and is very much like the gang lieutenants in the Hong Kong movies of the last century who jump up and down in black jackets. Even when he is serious, he has to stand there and raise his eyebrows secretly. But even so, I still think he is handsome. It's over. There's no hope. I've never felt this way before. Lily turned her head away. "Thank you. You don't have to bother to always send flowers to the teacher." Johnson was no different from usual. His tone was relaxed. "It's just a bouquet of flowers. Festivals should be ceremonial. I will keep sending them. Sending flowers doesn't actually require much effort or cost much. But sometimes, it's just such a small act that can touch people's hearts." Lily nodded, unable to speak anymore. She just said, softly, touching the pink tulip in her hand and the exquisite packaging. It was so beautiful. Tulips are reserved and elegant flowers. Different colors have different meanings. Love and blessings are all hidden inside them. They don't say anything, so the person receiving the flowers can understand it on their own. The two people walked quietly on the street and entered the subway. Johnson walked Lily downstairs, and they waved goodbye. Lily went upstairs with light steps, slowly walked up the dark corridor, turned a few corners, and arrived at her door. She skillfully took out the key from her bag, opened the door, and closed it. She reached out and turned on the wall light, found an empty bottle in the corner of the storage shelf, filled it halfway with water, then inserted the flower into it, and the water droplets slid down the wall of the cup. She walked to the bed, lay down, and was wrapped in the soft quilt. "Really? Why do you say that?" Lily's face was gloomy, but her thoughts became clearer. After the holidays comes busy work. The school is preparing for monthly exams recently. Students are quite nervous every time there is a monthly exam. They keep reviewing and preparing for the exams, and take the exams with their friends. Everyone wants to get a good grade, climb up the ranking a little bit, and beat thousands of people. The monthly exam papers are prepared by the school itself. They are not difficult, but the questions are generally selected from various materials, and some good questions are chosen. The 2 days of exams are actually easier than usual. When I was a student, those days of exams were very difficult to endure. After one exam, I had to wait for the next one and the results. Being a teacher is more interesting now. Of course, it was just a torture before the students' papers came out. After they came out, looking at the questions they got wrong was a torture. I couldn't understand why they lost points. The Chinese language teachers were not so bad, but the science teachers were the worst hit. The science teachers were cursing while grading the papers. "How come you still get this question wrong when I've explained it countless times?" Lily drank her tea silently, and it seemed that the years were peaceful. Thinking about it this way, her mood seemed to be quite stable normally, but there had been some slight changes recently. During breaks, Lily chatted with Johnson. The conversation between the two was actually quite ordinary. Lily generally asked, "What did you have for breakfast?" Johnson would reply, "For breakfast, I have the porridge from home, which is so white and tasteless. For lunch, I have the shredded pork with green pepper from the cafeteria, and the salt is free. If I keep going like this, my hair will be ruined." Lily smiled secretly every time. "You're so handsome. You'll look good even if your hair is gone," telling the truth as if it were a joke. Johnson asked, "Really? But I think it's better to have hair. Hair is also a man's life, teacher. Especially for those of us in this line of work, we must prepare for a rainy day. It's a blessing that his hairline hasn't gotten wider." David keeps saying to him every day that when he was in college, he could fit 3 fingers on his forehead, but now he can fit 4 fingers, and his hairline has become an M, just like the Scion Prince Vegeta. Lily touched her head worriedly at this time, and felt relieved when she felt that it was fine. The conversations are basically like this every day. There's actually not much to talk about in daily life, except for 3 meals a day and work. Some people may think, I eat the same thing every day. What is there to talk about? It is really troublesome to talk about repetitive topics. But Johnson can tell the difference in taste, even if he eats the same thing for a week. Today's Annie liked me and gave me an extra spoonful. Today's presentation is more exquisite than yesterday's. I've decided to go eat omelet rice tonight. Teacher, when are you free? There's a new Japanese restaurant that opened recently. I heard that their omelet rice has hearts drawn on it. It turns out that chatting about ordinary things with someone you like is also very interesting. Lily realized this at this time. Lily will also try to post a few more words like Johnson. Really? I haven't tried Japanese food much. I'll take the teacher to try it next time. It seems that there are new shops opening around the school recently, hot pot restaurants. Your teacher Sue said they were pretty good last time. Lily held the phone in her left hand and pressed the screen against her cheek. She felt the cold touch, but the corners of her mouth slightly raised. He is so cute. Recently, Lily and Johnson met only once during the weekend. Johnson actually went to buy the bread, panda toast, and brought it to Lily. Lily tasted the bread and found it more interesting than she had imagined. As Johnson said, the outside tastes mellower, while the inside tastes fresher. But Lily didn't think she wanted to eat it every day, and she wasn't toast. Why not a refreshing matcha cake? Although Lily did not intend to do reading comprehension on Johnson's words, she always felt that what he said was different for what he said about herself. So annoying. Lily ate her breakfast silently, biting her toast, and hurried to school to hand out the graded papers. The monthly exam results have come out. Some are happy while others are worried. Lily was explaining the test papers on the stage and at the same time comforted the students. She said that the monthly exam only reflects the current results. Students who did well should be patient and calm, and those who did not do well should not worry too much. Although grades are important, Lily is still willing to talk to students about other things. Live healthy, study healthy, and rest well. Although it may sound a little funny with such a schedule, there are always more important things in life than work and study. Time goes by, and Lily's birthday is approaching. Johnson was becoming increasingly nervous. He had already made an appointment with Lily to have dinner together at Lily's house on Thursday night. Johnson planned to deliver this carefully prepared gift at that time. For Lily are almost ready. Perfume ready, puppy ready. All I have to do is wait until the day before Lily's birthday to order a cake and buy flour. But this time, Johnson didn't plan to buy tulips. Johnson decided to buy a rose. Chapter 89 missing. This week was filled with a sense of tension, and even Johnson was a little absent-minded when he went to work. David and James seemed to have sensed the atmosphere that was like the one before a world war, and they walked around Johnson from time to time, but they were more restrained than usual. James has been much quieter when eating recently. He just lowers his head and nibbles on the waffle in his hand. David seemed to be more anxious than Johnson. He would come and ask, "How are you doing recently? How is your progress?" Urgent, urgent, urgent. How come you're so calm, bro? David looked at James several times, each time halfway through his sentence. Did you know? He thought that James definitely didn't know. After all, it was such a big thing, and there was no way Johnson could tell James. Could she be as familiar with Johnson as he was? She and Johnson had been good brothers for more than 10 years, and they just met by chance. James looked like a harmless little fool. So how could she know? But it's possible that Lily could talk to James, but no, it is probably not possible. Every time he would start talking halfway and then shut up, thinking that it was such a big deal and he couldn't talk about it himself. Besides, Johnson was still silent. The way they got along was that they wouldn't ask questions that they shouldn't ask, and brothers kept their privacy. James was asked by David several times, and he couldn't bear it anymore. So he said to David, "Brother, are you sick? Is there anything you can't just say directly?" David apologized, holding his head with his hands and looking guilty. "Yes, I'm sick. I'm really sick." After saying this, even James felt that David had hysteria and was beyond help. David slaps himself in the face. "I'm not sick. Why did I wake up that day? I should have been sleeping. Why did you wake up just now? It would be fine if I woke up. Wouldn't it be good to lie down and play with my phone? Why did I have to go to the balcony to take a look that day? It might be a good thing if he didn't know anything." David regretted it so much that someone should have hit him on the head with a baseball bat that day. David walked away muttering to himself, "I'm sick," leaving James standing there in confusion with waffle crumbs at the corners of his mouth. What on earth inspired this person? Johnson was making his own preparations. Everything is going in an orderly manner and looks smooth and promising. This filled Johnson with determination. March 26th, the day before Lily's birthday. As soon as work was over in the afternoon, Johnson ran out of the office, leaving David still in a daze. Johnson came to a familiar cake shop, the same one he bought his Panda Toast from. He pushed open the door of the glass display window, and the clerk came up to him and asked him what he needed. Johnson looked around. "I'd like to order a cake." As he continued to say this, a slight sense of nervousness surfaced in his heart. After the spring equinox, the time of sunset will be delayed to around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Now it is 6 o'clock. The sun has just set. The sky in the distance is a fiery red, and the dark golden light falls into the window, and the ground is reflected with the red of the sunset. The closer the time got, the more nervous he became, thinking that at this time tomorrow night he would be sitting at that table, saying happy birthday to Lily, and, after eating the cake, handing the birthday present to Lily, guiding her step by step to use the puppy, and finally opening the love letter. Suddenly I felt so awkward. Now it is difficult for him to judge whether this is a good idea or a bad idea. This idea is more than he imagined, and it always feels very straight. It's okay. If the atmosphere is really awkward, he can always get away with it with his clever tongue and his bottom line. The clerk asked, "How many people are eating? How big a cake do you need? What flavors do you want? You can take a look. We have mango cream, fresh fruit red velvet, caramel cream, and this green grape secret." Johnson looked at the row of cakes displayed in the window below. "It's for 2 people. The clerk took out another introduction sheet and handed it to Johnson. "Then we recommend a 6-inch cake. What flavor would you like?" Johnson actually had thought about it before coming. "Matcha cream." Lily does have a preference for matcha, and Johnson has known this since high school, occasionally seeing her eating matcha-flavored snacks when he passes by the office. "So sometimes I feel that the teacher smells like matcha, fresh and pleasant." Why does it sound weird and perverted? A 6-inch matcha cream cake costs 168 yuan, paid by Johnson. "Can you make it tomorrow afternoon? And I'll pick it up at 6 p.m. The clerk nodded. "No problem." Johnson returned home. Message Lily as usual. "What did you eat tonight, teacher?" Lily said, "I had beef noodles, but I've been craving porridge lately. What did you have for dinner?" Johnson said, "I made the steamed dumplings myself, but my memory has been bad at night lately. This is the 3rd time I've realized I forgot to cover the pot. Maybe I've been busy recently, so I forgot some things." Lily said with a smile, "You forget things at this age. What will you do in the future?" Johnson said jokingly, "If only someone could remind me." Lily seemed to realize what he meant. "Then next time you make steamed dumplings, you can say this and the teacher will remind you." Johnson was teased and became even more nervous. At 10:40 p.m., Johnson would send another message to Lily. "Is the teacher off work?" Lily would sometimes be busy at night and would have to wait until 11 o'clock before replying to Johnson's message. As time went by, Lily didn't reply to Johnson's message, which made Johnson feel uneasy. 11:05, 11:10, 11:20. Lily still didn't reply. Johnson was worried. This shouldn't happen. Did something happen? Johnson sat at his computer, the light from the screen shining on his face. Johnson took out his cell phone, and after some hesitation, he called Lily. After a while, the call was connected. Before Johnson had time to ask, he heard Lily's slightly anxious voice. "Johnson, something bad has happened." Johnson asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Lily spoke faster than usual. "There is a student who has not returned home yet." Johnson was stunned for a moment, then stood up immediately. "What? Is he missing? Have you called the police?" Lily was looking around the school in circles. "The student's parents have called the police and said they will help look for him. By the way, Johnson, are you free now? I'll give you the photo. Can you contact someone you know to help look for him? Lily walked back and forth around the long street, her mind full of the students who had not yet returned home. Johnson stood up immediately. No problem. Teacher, send it to me, and I'll go right away. The phone call between the two was short and concise at this time. After the call was hung up, a student photo was sent to them. It was a photo of a slightly pretty girl wearing a red student uniform with her name written below, Rin Yuqing. Chapter 90 Search. Johnson quickly stood up, grabbed the coat next to him, and called David while getting dressed. Hello. David's voice was heard. What's wrong? I'm outside. I'm not playing games. It'll be 12 o'clock if I get home. Johnson sent the photo over and got straight to the point in his response. A student from our high school seems to be missing. I sent you the photo. Please help find him. See if you can contact someone you know. David was still walking outside. He had just separated from his girlfriend, so he stopped and put away his usual nonchalant look. Missing? No problem, wait. I'll be outside your house. You could drive, and we can go together. I'll wait for you at the gate of the community. David quickly sent the photo to a group of acquaintances, including friends, classmates, and even his ex-girlfriend. Johnson walked into the living room, where his parents were watching TV. His mom was recently obsessed with a romance drama, and his dad was sometimes dragged to watch it as well. Father Zhou turned and looked over. What's wrong? Johnson took the key from the table. A girl from my old school is missing. I'm here to help look for her. I've taken the car. Mother Zhou sat up straight, a look of surprise flashing across her face. Is this true or false? Both Zhou's mother and father are relatively simple people. As the older generation, they still maintain the enthusiasm for mutual help among neighbors. This was mainly because they entered the machinery factory when they were young and had close contacts within the factory. Everyone was like this at that time. I heard about this kind of thing more than 10 years ago. Some people took their children out, and in the blink of an eye, the children disappeared and were taken away by human traffickers. At that time, a worker in the factory almost lost his child. Therefore, I immediately became alert when I heard the word missing. Father Zhou stood up. Do you have a photo? How old are you, and what do you look like? Are you going out? I'll go with you to look for it. Johnson forwarded the photo and quickly explained it. It's in the group. You guys can take a look. High school student. I'm going out first. I'm driving away. Johnson was quite anxious, and Zhou's father and mother looked at each other and decided to go out and help look for it. The elevator moved toward the underground garage, and Johnson glanced at his phone. David sent the photo to the group, and a message was quickly pushed to the top. I don't think he'll be kidnapped. What era is this now? It's hard to say. It's so late. Will you be upset or something? That might be possible. I'm going out to buy something and take a look around. Some people expressed shock, some started discussions, but some people actually went out to look for it. But in such a big city, finding someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Which class is this? Wait, my cousin seems to be in that class. The world is so big that there is no chance to travel to every piece of land, and the world is also very small. The 6 degrees of separation theory says that two people who don't know each other can establish a connection through at most 6 intermediaries. And in the land where Johnson grew up, the connection is even stronger. Soon, more news came out. My cousin also told me about this, because the teacher asked in the group if anyone walked with Rin Yuqing after school. That student was a day student, and usually walked with another student named Lu Xijia. Their homes were both in the direction of Tianshan Square, and it seemed that the student didn't go back either. Johnson started the car and drove to the gate of the community. He saw a familiar-looking person waving at him. It was David. Johnson parked the car on the side of the road. David opened the passenger door and got in, panting. Where to find it? Johnson shook his head. I don't know. Let's just drive randomly. Someone should be looking for it over at Tianshan Square. Let's look this way. The car lights were on, and the vehicle was driving slowly in the dark night. Both of them kept scanning the surroundings, looking at the closed shops and streets. Johnson felt a little relieved. If one person didn't go back, it sounded like a suspense film, but if 2 people didn't go back, it sounded like a youth comedy. David said suddenly, I used to walk this road every day, and now I walk it again. It feels like I'm still in school. It's like a revolving door. He noticed the tense atmosphere in the car and said something to ease the mood. Johnson chimed in. It's been 5 years. Time has passed pretty quickly. When he was in high school, he and David were on the same route and would walk all the way home. They were really good brothers and would talk about everything, just about anything. It just so happened that David and he had similar interests. David always laughed when he walked, and liked to hold his shoulders. This street leading to the school was filled with Johnson's past. David asked, "You're a student in Ms. Lily's class, right?" The topic change was a bit abrupt, and I could even guess what he was going to ask next. Johnson nodded. "Yeah, sophomore year." David finally asked out the question in his mind. "So the person you like is Teacher Lily, right?" He had been holding in for so many days and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Today, he finally had to face the reality, and he had to get to the bottom of it. Johnson paused for a moment. The fast food restaurant on the street was still open, and its yellow sign was glowing softly. Yes. Now, it was David's turn to remain silent. After a long while, he spoke. "Ox." The simplest word, the ultimate admiration. "What's your situation now?" "I haven't confessed yet. I was planning to do it tomorrow." "You haven't confessed yet?" "I thought." "When did you start liking Teacher Lily?" "I'm afraid I'll scare you if I tell you." "I see. I'm really impressed." If other students knew about this, they would probably faint from fear. Come on, that girl should be fine. Maybe she was just thinking about going out for a walk in the middle of the night. I hope so too. It would be good if nothing happens. My family is simply worried. As girls, you can imagine that when we were young, we could walk along the riverbank until midnight and no one would stop us. Don't you and I both raise our children in the wild? Really? I haven't walked along the riverbank for a long time. I remember that something happened once, and we walked along the riverbank for a whole night. What's the matter? Isn't it just that your Mercury is retrograde those few days? In the middle of the night. Johnson said this. Something suddenly clicked in his mind. David watched the messages on his phone scroll up. Someone said that when they were walking back from the riverbank, they saw two girls wearing the uniform of Onshing No. 7 Middle School. Both of them were stunned for a moment. There are some things that teachers don't know, are not clear about, or do not understand, but students know these things. This land has nurtured many students, generation after generation, class after class. Johnson and David are two of them. They once had the same troubles as most students, such as studying, emotions, exams, and family. Coming out of Onshing No. 7 Middle School, walk all the way south, cross a main street, and then go down along the street where there is a rushing river. The river is very long and wide. At night, many people like to take a walk here. Johnson and David used to do the same. No matter what happened, as long as they told it to the river, good or bad, it would be absorbed by the river. The two looked at each other and said, "Go and have a look." Chapter 91, The Words Delivered. Johnson turned the car around and drove towards the river. He parked the car on the side of the road, and the two of them ran up the riverbank. The river surface sparkled in the night, and the cross-river bridge in the distance flickered like a firefly. The early spring weather was slightly warm. Johnson said to David, "You go towards the second bridge, and I'll go the other way." David gestured, and the two turned and jogged in different directions. In recent years, the river embankment has become more and more refined. There's a plastic runway on the embankment, and there are cobblestone or wooden paths along the river below the embankment, and cruise ships travel on the river. Johnson longed to find what he was looking for. Two girls in red school uniforms were sitting on wooden chairs on a small platform by the river, whispering to each other facing the river. One of the girls was curled up in a ball. Johnson breathed a sigh of relief and slowly walked down the stairs until he came in front of the two girls. The girl on the right looked up and recognized Johnson. "Senior Joe, why are you here?" The girl was Lucy Jia, one of the students who started the commotion. Johnson had an impression of her. Johnson exhaled softly. "Is this a walk? Is Rin Yuching next to you?" Rin Yuching raised her head. Her face was covered with tears. "Well, what?" Johnson took a look and found that the pretty girl was exactly the same as in the photo. Lucy Jia nodded. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Her head turned quickly, and she raised her hands to her mouth and exclaimed, It's over, it's over. Maybe our family called the school because we stayed out too late. I didn't even notice the time. What time is it now, senior?" As she said this, she took out her cell phone from her pocket. "It's 11:55. My mom has called me several times. I sent her a message, asking her to please not expose me." Johnson thought, so you have a cell phone. But it's normal for high school students to have spare phones nowadays. If the school takes one, there will be one left. Anyway, I'll give them a call first. I hope everything is all right. Johnson called Lily first. Lily and many other people were searching the area in the direction of Tianshan Square, asking people everywhere. Lily's voice of worry and concern could be heard. "What's wrong? Any news?" Johnson said. Found it. It's right next to Anjiang. I don't know where this location is. Go down from school in the opposite direction of the second bridge. I'll send you the location." Both girls had anxious looks on their faces. Rin Yuqing was better off, still confused, but Lu Sijia looked as if she was doomed. The teacher didn't call the police, did he? Johnson said with a smile. Don't worry, the teacher didn't report it. Lu Sijia breathed a sigh of relief. Johnson looked at Rin Yuqing. Her mother has already reported it. Rin Yuqing let out an ah, and her tears continued to flow. It's over. It's over. Johnson sat down next to them, keeping a certain distance between them. It's okay, it's not a big deal. As long as the person is okay, it's good. You didn't do anything wrong. Johnson started calling David, and then called his own parents. The two girls suddenly realized how many people were looking for them. From the perspective of high school students, anything related to the police is a big deal. They feel that they have gotten into great trouble and are so panicked that they don't know what to do. Johnson leaned forward. What's wrong? Are you worried about something? Johnson livened up the atmosphere. Your senior Zhou is the best at solving emotional problems. Tell me about it, and maybe he can help solve it. Rin Yuqing said, with her head lowered. It's so painful, so sad. She started wiping her tears again. The little girl had no defense and just cried. Rin Yuqing then cried softly and spoke slowly. I did very poorly on the exams. No matter how hard I tried, my grades wouldn't improve. I could only watch the gap between myself and others grow wider and wider. I didn't know what to do, how to study, how to work hard. I had memorized what I should memorize, done what I should do, and practiced the questions, but my head was buzzing. I realized the gap between myself and others. It was really sad. She had tried her best to be a good student, but the naked scores and rankings seemed to be mocking her. Is hard work really useful? Why are some people so talented that they can learn at a glance, but I have to think about a question many times? School is so tiring. I can't get along well with my classmates. Some people are so annoying. It seems like nothing is going well. I don't know what to do. Johnson was silent at this time. Everyone has times when things don't go as planned and times when they feel sad. When you get stuck in that situation, you don't know what to do. Johnson spoke slowly at this time. It's going to be okay, really. He repeated his words again. It's going to get better, really. Johnson supported himself on the chair with his hands, looking at the girl in front of him, or as if he was looking at his own and his friend's shadows. He seemed to be talking to Rin Yuqing or to people from the past. However, there are all kinds of troubles in high school. Even someone like Johnson would find it really annoying sometimes. Some people even asked why there are no class reunions now. Someone commented below that he wished he could write them all in the death note. Some high school students have a really hard and painful time under the dual pressure of study and life. Even some of them look cheerful, but will secretly shed tears in their beds at night. Maybe some people have a smooth life and feel that they have not experienced all these and that everything will be fine as long as they study hard. However, people are always different and cannot be generalized. Rin Yuqing lowered her head. Obviously, those words had no effect. Johnson said, high school life is not everything. When you go to college and leave this small place, you will have many choices. There will always be someone who gets along well with you, and someone you can talk to. Even though it may not be that good, college is tiring, and there are a lot of things to do. It sounds like chicken soup, but it will definitely get better. You can't say that life is terrible at this time. Even if life is miserable, you have to coax the girl in front of you. It won't comfort you if I tell you that my grades were terrible before. After all, your goal is to improve your grades. I was just like you at that time. I didn't know anything,